Li Feng was reborn on the very day when the apocalypse arrived. The era of global dataization has come. He awakened the ability to control zombies. In this life, he is determined to leave no regrets. He slays zombies, forms a battle team, snatches treasures, and thrives in the apocalyptic world. Chapter 1. The Arrival of Doom. Let us perish together, Li Feng bellowed, rising abruptly from his desk. He surveyed the room. Innocent faces stared back at him, including the amiable gaze of the teacher at the podium. Ha ha! The classroom erupted in a chorus of laughter. The teacher adjusted his glasses, pressing a hand against the lectern, his expression grave as he regarded Li Feng. With whom do you intend to die? Li Feng stared in bewilderment at his classmates and the scene before him. Where were the monstrous beasts? Where were the zombies? Had the fiery meteors failed to descend? Had the crimson rain not begun to fall? That formidable demon of unparalleled strength was absent from his side? Had he been reborn? Li Feng chose not to respond to the teacher's query, instead reveling in his current situation with immense surprise. He had never anticipated his own resurrection. In front of the entire class, he produced his phone and solemnly opened the calendar. September 13th, 10 a.m. The realization sent a chill coursing through him, for in just 10 minutes, an unprecedented downpour of blood would erupt. At that moment, half of the world population would succumb to zombification. Damn it, Li Feng cursed, flinging his arms wide as he bolted from the classroom. His classmates looked on, stunned. This was true audacity, skipping out of a counselor's class without a second thought. Smack! The teacher slammed the book onto the desk in frustration. This is utterly outrageous. Xiao Lu, go fetch him. I will be in the office. Li Feng's close friend, Lu Taixian, quickly stood up, exclaiming, "Understood, teacher." With that, he dashed out. At this point, Li Feng had already exited the academic building, sprinting towards the campus convenience store. That place sold fruit knives. Most importantly, it would offer shelter when the blood rain descended. For the time being, securing supplies was paramount. Students in the vicinity gazed at Li Feng, perplexed by his frantic pace. What on earth was he running from? Li Feng paid no heed to their confusion. Upon reaching the underground convenience store, 5 minutes had already elapsed. Only 5 minutes remained. Damn it, there's no time to shop. Robbery! Robbery! Li Feng shouted at the cashier. His words rendered the patrons momentarily speechless. There were still about a dozen individuals shopping inside, including some of the school's delinquents, smoking and chewing betel nuts. Upon hearing his proclamation, they stood up, startled. Well, isn't this Li Feng from Class 3 of the freshman year? How dare you attempt a robbery? You've got some nerve, kid. Come on, show us what you've got. Upon seeing these individuals, Li Feng's expression darkened. He seized a pair of scissors from a nearby shelf and lunged forward. This was no jest. The apocalypse was imminent, and nothing was more precious than life. These people, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, could not be allowed to act as recklessly as he feared they might. What the hell? Is he serious? With a swift cut from Li Feng, the cowardly individual cried out in agony as blood oozed between his fingers, soaking his arm. The others were immediately thrown into a frenzy. These individuals, who typically bullied the weak at school, now quaked in fear when confronted by someone as reckless as Li Feng. Listen closely. Everyone, get into the corner and behave. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. Time was dwindling, with merely 2 minutes remaining. He had to seize control of the situation, drawing upon the fierce spirit he had cultivated during his struggles in the apocalypse. Coupled with his recent actions, he had transformed into a desperate outlaw, and no one dared to resist any longer, obediently retreating to a corner beside the supermarket. Meanwhile, the security office had noticed the commotion through the surveillance cameras. They had already left the office and were en route in a patrol car towards the supermarket. However, Li Feng remained unfazed. In just 1 more minute, a torrential downpour of blood would commence outside. Those remaining outside would morph into mindless zombies, driven only by their primal urge to bite. The very individuals he had left behind were unwittingly saving themselves. But how could they possibly comprehend that? Li Feng, have you lost your mind? Lu Iron Fist's voice boomed from the entrance of the supermarket. He had heard Li Feng's voice outside and realized he was robbing the establishment. Upon seeing Lu Iron Fist, once his closest ally and someone he could trust, even in the face of the apocalypse, Li Feng's demeanor softened considerably. Iron Fist, Don't ask too many questions. Quickly find a bag and gather the supplies here. And grab a suitable weapon. Don't ask why, just hurry. Lu Iron Fist, however, grasped Li Feng's arm. What supplies? The teacher told you to return. Go wait for him in the office. Come with me now. He tugged at Li Feng's clothing, attempting to pull him outside. Li Feng forcefully shook off his grasp. You are the one who's lost it. Don't you realize the apocalypse is upon us? He exclaimed. Everyone outside will turn into zombies. His shout rendered the supermarket silent in an instant. Suddenly, someone in the corner couldn't suppress a laugh. Li Feng shot a murderous glare in that direction, and the laughter promptly ceased. Lu Iron Fist regarded Li Feng with a bewildered expression. Li Feng, are you all right? How could you say such? Watch out. Before he could finish, Li Feng hurled the fruit knife in his hand, sending it flying perilously close to Lu Iron Fist's face. The IT struck one of the security guards squarely in the head. The guard collapsed instantly. He's killed someone. The onlookers in the supermarket screamed in terror at the sight. Lu Iron Fist stood there, astonished by Li Feng's audacity to commit such an act. Blood streamed from the lifeless body, pooling at their feet. This scene exceeded Lu Iron Fist's comprehension, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with uncertainty. At precisely 10:11, a deluge of blood began to pour down. Quick, close the doors. Lock them. Do not let them in. As Li Feng spoke, he swiftly pulled the glass doors together and secured them with a chain. Lu Iron Fist finally regained his composure. Insanity. Utter madness. Do not drag us into your madness. With that, he turned to push the door open. As he turned, he was met with the sight of 7 or 8 security guards. Their faces twisted in a grotesque grimace, gnawing at the glass with their sharp teeth. Their expressions were such that, were it not for the glass barrier, one might think they were intent on devouring him. My word, what on earth? Lu Taiquan was taken aback, swiftly retreating a step. In his haste, he collided with Li Feng, who was in the process of stowing a small knife in his pocket. The more such implements one possessed, the better. I warned you, the apocalypse has arrived, only the strong will survive. From this moment forth, cast aside everything you once adhered to, harbor no compassion or pity for anyone, for such sentiments will only hasten your demise. With that, a flurry of throwing knives whizzed through the air, striking down the few miscreants behind them. Their presence here would merely lead to the sharing of their supplies, and posed a significant risk that, in the face of the sudden onslaught of zombies, complete focus was imperative. There was no room for distractions. Chapter 2. The zombies are my subordinates. Upon witnessing Li Feng's actions, Lu Taizhan found it exceedingly difficult to accept. He stared wide-eyed at the several corpses behind him, the shock within him beyond articulation. It felt as though decades of ingrained habits had crumbled in an instant. All established rules appeared to have lost their significance. A novel way of life was about to unfold. His gaze shifted to Li Feng's face, a hint of trepidation creeping in. The merciless demeanor of Li Feng seemed so distant and alien. Would he treat Lu Taizhan in the same manner? Just as a profound fear enveloped him. A frigid object was placed in his palm by Li Feng. Take this dagger. It is the only sharpened one in this supermarket. It may save your life at a critical moment, Li Feng stated, pressing it heavily into his hand before turning toward the entrance. He barricaded the glass door with a cabinet to enhance security. Watching Li Feng's diligent figure, then glancing at the dagger in his hand, Lu Taizhan felt a sense of relief wash over him. A glimmer of hope reignited within him. He understood that Li Feng would not betray him. Their friendship had not withered with the onset of the apocalypse, having navigated the treacherous landscape of the end times. Li Feng was acutely aware of the malevolence inherent in human nature. Yet still, he chose to trust Lu Taizhan, for their friendship had already withstood the trials of a previous apocalypse. Lu Taizhan had once shielded him from bullets and, during times of scarcity, had relinquished the last morsel of bread for his sake. Even when ensnared in peril, he had forged a path through the chaos with his formidable fists, ensuring his own escape. Every act of loyalty warranted his gratitude. Were it not for the unfortunate timing of his rebirth, he would have relished the opportunity for a celebratory drink with Lu Taizhan. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the empathy system. This system allows you to control zombies. By vanquishing zombies, you gain experience points, which can be used to upgrade the system, thus enabling control over more and higher-level zombies. As Li Feng was busy transporting supplies, he momentarily paused at the voice echoing in his mind. A system? I have a system now? Finally! This damn system has arrived. How I wish it had come sooner. I would have been besieged by these supernatural entities and faced a rebirth. Smack! Lu Taizhan clapped him on the shoulder. Brother Feng, I believe in your words. Just tell me what I should do, Lu Taizhan declared, having grasped the situation. Li Feng pointed towards the food and water on the shelves, instructing, pack as much as you can. We'll fight our way out shortly. Lu Taizhan nodded vigorously, picking up a burlap sack from the floor and beginning to fill it with supplies. At that moment, he could no longer dwell on the horrors outside, the unsettling sounds of the creatures gnawing at his nerves. He had to trust that everything Li Feng said was true. As Lu Taizhan hurriedly gathered supplies, Li Feng delved deeper into the capabilities of the system. Empathy LV-1-0100 can control 2 ordinary zombies. Goodness, what a miserly system. He could only control 2 ordinary zombies for now. Yet, considering the circumstances, it was a remarkable achievement, akin to having 2 utterly loyal guardians at his disposal, manipulable at will regardless of their fate. Contemplating this, Li Feng conceived a bold plan to command the 2 zombies at the entrance to engage in a deadly duel until only 2 remain alive. Then, he would direct these surviving zombies to venture forth. What a brilliant scheme, he mused with satisfaction. Brother Feng, everything is ready. Please take a look, came Lu Tieshuan's voice from behind. Upon turning, Li Feng noticed 3 bulging white sacks piled nearby, filled to the brim with food and drink. With these provisions secured, they need not worry about sustenance for the time being. Good. Next, we shall scour this underground supermarket, taking everything we can carry, Li Feng declared, casually opening a bottle of beverage and gulping it down. Lu Taixian, however, appeared perplexed as he scratched his head. Brother Feng, can I really carry all this by myself? Li Feng smiled mysteriously. Patience, I will find you some assistance shortly. Lu Tieshuan's eyes brightened. Assistance? Brother Feng, do you have other helpers? Impressive. I always knew you planned meticulously and wouldn't leave me to toil alone. Li Feng chuckled, clearing away the pile at the entrance, exposing the grim faces beyond the glass door. Lu Taixian tensed, gripping his dagger tightly. Suddenly, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The 2 zombies pressed against the glass door had their eyes flash crimson, turning to bite the nearest zombie. In retaliation, the bitten zombie also lunged back. Thus began a chaotic melee among the 4 zombies, soon drawing others into the fray. The entrance became a scene of disarray as the zombies clashed. Notably, 2 zombies displayed remarkable fervor, even wielding makeshift weapons to strike their foes. Ultimately, among the dozen zombies at the entrance, only 2 emerged victorious. Experience points, 2. Experience points, 2. Experience points, 2. Lu Taixian stood dumbfounded. Could there truly be competition for sustenance among the zombies? With a snap of his fingers, Li Feng declared, let us move. He swiftly unlocked the chain with his key, startling Lu Taixian, who rushed to stop him. Brother Feng, what are you doing? There are zombies outside. Li Feng chuckled. I'm aware. However, they now heed my command. Resolutely, he opened the glass door. The 2 zombies, their eyes aglow, relinquished their weapons, standing like sentinels at either side of the entrance, awaiting Li Feng's emergence. This spectacle left Lu Taixian in shock. Could Li Feng truly command the zombies? Go, assist in carrying the supplies. Li Feng commanded one of the crimson-eyed zombies. The creature swayed as it entered the supermarket, causing Lu Taixian to instinctively raise his dagger in defense. As the zombies approached the burlap sacks, they reached out, each taking one, hoisting the 2 bags onto their shoulders. They then made their way to the corridor outside. Lu Taixian was taken aback. Brother Feng, are those the helpers you were referring to? Li Feng, chewing gum, replied nonchalantly. Yes, what is the matter? Free labor. Why not make use of it? Let us move. We have much to accomplish. With that, Li Feng headed further into the underground supermarket, intending to clear the place out. In this apocalyptic world, aside from weapons, survival supplies were paramount. Without provisions, one could not survive long, even without the threat of zombies. Moreover, The apocalypse had just begun, and many resources remained untouched. It was imperative to gather as much as possible during this time. Lu Taixian trailed behind the zombies, maintaining a safe distance, as the sight of those glowing red eyes was rather unsettling. He was also still unclear about their connection to Li Feng. Li Feng led them through the underground supermarket in search of supplies. Up ahead in the corridor stood a dozen zombies, former university students transformed into monstrous forms. Li Feng extended his arm, directing Go, bite him. The two zombies behind them dropped their burdens and, with a howl, charged forward, clashing with the dozen zombies across from them. Experience points 2, experience points 2, experience points 2. Ultimately, only two zombies emerged victorious, under Li Feng's control, to retrieve the burlap sacks. Chapter 3. In the apocalypse, beautiful women can only help carry bags. Lu Taiquan grasped Li Feng's arm and inquired, Brother Feng, why do these zombies heed your commands? Li Feng gently patted his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. This is my unique ability. Rest assured, they pose no threat to you. Go and gather anything useful from the nearby store. I will take you to scavenge the cafeteria. Reluctantly, Lu Taiquan nodded, though he maintained a cautious distance from the zombies, wary of getting too close. Meanwhile, Li Feng directed two of the zombies to lead the way as he followed closely behind, making their way towards the end of the corridor. He intended to thoroughly search the underground mall, hoping to discover if anyone was still alive. Don't come any closer. Please, don't come any closer. A voice emanated from a nearby store, sounding distinctly feminine. This piqued Li Feng's interest. Having experienced the apocalypse himself, he understood the rarity of women in such dire times. Eventually, a beautiful woman would attract the attention of numerous powerful individuals. Thus, it was prudent to rescue her if possible. You two, stand guard at the entrance, Li Feng instructed the zombies, who halted their advance. The pleading voice from within the room ceased as well. Li Feng stepped inside, where he found two young and striking university students. Their eyes filled with helplessness as they looked toward him. Upon witnessing Li Feng's confident entrance, their expressions shifted to surprise. Those two zombies didn't attack you? They obey your commands? Li Feng scrutinized them briefly, relying on his extensive experience in assessing people. The two appear to be untouched. Their long, slender legs were clad in a snug fit, complemented by a brown plaid miniskirt and a white short-sleeve top, which accentuated their figures perfectly. Indeed, they are my subordinates, so there is no need for fear. I am here to rescue you. Are you willing to follow me? Li Feng stated directly. In peacetime, he might have engaged in some flirtation, but his current mood did not permit such distractions. The beauty on the left, with flowing black hair, raised her hand and declared, I am willing. As long as it allows me to survive, I will do whatever is asked of me. Li Feng nodded and turned to the girl beside her. What about you? She glanced at her companion and then back at Li Feng, reluctantly responding, I am willing too. Li Feng retrieved 2 bags of chips from his pocket and tossed them toward them. Splendid. This is your reward. Follow me and do not fall behind. With that, he turned and exited the store. The two beauties exchanged glances before hastily following him out. Lu Taiquan had already filled several bags with useful items from the surrounding stores, amassing 5 large bags in total. Brother Feng, who are these two? Lu Taiquan pointed to the 2 beautiful girls trailing behind. I am Li Tian Tian. I am Li Yuan Yuan. Please take care of us. They chimed in unison, bowing slightly. Lu Taiquan stood momentarily stunned. Goodness, has Brother Feng just gathered a pair of twin sisters? Brother Feng, why are you dawdling? Have them help carry the bags. All right. Lu Taixian procured 2 lightweight bags for the twins to carry, asserting that his team required no mere ornaments. Every member must serve a purpose. Li Feng commanded the zombies to advance ahead as they exited the underground supermarket. Fortunately, the torrential blood rain had ceased, revealing a campus strewn with lifeless bodies, many of which had transformed into zombies, now aimlessly wandering in search of sustenance. The nearest establishment was a Western restaurant adjacent to their location. Let us proceed to the restaurant and gather whatever edibles we can find, Li Feng declared, leading the group along the wall to avoid direct encounters with the zombies, for their current strength was insufficient for extensive conflict. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they discovered zombies meandering among the tables and chairs. Attack, Li Feng commanded, directing his zombies to pounce upon their counterparts within the establishment. A savage melee ensued as the two factions of zombies clashed, tearing at one another in a gruesome spectacle. Li Tian and her companions averted their gazes from the horrific scene, where tables were littered with flesh and blood. Ultimately, only two zombies emerged unscathed, standing guard under Li Feng's control. All right, let us commence our mission. Gather all the useful ingredients within, Li Feng ordered, prompting Lu Taixian and the others to scour the vicinity. After a brief interval, a series of knocks echoed from a nearby window. Bang! 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 Li Feng turned to investigate and saw a man vigorously striking the glass. "What is your situation?" Li Feng inquired as he approached. The man, portly and adorned with a gold chain around his neck, exuded an air of affluence. "Help! Get me out of here!" he shouted through the thick glass. It turned out he had locked himself inside, fortuitously avoiding the chaos outside. "I will pay you. I will give you 300,000 in cash." Li Feng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him upon hearing the man's desperate plea. "What time is it? Do you truly believe that money can solve everything? Not even 3 million would suffice." He gestured to his temple, suggesting the man's mental faculties were compromised before turning to leave. Seeing Li Feng's indifference, the man hastily opened the door and stepped out. "Hey, don't go. Take me with you. I refuse to die here," he shouted. However, Li Feng paid him no heed, finding even the thought of expending energy to assist such a person a waste. Frustrated by Li Feng's lack of response, the man shouted, "Hey, stop. I am the logistics director of the school. I command you to escort me out, or you shall not graduate." Li Feng paused, turning to face him, and spoke deliberately. "You dare to threaten me?" The man's bravado faltered under Li Feng's piercing gaze, yet he mustered the courage to retort, "Indeed. Now hurry and protect me." Li Feng chuckled, the absurdity of the situation eliciting genuine amusement. "Very well, I shall protect you." He waved his hand, signaling the two zombies to approach the man. At once, panic seized the man. "Hey, what are you doing? What is the matter with them? Do not approach." Li Feng coldly gazed at the man. "Did you not request my protection? This is my loyal guardian." Upon witnessing Li Feng's malevolent expression, the man fainted on the spot. "TCH coward." Li Feng scoffed as he strode over and rummaged through the man's pockets. He retrieved a wallet and a set of car keys. Given the chaos outside, even if he found a vehicle, he would have no way of locating the corresponding keys. Now armed with these keys, he could easily make his escape. Li Feng remarca, standing up and surveying his surroundings, deeming the previous room relatively safe. "You four, take refuge inside for now. I shall venture outside to search for a vehicle. I will return shortly to escort you away." Lu Taiquan took the lead and shouted, "Understood, Brother Feng." Li Feng departed the restaurant with two zombies in tow, intending to gain some experience. Once outside, he would inevitably confront a greater horde of the undead. Merely relying on these two zombies would not suffice. Chapter 4. Success in Team Formation. Awakening abilities as Li Feng exited the restaurant, he commanded the zombies to attack their fellow undead. Meanwhile, he searched for the corresponding vehicle by pressing the keys near the roadside. Experience points, 2. Experience points, 2. Experience points, 2. Congratulations! Empathy level 1 has been upgraded. Empathy level 2, 0, 200 can control 6 ordinary zombies. What a delightful surprise. The voice resonating in Li Feng's mind filled him with joy. With the ability to command 6 zombies, his offensive and defensive capabilities had significantly increased. Unless confronted with a horde of zombies, he could handle most situations with ease. Suddenly, the keys in his hand reacted, revealing a spacious 8-seater van. Li Feng hurried to the driver's seat and pressed the accelerator, speeding towards the restaurant entrance. He honked the horn several times, rolled down the window, and shouted, "Taiquan, come out." Before long, Lu Taiquan, accompanied by Li Tian and 8 bags of supplies, emerged hastily. Li Feng opened the trunk, instructing them to toss the bags inside, and then they set off together. "Hold on tight, everyone. The veteran driver is taking the wheel," Li Feng declared as he shifted gears and pressed the gas pedal in one fluid motion. His driving skills, honed during the apocalypse, were nothing short of extraordinary. With a deft drift, he sent 5 or 6 zombies flying into the air as they sped toward the school gate. Along the way, some individuals extended their arms, pleading for help, but Li Feng paid them no mind. Lu Tai Quan, seated in the passenger seat, inquired, Brother Feng, what about the many students left in the school? Should we help them? Li Feng casually replied, while steering, what nonsense. We'll find a hotel and settle down first. It's too chaotic right now. Looking after ourselves is already a feat. We can't always think about rescuing others. After hearing Li Feng's words, Lu Tai Quan could only nod in agreement. The twins in the back seat had no objections either. They had witnessed the horrifying sight of someone being devoured by zombies and were unwilling to experience such terror again. The presence of the person beside them seemed to provide a sense of security. Congratulations. The host has gained the trust of others. Team mode activated. The host can extend team invitations to others. Upon acceptance, a random evolution will occur. Experience can be shared within the team, and members will not harm each other. Li Feng felt a surge of happiness at the voice echoing in his mind. With this new condition, he could invite Lu Tai Quan and Li Tian into his team, thereby strengthening his ranks. They drove to a hotel where numerous zombies roamed the streets, all advancing toward their vehicle. Stay in the car for now and await my signal, Li Feng instructed, leaping onto the roof of the car. He immediately employed his control technique on the 6 zombies ahead. Their eyes glowed red as they turned and lunged at other zombies, engaging in a frenzied brawl. Experience points, 5 experience points, 5 experience points, 5. Before long, the area was cleared of zombies, with only 6 remaining. Now, go forth and eliminate all the zombies in the hotel. Li Feng pointed towards the entrance of the hotel and issued his command. In such a secluded establishment, it was certain that no one could survive. Only by thoroughly cleansing this place could he ensure a sense of security in his future residence. 6 zombies emitted guttural sounds, swaying as they advanced inside. They were capable of executing any directive given by Li Feng. He opened the car door, climbed inside, and addressed Lu Taijian and the others. So, do you wish to become as formidable as I am? Lu Taijian's eyes sparkled with fervor. Is it possible, Brother Feng? Can we also learn to control zombies like you? The others, including Li Tian, were equally excited. If that were the case, their chances of survival would significantly increase. Li Feng shook his head. It may not guarantee that you will be like me, but you will possess unique abilities. This is random. Lu Taijian and the others paused momentarily. That's fine. It's certainly better than being as powerless as we are now. Li Feng then turned his gaze towards Li Tian and the others, who nodded eagerly, their eyes filled with longing. Very well. I hereby formally extend an invitation for you to join my team. You need only accept. As he spoke, Li Feng sent out the team invitation to Lu Taijian and Li Tian. Each of them received a prompt in their minds. Do you accept Li Feng's team invitation? Yes. They responded in unison. In an instant, the 3 of them underwent a simultaneous evolution and received notifications. Benefits included experience sharing among teammates, immunity to harm from one another, and damage bonuses within proximity of teammates. What about you, Taijian? What ability did you receive? Li Feng inquired with concern. Lu Taijian glanced at his arms, a sensation of indescribable power surging within him. I feel immensely strong, as if I could punch through walls, he declared with confidence. Li Feng nodded, already familiar with this ability. In his previous life, he had awakened this very power, aiding him through numerous trials. He then shifted his gaze towards Li Tian and the others, curious about the abilities they had acquired. Li Tian spoke first. I think I have the ability of precise shooting, enabling me to accurately headshot within my line of sight. Wow, that is impressive, Li Feng exclaimed. This meant that if given a firearm, she could achieve a one-shot kill within range. Remarkable. Li Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, he had recruited such a person beforehand. Had she become an adversary, his circumstances would have been dire. And you, Yuan, what ability do you possess? Li Yuan appeared somewhat dejected when asked about her ability. Pouting, she muttered, I think I have storage capability, allowing me to store various supplies. This ability seems rather lackluster. However, Li Feng encouraged her. Yuan, don't be so negative. In a post-apocalyptic world, the ability to store supplies anytime and anywhere is invaluable. Otherwise, You will inevitably face starvation. Hearing Li Feng's reassurance, Li Yuanyuan's spirits lifted slightly. Upon encountering his sister and her companions, he felt a pang of discomfort, realizing they all possessed the skills to hunt zombies, while he was merely endowed with auxiliary abilities. However, with Li Feng's assurance, he found solace in the thought that he might still contribute in the future. At that moment, 3 zombies emerged from the hotel, indicating that the ones inside had been completely cleared. Li Feng opened the car door and commanded, "Move the supplies from the trunk to the hotel warehouse." The 3 zombies eagerly scurried towards the trunk to carry the bags. Li Feng then led Lu Taiquan and the others into the hotel, intent on securing some food. Seated at the dining table in the lobby, Li Feng instructed the zombies to empty the contents of the bags onto the table. After a busy morning, everyone was now relaxed and famished. Without regard for decorum, they eagerly filled their mouths with food. Only Li Feng remained composed, taking the time to prepare a bowl of noodles accompanied by a marinated egg. Suddenly, a series of gunshots erupted from outside, causing everyone to tense momentarily. Li Feng quickly raised his head and said, "Do not panic. I will send the zombies out to investigate." As he spoke, the 3 zombies had already begun to move towards the exit. Chapter 5. No mercy, strong brother. Is there anyone inside that car parked right at the entrance? Inquired a short man wearing a cap. Beside him stood a tall figure clad in a trench coat, wielding a handgun. "Whether there's anyone or not, I have a gun in hand. What is there to fear? Let's go inside." With that, he made a step forward. However, upon reaching the doorway, 3 zombies lunged at them. Startled, the tall man quickly fired his weapon. Bang, bang, bang. In his panic, his shots went awry, failing to inflict any damage on the undead. "There are intruders outside. Let us go take a look," Li Feng declared as he rose to his feet, followed closely by Lu Taixian and Li Tiantian. "Damn those stinking zombies. Watch me take you down." Bang, bang, bang. His subsequent shots found their mark, striking the zombies squarely in the head, causing all 3 to collapse lifelessly. Li Feng furrowed his brow at the unexpected encounter with an armed individual, realizing that his own team was still ill-equipped. Engaging recklessly could result in injuries. At that moment, Lu Taixian stepped in front of Li Feng, nodding toward him. "Brother Feng, allow me to confront them. I can handle it." He was acutely aware of his own capabilities and felt confident facing the armed man. Li Feng did not intervene. He too was curious to see Lu Taixian test his newfound abilities. The tall man, accompanied by his group, entered, and upon spotting Li Feng and his companions, a broad smile spread across his face. "I wonder why a car was parked outside. It seems there are indeed folks inside. 1, 2, 3 for quite a few. Aren't there? Oh, these twin beauties are truly delightful. I must have some fun with them later." His words stirred resentment in Li Tiantian and Li Yuanyuan, who felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. Yet, confronted with the dark muzzle of his gun and their own lack of weapons, they could only stare in silence. Li Feng's zombies had been dispatched, leaving only Lu Taixian's abilities available for use. "Go, find some rope and bind them. Anyone who dares to resist will not be spared my wrath," commanded the tall man. The diminutive figure beside him nodded eagerly, pulling several lengths of hemp rope from his pocket and scurrying towards Lu Taixian. "Wait," Li Feng shouted, causing the others to momentarily freeze. "Have you secured my brother's consent for your plan?" In that instant, Lu Taixian leaped into action. He sprang upward and brought his fist crashing down onto the floor. Boom! A shockwave erupted from the ground, hurtling towards the tall man. A series of fissures formed, knocking both him and his accomplice to the ground. What followed was sheer terror. They had not anticipated Lu Tiechuan's immense strength. The others, including Li Tiantian, were equally taken aback, while Li Feng remained composed, fully aware of Lu Tiechuan's prowess. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. As Lu Taixian landed, he gazed in astonishment at the damage he had wrought, staring blankly at his own fist. Unexpectedly powerful, Li Feng swiftly approached the 2 individuals and hurled a flying knife, embedding it in the hand of the taller man, who reached for his firearm. With a deft kick, he disarmed the assailant, turning to toss the gun to Li Tiantian. With the weapon in her possession, Li Tiantian instantly felt a surge of strength, taking aim at the nearby dwarf, poised to shoot at any moment. The 2 adversaries stood frozen, astonished at the abrupt turn of events, realizing that they had transformed from aggressors to victims in the blink of an eye. Stop! Don't shoot! We made a mistake. Let's go. We are all human. Do not hunt your own kind, pleaded the taller man, now on the ground. His earlier bravado vanished. Your kind? Li Feng remarked, pressing his foot onto the man's head. When you were pointing a gun at us, did you consider us your kind? I had no intention of killing you. I merely wanted you to serve me. Bang! Li Feng forcefully stomped down, leaving the man dazed. He then approached Li Tian and said, You heard what he just said. Decide how to handle this situation. With that, he walked toward the dining table. In this new world, certain rules must be shattered by oneself. Otherwise, no amount of verbal admonition would instill lasting lessons. This choice, she must make alone. Lu Taekwon understood Li Feng's intent and refrained from interfering, joining him at the table to continue their meal. Behind them, desperate cries echoed. Beautiful lady, sister, aunt, please let us go. I beg you, do not kill me. I will serve you like a loyal beast. Li Tian kept her gun trained on him, her finger poised on the trigger, yet hesitating to pull it. This moment weighed heavily on her. Li Yuanyuan, standing nearby, urged, Sister, why not let it go? They haven't harmed us. Just warn them not to return. Upon hearing Li Yuanyuan's suggestion, Li Tian felt a wave of relief wash over her. She nodded, preparing to acquiesce. Although she possessed impeccable shooting skills, the act of taking a life felt entirely different from that of hunting an animal. Lowering her arm, she coldly declared, You may leave. Do not let me see you again. Upon hearing her words, a barely perceptible smile crept across the taller man's face as he quickly looked up and exclaimed, Thank you, dear lady. We shall leave at once. With that, he stood and brushed off the dust from his legs. Just when Li Tian thought they would turn to depart, he lunged forward with all his might, seemingly intent on taking them down with him. Bang! 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 The taller man's body fell to the ground, face down, blood pooling from his chest. The dwarf, terrified, turned to flee, only to be met with a bullet from Li Tian. Li Yuanyuan clutched Li Tian's sleeve, paralyzed with fear. She had not anticipated that the two would turn back to attack once more. Had it not been for Li Tian's exceptional marksmanship, the two of them would likely have been captured just moments ago. Li Tian was also catching her breath, reflecting on the perilous moment they had just experienced, lamenting her own softness of heart that nearly led to a grave mistake. Clap, clap, clap. Li Feng sat at the dining table, applauding. Congratulations. You have grasped the first rule of survival in the apocalypse. One must not exhibit mercy. As he spoke, he took a bite of bread. Li Tian glanced back at Li Feng, holstering her pistol. Thank you. She returned to the table with her sister to finish the meal they had left unfinished. While chewing on his bread, Li Feng gestured in the air with his fingers, directing, Later, Yuanyuan will gather all the supplies from this hotel and store them in the space. Then, she should accompany Tian to the second floor to find a suitable hiding spot by the window. Once Tian finished her meal, she would search for an appropriate position on the second floor. Taekwon, you will simply follow me, Li Feng instructed. Liu Tiakwon, Tsoing onna sauzaja, inkirat. Brother Feng, what is the plan? Li Feng finished the broth in his instant noodle bowl and let out a satisfied burp. We are preparing for battle. Chapter 6. Team Cooperation. The three individuals gazed up at Li Feng, perplexed by the unfolding situation. Yet, Li Feng had already risen, his gaze fixed on the lifeless body at the entrance. The bloodshed and gunfire had inevitably attracted the surrounding horde of zombies, drawing them ever closer. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, their spirits lifted. Swiftly, they consumed the remnants of their provisions and meticulously packed their supplies, each executing the tasks assigned by Li Feng. Lu Taixian remained closely by Li Feng's side, adopting a protective stance. Come forth, let us witness how many zombies our team can confront, Li Feng declared from the doorway. In the distance, a dark mass was visible as the horde approached menacingly. Lu Taixian stood nearby, betraying signs of anxiety. The distinction between attacking a human and engaging a zombie was stark. The psychological burden was something most could scarcely bear. Ready yourselves. This shall be our team's inaugural coordinated assault. Let us observe the outcome, Li Feng proclaimed with unwavering confidence. At that moment, the zombies were a mere 50 meters away, their guttural sounds echoing ominously, accompanied by the stench permeating the air. Attack! Li Feng commanda. Bang! A shot rang out, and instantly, a zombie collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Team Experience 10. The first to strike was Li Tian from the upper floor, positioned advantageously for her shots. Li Feng extended his arm, effortlessly converting 6 zombies into his subordinates, who then turned to rend their former brethren. The Horde began to tear at each other, oblivious to Li Feng and his team. Now's our chance, Li Feng shouted. Lu Taixian surged forward. Iron fist attack. Lu Taixian bellowed, as a golden aura enveloped his arms, akin to a protective shield. He swung madly at the zombies ahead, sending them sprawling like bowling pins in all directions. What formidable strength, Li Feng remarked, watching Lu Tieshuan's impressive display. Team Experience 10, Team Experience 10, Team Experience 10. As more zombies fell, the team's experience steadily accumulated. Hundreds of zombies were vanquished by Li Feng's squad. Li Tian exhausted her ammunition and resorted to hurling dining knives from the hotel to dispatch the undead. Lu Taixian, panting heavily, stood amidst the fallen corpses surrounding him. All eliminated, he gasped. Li Feng regained control over 6 zombies once more. Well done. Facing zombies for the first time and showing such bravery is commendable. He praised Lu Taixian, clapping him on the shoulder. They could not be compared to him. After all, he had survived in the apocalypse for several years and was well acquainted with such scenarios. However, for them, this was their first encounter with a large-scale zombie onslaught. Some individuals with fragile mental fortitude trembled at the sight of their own legs, let alone wielding a weapon to engage in combat. Thank you, Brother Feng, Lu Taiquan expressed, his heart still haunted by fear. Was he not afraid? Indeed, he was. A single bite could transform him into a zombie as well. Yet, Li Feng's encouragement enabled him to conquer his trepidation. Li Feng turned to Li Tian, who stood by the window on the second floor, and gave her a thumbs up. Her face lit up with joy, feeling a sense of usefulness. Meanwhile, Li Yuanyuan had diligently gathered all the useful supplies from the hotel, occupying a fifth of her storage space. You 6, guard the entrance. Li Feng commanded the zombies before entering the hotel with Lu Taiquan to join Li Tian and the others. Their earlier performance in battle had been commendable, particularly Li Tian, whose swift and precise shooting had eliminated the majority of the zombies. Upon hearing Li Feng's praise, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she replied, "Thank you for the compliment." Brother Feng, Li Yuanyuan, standing nearby, felt a twinge of displeasure at this. Li Feng, noticing her mood, quickly added, Yuanyuan's contributions were significant as well. I inspected the shared supplies. 300 pounds of flour, 200 pounds of frozen meat, 200 pounds of various seasonings, 20 pounds of bread, 100 pounds of assorted vegetables, 1,000 bottles of purified water, and 600 packs of instant noodles. This bounty is sufficient to sustain the 4 of us for a month. Upon receiving Li Feng's commendation, Li Yuanyuan finally shot a triumphant glance at Li Tian. As for Lu Taiquan, his contentment stemmed from merely being by Li Feng's side. He required no further encouragement. We have eliminated over 100 zombies, accumulating 300 team experience points. I intend to allocate them all to myself, thereby enhancing my ability to control more zombie subordinates, thus increasing our safety. Do you all agree? Li Feng inquired, and they nodded in unison. He then invested all 300 experience points into himself. Congratulations, host. Empathy LV2 has leveled up. Empathy LV3, 180-300 can control 10 ordinary zombies and 1 junior zombie. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Li Feng nodded in satisfaction. He could now control a junior zombie, distinct from ordinary ones, possessing enhanced physical attributes, strength, and speed. The agility of such a zombie would significantly bolster his combat capabilities. All right, everyone is weary after the battle. Let us each retrieve some sustenance from our storage spaces to replenish our strength. Li Tian, Li Yuanyuan, do you remember what I said when I rescued you from school? Li Feng's question caught both off guard, their faces flushing as they nodded slightly. In that moment, to ensure their rescue, they had promised to do anything for Li Feng. Fully prepared for sacrifice. Was he implying? Very well. I shall first retire to the bathroom on the second floor for a leisurely soak. You two may join me shortly to assist with my back. With that, Li Feng turned and ascended the stairs, leaving behind the blushing Li Tian and Li Yuan. Lu Taijian chuckled from aside, remarking, "Ah, you two should revel in this moment. It is a privilege to have gained Brother Feng's attention. In this apocalyptic era, being alongside him brings forth a life of abundance and indulgence. Just consider those outside. Had it not been for Brother Feng, you would have long been transformed into zombies." The two girls harbored no animosity toward Li Feng, and upon hearing Lu Tiejian's words, they felt an even greater sense of clarity. "Sister, I am quite full. I shall head upstairs first," Li Yuan said, wiping her mouth and swiftly making her way up. Observing this, Li Tian felt a surge of annoyance. "Hey, you little imp. How dare you rush ahead of me? Wait for me." With that, she too dashed up the stairs. Lu Taijian watched the two of them scampering away, shaking his head in resignation, pondering when a beautiful woman might take the initiative to seek him out. Meanwhile, Li Feng luxuriated in the bath, submerging himself completely in the warm embrace of the water. It was delightful. The steam rose in gentle wisps from the bath, enveloping the room in a soothing haze. Chapter 7. Acquiring the battle soul. Since the apocalypse began, it has been quite some time since I indulged in a proper bath. Today, I finally had the chance to relish in it. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from the door. "Come in. The door is unlocked," Li Feng said contentedly. In this post-apocalyptic world, aside from the powerful abilities gained through evolution that invigorate the spirit, the presence of beautiful women is truly a luxury. In the earlier days of the apocalypse, only those formidable figures enjoyed the company of lovely ladies, while the average person could scarcely dream of such pleasures. However, times have changed. I have acquired a pair of stunning twins who are more than willing to cater to my every desire. The thought alone sends a thrill through me. Yet, as the saying goes, a hero finds it difficult to navigate the allure of beauty. I must ensure their loyalty. Thus, I plan to test them. Li Yuan and Li Tian entered the room, one after the other, and slowly approached the bathroom door. "Brother Feng, we're here. You want it? Huh? Are you asleep?" Li Tian and her sister exchanged awkward glances as they beheld Li Feng lounging in the bathtub. In truth, the twins had already sensed Li Feng's intentions. But what was unfolding now? Observing Li Feng in slumber, they whispered, "Actually, Brother Feng is quite a decent person. At least he treats us well. Given our circumstances, having food, drink, and simply surviving is what truly matters. Everything else pales in comparison." Li Tian looked at Li Yuan and tentatively asked if he genuinely desires to. "Would you be willing?" Li Yuan, blushing, playfully nudged her sister. "Oh, sister, what are you saying? I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going back to my room to sleep." With that, she strode out the door. Li Tian glanced back at Li Feng in the tub, a smile gracing her lips before she too departed and closed the door behind her. Once they left, Li Feng opened his eyes, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seemed they had passed the test. At 2 a.m, Li Feng rose from his slumber and leapt through the window. According to my memories from a past life, the day following the outbreak would herald a complete evolution of humanity. Many individuals would undergo unique transformations and activate a digital mode. Slaying zombies would yield items akin to game equipment, and a global ranking of survivors would emerge. Additionally, certain extraordinary events would transpire, such as the appearance of large exotic beasts akin to game bosses. Capable individuals could band together to vanquish these foes, reaping significant rewards. However, this early morning, Li Feng had other intentions. Only someone who has survived in the apocalypse would understand. At this very moment, a special zombie had manifested in the suburbs. If I can't eliminate it, I will obtain a rare battle soul, a vital means of self-preservation. Such hidden opportunities must be seized without delay. Ha. The streets were filled with frenzied zombies. Any slight disturbance would provoke their assault. Thus, ordinary individuals scarcely dared to venture out at night. However, it was precisely due to this peril that an opportunity for seizing advantage arose. The adage, "the bold thrive while the timid perish," encapsulates the essence of the situation. Li Feng, undeterred by the risks, instructed several zombies to guard the entrance before driving towards the outskirts. He navigated the roads without turning on his headlights, recklessly colliding through the darkness, attracting a considerable number of zombies. Unfortunately, their sluggish pace rendered them unable to catch up to him. Some survivors, upon hearing the vehicle's roar, peered down from their windows in astonishment. Goodness, is that person insane? How can he dare to roam at night when the zombies are most active? Encountering them would be disastrous, they thought, their own survival being paramount. They quickly contemplated checking their supplies at home, considering a raid on the upper floors if necessary. Is that truly advisable? Wouldn't that be against the law? Law? In a world where humanity devours humanity, what law remains? Who will safeguard us? Li Feng arrived at the wooded area he recalled from memory, a tranquil expanse devoid of any signs of zombies. Stepping out of the car, he scratched his head in confusion. Strange, have I misremembered the location? Where is everyone? Could they have been taken by others? After wandering a few steps without discovering any trace of the undead, he had no choice but to switch on his headlights. The beams illuminated several hundred meters ahead. To his astonishment, he found himself encircled by a horde of zombies. The peculiar crimson zombie lurked just behind him. To his shock, the special zombie emitted a plume of white vapor from its nostrils, vocalizing a sound as it extended its arm toward Li Feng. All the zombies hidden within the woods surged forth, mouths agape, ready to feast upon him. Remarkably, he realized he could command them. In a critical moment, Li Feng unleashed his control technique. The special zombie halted abruptly, its arm extended, its pupils glowing crimson. It turned out to be a low-level zombie, perfectly susceptible to his manipulation. Cease at once, Li Feng bellowed. The low-level zombies comprehended his command, raising their arms skyward. Instantly, all the advancing, ordinary zombies came to a standstill. The one closest to Li Feng was mere inches away, the scent of blood overwhelming, its teeth starkly visible. That was a close call. He narrowly escaped being bitten. Fortunately, his control technique had advanced, allowing him to directly command low-level zombies. Otherwise, facing such a multitude would have proven exceedingly challenging. Congratulations, Li Feng, for vanquishing the special zombie and acquiring a random battle spirit. A voice echoed in his mind. Extract the battle spirit, Li Feng mentally urged. Drawing from his past experiences, he recalled that battle spirits were categorized by rank, from lowest to highest. F, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. He pondered what level of battle spirit he might obtain this time. Congratulations to Li Feng for acquiring the SSS level battle spirit, Venomous Giant Python. A colossal shadow of ebony hue enveloped Li Feng, serving as his protective battle spirit, stored for future summons, whether passively or actively. Astonishing. A venomous giant python? Li Feng was momentarily taken aback, hardly believing his fortune. This battle spirit had been deemed the most formidable by other survivors in his previous life. Without exception, anyone afflicted by the venom of the venomous giant python would endure relentless damage, with no antidote available. The inevitable outcome was certain death. To think that in this lifetime, it was he who awakened it. Li Feng's elation was palpable. With this, he need no longer fret over matters of safety. Whenever danger approached, the python would emerge from within him, ready to vanquish adversaries. It seemed his visit today was not in vain. Li Feng exhaled deeply and commanded the junior zombie. Clear the way. The junior zombie extended its arm, gesturing forward as the surrounding zombies parted to create a path, allowing Li Feng and the junior zombie to pass through. Upon reaching the vehicle, Li Feng instructed the junior zombie to take the passenger seat, preparing to bring it back as his guardian. Chapter 8. The novice zombies. Upon returning to the hotel, it was already 5 in the morning, with the dawn barely breaking. Li Feng had arranged for all the zombies to guard the entrance, while he retreated to his room to indulge in a deep slumber. When he finally awoke, it was already noon. He found Li Tian and the others had risen and were preparing lunch in the hotel's kitchen. It must be said, a virtuous woman is truly remarkable. Brother Feng, you're awake, Li Tian announced, placing a perfectly cooked steak on the dining table, her eyes shimmering with affection. Li Yuanyuan hurriedly approached with fresh grapes, saying, Brother Feng, let me feed you these grapes. Li Tian, sensing the competition, set down her plate, and moved to the other side, declaring, "Brother Feng, let me massage your shoulders. We didn't attend to you last night while you were asleep." Observing the two in their pajamas, occasionally striking alluring poses, stirred something primal within him. All right, I can manage on my own. You haven't eaten either. So let us all dine together. We have important matters to attend to this afternoon. With that, Li Feng led the two to the dining table for lunch. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lu Taijian was still busy preparing instant noodles for himself. After their meal, Li Feng took the two downstairs, where they found Lu Taijian practicing punches in the air. "Brother Feng, sister-in-law, good afternoon." Lu Taijian called out upon seeing them. Li Tiantian's cheeks flushed. "What sister-in-law? We didn't tea." Lu Taijian chuckled mischievously. "All right, no need for explanations. I understand." At this, both women could hardly conceal their embarrassment. Li Feng, however, remained unfazed and approached Lu Taijian, saying, "This afternoon, the first boss of the apocalypse will make its appearance. We must seize it before it falls into the hands of others. Moreover, starting today, we will encounter more evolved beings like ourselves. Thus, everyone must level up quickly, otherwise, life will become exceedingly difficult." Noticing Li Feng's serious demeanor, Lu Taijian nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, Brother Feng, we will strive to level up." Li Tiantian and Li Yuanyuan also nodded in agreement. Seeing their spirits high, Li Feng felt quite pleased. Before confronting the boss, they needed to enhance their skills further, specifically, raising Li Tiantian's precision shooting to level 2 and finding Lu Taijian some new equipment. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Lu Taijian scratched his head in confusion. "Equipment? What kind of equipment?" Li Feng replied, "Haven't you noticed? From today onward, the world is somewhat different. Everything is quantified. Just check your attributes in your mind." Lu Taijian promptly closed his eyes to inspect. After a moment, he opened them wide, exclaiming, "Hey, it's true. Not only are there various attributes, but there are also equipment slots. This is just like a video game. How did this happen?" Li Feng gazed out at the street. The details remain unclear. Nevertheless, since the onset of the apocalypse, this has been the case. Furthermore, defeating zombies will yield various equipment, so everyone should remain vigilant. Lu Taiquan found himself intrigued upon hearing this. He had not anticipated the myriad transformations the apocalypse had wrought upon the world. As for Li Tiantian, she too yearned to ascend swiftly in strength, for only then could she serve Li Feng more effectively. "All right, let's set forth and scour the surrounding streets. Onward," Li Feng commanded as he led the way out through the hotel's main entrance, leaving 3 zombies to guard the premises. In areas where zombies lingered, typical survivors would circumvent the vicinity, thus ensuring the place remained undisturbed. Accompanied by the remaining 7 ordinary zombies and 1 low-level zombie, they ventured into the streets. Li Tiantian, with only 20 bullets left, needed to conserve her ammunition. At present, the only combatants available were Li Feng's zombies and Lu Tiechuan's fists. Li Feng instructed the 7 zombies to lead the way, providing an early warning should any zombies appear. A menacing growl echoed through the streets. After a night of anticipation, their hunger was insatiable, and upon sighting humans, they could no longer restrain themselves. "Can I control the low-level zombies?" Li Feng queried as he engaged in dialogue with the low-level zombie. The creature stumbled over its words. "No, master. They are not part." The disjointed utterance left Li Feng quite disheartened. However, encountering a zombie capable of conversation was a rarity in itself. "Are you saying they are not your subordinates?" Li Feng asked. The low-level zombie nodded vigorously in affirmation. "Then, let us proceed. Eliminate them," he commanded, pointing at the advancing zombies. With a fierce expression, the low-level zombie turned to face the oncoming horde of ordinary zombies and charged forth alongside the other 7 zombies. "Just observe. The one with the reddish hue is the low-level zombie. Quite formidable," Li Feng stated from his position. Lu Taiquan, in a hushed tone, inquired, "Brother Feng, did you sneak out early this morning solely to capture this low-level zombie?" Li Feng widened his eyes at him. "Did you witness that?" Lu Taiquan chuckled. "I happened to awaken for a brief moment and heard you instructing the zombies at the entrance." "Ah, I see," Li Feng replied. "That is but one part of it. I also acquired a rare battle soul. You will understand soon enough." Not wishing to pry further into Li Feng's enigmatic demeanor, Lu Taiquan remained silent. Before long, under the leadership of a low-level zombie, the horde of zombies before them lay defeated. Facing this more agile and powerful zombie, the ordinary zombies stood no chance of resistance. Team experience points, 10. Team experience points, 10. Team experience points, 10. Noticing a glowing object on the ground, Li Feng approached and picked it up. Blue steel armor 1, he exclaimed. Ah, we have obtained a blue-tier equipment. Taekwon done this. He tossed the armor towards Lu Taiquan, who promptly equipped it without hesitation, significantly enhancing his defense, particularly as he specialized in close-range combat. It is imperative to bolster one's defensive attributes to charge forth into battle. Brother Sheng, after Lu Taiquan donned his armor, he appeared significantly bulkier, yet his safety quotient was greatly enhanced. This armor renders ordinary bullets nearly ineffective. Li Tiantian inquired, Brother Sheng, why does this equipment have color? Are there other colored armors available? As a girl who rarely engages in gaming, she was understandably unfamiliar with the levels and classifications of equipment. Li Feng elucidated, indeed, equipment is categorized by levels. From lowest to highest, they are white, green, blue, purple, red, orange, and divine gear, among others. This blue equipment is quite commendable for novices like us. Upon hearing Li Feng's explanation, the sisters Li Tiantian nodded in agreement. Li Yuan chimed in, Brother Feng, I want some too. I desire equipment. Li Feng affectionately patted her head, assuring her, do not worry, you shall have your share. Content with his response, Li Yuan smiled brightly. Now, let us proceed to cleanse the streets of the zombies lurking here. Li Feng declared as he continued to lead the team forward. Chapter 9. First kill of the boss from afternoon until 6 in the evening. A thick fog began to envelop the surroundings, a harbinger of ill tidings. It was imperative to vacate the area swiftly, otherwise the zombies would soon descend into a frenzied state. Over this span, 3 items of equipment and over 400 experience points were acquired. A blue steel helmet, blue steel leg guards, and blue steel gauntlets, sufficient to encase an individual entirely. All these items were bestowed upon Lu Taiquan, equipping him for melee combat. The Apocalypse boss, the Ice Steel Bear, was about to manifest in the Lingda campus. Survivors were summoned to engage it. This announcement resonated in the minds of all survivors. Li Feng, maintaining his composure, directed, You all heard the news, right? The boss has appeared. If we vanquish it, we shall reap substantial experience and equipment, rapidly elevating our team's level. But first, let us allocate the Team's average experience to Lu Taiquan and Li Tiantian, enabling your skills to rise to level 2. This will benefit our forthcoming battle. Both Lu Taiquan and Li Tiantian nodded in agreement. Once the team experience was distributed, their skills ascended to level 2. As the captain, Li Feng observed the transformation in their abilities. Taiquan, your attack power has increased and now includes a berserk state, which will enhance your speed by 300 for 1 minute. Tiantian, your precision shot has also reached level 2, now featuring the passive ability, Light Bullets, allowing you to shoot 500 times daily without expending ammunition. The two surveyed their skill descriptions, excitement evident in their nods. Henceforth, Li Tiantian need not fret over ammunition, while Lu Taiquan would become an unstoppable force of destruction, who could withstand his berserk fury at triple speed. Following the afternoon's zombie slayings, Li Feng's empathy leveled up once more. Empathy LV4 385-600 can control 20 ordinary zombies and 4 juvenile zombies. He noted that each upgrade increased exponentially. At this rate, it would not be long before he commanded an army of the undead. With everything prepared, Li Feng located a car with its door ajar and the keys still in the ignition. Get in. We're heading to Lingda campus. Lu Taiquan and the others quickly entered the vehicle, the juvenile zombie among them, though everyone chose to sit at a distance, wary of its proximity. As for the other ordinary zombies, they were left behind, to be controlled later as needed. Under the cover of night, the group drove to Lingda campus, where the air was thick with the scent of blood. To their surprise, several vehicles were parked at the entrance, accompanied by the sounds of battle. Remarkable. It seems others have arrived before us, Li Feng remarked as he parked the car and extinguished the headlights. Lu Taekwon, seated in the passenger seat, inquired. What should we do, Feng? Shall we go out and eliminate them? Li Feng glanced at him, saying, let us not rush. We will ascend the nearby building first and assess the situation. As they spoke, a group of individuals descended the stairs together, making their way to the adjacent building overlooking the campus. From this vantage point, they could clearly observe the unfolding situation below. They noticed 2 or 3 factions standing there, each exuding an air of tension. You're here to seize the boss as well, aren't you? I advise you to leave quietly. Otherwise, I will show no mercy, scoffed a man wielding an axe. Nearby, a bald man tapped his own head, retorting, you think you can make me leave? Do you possess the capability? He boasted about his iron head technique. A bystander, observing coldly, expressed disdain. With your meager strength, you dare challenge the boss? You're barely worth a toothpick. Upon hearing this taunt, the 2 opposing groups grew agitated, brandishing their weapons and shouting, who are you calling a little beggar? Do you dare to believe we can't kill you on the spot? Yet, the man remained calm, beckoning with a finger. Come then, I welcome you. Li Feng noticed that several individuals among them possessed purple equipment, which could be donned by him. Thus, he entertained the notion of murder and plunder. Go, lure them over here. Li Feng commanded the lowly zombie. Yes, master, the lowly zombie responded, advancing toward the group. Li Feng instructed Li Tiantian and Lu Taijian. Once they approach, kill without hesitation. Understood. They quickly affirmed. They awaited the bait. Just as the 2 factions prepared to clash, the lowly zombie appeared, exposing itself to their sight. Instantly, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Hey, what is that creature all in red? One inquired. A mutated zombie? Its movements are so fluid, unlike any other zombie. Could it be formidable? Perhaps we should unite to eliminate it first. Another suggested. Indeed, let us band together to take down the zombie. Ultimately, they reached a consensus to eradicate the lowly zombie before settling their internal disputes, for its presence made them wary of turning on one another. However, the observer standing aside was fervent, for he recognized this type of zombie. He knew that once it was slain, valuable rewards would emerge. Licking his lips, he declared, it's mine. No one else can claim it. With that, he charged forward. Seeing this, the lowly zombie chose not to linger and swiftly retreated towards the ambush Li Feng had set. This startled the remaining individuals. Goodness, this zombie truly is different. It knows how to flee. They recalled that previous zombies had rushed toward them without hesitation. But this could be advantageous. Perhaps it's frightened by our numbers. It must possess something valuable. Let us pursue it. We cannot let it have all the spoils. The 2 factions then surged forward in pursuit. Li Feng and his companions concealed themselves in the shadows, reveling in their cunning. These foolish individuals remained oblivious to the trap that had been meticulously laid for them. As soon as the first person stepped into the designated attack zone, Li Tiantian fired her weapon. Bang! A bullet found its mark, striking the target squarely in the head. The pursuer of a novice zombie collapsed instantly, a gaping wound in his forehead, his eyes wide open, lying on the ground unblinking. Little did he anticipate that someone would utilize zombies as a means of ambush. Upon hearing the gunshot, the others paused, exchanging bewildered glances and questioning the source of the sound. Surely it was that individual ahead firing at the zombie, right? Forget about it. Let's press on. Indeed, they hesitated for but a moment before resuming their chase. Bang, bang, bang. As they ventured further into the attack range, there was no need for Lu Taijian to intervene. Li Tiantian efficiently dispatched them all with her precise marksmanship. Each shot was a testament to her prowess, eliminating one adversary at a time with utmost efficiency. Soon, the area was cleared of all but Li Feng and his group. They descended from the building to survey the scene, where a piece of purple equipment lay amidst the bodies. Li Feng picked it up. Purple soft armor set 1. Upon donning the armor, he felt a newfound resilience enveloping him. Even if a zombie were to close in, it would be unable to sink its teeth into his neck. Such equipment was nothing short of a doomsday weapon. Chapter 10. Distribution of team experience. Do not rush. You too. I will arrange for you to don women's attire when the time comes. Li Feng reassured his sister, Li Tiantian. They nodded in agreement, refraining from voicing any complaints. Brother Feng, who are these individuals daring enough to invade here and seize the boss? Li Tiantian inquired, glancing at the fallen figures strewn across the ground. It was evident that they were no ordinary beings. Otherwise, they would not have gathered such numbers. Moreover, traversing through the night to arrive here was no trivial feat. Like us, they are also evolved beings, albeit not as formidable as ourselves, Li Feng remarked, surveying the lifeless bodies. In this apocalyptic world, it was a realm of the survival of the fittest. If one did not eliminate their foes, they would inevitably become prey. Thus, it was imperative to strike first. Let us proceed to the front. The boss shall soon make its appearance. Each of you must take your positions accordingly. The boss may emerge from any direction, and we must remain vigilant. Taekwon, you shall bear the brunt of the damage. I will arrange for other zombies to assist you. Tian, you will maintain perimeter surveillance. If any outsiders attempt to encroach and seize, eliminate them immediately. The two nodded in affirmation of Li Feng's assignments. As for himself, he would naturally take on the role of commanding this battle. A successful hunt for the boss necessitated a capable leader. Otherwise, individual combat prowess would not be fully realized. Brother Feng, what about me? What can I do? Li Yuanyuan queried, waving her hand earnestly, eager to contribute to the team. However, Li Feng struggled to conceive a suitable task for her and finally suggested, you shall retrieve some functional beverages from the storage space to provide logistical support for everyone. After all, vanquishing a boss will demand considerable physical exertion, and we cannot afford to skimp on sustenance. Although Li Yuanyuan was somewhat reluctant, she ultimately nodded in agreement. Just then, a thick black mist enveloped the surroundings. Li Feng recognized this as the harbinger of the boss's arrival. Everyone be cautious. The boss is approaching, he warned, scanning the area with heightened vigilance as they awaited the boss's emergence. Ice Steel Bear has appeared. Survivors eliminated. A voice echoed within everyone's minds. With a roar, as the black mist dissipated, a colossal bear, towering at 5 to 6 meters and entirely white as snow, emerged. It struck its chest with its sharp claws, showcasing its immense strength. Simultaneously, over 100 zombies appeared in its vicinity, its loyal subordinates. Control technique. Li Fem Kumanda. Exerting control over 20 ordinary zombies and 4 low-level ones. These zombies promptly redirected their aggression towards the other zombies. Positions, everyone. The hunt is upon us. Launch the attack. Li Feng bellowed. Bang! Li Tian had already begun firing at the surrounding zombies, intent on dispatching these minions to avoid any hindrances. Lu Taekwon, fully equipped, charged into the horde of zombies, swinging his iron fist to strike down the foes surrounding him. Zombies flew about like bowling balls. Li Yuanyuan could only hold her drink and shout, "Go! Go!" Onlookers from the heights of nearby buildings gasped in astonishment at the scene unfolding below. These four are incredibly bold. They dare to take on the boss like this. Let us see how they meet their end. Did you see that? It seems that one person can control the zombies, and the girl behind is taking them down one by one. They must have awakened. In my opinion, the one in the steel gauntlets is the most formidable, charging through with unrelenting force. I envy them. Why can't we take on the boss? You should focus on what to eat tonight on the Ice Steel Bear's head. A faint health bar appeared. The damage inflicted upon it was reflected in real time. Roaring in fury upon seeing its minions attacked, the Ice Steel Bear swung its massive paw at Lu Tianxin. Iron Fist. Enter Berserk mode. Yes. Lu Tianxin responded to Li Feng's command, activating his Berserk state and letting out a mighty roar, shielding himself with both arms. He was pushed back several meters by the bear's strike, but was fortunate not to be sent flying. Now it's my turn, Lu Tianxin shouted, sprinting towards the Ice Steel Bear and leaping to deliver a powerful punch to its face, causing the towering creature to stagger. Bang! 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 Li Tian followed closely behind, unleashing a relentless barrage of headshots, steadily diminishing the bear's health. Beneath it, zombies gnawed at its feet, further chipping away at its vitality. As the Ice Steel Bear's health dwindled to half, it too entered a berserk state, its body enveloped in a protective layer akin to a steel shield, rendering external damage ineffective. It began advancing towards Lu Tianxin and Li Feng. Feng, be careful. Lu Tianxin dashed beneath the bear's paw. raising his hands to shield Li Feng from the impending attack. "Good brother. You've worked hard," Li Feng remarked, his gaze sharpening. "You foul bear. You've overstepped." A massive black python erupted from Li Feng's body, instantly coiling around the ice steel bear. Hissing, the serpent loomed over the bear, its crimson tongue flicking out, breaking through the creature's defenses upon contact. Good heavens! What astounding power! Lu Tianxin and Li Tiantian stared in disbelief. They never imagined Li Feng could summon such a colossal beast. Onlookers from the nearby buildings were equally stunned. What in the world is this? Is this the legendary battle spirit? How did he acquire it? Why don't we have one? The realization of their disparity set in. No wonder these four dared to challenge the boss. They were all awestruck by Li Feng's battle spirit, a rarity that typically took time to obtain. Yet, leveraging memories from his past life, Li Feng had secured it in advance. Venomous attack, Li Feng shouted, as the python lunged towards the ice steel bear. Toxins were directly injected into his body. A roar erupted from the ice steel bear as it cried out in agony, its form gradually turning black before finally collapsing. The venomous python released its grip, and the ice steel bear's body fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of mist. Li Feng's team has achieved the first kill of the ice steel bear. Team experience gained, 2,000 acquired, purple cloud boots unacquired, purple female profession set 2 acquired, orange dagger 1 acquired, auxiliary skill, group healing. Beholding such a bounty, Li Feng promptly donned the cloud boots, enhancing his mobility. As for the 2 sets of female profession attire, they were naturally intended for Li Tiantian and her companion. The group healing skill would be entrusted to Li Yuan for her learning. He remarked, handing over the group healing skill to Li Yuan. Group healing provides healing to the team within a radius of 100 meters with the remaining experience. I plan to elevate my skills by 2 levels before enhancing Li Yuan's storage space skill. What do you all think? Li Feng Minkidat, gazing at Lu Taiquan and the others. Chapter 11. The rival appears. After all, they are all members of the same team. This boss was defeated through their collective efforts. Therefore, it is essential to consult their opinions regarding the distribution of rewards. I concur. I have no objections. Both individuals agreed with Li Feng's assertion. Consequently, they allocated 2,000 experience points to enhance the empathy skill. Empathy LV6, 0-1200 can control 80 ordinary zombies and 12 primary zombies, with 100 experience points remaining. Li Feng decided to upgrade Li Yuan's storage space skill. Storage space LV2 can store up to 1,000 cubic meters of goods upon witnessing the enhancement of everyone's skills. Li Feng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. "Brother Feng, you don't have a weapon. Take this orange tier dagger for self-defense," Lu Taijuan remarked, eyeing the dagger in the storage. Li Feng nodded, accepting it without hesitation. After securing their belongings, everyone could see a leaderboard materialize in their minds. This was the global ranking of boss kills, with Li Feng's team proudly sitting at the top as the first group to achieve such a feat. Others could only gaze upon them with envy. "Come, let us get something to eat. I'm starving," Li Feng gestured. As a logistics personnel, Li Yuan promptly retrieved an assortment of snacks from the storage, even producing a self-heating hot pot. Each person was allotted a bucket of instant noodles, accompanied by a sausage, and a bucket of self-heating hot pot. They set up folding tables and chairs from the storage space and began to feast right there. The survivors hiding upstairs watched this scene with great envy. Why do they seem to be living better outside than we do at home? No, I intend to go out and find them. Old you, do you really think the zombies at the door will agree with your idea? Upon hearing this, he felt disheartened again. If it were possible to venture out, he would have done so already. However, the dozen or so zombies lingering at the entrance left him devoid of courage to descend, forcing him to pace upstairs. As Lu Taijuan munched on his sausage, he excitedly inquired, "Brother Feng, what was that giant python that emerged from you earlier? It was magnificent. If it weren't for it, I reckon defeating the ice steel bear would have taken us a considerable effort." Li Tiantian also set down her chopsticks to ask, "Indeed, are you hiding something from us? Why don't we possess such a thing?" Li Feng chuckled softly. "That is my innate battle spirit. When the opportunity arises, I will ensure each of you receives one. Rest assured, you won't be at a loss." Having said that, He resumed his meal with a focused demeanor. In his previous life, to sit here comfortably and dine was a mere fantasy. Yet now he found himself with a reliable team, and outside, there were still over 20 zombies on guard. Fear was no longer a concern. Burp. Having satisfied his hunger, Li Feng prepared to return with his team when he heard footsteps approaching from a distance. Did you hear that sound? Li Feng asked, his voice edged with caution. Lu Taekwon turned to survey the surroundings, swiftly gathering their belongings. It seems someone is approaching us. Do not be afraid, Yuan. First, return the items to the space. Tian, prepare for battle. Yes, Brother Feng. The two acted quickly, stowing away the remnants of their meal before assuming combat stances. However, when Li Tian discerned the identity of the newcomers, she was taken aback. Why is it him? Who? Li Feng inquired, glancing at Li Tian. At that moment, a group of a dozen individuals emerged from the mist, each brandishing weapons, appearing far from benign. The one who claimed the first kill of the Ice Steel Bear can actually control zombies. Quite impressive, remarked a man at the forefront with a mocking smile. Li Feng turned to confront him, not recognizing the individual. Could this be a case of the mantis stalking the cicada while the yellow bird lies in wait? In this post-apocalyptic world, numerous survivors engaged in such tactics, waiting for others to eliminate the boss before swooping in to seize the spoils. Did they intend to do the same? Who are you? State your name, Li Feng demanded, directing his dagger at the man. Lu Taekwon assumed a defensive posture beside Li Feng, ready to shield him. Should the adversaries choose to attack, he would protect Li Feng at all costs. Wang Yao, I have been pursuing you, but you decline my advances. Li Tian interjected from the side. Li Feng's eyes widened in surprise at this revelation. Wang Yao turned his head toward Li Tian. My dear Tian, why do you linger there? Come forth and join me. You should not hesitate. Your awakened abilities are quite appealing. As he spoke, Wang Yao licked his lips, leaving it ambiguous whether his desire was for Li Tian's body or her skills. Not a chance. I have made it clear that I do not like you, and I am already Brother Feng's. Li Tian aimed her pistol at Wang Yao, declaring defiantly. Wang Yao's face darkened in response to her public rejection, and anger surged within him. Even at this moment, you dare defy me? Do you think I will indulge you? With that, he gestured to his companions, who understood the cue and aimed their weapons at Li Feng and his group. Many of them wielded firearms. How did they manage to acquire such an arsenal? They must have connections. So you come bearing weapons. Very well, I shall accept them. As Li Feng spoke, he had already commanded over 50 zombies to charge toward Wang Yao's group. A cacophony of zombie growls erupted around them, a sound that grated on the ears. First, eliminate these corpses, Wang Yao shouted. Gunfire erupted as his companions opened fire on the approaching zombies. Lu Taekwon received his orders and, following Li Feng's instructions, advanced to confront Wang Yao. For some reason, he felt that Wang Yao was also an awakened individual. Otherwise, he would not dare to appear in this place at night. Lu Taekwon swung his fist and charged towards Wang Yao. Seeking death, Wang Yao declared, extending his palm to deliver a slap towards Lu Taekwon. Nearby, several vehicles hurtled towards Lu Taekwon. Controlling metal? Li Feng marveled internally, astonished that he had awakened such a skill. Lu Taekwon was equally taken aback by the vehicles flying towards him. He quickly raised his hands to defend himself. Bang! Bang! Two resounding crashes echoed as Lu Taekwon brought the vehicles crashing down. Is this all you've got? Bring on! Lu Taekwon shouted defiantly. He leapt into the air, aiming to strike Wang Yao. A barely perceptible smile curled at the corners of Wang Yao's lips. With a mere flick of his wrist, Lu Taekwon was sent flying aside. Of course, his entire arsenal was composed of steel. It would undoubtedly be under his control. Tian, he has done for. Li Feng exclaimed loudly. Li Tianten nudda vigorously. Aiming to shoot at Wang Yao. Whoosh! The gun in her hand soared into the air. Wang Yao had similarly seized control of her weapon. My gun! Li Tian shouted in dismay, leaping up in an attempt to retrieve it, but it ascended too high. Your team appears to be quite feeble. What other abilities do you possess? Show them. Chapter 12. Voluntary Application for Partnership, damn it. Li Feng furrowed his brow as he gazed at Wang Yao, astonished by how effectively his skills countered those of his own team. Given the circumstances, he thought it prudent not to hold back any longer. Li Feng spread his arms wide, acknowledging, "I concede you are formidable. Yet, it is still far from sufficient." Wang Yao taunted, "Oh, is that so? I am curious to see what else you are capable of." At that moment, Wang Yao's subordinates were entangled by the zombies, unable to assist him, forced to dodge and evade to avoid being bitten. Only Li Feng and Wang Yao remained, standing face to face. Time seemed to stand still. From behind, Li Tiantian cautioned, "Be careful, Brother Feng." Hearing the woman he had long admired express concern for another man ignited a surge of anger within Wang Yao. "You shall perish," he retorted, extending his fingers towards Li Feng. A steel pipe surged towards Li Feng with alarming speed. "Brother Feng," Lu Taixian, pinned to the wall, shouted, his eyes wide with fear for Li Feng's fate. Suddenly, a venomous giant python erupted from Li Feng's body, enveloping the area in an ominous presence. Hissing with its crimson core, exuding a metallic scent of blood, it radiated a terrifying aura. By heavens! Wang Yao staggered back several steps. Even the steel pipe that had been hurled at Li Feng fell to the ground in shock. "Battle soul! You wretched fool! You possess a battle soul?" he exclaimed, a mixture of envy and hatred in his voice. He himself had not attained a battle soul, and to discover that his rival had one was a bitter revelation. Too late to realize, Li Feng announced, extending his arm towards Wang Yao. The venomous giant python lunged at Wang Yao with frightening speed, its gaping maw poised to devour him whole. Faced with such a ferocious manifestation of a battle soul, Wang Yao found himself devoid of any capacity or desire to resist. All he wished was to flee, but escape was no longer an option. "Ah!" A piercing scream escaped his lips as the python bit into his shoulder, lifting him off the ground. The creature twisted and writhed, dismembering him with ruthless efficiency, blood mist swirling in the air. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, the others were seized by terror, hastily abandoning their weapons and fleeing the scene. They dared not linger any longer. The cacophony of zombies howling below filled the air, as a majority of the several dozen individuals Wang Yao had brought transformed into zombies under Li Feng's control. Bang! Crack! Lu Taixian and his pistol fell from the air. Freed from Wang Yao's influence, he regained his autonomy. Li Feng retracted the giant python, surveying the remnants scattered across the ground. It seemed evident that Wang Yao's team was no ordinary squad. It was formidable indeed, as evidenced by the sheer number of items they had carried. "Brother Feng, are you unharmed?" Lu Taixian inquired, rushing over after his descent. Li Tiantian also approached, her gaze lingering on the remnants of Wang Yao's half-dismembered body, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. She had never anticipated that events would escalate to such an extent. After all, he was merely someone who had once pursued her. Now, however, Recon Jade Pendant. When worn, it allows one to see the skills and equipment of others. Power Pill. After consumption, it increases attack power by 100. 670 model carbine. RZ. 989 submachine gun. Various firearms lay scattered across the ground. Indeed, it appears one has come to deliver weapons to oneself. Tian, go find a suitable firearm for yourself. As for the rest, let Yuan store them away, Li Feng instructed. As for the Recon Jade Pendant, it was naturally meant for his own possession. Carrying it would enable him to ascertain the equipment and skills of others. No wonder Wang Yao could accurately articulate his skills. With this, he would know the background of certain individuals, granting him a greater sense of initiative. After completing these tasks, Li Feng approached and inquired, Tian, what is your relationship with this person? Li Tian, polishing the firearm in her hands with great affection, looked up upon hearing Li Feng's question and replied, his family wishes to ally with mine through marriage, but I did not agree. He once pursued me relentlessly and even threatened to use underhanded tactics against me. In the end, when the apocalypse arrived, they were unable to fulfill their ambitions. Upon hearing this, Li Feng nodded, realizing that this individual likely sought to exploit the chaos of the apocalypse to achieve his goals. After all, in such desperate times, facing vulnerable women would likely lead to their acquiescence to his rescue. However, what Li Feng did not anticipate was that Li Tian had already been rescued by him. Is their family truly formidable? Judging by the equipment he possesses, he is certainly not a mere second-generation rich kid. I worry that eliminating him today might provoke their family's vengeance, Li Feng continued. Li Tiantian pondered for a moment before replying. His father is the president of the Linhai Chamber of Commerce. Previously, they wielded considerable power. But now that the world has ended, can they still be formidable? Hearing this, Li Feng placed his hand on his forehead. These individuals fail to comprehend that powerful families before the apocalypse often become even more formidable afterward. They possess resources and connections that enable them to rise swiftly amidst the turmoil. It seems I have entangled myself in a significant dilemma. Not only must I guard against the onslaught of zombies, but I must also be wary of their family's pursuit. This place is no longer safe. Let us return to the hotel to discuss further, Li Feng stated, making his way towards the vehicle. Clang! Nearby, a bottle was kicked, spinning on the ground. Who goes there? Li Feng swiftly turned to face the corner. An abundance of unexpected occurrences had emerged this evening. Caution was imperative. Lu Tianxin also called out towards the direction. Who is there? Come out. Li Tiantian had already readied her weapon, aiming at the corner. The moment anyone showed their face, she would fire without hesitation. Go. Bring that person out. Li Feng commanded the zombies. Huh. The zombies obeyed, staggering towards the corner. The lower-level zombies moved with greater speed, arriving at the corner first. Wait. Don't shoot. I am human. A young man, wearing glasses and overalls, with brown-dyed hair and a face covered in dust, emerged with his hands raised. He watched the nearby zombie warily. Fearing a sudden attack, he remained paralyzed, too apprehensive to move. Engaging in reconnaissance, Li Feng activated the jade pendant and focused on the young man. Wu Jun possessing Eagle Eye Level 1. He could discern objects from a distance of 5,000 meters. However, he had no other equipment. What a curious situation. A mere auxiliary skill wielder daring to appear here at night. Was he seeking his own demise? What are you hiding there for? Who sent you? Speak. Li Feng demanded. Startled, Wu Jun quickly clasped his fists and bowed his head, stammering, BB brother, I came alone. I want to join you. Is that possible? Upon hearing this, Li Feng exchanged a glance with Lu Taizan. They were taken aback by the young man's desire to join their team. He was rather bold. Had Li Feng lost his recent battle with Wang Yao, Wu Jun would have undoubtedly aligned himself with Wang Yao instead. Yet in this apocalyptic world, aligning oneself with the strong was only natural. Li Feng softened his tone, recognizing that the young man posed no real threat. He gestured for the nearby zombies to retreat. You witnessed the battle here, did you not? Wu Jun nodded silently. I saw. You are incredible. You defeated the boss and... Li Feng interjected. You wish to become as formidable as I am? Wu Jun lifted his gaze momentarily before lowering it once more. And no, I wouldn't dare. I only wish to survive. If you can ensure my survival, that would suffice. With that, he fell silent, his body still trembling slightly. It was evident he was a timid soul, yet he had ventured here, an apparent contradiction. Chapter 13. Your abilities are quite valuable. Li Feng pressed further. You don't seem like a particularly bold individual. How did you manage to arrive here amidst the zombie outbreak? Wu Jun lowered his gaze and explained, my unique ability is Eagle Eye, which allows me to see objects from great distances. I carefully selected my path to avoid the zombies, and that's how I made it here. I implore you, accept me. As he spoke, Wu Jun knelt on the ground. Lu Taekwon murmured from the side, Brother Feng, if this person harbors no ill intentions, why not take him in? His eagle eye could prove quite beneficial for our reconnaissance. Li Tiantian concurred. Indeed, Brother Feng, we have ample supplies, so accommodating one more person is no burden. Li Feng turned to Li Yuan. Yuan, what do you think? I support any decision made by Brother Feng, she replied, seeing no objections from the others. Li Feng approached Wu Jun and helped him to his feet. Very well. From this moment on, you are a member of my team. I hereby formally extend an invitation for you to join us. As he spoke, Wu Jun received a notification in his mind regarding the team invitation. Invitation accepted. Team formation successful. The leader receives 1 skill. Heartless Taunt. Upon use, grants a 200 increase in power and speed to controlled objects. This message was privy only to Li Feng. What a stroke of luck. Successfully recruiting a member and gaining a skill in the process. Such fortune is rare indeed. Congratulations. You are now part of my team. Here, there is but one condition. You must unconditionally obey my commands. Do you understand? Li Feng gazed intensely at Wu Yun. Wu Jun promptly nodded yes. Thank you, Captain. Lu Taiquan approached with a smile. I am Lu Taiquan. Just call me Taiquan. Li Tian, Li Yuan, they introduced. I am Li Feng, he added. Wu Jun hurriedly said, I look forward to your guidance. He then bowed deeply to Li Feng and the others, observing his disheveled appearance. It was evident that he had not fared well these past few days. Li Feng patted his shoulder and said, Activate your skill and survey the surroundings. Let us see if there are any zombies lurking about. I intend to lead you all in a zombie hunt. Wu Jun straightened and nodded, scanning the vicinity. Soon, he identified a direction. Captain, approximately 1,000 meters to the 5 o'clock direction, there are over 300 zombies wandering. Upon hearing Wu Jun's report, Li Feng turned to Lu Taiquan and the others. Do you still have the strength to fight? Yes. Lu Taiquan exclaimed loudly. However, Li Tian stifled a yawn. The day's battles had left them utterly exhausted. Li Feng declared, for the time being, I will go out to battle alongside Lu Taiquan, while the three of you remain in the vehicle. Let me make it clear. If you do not participate in the fight, you will not receive any experience. With that, he strode towards the vehicle. Li Tian had no objections. She was simply too fatigued today. Li Yuan was also in no rush for experience, as her current skills were more than sufficient. As for Wu Jun, being newly added to the team, he felt it was inappropriate to request experience, especially since he was not a combat-oriented member. Thus, the decision to withhold experience seemed reasonable. A group of individuals boarded a vehicle, steering toward the direction of 5 o'clock. Entirely disregarding the zombies trailing behind them, they planned to control new zombies later. Upon arrival, they found themselves on a broad street, littered with numerous abandoned cars, shattered glass strewn across the ground, and tires scattered everywhere. It was evident that a fierce battle had taken place here, with the outcome unmistakably favoring the zombies. Amidst the night, the zombies grew increasingly frenzied and agile, drawn by the scent as they rushed toward Li Feng. They're coming, Wu Jun exclaimed. As a support-type skill user, he dreaded direct confrontation with zombies. Until now, he had survived by evading them, but Li Feng seemed to provoke them deliberately, leaving him somewhat incredulous. What are you afraid of? Watch me, Li Feng declared, flinging open the car door and extending his arm toward the approaching horde. A dark mass of 80 ordinary zombies suddenly transformed into Li Feng's subordinates, their eyes glowing red as they halted, collectively turning to face the incoming zombies and lunging at them. Wu Jun, seated in the vehicle, was taken aback. Although he had previously observed Li Feng's ability to control zombies from the shadows, witnessing it firsthand as a teammate, seeing Li Feng command the zombies to attack their own kind, was astonishing, especially as he commanded a staggering 80 zombies at once. Li Feng's controlled zombies engaged fiercely with the others, and he felt his experience points surge. Team experience points 20, team experience points 20, team experience points 20. Lu Taixian, itching for action, replenished his stamina and joined the fray, soon contributing to the destruction of over 300 zombies on the street. Team experience pool, 3,600. Seeing such a bounty of experience points, Li Feng was elated. As I mentioned earlier, you three will not participate in the experience distribution. Lu Taixian and I will share it equally. With that, Li Feng directly claimed 1,800 points for himself, distributing the remaining 1,800 to Lu Taixian. Empathy LV6 has leveled up. Empathy LV7, 3,900 capable of controlling 160 ordinary zombies and 24 low-level zombies. Bonus, Zombie Evolution ability. Defeating zombies grants evolution points, allowing for different types of zombie evolution. Wow. The ability to evolve into different types of zombies? Incredible. Li Feng exclaimed. Unfortunately, it required evolution points, which he currently lacked. Had it not been for his teammates' exhaustion, he would have ventured out to slay more zombies. Returning to the vehicle, both Li Feng and Lu Taixian were in high spirits, noticing that Li Tian and Wu Jun had already fallen asleep in their seats. The tension and fatigue had finally overwhelmed them. Let us head back to the hotel, Li Feng said, instructing Lu Taixian to drive toward their destination. Utilizing the skill Unrelenting Taunt, Li Feng directed it at the zombies outside. Their speed increased as they followed the vehicle back. Should any survivors stumble upon this scene, their eyes would surely widen in shock. A horde of zombies relentlessly pursued Li Feng's vehicle. To the unknowing observer, it would appear as though the occupants were doomed. Little did they realize that these figures were merely Li Feng's subordinates. Upon their return, they dispersed to their designated rooms to rest. Li Feng, however, stationed the remaining 50 zombies at the entrance, ensuring a peaceful night's slumber for all, free from any disturbances. The following morning, Li Feng made his way to the hotel lobby, where he found Li Tiantian and the others diligently preparing a sumptuous breakfast. Despite the apocalyptic setting, they had managed to gather a considerable amount of supplies, thus leading a life more comfortable than that of the majority. "Good morning, Brother Feng," greeted the group. "Good morning, Captain." While most were seated, Wu Jun stood to express his greetings. As a newly joined member, he consistently displayed a greater degree of respect. Li Feng acknowledged them with a nod and placed a hand on Wu Jun's shoulder, saying, "Your skills are invaluable. Thanks to you last night, both Lu Taixian and I have seen our skill levels rise once more." Wu Jun, embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "It is merely the prowess of the captain and Brother Tai. I merely offered a position." Chapter 14. No need for physical confrontation. Lu Taiquan bit into his toast and remarked, "One cannot phrase it that way. Lacking direction renders us akin to headless flies, aimlessly floundering about, which is both inefficient and perilous." Li Feng nodded, gesturing towards Lu Taiquan. "You have hit the nail on the head." He then turned his gaze towards Wu Jun, instructing, "Take a moment to survey your surroundings for any suspicious behavior. Report to me promptly." "Understood, Captain," Wu Yun replied earnestly, rising to scan the area. Soon, his brow furrowed. "There are survivors. They appear to be scavenging for resources from house to house, and they'll be here shortly." Upon hearing this, Lu Taiquan and Li Tiantian set aside their food, while Li Feng remained unfazed, continuing to enjoy his reheated buns. "It's fine. Let them come. There is no need for fear. Keep eating." Wu Jun nodded and resumed his meal of instant noodles. Having witnessed Li Feng's prowess the previous day, he chose to trust him, fearlessly savoring breakfast. In the apocalypse, the ability to enjoy a stable meal was indeed a luxurious affair. Before long, the commotion outside grew louder. "Goodness, have they scavenged everything already? How is it that there is nothing left so early in the morning? Our luck is dreadful." One voice lamented, "I've been starving all night. I must find something to eat today." "How good, do you smell that? It seems someone is eating instant noodles ahead. It's quite aromatic. It's coming from the hotel. Let's go take a look." The sound from outside escalated, followed by the cacophony of intense combat. "How good? This is bad. There's zombies at the entrance. We can't get in." At this point, what is there to fear from zombies? "Charge in. Let us fight." With that, they brandished their weapons and launched an assault on the zombies at the door. Seeing some of his subordinates fall, Li Feng's brow furrowed slightly. It appeared that these individuals possessed some capability. At the very least, they were equipped. "You all stay here. I'll take a look," he stated. "I'm coming with you," Lu Taiquan replied, wiping his mouth as he proceeded towards the entrance. The two approached the door to find a dozen individuals armed with axes, swords, and steel shields engaged in battle with the zombies. Li Feng waved his hand, causing the zombies to part and retreat. The opposing group was momentarily bewildered. Why are the zombies suddenly withdrawing? They wondered, observing them stand aside as if awaiting something. Upon noticing Li Feng emerging from the hotel, the leader of the group was taken aback. "Li Feng, is that really you?" Hearing his name called out, Li Feng felt a flicker of surprise as he recalled this individual. A former classmate from elementary school who had once bullied him and made a fool of him in class. To encounter him during the apocalypse was unexpected. "Xiao Hao, it seems you're well," Li Feng replied, void of any emotion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hao chuckled, pointing at Li Feng with amusement. "Indeed, it's really you, Li Feng. Ah, my friends, do you still recall the jest I shared with you? The one about the suitor of the campus belle? Yes, that very fellow. Utterly deluded. He dared to play the hero, only to be soundly thrashed by us. What surprise to encounter him here, the coward." As I uttered these words, Lu Iron Fist beside me could no longer contain himself, eager to teach them a lesson. Yet, Li Feng restrained Lu's hand, urging him not to act rashly. Xiao Hao, you didn't come all this way just to mock me, did you? If you seek a morsel from me, just say so. I have plenty to spare. In light of our past as classmates, I might just grant you a meager portion. The sarcasm dripped from his words, incensing Xiao Hao. The once timid individual, now beneath his heel, dared to speak to him in such a tone. How reckless! Are you courting death? Offering me charity? It appears you have forgotten the depths of my prowess over the years. Let me assure you, the person standing before you today is no longer the same. I could take your life in an instant, believe it or not. Upon hearing his arrogant declaration, Feng beckoned to the nearby zombie. A lowly zombie promptly shuffled over, pulling out a lighter from its pocket to ignite a cigarette for Feng. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. What on earth? A zombie lighting his cigarette? Feng waved his hand, and the zombie obediently returned to the ranks. To be frank, dealing with you is a task I need not undertake personally, Feng declared, nonchalantly puffing on his cigarette. Xiao Hao's expression twitched as he began to comprehend the truth. Feng was an awakener. It was the only explanation for his ability to command such a horde of zombies. At that moment, Xiao Hao felt trapped. Admitting defeat was beneath him. Fleeing was unthinkable. And engaging in combat left him uncertain of victory. Here's the deal, he proposed. Come over and lick my shoes, and I shall let today's incident pass. Just ensure our paths do not cross again. Another zombie stepped forward, offering Feng a chair to sit upon. Feng reclined at the entrance, crossing his legs while observing his adversary. Unable to contain himself any longer, Xiao Hao exclaimed, "Are you seeking death? When have I ever feared you? They're merely zombies. I've slain them before. I'm ready to fight." Feng's tone and demeanor effectively provoked him. Those surrounding Xiao Hao unsheathed their weapons, rushing to attack. Yet, Feng merely gestured slightly, and the nearby zombies swiftly interposed themselves, launching an assault against Xiao Hao and his companions. Help! I don't want to die. Damn it! Before long, a dozen individuals had fallen, transformed into zombies, now serving Feng. Gazing at their altered visages, Feng mused, had I known this would be the outcome, would I have acted differently? Green cloth armor, green leg straps, green cloth shoes. Upon seeing these items, Feng promptly distributed them to Wu Jun. Captain, are these truly for me? Wu Yun exclaimed, "It is it." Previously, he had witnessed numerous teams dissolve into discord over a single piece of equipment. Little did he anticipate Feng's magnanimity. Unbeknownst to him, every member of Feng's team donned purple gear, with the least among them clad in blue. Such trivial equipment was hardly worthy of consideration. Indeed, it was merely a token of acquaintance. With diligence, superior gear would surely follow. Feng acted as a benefactor, appropriating the equipment from these individuals and bestowing it upon Wu Jun. "Thank you, Captain. I shall devote myself tirelessly to the team," Wu Jun proclaimed with a salute. He then adorned himself with the newly acquired gear, significantly enhancing his overall capabilities. Though the equipment was green and relatively low tier, it was still commendable for someone specializing in support skills. Just as Wu Jun reveled in his newfound fortune, his expression abruptly shifted. He pointed toward the northwest, exclaiming, "Captain, a massive horde of zombies is approaching from that direction. Among them, there is a towering zombie over 2 meters tall, robust in stature. It appears to be a leader." Upon hearing this, Feng gazed toward the northwest, but discerned nothing amiss. Chapter 15. The Evolution of Zombies. How far are we? 2,000 meters. The distance will soon be covered. All units, stand ready. Prepare to confront this wave of zombies. Feng commanded. Li Tian and Lu Taijian swiftly assumed their positions. Armed and resolute, Li Yuan remained close to Feng, intending to employ her healing skills on the zombies to bolster their combat effectiveness. Feng gazed towards the northwest, where a hint of movement became visible. A zombie towering over 2 meters stood out distinctly. Indeed, it was the zombie leader. Defeating such a creature would yield abundant rewards. "We must seize this opportunity to elevate our team's strength once more," Feng stated with composure. The others nodded in agreement. Lu Taijian, eager and restless, rubbed his fists in anticipation. Facing the oncoming horde, Feng prepared to exert control over them. Wu Jun, realizing his usefulness had been exhausted, retreated to the second floor, seeking a safe haven. His commitment to not hinder the team was his greatest contribution. Here they come. Empathy. Li Feng Shota. The zombies in the front line were instantly under his command. A total of 160 zombies, their eyes glowing red, turned against their fellow undead. The zombie leader, fueled by aggression, dealt swift blows to eliminate the ordinary zombies attacking him. "Brother Feng, let me go," Lu Taijin exclaimed. Li Feng restrained him, saying, "Wait." Ruthless taunt. Li Feng unleashed his skill. Over 100 zombies, seemingly galvanized, let out a deafening roar. Their strength and speed surged as they charged towards the rear ranks of zombies, managing to hold their ground against the tide. Evolution points 10, evolution points 10, evolution points 10, team experience 20, team experience 20. Various statistics continuously increased. The streets were strewn with carcasses. The zombies, emboldened by the ruthless taunt, exhibited astonishing efficiency in their attacks. The 160 zombies completely withstood the onslaught of over 300 of their kind. The zombie leader, situated in the midst, activated its berserk mode, its body swelling to twice its size. With a single kick, it sent 3 or 4 zombies flying. These ordinary zombies were utterly inconsequential before its might. "Attack him! Fight fiercely!" Li Feng commanded, aiming to employ a swarm tactic against the zombie leader. He had attempted to control the leader with empathy, but found it beyond his grasp. It seemed that zombies of this caliber were currently impervious to his influence. Lu Taijian shouted and plunged into the horde, engaging in fierce combat with the zombie leader. From the upper floor, Li Tiantian fired at the leader. Bang! However, the bullet merely caused the leader to stagger slightly, insufficient to bring it down. Incredible! Such resilience was akin to that of a minor boss. Although they had yet to slay the leader, the surrounding zombies effectively impeded its advance, complicating its efforts to push forward. As the cacophony of battle intensified, the surrounding zombies began to converge. Yet, this was of no consequence. The approaching zombies merely served to provide an endless stream of reinforcements for Li Feng. Lu Taijian was also caught in a frenzy, his arms swinging relentlessly. Meanwhile, Li Yuan maximized her healing spells, swiftly restoring the injured zombies within her range. With the continuous accumulation of evolution points, Li Feng was now able to transform the types of zombies. For every 100 evolution points, he could modify 1 zombie. Consuming 500 points would enable him to alter 5 zombies. As he spoke, 5 zombies engaged in combat ahead radiated a vibrant green light from head to toe. Subsequently, they wielded curved blades in their hands. Remarkable! Zombies armed with curved knives. With their newfound weapons, the zombies charged ferociously towards the zombie leader. This scene left Lu Taijian utterly astounded. While he could previously dispatch ordinary zombies with ease, facing those now wielding blades left him feeling far less confident. Wu Yun, observing from the upper floor, was taken aback when the weapon-wielding zombies appeared, exclaiming, "What the heck?" The presence of armed zombies was utterly unexpected. Little did he know, this was an upgraded version of Li Feng's zombie control skill, now enhanced with additional capabilities. "Go! Cut down the zombie leader." Li Feng Kumanda. The 5 zombies swung their blades, relentlessly assaulting the zombie leader. Gradually, the leader's health diminished until, with a final roar, it succumbed amidst the horde of zombies. Indeed, no matter how skilled one may be, a blade is to be feared when surrounded by hordes of enemies. With the leader's demise, the remaining zombies attempted to flee, only to be encircled by Li Feng's forces, who feasted ravenously upon them. As for the rest, Li Feng would control them to replenish their ranks. Lu Taijian surveyed the battlefield, gasping for breath, enveloped in the foul stench that permeated the air. At that moment, all he desired was a cleansing bath. He lifted his gaze and gave a thumbs up to Li Tiantian, who stood on the second floor. She smiled back, holstering her weapon before swiftly descending the stairs to join Li Feng. Team experience pool, 5,000 evolution points, 400 basic healing potion, basic stamina potion, team defense enhancement buff 1. These were the spoils of their victory. Li Feng gestured for Lu Taijian to return, instructing the remaining zombies to guard the perimeter while he shared the rewards with his team. "We amassed over 5,000 experience points. I will take 3,000, and the remaining 2,000 will be divided among you 4. No objections? Li Feng adresa Liu Tiejian. Wu Jun and the others. They all nodded in agreement, showing no sign of dissent towards Li Feng's decision. Li Feng allocated 3,000 experience points to his battle spirit. However, this amount was merely a drop in the bucket, for he required 10,000 points to elevate the toxic giant python to the next level. Nevertheless, it was entirely worthwhile. As for the 400 evolution points, he planned to conserve them for future use. The remaining 4 individuals each received 500 experience points. Lu Taiquan and Li Tian exhibited little change, while Wu Jun leveled up directly. Eagle Eye LV2, able to discern object from a distance of 10,000 meters. Congratulations! Your field of vision has indeed expanded, Li Feng remarked to Wu Jun. Wu Jun smiled shyly, feeling as though he had contributed little, yet still received experience points. This, perhaps, is the essence of a worthy team to follow. All right, everyone. After our recent battle, I presume you are all weary. Yuan, please bring out some refreshments to reward everyone. Let's rest well this afternoon and rejuvenate our spirits. Tomorrow, we will venture into the true dungeon. That will be a nightmare. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Li Tian expressed her curiosity. Brother Feng, how do you know there is a dungeon tomorrow? Lu Taiquan also realized. Yes, Brother Feng, we have not received any notification. This caught Li Feng off guard. He had forgotten that they had not experienced the apocalypse. Only he had endured years in that desolate time, fully acquainted with the myriad rules, traps, and reward systems of the apocalypse. Thus, he was precisely aware of when and where various events would transpire. Chapter 16. The sister is kidnapped. I had previously ventured out for reconnaissance, and an intelligence organization sold me some information. This revelation prompted a multitude of questions. An intelligence organization? The information was sold to you? What was the transaction money? Is currency still of any value in this day and age? Li Feng had no choice but to elaborate. It is not the currency we currently use, but rather a unified token established after the apocalypse. It facilitates the exchange of various resources. In short, you will understand in due time. Li Feng preferred not to delve into too much detail to avoid being bombarded with further inquiries. The others reluctantly accepted Li Feng's explanation. Li Yuan produced an assortment of food and drink, bread, sausages, and even a whole roasted chicken. It must be said that Li Feng's team had fared quite well in the apocalypse. In stark contrast, the team led by Wang Yao, whom Li Feng had annihilated, did not share such fortune. Scoundrels! Drag those few away and execute them. A middle-aged man shouted furiously, his gaze fixed on a photograph in his hand. It was an image of his son, Wang Yao, slain. Consumed by rage, he commanded, "Send out the finest assassins. I want this Li Feng person to be torn to shreds." As he spoke, a tear escaped his eye. His only son had met a tragic end at the hands of others, a severe blow to the entire Wang Hu team. Upon receiving the order, his subordinates began to recruit assassins and disclosed Li Feng's coordinates, sending them to hunt for his head. Unbeknownst to Li Feng, a night passed without incident. The following morning, a knock echoed at Li Feng's door. Upon opening it, he found Li Tian, clad in her pajamas, her face etched with anxiety. "Brother Feng, have you seen Yuan? She has gone." "What? What happened?" "Speak slowly," Li Feng urged. Li Tian, unable to mask her panic, replied, "We shared a room, and this morning I found a note on the table. It read, I've taken Wu Jun to gather supplies nearby. I'll be back shortly, but it's been 2 hours, and they haven't returned. Do you think something might have happened to them?" Upon hearing this, Li Feng felt a wave of frustration. In the chaos of the apocalypse, danger lurked everywhere, zombies and untrustworthy humans alike, with the ever-present threat of zombie tide. Li Yuan and Wu Jun, both possessing supportive abilities, would struggle to cope if they encountered trouble. "Brother Feng, you must think of a way." My sister surely believed that Wu Jun could assess the situation from a distance. Hence he wouldn't pose any threat, which is why she took him with her. But if Wu Jun harbors ill intentions, then my sister Li Tian's voice faltered, her emotions choking her. In this desolate world, familial bonds had become exceedingly precious. Besides the team members, Li Yuan was the closest to her heart, and she could not bear the thought of anything happening to her. "Do not panic," Let me consult Lu Taixian, Li Feng reassured her, leading her downstairs. Upon encountering Lu Taekwon practicing his martial arts, Li Feng inquired, Taekwon, have you seen Wu Jun? Lu Taekwon turned, exhaled a breath of stale air, and opened his eyes to respond. Isn't he out with Yuan gathering supplies? What is the matter? Ah, so you are aware. Why didn't you stop them? Do you realize how perilous this is? Li Feng expressed mild frustration, as they were comrades within the same team. If something were to go awry, it would reflect poorly on him, especially since they had recently eliminated members of another team. Should they seek revenge, it would spell trouble. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the apocalypse. Sensing Li Feng's discontent, Lu Taekwon lowered his head slightly, saying, I apologize, Brother Feng. I thought with Wu Jun accompanying her, she would be safe. I only wanted to help our team gather more supplies. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively enough. Words are futile now. Given the time they've been gone, something must have happened. Without Wu Jun, we cannot immediately pinpoint her location. We must split up and search. He organized their actions, instructing, we'll divide into 2 groups. I'll take Li Tian in one vehicle, while you go alone in another. Just as they were preparing to act, Wu Jun returned alone, his face pale and filled with remorse. Upon seeing Li Feng and the others, he immediately knelt, exclaiming, Captain, I was wrong. Li Feng's heart sank at the sight of Wu Jun. He quickly helped him to his feet, demanding, speak. What happened? Wu Jun, tears streaming down his face, replied, Yuan has been captured. They sent me back to deliver a message, saying you need to go. Li Tian rushed forward, gripping Wu Jun by the collar. What did you say? Who captured Yuan? Speak. Li Feng interbanat calmly. Fidi yourself. Let me handle the questions. Reluctantly, Li Tian released her grip. Though her gaze was filled with fury directed at Wu Jun, Li Feng handed Wu Jun a piece of paper. Wipe your tears. You're a man. Stop the weeping. Wu Jun hastily wiped his face, nodding vigorously. Then, Li Feng's penetrating gaze fixed on him. Who sent you with this message? And where do they want you to go? Wu Jun lifted his head and spoke clearly. It's the Wang Hu team. They have kidnapped Yuan and are waiting for you at Xingda supermarket. Captain, it's a trap. They have many ambushers around, and they intend to kill you. Li Tian gasped. The Wang Hu team? Wang Yao's father. Upon hearing this, Li Feng recalled the notorious reputation of the Wang Hu team in the apocalypse, known for their brutality against survivors. He hadn't imagined they would target him. After some contemplation, Li Feng ordered, Tian, I understand your emotions are raw, but this rescue mission for your sister will be on you. Li Tian, visibly agitated, responded, Brother Feng, what should we do? I will follow your lead. Li Feng nudda, assigning roles to the group before they departed. They arrived near the so-called Xingda supermarket, with Lu Taekwon and Wu Jun accompanying Li Feng, while Li Tian was dispatched to a different location. Here the stage was set. Captain, be cautious. Wu Jun said cautiously. Li Feng nodded and led the 2 of them inside. As soon as they stepped through the entrance, the supermarket doors slammed shut with a heavy thud. The interior was shrouded in darkness, yet the sounds of a woman struggling could be heard. Hey, this is Li Feng. Release her at once. Li Feng shotaludli. Suddenly, the lights of the supermarket flickered on, illuminating the space. Standing 100 meters ahead, Li Yuan was bound to a chair, her mouth sealed with tape. Beside her loomed 2 burly men wielding weapons. Brother Feng, let me confront them, Lu Taekwon declared, cracking his knuckles. However, as he took a step forward, several red dots suddenly appeared on his body. Sniper. They actually have a sniper. At the same time, the sniper's aim was trained on Li Feng. Chapter 17. You are a traitor. On the 2nd floor of the supermarket, a dozen individuals emerged. The leader, with an air of arrogance, leapt over the railing and approached Li Feng. As he walked, he taunted, You've got quite the nerve, kid. You dare to kill the son of Tiger Brother? I thought there was something special about you, but it seems you're just ordinary after all. Do you have any last words before you meet your demise? The man, sporting a slick hairstyle, wore a haughty expression. Li Feng met his gaze and firmly stated, Release her. I will go with you. Ha, 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 ha. The man laughed heartily, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. Why would I let such a beauty go? Besides, who says we intend to take you with us? Our boss's order is simple. You must die. As soon as he finished speaking, for sharp blades suddenly appeared in his hand, aimed directly at Li Feng's chest. In an instant, a massive black python erupted from Li Feng's body, hissing and revealing its crimson tongue, towering over the arrogant man. The man's bravado instantly crumbled. What the hell? Why wasn't I informed he possessed a battle soul? Panic set in. Shoot him. Kill him, he shouted frantically. The snipers above opened fire on Li Feng. Brother Feng, be careful, Lu Taijian shouted, throwing himself onto Li Feng, shielding him with his robust form. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets struck Lu Taijian, producing a series of muffled thuds, causing his body to tremble violently. Hiss! Outside, zombies broke through the door, lunging at those who had been lying in ambush. Brother Fei, there's zombies. Forget that. Focus on killing Li Feng. Understood. The group leapt down, intent on eliminating Li Feng. Bang! Nearby, a bullet pierced through the glass, striking one of the assailants inside. This is bad. There's an ambush. The shooter was none other than Li Tian. Faced with these beasts who had kidnapped her sister, she showed no mercy. Lu Taijian rose from Li Feng, shaking his head and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Thankfully, his steel blue armor had spared him from a fatal injury. Otherwise, he would have surely faced death after taking several shots. Are you all right? Li Feng quickly inquired. Lu Taijian patted his chest. I can take it. Good. You go save Yuan. I'll handle things here. With that, the two parted ways. As for Wu Jun, he had long since cowered away, unsure of where to hide. The incoming zombies descended upon the people inside, biting indiscriminately. They were forced to contend with over 100 zombies while simultaneously battling Li Feng, leaving them in a state of despair. The arrogant man attempted to slip away amidst the chaos, only to find Li Feng blocking his path. Trying to escape? Too late. Li Feng declared, his venomous python lunging toward the man. I'll fight you to the death. The man shouted defiantly, leaping up and thrusting his steel claws at the python. However, against an SSS-level battle soul, his attack was utterly futile. Crack! The enormous python sank its fangs into his neck, and the venom swiftly coursed through his body. His self-healing abilities proved futile. Bang! 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 As his body fell, Li Tian, seeking revenge, fired 3 more shots. Each bullet was lethal. It could be said that this man was irrevocably dead. Witnessing the death of their leader caused chaos among the others. Run for your lives, someone shouted, and they all scrambled toward the exit. I wonder who among you will manage to escape. At that moment, Li Feng had already led Li Yuan and Lu Taiquan out of the supermarket, promptly closing the door behind them. The sounds of zombies gnawing could be heard from inside, accompanied by the desperate cries of others. Help! I don't want to die. I don't want to become a zombie. Let us out. Li Tian descended from a nearby high-rise, and, upon seeing Li Yuan, rushed to embrace her. Yuan, are you all right? Li Tian exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears. Li Yuan shook her head, looking up at Tian and Li Feng, her gaze filled with shame as she lowered it. I'm sorry, everyone. I was wrong. I will never act impulsively again. Li Feng snorted. Will there be next time? Do you realize how dangerous your actions were? Had it not been for our team's formidable strength capable of dealing with these foes, we could have faced total annihilation. Faced with Li Feng's anger, Li Yuan found it even harder to confront him and could not help but burst into tears. Lu Taiquan interjected from the side. All right, Brother Feng. Yuan only wanted to gather more supplies for our team. Her intentions were good. Besides, nothing serious happened, so please don't blame her. Li Feng turned to Lu Taiquan. So you're defending her now? Lu Taiquan opened his mouth, but ultimately fell silent. Wu Jun, standing nearby, was at a loss for words. As a grown man accompanying Li Yuan, he bore the responsibility of protecting her, yet he had been captured alongside her. Captain, it was my fault. I failed in my duty. If punishment is required, let fall upon me. Wu Jun confessed earnestly. Li Feng regarded Wu Jun. I haven't addressed your actions yet. This is not the place for discussion. Let us return first. With that, he turned and boarded the vehicle without a backward glance. Meanwhile, Li Tian comforted Li Yuan. Don't worry, sister, with me around. Brother Feng 1T make things difficult for you. At last, Yuan wiped her tears and nodded vigorously. The journey was steeped in silence. Although they had navigated this ordeal without calamity, it imparted a vital lesson. In a post-apocalyptic world, one must always act as a team. Solo endeavors are exceedingly perilous. The capture of a Yuan and Wu Jun served as a poignant reminder. Upon arriving at the hotel, Li Feng strode directly toward the dining table and seated himself. The others, however, stood before him, hesitating to take a seat, awaiting his judgment. Li Feng fixed his gaze upon them. "Do you remember what I said when I formed this team?" In unison, they murmured, "We remember." "Repeat it," he commanded. They exchanged glances and softly reiterated, "All actions must heed the command." Within the ranks, all words must heed the captain's command. Li Feng gazed upon them, realization dawning. "So, you have not forgotten. But what is the meaning of today's unauthorized actions?" Wu Jun, about to offer an explanation, found himself ensnared by Li Feng's piercing gaze. "I even suspect you to be an insider for Team Wang Hu." The moment those words fell, Wu Jun was rendered utterly speechless. With a thud, he knelt down. "Captain, I'm not a traitor." "You are mistaken," Wu Yun pleaded anxiously. He understood that, having recently joined the team, his trustworthiness was already in question. Just days prior, a fellow member had been abducted, and he found himself entangled in the aftermath. Thus, he felt compelled to clarify and mend the rift. Li Yuan interjected on his behalf. "Brother Feng, Jun is not a traitor. He was captured alongside me and even sustained injuries." Li Feng scoffed. "Who cannot employ a ploy of self-harm?" Wu Jun's heart sank upon hearing this. He realized that once a person harbored prejudice against him, no amount of explanation would suffice. Faced with the formidable presence of Li Feng, he felt devoid of any fighting spirit. Resigned, he stated, "Captain, since you have already concluded that I am a traitor, I have no words left. Do as you see fit." With that, he closed his eyes. The atmosphere in the room grew thick with tension. Chapter 18. Steelblade zombies Lu Taiquan and Li Tiantian desperately cast glances at Li Feng, hoping he would conduct a thorough investigation before speaking. Tom seemed to stand still. A minute later, Li Feng rose to his feet and approached Wu Jun, assisting him to stand. "Do you wish to clear your name?" Hearing this, Wu Jun opened his eyes, tears glistening anew. "Yes, very well. Utilize your abilities to locate the base of the Wang Hu squad. I intend to obliterate them." Li Feng spoke with an intensity that resonated with determination. They had approached him repeatedly. Did they truly believe him to be a pushover? In this apocalyptic world, it was certainly not an era for subtlety. Remaining excessively low-key would only invite further adversaries. It was essential to assert oneself, to let others recognize one's strength, deterring them from encroaching. This was the rationale behind Li Feng's actions. Wu Jun nodded vigorously. "Captain, I shall investigate at once." With that, he wiped away his tears and activated his eagle eye, scanning the surroundings. Ever since his eagle eye had reached level 2, he could perceive events within a 10-kilometer radius. Tracking down members of the Wang Hu squad would be a simple task. As long as he identified one relevant individual, he could trace them back to their lair. "I found them," Wu Jun exclaimed, opening his eyes and pointing to the southeast. "They are at the Wama supermarket warehouse. There are at least 100 people inside. Numerous trucks are transporting supplies there." Wu Jun elaborated. Li Feng exchanged glances with the other team members. "Let us organize ourselves. We depart tonight to catch them off guard." Upon hearing Li Feng's command, Lu Taiquan and Li Tiantian regained their vigor. "Yes, Brother Feng." Li Yuan blinked innocently. "Brother Feng, you do not hold it against me anymore?" Li Feng turned to her. "As long as you bring forth some delectable food and tend to everyone's needs, I shall not blame you." Hearing this, Li Yuan's sorrow transformed into joy. He. I knew Brother Feng would treat me the best." She then produced an array of food and drink from her space. Steak, fries, burgers, chicken wings, duck frames, pork, beer, beverages, and mineral water, all laid out upon the table. Wu Jun and the others, already famished, rushed to indulge in the feast. In the apocalypse, having a full meal was a luxury in itself. Li Feng also selected several cooked dishes, heating them up and savoring them slowly, all the while contemplating the night's operation. That location was the gathering place for the Wang Hu squad, and it was certain that many awakeners would be present. This could be inferred from Wang Yao's situation, an intense battle awaited. He had no intention of confronting them head-on. If he could employ the zombies to his advantage, he would do so, minimizing his exposure. Coupled with Li Tiantian's marksmanship and Wu Jun's eagle eye, they would undoubtedly triumph. With a plan in mind, Li Feng hastened his eating. He intended to rest well in the afternoon, preparing to take down the Wang Hu squad that very night. At that moment, the leaderboard still showcased his squad at the top for the most boss kills, with the Wang Hu squad in second place. Eradicating them is indeed a matter of righteousness, serving as a lesson for the subsequent teams to understand their own capabilities. Li Feng casually tossed a bottle of basic healing potion to Wu Jun, instructing him to make use of it. Wu Jun received it with gratitude, recognizing it as the potion that had dropped the previous night. "Thank you, Captain Xie," he exclaimed, his eyes brimming with appreciation. Li Feng merely waved his hand dismissively and turned towards the balcony. As night swiftly approached, the streets were stirred by the restless undead, intermittently emitting their guttural sounds. The entrance of the hotel was guarded by zombies. They would only engage in attacks against one another if Li Feng commanded them to do so. Otherwise, they remained indifferent to their own kind. Descending from the balcony, Li Feng glanced at the time and noticed that the other team members were already awaiting him in the lobby, their faces filled with anticipation. Without uttering much, he simply stated, "Let us depart." The others silently followed in his wake. Once they boarded the vehicle, they headed towards the Walmart supermarket. Along the route, Li Feng outlined his general strategy, which was met with nods of agreement from Li Tiantian and the others. As they traversed the shadowy streets, the darkness enveloped them. Streetlights had long been shattered, and the area was devoid of any human presence. To avoid alerting scouts from the Wang Hu team, Li Feng refrained from using headlights, relying solely on Wu Jun's keen eyesight for navigation. His ability proved invaluable. He could see through obstacles and was unaffected by the distinction between day and night. After half an hour of travel, they finally arrived near the Walmart warehouse, parking in a blind spot devoid of sentries, 500 meters away. "Diaquan, you stay in the vehicle and await our signal," Li Feng instructed, handing him a walkie-talkie. "This is Brother Feng. Don't worry, it will be fine." Li Feng nodded and addressed Li Tiantian and the others. "Let us move out," directing Wu Jun to lead the way to circumvent the numerous checkpoints. This area was under the jurisdiction of the Wang Hu team, which had already cleared out the zombies and secured the perimeter. Any vehicles or individuals attempting to pass through were subjected to rigorous inspections, though inspection was a euphemism for extortion. Their team had gained notoriety as ruthless marauders in this post-apocalyptic world. Even a stray dog passing through would lose a limb. "Boss, it seems today as coastal region is quite tumultuous. We VE suffered considerable losses. Do you know what is happening?" One of the guards mused. "I heard a person named Li Feng has been marked for assassination by Brother Hu. Is that true?" "Sure. That is a sensitive topic for Brother Hu. Let us not bring it up. Additionally, I have more news. The assassins sent out by Brother Hu were also killed." "What?" Two individuals stationed at the entrance engaged in casual conversation, pondering the enigmatic figure of Li Feng. How could he be so formidable? "Wait, I remember now. The one who achieved the first kill on the Ice Steel Bear. Is that him?" "Indeed. One step ahead leads to further advancement. Although their team may not be as numerous as ours, each member is an elite. Otherwise, it would be impossible for one person to successfully solo the Ice Steel Bear." The person beside him nodded and shrank back, murmuring, "I hope I don't encounter him. I wish to live a few more days." Suddenly, a voice shouted from the lookout. "It's bad. The Horde is approaching. Everyone hurry." In an instant, the surrounding floodlights illuminated the area, casting their beams ahead. Before them surged hundreds of zombies, racing towards the Walmart with alarming speed, exhibiting behavior far from that of ordinary zombies. Little did they know, this was the result of Li Feng employing ruthless mockery. With a frenzy of 200, the Sentinels relayed the message, prompting the main forces of Wang Hu's team to emerge. "Good heavens! So many have come at once. Open fire. Do not let them cross the perimeter." The sound of gunfire erupted. Rat-tat-hat-tat. Hot-tot-tot. Hot-tot. Sparks flew as the luminous flashes of firearms lit up the night, targeting the advancing undead. Something was amiss. How did these zombies wield steel blades? Were they human or undead? Zombies do not use weapons. The frontline fighters grew increasingly alarmed with each shot fired. Many fell into a daze, succumbing to bites from the zombies. The orchestrator of this chaos was none other than Feng, concealed with his team in the shadows. He manipulated the zombies to engage in battle. Chapter 19. Seizing the spoils round, grab a piece of gum, Feng said, turning his head. Li Yuanyuan quickly retrieved a piece of gum from her space and handed it to Feng. He tore open the wrapper and distributed the pieces among them. The main forces were sufficiently distracted, and Tian Sweet was ready to take action. Yes. With that, Feng led them out from their concealed position, striding purposefully towards Wang Hu's team. Under Wu Jun's watchful gaze, the front was devoid of any concealed personnel, leaving only a group of leaders in the office observing the situation below. They stood at the glassed-in second floor, startled upon seeing Feng and his entourage. Look, who are they? They seem somewhat familiar. Is that Feng? How did they get in? Why was there no alert? The individuals above were momentarily bewildered. Wu Jun, using his eagle-eye vision, noted that they were observing the area and informed Feng. Feng glanced up at the second-floor glass, smiling as he gestured with his hand, twirling it twice before bowing slightly, in what could be interpreted as a salute. However, to those on the second floor, his actions undeniably appeared as a provocation. Quick, Figo, go down and stop him. Yes. A figure clad in camouflage, his face smeared with various colors, dashed downstairs, coincidentally encountering Feng at the entrance. Stop. You shall not advance any further. As the words left his mouth, he extended his arm, reaching towards Feng's neck with a grip as if his arm were made of rubber, stretching 5 or 6 meters, yet still retractable. Bang! Tian Sweet fired her gun, striking him squarely in the head. Surprisingly, the bullet merely lodged itself in his forehead without penetrating. Rubber man? Quite intriguing, Feng remarked softly. Tian Sweet, however, was astonished. It was the first time her precise shot had failed to incapacitate an opponent. Yet it did prevent Figo from proceeding further. He dislodged the bullet from his forehead, baring his teeth at Tian Sweet, and forcefully swung his arm back. Sister, be careful, Li Yuanyuan shouted, feeling helpless. Tian Sweet, frightened, raised her handgun defensively, only to find that the opponent's arm did not make contact with her. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld an arm, lively and detached, lying on the ground. Feng held a green-hued dagger in his hand. The rubber man gazed at Feng in terror, astonished that he could inflict harm upon him. If I recall correctly, your weakness should be sharp weapons, Feng stated, consuming 400 evolution points to directly transform 4 zombies into warriors wielding steel blades, who rushed towards him. Take him down, Feng commanded, pointing at Figo. The 4 zombies, armed with steel knives, ruthlessly charged at Figo, who in fear scrambled to evade them, retreating towards the upper floor. Yet he was quickly surrounded by the zombies, who slashed down upon him mercilessly. The scene was too gruesome. Tian Sweet and her sister covered their eyes as they walked past, trailing behind Feng, accompanied by the 4 steel-armed zombies. The individuals outside have successfully dealt with all 160 ordinary zombies, albeit suffering significant casualties themselves. Among the 350 personnel tasked with guarding this location, only 50 have returned. Accompanying Feng are 8 steel blade wielders, whose defensive capabilities surpass those of ordinary zombies, even exceeding those of the primary ones. This superiority is what allowed them to survive the recent battle, as none dared provoke the fearsome zombies brandishing steel blades. Feigu is dead? You go and block him. But, factory owner, my physical abilities are not fully restored. If I go like this, it will go. No more excuses. Do you believe I won't chop you up? Faced with the owner's fierce demeanor, he reluctantly advanced to the front lines despite his injuries. Confronted by the intimidating Feng, he stammered, Why you? Don't come any closer. Do you know which battle team we belong to? Offending us will be the end for you. Upon hearing his threat, Feng chuckled. If I dare to approach, I have no fear of offending you. On the contrary, it is you who have repeatedly sought trouble. If I do not deal with you, then I would be the one in error. Is that man behind you Wang Hu? The opponent glanced back at the factory owner and retorted, You still want to find our brother Hu? You must be tired of living. With that, he lunged at Feng without a second thought. Li Feng remained motionless as the 8 steel blade zombies sprang into action, striking at the assailant. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of steel clashing echoed as their blades met flesh. A steel man? Li Feng Musha. Not bringing Lu Tiexin was a mistake. I should have let them face off to see who is truly tougher. In the midst of his thoughts, Li Feng's steel blade zombies had already landed several blows on the opponent. He retaliated with his own weapon, aiming to strike back at the zombies. Tian, try your attack. Li Tian nodded and drew her weapon, aiming for a headshot. Bang! The bullet embedded itself 1 millimeter into the opponent's skull, but failed to penetrate. However, it did slow his movements significantly. Such hard bones, she remarked. It seems I must unleash my giant python. As Li Feng spoke, a dark aura emanated from him. The venomous giant python surged forth, towering over the individuals below. Battle soul. You actually possess a battle soul. No wonder you are so arrogant. The sight of Li Feng's venomous giant python instilled fear in his opponent. Enough talk. Bite him, Li Feng commanded, and the python lunged forward, swiftly seizing the man in its jaws. The toxins rapidly infiltrated his body before he was violently thrown to the ground, motionless. The defenders rushing into the building halted in their tracks, terrified by the sight of Li Feng's venomous giant python. The python turned, hissing as it exhaled a crimson mist, saturating the warehouse with a metallic scent of blood. Battle. Battle soul. Run. Confronted with the formidable battle spirit, they harbored no intention of engaging in combat. Such a level of battle spirit was utterly beyond their capacity to withstand. Consequently, the defense personnel of the factory scattered in disarray, left alone amidst the chaos. The factory manager stood rooted to the spot, as if his feet were encased in concrete, unable to move a muscle. He could scarcely muster the courage to shiver. Please, spare me. I can offer you something of value. With the last vestiges of his dignity, the manager attempted to negotiate. Li Feng withdrew his battle spirit, for the immense energy it demanded rendered its use impractical in most circumstances. He approached the factory manager, inquiring, "What value can you offer me?" The manager tensed, replying, This is the main warehouse of the Wanghu battle team. I will gift it to you." Following the manager's gaze, Li Feng surveyed the surrounding shelves, which seemed to stretch endlessly into the distance. Chapter 20. As long as I live, none of you will be harmed. It must be said that this warehouse is indeed quite spacious, sufficient to sustain their team for an entire year. However, Li Feng chuckled. I can certainly retrieve it myself. There is no need for you to deliver it. With that, he signaled to Li Tian beside him to take action. With a click, Li Tian chambered around. The factory director, frightened, quickly knelt down, raising his hands above his head. No, don't shoot. I'll serve as your hostage. Li Feng replied coldly. That won't be necessary. The factory director continued to plead. I can take you to the real Wanghu combat team. Their headquarters is not in Linhai. Only I know the location. Li Tian had already pressed her gun against his head. Upon hearing this, she paused and looked at Li Feng. Li Feng gently pushed aside her hand. You claim this is not the stronghold of the Wanghu combat team? The factory director finally lifted his head and gazed at Li Feng with sincerity. No, it's not. This is merely a place for collecting supplies. The actual base is an entire city. They have occupied the whole city. Only we, the branch members, can safely enter. If you take me with you, you can blend in safely at their headquarters. At that point, Li Feng understood exactly how to proceed. It seemed this individual still held some value. He rose and spoke into the intercom. Iron Fist, come to the entrance to pick us up. Yes, Brother Feng. Lu Taijun swiftly turned the steering wheel, heading towards the entrance of the Walmart supermarket. Along the way, there were no obstructions or checkpoints. It appeared that the personnel here had been thoroughly cleared out by Li Feng and his team. Yuan, gather everything in the warehouse into the space. Collect as much as you can. All right, Brother Feng. Li Yuan joyfully dashed towards the shelves, loading box after box of food, fresh water, snacks, and prepared meals into the space. Today was truly a bountiful harvest. The resources here were plentiful, ensuring no worries for sustenance. Yet, it was not suitable for habitation. A hotel would be far more comfortable. Otherwise, they could have settled down here directly. At this moment, Lu Taijun also arrived inside the Walmart warehouse. Upon seeing the man kneeling before Li Feng, he hurriedly inquired, "Brother Feng, is he Wang Hu?" Li Feng shook his head. "He is merely a branch leader. Find something to tie him up as our hostage." Receiving the order, Lu Taijun quickly searched for materials nearby and bound the factory director securely, even gagging him with a cloth. The factory director was quite satisfied with this arrangement. At least he was not killed. As long as he was alive, there was hope. He believed that Wang Hu's men would surely come to rescue him. After all, the supplies in this warehouse represented a significant fortune for them. "Tonight, we will stay here. Tomorrow morning, the instance will appear, and then we will enter together," Li Feng shouted to Li Tiantian and Wu Jun. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, the factory director widened his eyes in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Li Feng would possess foreknowledge of the instance's emergence. No wonder he was able to slay the ice steel bear and secure the first kill. There must be some secrets concealed within him. However, at present, he is powerless, merely at the mercy of others. "Brother Feng, how do you know it will appear tomorrow morning?" Lu Taixian inquired as he approached with a pad on his hands. Li Feng smiled. "Did I not mention it? It's an intelligence organization." Lu Taixian, appearing unconvinced, replied, "Another intelligence organization? Who are they? Let us meet them when time permits." Li Feng did not oppose this notion, perhaps when the opportunity arises. For the time being, everyone should recuperate and adjust their states to their utmost potential. The dungeon tomorrow is indeed a true challenge, one that will be formidable to confront. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Lu Taixian and Li Tiantian dared not take it lightly. They sought out Li Yuan for some useful supplies to replenish their stamina and energy. Wu Jun, on the other hand, procured some functional beverages for consumption. Each use of Eagle Eye drains a significant amount of his mental energy, and with no other means to replenish it swiftly, he could only rely on these drinks to alleviate his mental strain. As for the factory manager, he was bound to a pillar, guarded by a dozen zombies under Li Feng's control. The sight of these zombies fixating on him was driving the manager to the brink of despair. Previously, when faced with zombies, there were only two possibilities: escape or be devoured. However, Li Feng had now presented him with a third possibility: being relentlessly watched by zombies, poised to consume him at any moment. The unending oscillation between life and death was utterly overwhelming. In the office, Li Feng sat comfortably in the boss's chair, while the others occupied their desks, savoring the fruits of victory. Li Tiantian expressed some concern. "Brother Feng, we destroyed the lair of the Wang Hu battle team today. What if they seek revenge?" Li Feng, munching on chicken wings, wiped his greasy hands on a piece of paper. "No need to fret. Once we complete the dungeon tomorrow, our combat capabilities will undoubtedly increase significantly. Even if we face them passively, we shall not suffer." As a seasoned survivor of the apocalypse, Li Feng was well aware of the rich rewards this dungeon would offer, sufficient to fill their coffers and elevate their strength. Those teams unable to keep pace would inevitably face elimination. Witnessing Li Feng's confidence, Li Tiantian no longer harbored doubts. The consensus was clear. Following Brother Feng meant there would always be sustenance. The previous operations had been executed flawlessly, all effortlessly conquered by Li Feng. Lu Taixian, feeling entirely at ease, indulged in braised meat, occasionally sipping white wine, enjoying a sense of relaxation. Only Wu Jun bore a slight frown, uncertain of his survival amidst the unknown dungeon. Sensing his unease, Li Feng approached him, offering a bottle of beer. "Here, have a drink." Wu Jun, upon seeing the beer, quickly stood up and lightly tapped it against Li Feng's captain eye. Li Feng gestured with his eyes for him to drink first. Understanding, Wu Jun took no further hesitation and tilted his head back, gulping it down vigorously. His throat moved incessantly. Yellow liquid continuously trickled from the corners of his mouth, cascading down his neck and dampening his clothing. In truth, the amount consumed was far less than what had been spilled. "Huh!" Wu Jun set down the can and wiped the beer from his lips. Burp. He then let out a belch. Li Feng chuckled and mirrored his action, tilting his head back to drain his drink. "I understand your concerns. Such is the nature of the apocalypse. In the next moment, none can ascertain if they will still be alive." However, Li Feng gazed at him and assured, "I can promise you this. Even in death, I shall be the first to fall." As long as I remain unharmed, none of you shall suffer. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Wu Jun broke into tears, weeping loudly. The long duration of the apocalypse had bottled up his anger, helplessness, and sorrow, which he could no longer contain. He leaned on Li Feng's shoulder, as if he had found the most reliable support. Chapter 21. Entering the instance, Lu Taixian glanced over here and smiled knowingly, recognizing that Wu Jun had gradually begun to integrate into the group. Li Tiantian also looked at Li Feng, her eyes brimming with admiration. Perhaps such individuals are inherently suited to the role of a leader. The following morning, Li Feng left behind 10 novice zombies to guard the factory manager, instructing them to provide food and water every 2 days to prevent starvation. As for everything else, he chose to remain indifferent, for he too harbored uncertainty. He was unaware of how long it would take him to conquer this instance. Based on his previous life's experiences, these instances were random and allowed multiple teams to enter simultaneously. Consequently, he could not foresee the risks he might encounter. It was imperative to prepare for any eventuality. Inside, there was a possibility of encountering members from other teams. He reminded them, remember, do not engage in combat upon first sight. Instances differ from the outside world. They come with mission requirements. Some instances may necessitate mutual survival between both teams. In essence, the tasks vary, and it is crucial to clarify the relationship between friend and foe before proceeding. Do you understand? As Li Feng drove, he conveyed these instructions. Since these individuals were participating in an instance for the first time, they were bound to have numerous questions and potential oversights concerning the rules. It was essential to clarify everything in advance to avoid complications later. Seated beside him, Li Tiantian inquired, Brother Feng, what can we expect inside the instance? Could you enlighten us so that we might prepare ourselves mentally? Otherwise, we won't feel at ease. The others nodded in agreement. Li Feng shook his head. Each instance is different and random. I cannot guarantee what we will encounter. In short, we will face whatever comes our way. With me here, there is no need to fear. The group could only nod silently, placing their hopes in Li Feng. Should the difficulty of the instance prove too great, they might face total annihilation. However, considering that the apocalypse had only recently erupted, it was unlikely they would encounter exceedingly challenging instances. Li Feng felt a slight sigh of relief as they arrived at the entrance to the instance, Jiankou Square. At that moment, other survivors had already gathered there. Sister Ting, are we certain we want to enter this instance? What if we cannot return? One woman surveyed the crowd and spoke. You seem rather timid. If you do not wish to enter, then do not. I will not stop you. If anyone else wishes to withdraw, now is the time to step forward. Seated in the vehicle, Li Feng and the others listened as Wu Jun remarked, Captain, look at that stunning beauty. Lu Taixian quickly leaned toward the window and asked, Beauty? Where? Seeing their reactions, Li Tiantian and Li Yuan felt displeased. There are 2 beauties right beside you, yet you choose to gaze elsewhere. What is wrong with you? Hearing this, Lu Taixian chuckled. You 2 are already taken. Is it not permissible for us to admire the scenery outside? Li Feng shot them a glance. Enough with the nonsense. Wu Jun, can you discern how many people are there and assess their strength? Li Feng focused intently on the square, but lamentably, he lacked the eagle-eye ability and could not accurately gauge the situation of the opposing team. Wu Jun shook his head, unable to discern much. He could only see that there were over a dozen individuals, seemingly divided into 2 factions, who appear to have reached some form of accord, refraining from conflict. Upon hearing this, Li Feng nodded, recognizing that such situations were indeed plausible, especially among smaller teams. In the early stages, survival necessitated forming alliances. The advantage lay in the ability to collaborate on tasks and reap rewards, while the downside was the inequitable distribution of those rewards. The dominant party would seize nearly all the benefits, leaving the disadvantaged with scant returns. Nevertheless, many teams remained willing to form alliances. Let us proceed. We must make them aware of their competitors, Li Feng declared as he closed the car door and strode towards the center of the plaza. At that moment, a voice echoed in everyone's minds. A dungeon entrance has appeared at Linhai Plaza. All players are required to enter within 5 minutes. This announcement repeated thrice before fading away. In the plaza's center, a yellow light circle, towering over 2 meters, shimmered with twinkling lights, evoking an irresistible urge to explore its depths. Wow, how beautiful! Brother Feng, is that the dungeon entrance? Li Tian exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. Li Yuan shared her enthusiasm, revealing the girl's undeniable weakness for aesthetically pleasing sights. Wu Jun, see if you can glimpse the world inside, Li Feng suggested, turning to his companion in hopes of an early observation of that realm. Wu Jun activated his eagle-eye skill and gazed towards the portal, but found his vision engulfed in darkness, rendering everything invisible. Retracting his gaze, he shook his head at Li Feng. Do not worry, I understand now. It seems the destination is not straightforward. Everyone, exercise caution, Li Feng reassured. Upon hearing his words, the joy of Li Tian and the others dissipated, replaced by a shroud of apprehension. I told you, we are certainly not the only team here. Another group has arrived, remarked an individual already standing at the portal, addressing Li Feng and his companions. However, Feng Tingting coldly interjected, whoever they are, if they dare to snatch our rewards, I shall ensure they do not return. With that, she led her team into the yellow light circle, vanishing in an instant. The number of people in the plaza diminished rapidly. They've all entered, Li Tian exclaimed from his side. Brother Feng, will we encounter them? Lu Taixian inquired, seemingly eager for such a meeting. Li Feng cast him a glance, remarking, I believe you are more interested in that woman. Seizing the opportunity from earlier, Li Feng had discerned the woman's ability. She possessed teleportation skills. Such a talent was exceptional for fleeing, rescuing, or assassination. Fortunately, it was only a level 2 skill, allowing her to teleport a distance of 10 meters, with a cooldown of 1 minute. I advise you to abandon that notion. If she intends to eliminate you, it would be but a matter of moments, Li Feng cautioned. Such a girl is not suitable for him. Lu Taiquan, however, was unconvinced. I refuse to believe that. With my robust physique, can she really defeat me in an instant? As long as she cannot vanquish me. Lu Taiquan indulged in fanciful dreams, only to be awakened by Li Feng. All right, everyone, we are about to enter the instance. Remember this. Stay close to me and do not fall behind. The rest is up to me. Now let us rally together. As Li Feng spoke, he extended his hand, prompting Li Tian and others to join in, placing their hands atop each other. Let us go. Their voices were not perfectly synchronized, but it did nothing to diminish their fighting spirit. Li Feng led the way, with the others following closely behind, marking them as the last group to enter the instance. A wave of dizziness and a sensation of temporal distortion engulfed them, spinning their surroundings around. This feeling lasted for a few moments, before everything went dark and then brightened, revealing an entirely different scene before their eyes. Chapter 22. The onset of biohazard. They found themselves in what appeared to be a laboratory, surrounded by sterile, white, technologically advanced walls. In the center stood a table adorned with an array of vividly colored vials, reminiscent of those used for experimentation. Li Feng, having just risen from the ground, surveyed his surroundings with a look of bewilderment. Upon entering, he had become separated from his fellow team members, no longer in proximity to them. Panic surged through Li Feng's mind. This was the first thought that crossed his consciousness. Being thrust into such a scenario, immediately distanced from his team, indicated that they were at least in a B-level dungeon. Such dungeons are notoriously fraught with peril. Iron Fist. Sweet. Wu Jun. Li Feng attempted to call out to them, yet received no response. Soon after, a mission appeared in everyone's minds, outlining the task at hand. Task 1. Survive. The weight of this revelation hit Li Feng like a stone. His heart skipped a beat. Indeed, this was a formidable dungeon. He needed to locate his comrades immediately. Otherwise, given their capabilities, survival within this dungeon would be exceedingly challenging. Li Feng swiftly acclimated himself, embarking on a search for valuable information. As someone who had endured the trials of a post-apocalyptic world, he understood certain fundamental principles governing dungeons. For instance, a dungeon would not plunge one into a nonsensical realm. Every world possesses its own logical coherence and a compelling sense of purpose. Thus, Li Feng needed to discern which world he was currently inhabiting. Only then could he identify a potential means of escape. He began to explore his surroundings. Noticing that he was clad in a white jumpsuit, it became apparent that he was in a laboratory, presumably as one of its workers. Just as he was about to examine the experimental items on the table, the large door adjacent to him swung open. Out emerged 7 or 8 individuals, a mix of men and women, with striking blue hair and piercing eyes, appearing distinctly foreign. Li Feng, what are you doing here? The experiment has concluded. We must return now. Remember to destroy your experimental data to prevent any leaks. One of them remarked before they proceeded onward, entering an elevator that began its ascent. Destroying experimental data? What on earth were they engaged in? Driven by curiosity, Li Feng hurriedly followed, intent on uncovering the situation. He observed as they navigated through multiple security checkpoints, undergoing rigorous identity verifications before finally reaching the exit. What he had anticipated to be an exit into the outside world instead led them into a far larger laboratory, which he surmised to be subterranean. What kind of experiments could possibly warrant a facility of such magnitude to be constructed underground? The questions swirled in Li Feng's mind, amplifying his confusion. At that moment, he suddenly spotted Wu Jun among the throng, hastily pursuing him. He tapped Wu Jun on the shoulder from behind. Hey! Startled, Wu Jun turned around and, upon recognizing Li Feng, nearly burst into tears of joy. Captain, I thought, hush. Li Feng placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Wu Jun nodded vigorously, adjusting his pace to match that of Li Feng. Utilize your keen eyesight to locate Iron Fist and his companions. We must seek them out, Li Feng whispered swiftly. Wu Jun nodded silently, employing his abilities to survey the surroundings. However, the sight before him was astonishing, and it took him a while to regain his composure. Noticing Wu Jun's expression, Li Feng inquired, What troubles you, Wu Jun? Have you uncovered something? This instance of the dungeon was far beyond Li Feng's expectations, to the extent that even a survivor from the apocalypse like him required the assistance of his companions to swiftly identify an escape route. I have discerned our location, Wu Jun replied, seemingly perturbed, as if he had stumbled upon an ominous revelation. Li Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Where? Gradually, Wu Jun uttered 4 words, Biohazard Crisis. A sudden realization struck Li Feng, and his countenance shifted dramatically. The environment around them felt hauntingly familiar. They were indeed in the Red Queen's control room. The laboratory, themed entirely around a supercomputer, had malfunctioned, trapping a multitude of scientists and infecting them with a virus that ultimately transformed them into zombies. What a predicament! They were thrown into a catastrophic scenario from the outset. Surviving such a dungeon posed a 5-star difficulty level. Li Feng hastily queried, What of Iron Fist and the others? Have you discovered their whereabouts? Wu Jun gestured towards a corridor ahead. They are in the Red Queen's control room, planning to shut down the machine. Panic surged within Li Feng. Those familiar with the biohazard crisis understood that if the Red Queen's control room were shut down, it would spell true disaster. They had to intervene immediately. Warning, warning, unknown intruders detected. This system will automatically initiate lockdown and disinfection procedures. An ominous voice echoed throughout the room. Simultaneously, the lights flickered out and a violet disinfection beam illuminated the area. This is not good. The Red Queen is initiating the disinfection protocol. It seeks to eliminate everyone here. Li Feng exclaimed urgently. Wu Jun felt overwhelmed by this revelation. He comprehended the dire situation. The zombie toxin was circulating within the ventilation system, and it would swiftly permeate the entire laboratory. If that happened, they would all succumb to the infection. What shall we do, Captain? Wu Yun pleaded, hoping for Li Feng's guidance to ensure their survival. Li Feng swiftly scanned their surroundings. The chaos among the personnel was palpable. Those who had been transported into this dungeon, like themselves, were scattered throughout the laboratory and beyond. Yet, their shared objective remained clear: to survive. Hiss! The central air conditioning system commenced releasing gas, poisonous mist. In a moment of desperation, Li Feng summoned his battle spirit, the venomous giant python. A massive black serpent erupted from within him, enveloping the entire room. Upon witnessing the colossal python, Wu Jun was momentarily taken aback. Although he understood it was conjured by Li Feng, the proximity still sent chills down his spine. 1 minute passed. The toxic gas dissipated. Li Feng and Wu Jun stood in their place and scathed. We are unharmed. We are indeed unharmed. Captain, your battle spirit has saved us. Wu Yun exclaimed joyfully. Li Feng glanced around and examined his own body, relieved to find no signs of mutation. It seemed that indeed the battle spirit had aided them in overcoming this calamity. Thank you, Li Feng addressed the venomous giant python hovering above. The python nodded in acknowledgement before swiftly returning to Li Feng's body. Let us check on Tai Quan and the others, Li Feng said to Wu Jun. Wu Jun replied softly, Rest assured, Captain, they are in the Red Queen's control room. Quite safe. Li Feng inquired further. Are there no other team's members present? Wu Jun shook his head. With this confirmation, Li Feng felt a sense of relief. He was far more concerned about the other teams than the monsters within the instance. They posed a greater danger, as it was likely that different teams had drawn varying missions. If another team had been assigned a kill mission, their situation would be dire indeed. Let us proceed. This is now my stage, Li Feng stated with an impassive expression, then walked towards the elevator ahead. Wu Jun obediently followed behind, using his keen eyesight to guide the way. Chapter 23. Deciding to seek assistance, we must prevent them from reaching the Red Queen. This will allow us to contain the situation. As Li Feng spoke, he locked eyes with the zombie on his left, clad in a white, high-tech coat. Its head tilted at an odd angle, drool dripped from its mouth. How ghastly! It was utterly transformed into a mindless creature, lunging towards Li Feng. However, Li Feng had long since developed immunity to such horrors. With a mere snap of his fingers, the zombie's eyes turned crimson, becoming his loyal subordinate. Proceed and clear the path for me, Li Feng commanded nonchalantly. The zombie obeyed without hesitation, moving forward. Follow closely, Li Feng instructed Wu Jun, and the two trailed behind the zombie as it advanced. On either side of the corridor were containers used for experiments, their contents well known to the duo. They hastened past, sparing no time to linger. The zombie obeyed Li Feng's orders, making its way toward the Red Queen's control room. The immediate priority was to rendezvous with Lu Taixian and the others. A sound escaped the mouth of the zombie in front, a noise reminiscent of its encounters with humans. Could there be survivors ahead? Captain, there are two individuals hiding behind the left door, Wu Jun whispered urgently. Li Feng nodded in response, remaining silent as he directed the zombie to investigate. The zombie moved towards the door, and suddenly, two figures emerged, brandishing blades that emitted a bluish glow, striking at the zombie. Cost: 100 evolution points. Li Feng shouted upon witnessing the scene. Instantly, the zombie transformed, brandishing a steel blade to counter the incoming attack. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as both blades were deflected, the sheer force sending the attackers staggering back. What the hell? They exclaimed in unison, likely having never encountered an armed zombie before. They soon noticed Li Feng and his companions behind the zombie. Who are you? They queried simultaneously. Li Feng commanded the zombie to cease its assault and replied, We are the Li Feng team. I am the captain. Seeing that the zombie remained passive, the duo exhaled in relief. With cautious expressions, they introduced themselves. We are from the Tingting team, Guo Xiao and Wang Lei. Indeed, they were members of a team dispatched to this instance for a mission. Li Feng's curiosity piqued at how they had survived the toxic gas. Pleasure to meet you. I am, Wu Jun began, extending his hand in a gesture of goodwill, but Li Feng interjected, halting him. Turning to Guo Xiao and Wang Lei, Li Feng inquired, What is your mission? He was resolute not to forge alliances without first understanding their objectives. The two appeared unaware of the rules governing this instance, responding without hesitation. To survive. Wang Lei, however, posed a question. Isn't each team assigned different missions? His intellect was commendable as he grasped this concept swiftly. Li Feng refrained from answering, stating, We are off to locate the remaining team members. Take care of yourselves. Having spoken, they proceeded toward the Red Queen's control room, accompanied by a horde of zombies wielding steel blades. Captain, they're trailing us from behind, Wu Jun whispered alongside Li Feng. With his keen eyesight, he was aware of the surrounding dynamics. No need to rush. Let's observe their intentions. Should they harbor any ill will, I shall personally extinguish them. As he uttered these words, a cold glint flashed in Li Feng's eyes. In this apocalyptic world, kindness seldom ensured survival. especially within the perilous confines of this treacherous realm. After navigating through several doors, Li Feng and his companions arrived at the periphery of the control room. The centerpiece was a large, transparent glass enclosure, revealing the supercomputer within. Its various gears, both large and small, meticulously aligned and functioning in harmony. Greetings, outsiders. I am the virtual embodiment of the Red Queen. The virus has been released. What brings you here? A small girl in a red dress materialized beside Li Feng, blinking innocently. Yet, they understood all too well that the supercomputer's core was the architect of their dire predicament. Pay her no heed. We must rendezvous with Iron Fist and the others, Li Feng declared, passing through the virtual figure as they ventured deeper into the core area. This was the Red Queen's control zone, capable of halting operations or executing other commands. Unfortunately, those who once wielded control had succumbed to the toxic gas released by the defense system. Now, the Red Queen had evolved into a fully autonomous entity. You are trespassing unlawfully. The system will initiate a cleansing protocol, echoed the incessant announcements surrounding them. This startled Wang Lei and Guiqiao, trailing behind. Brother Wang, we must retreat. Don't follow us. This cursed system is up to its tricks again. Guiqiao panicked. What are you afraid of? With the people ahead keeping watch, let's observe the unfolding events. Wang Lei replied calmly, confident in Li Feng's presence. Suddenly, a door creaked open, revealing dozens of zombies, contorting their bodies and baring their teeth, rushing toward Li Feng and his companions. These were the once researchers transformed into zombies by the Red Queen's toxic gas, now utilized to attack. Unfortunately, they had misidentified their targets. What the hell, Brother Wang? A horde of zombies. What shall we do? Our weapons are insufficient to combat so many, Guiqiao exclaimed anxiously. Previously, they had relied on their team to survive the apocalypse. Now, isolated from their larger force, their combat prowess had diminished sharply. Wang Lei, though equally concerned, feigned composure. Stay calm. Let's see how they handle this. As long as they remain unscathed, we shall endure, with no other choice. Guiqiao placed his hopes in Li Feng. Unfazed, Li Feng smiled slightly. Perfect timing. I was just lamenting the lack of manpower. With that, he snapped his fingers. The horde of zombies surged forward, only to come to an abrupt halt, their eyes glowing with crimson light. They all became subordinates of Li Feng. Wu Jun, who had been tense just moments ago, now relaxed, his chest rising and falling rapidly, uncertain whether Li Feng's abilities would remain effective in this realm. It appeared his worries were unfounded. Captain, you are truly impressive, Wu Jun praised. Li Feng offered a slight smile in return. It's merely a trifle. Our chances of survival have significantly increased. Let us hasten to rendezvous with Iron Fist and the others, and then escape this place. Wu Jun nodded in agreement with Li Feng's plan. Behind them, Wang Lei and Guiqiao stood in stunned silence. What the hell? He can control the zombies. Isn't this just a gift from the heavens? Both were bewildered. No matter how powerful a skill might be, nothing seemed as tangible as directly commanding the undead. Come on, we must follow him. Our survival hinges entirely on them. Wang Lei's and Guiqiao's thoughts were perfectly aligned. They both recognized that clinging to Li Feng's formidable presence was an opportunity not to be missed. Chapter 24. Shutdown of the Red Queen's mainframe. Li Feng, accompanied by over 20 zombies, ventured into the internal corridor of the Red Queen. This was a circular, obsidian-hued expanse. At its center lay the hollow core, the very essence of the Red Queen's supercomputer. It was said to possess nuclear resilience, impervious even to small-scale nuclear weapons. Thus, the only means to compel its cessation was to delve into its internal code. Diaquan, Tian, Li Feng called out, spotting Lu Taiquan and others, his voice echoing through the corridor. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Lu Taiquan turned, his excitement palpable upon recognizing him. Brother Feng, we're over here. Be cautious. That phantasmal figure will seal off this area, Lu Taiquan warned loudly. At that moment, the virtual entity manifested, standing beside Li Feng. I am astonished by your capabilities. You managed to evade the gas and the onslaught of corpses. Individuals like you pose a threat to the experimental base and must be eradicated. As it spoke, its eyes began to glow crimson, simultaneously triggering an alarm. Warning! Warning! All experimental subject doors have been opened. All experimental subject doors have been opened. Upon hearing this, Wu Jun felt a wave of dread wash over him, for he comprehended the implications. The subjects they used for research were not human at all. Lu Taiquan and the others hastily converged towards Li Feng, tears glistening in her eyes. Lu Tiantian gazed at Li Feng. Brother Feng, I thought I would never see you again. Li Feng smiled at her reassuringly. How could that be? We are together now. Do not worry. I will lead you all out of here. MHM. Lu Tiantian nodded vigorously, her hope rekindled. Captain, those two individuals are approaching, Wu Jun remarked, eyeing the inky entrance. Li Feng turned to face the entrance. The 20-plus zombies simultaneously pivoted, directing their attention to the opening, emitting guttural hisses. At a mere command from Li Feng, they would charge forth, tearing their adversaries to shreds. Guo Xiao raised his hands, stepping into the light from the shadows. Wait, do not attack. We surrender. Wang Lei also raised his hands high. Take us out. We surrender. Lu Taiquan, perplexed, inquired, Xiao Wu, who are these two? Wu Jun briefly explained. And Lu Taiquan cautioned Li Feng, Brother Feng, their identities are suspicious. Do not place your trust in them lightly. Li Feng nodded in understanding. Just as he intended to question them further, Guo Xiao was suddenly snatched into the air by a 10-meter-long lizard. Guo Xiao, Wing Lei shouted in alarm. Li Feng looked up to find a zombie lizard clinging to the walls around them. I shall fight you, Wing Lei exclaimed, picking up a blue weapon from the ground and hurling it at the zombie lizard. With a resounding crash, the impact created a crater in the wall. Yet the zombie lizard evaded capture. Guo Xiao's lifeless body fell to the ground, now cleaved in two. Everyone turned in shock, realizing the formidable nature of the zombies within this scenario. The sight of one of their kind perishing before them forced them to confront the dire nature of their own predicament. The zombie lizard clung to the wall, extending its long tongue towards Li Feng and the others, lunging at them once more. Wang Lei was caught off guard, and the creature sank its teeth into him. Tian, shoot! Li Feng shot urgently. Bang! Bang! 2 shots struck the zombie lizard, merely causing it to sway without penetrating its tough armor. The armor is too thick. We can't break through, Lu Taixian exclaimed, well aware of the formidable nature of such protection as a meat shield. Ordinary attacks were utterly futile. The zombie lizard leaped into the air, spraying a mist of blood. Wang Lei was killed by the bite. This kind of undead creature was intent on hunting, not converting others into zombies, leaving no survivors in its wake. Be careful, Feng Ge. I'll confront it, Lu Taixian declared, already swinging his fist as he charged at the zombie lizard. Bang! 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 Li Tiantian continued to fire, providing cover for Lu Taixian, allowing him to close the distance to the creature. Lu Taixian shouted, launching a powerful punch towards the lizard's head. The lizard opened its jaws wide in response. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as Lu Taixian sent the lizard crashing down from the wall. The recoil caused him to fall to the ground. Hiss! The lizard swiftly regained its footing and lashed out its tongue at Lu Taixian, appearing exceptionally ferocious. Watch out! It's furious. Zombie with a steel knife, attack. Li Feng commanded his steel knife zombie to assault the lizard. Bang! 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 Li Tiantian continued to shoot, incessantly firing at the zombie lizard to buy Lu Taixian some time. Watch this! Lu Taixian yelled, leaping into the air as his equipment radiated a blue glow, then bringing it down upon the lizard. The gigantic tail of the lizard swung violently, sending Lu Taixian sprawling aside. The steel knife zombie launched an attack on the lizard, while dozens of remaining zombies surrounded it, tearing at its flesh. This is an assault initiated by the Red Queen. It seems we must put an end to it, Li Feng remarked from the sidelines. Wu Jun paused in surprise. Captain, didn't you just say we should prevent them from shutting down the machine? Why are we now actively trying to stop it? We aimed to halt them because we were unaware of the situation. Now that we understand, it is merely a matter of opening all the hatches to unleash more zombies. In that case, these zombies will become my forces. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Wu Jun comprehended the situation. Li Yuanyuan interjected, Brother Feng, I know the code. I was the one who suggested shutting down the Red Queen's mainframe. Li Feng's face lit up with joy as he looked at her. Excellent. I will provide cover for you. Go shut it down now. Li Yuanyuan nodded and quickly climbed the ladder, intending to reach the control room to disable the Red Queen. Foolish humans, your actions will lead to everyone's doom. Please cease this behavior. I'm doing this solely to protect everyone. Once you shut me down, the entire planet will face catastrophe. The virtual image of the Red Queen, resembling a little girl, appeared beside Li Yuanyuan, trailing her as she spoke. Li Yuanyuan cast a glance at it, disregarding the presence, and continued her ascent. Eventually, she arrived at the control room. The zombie lizard on the ground received the command and swiftly scurried up the wall, racing towards her in an attempt to thwart her progress. Li Feng Shota Banumos Iton. With a swift motion, a shadowy figure emerged from his body, lunging towards the lizard above. A piercing scream echoed as the zombie lizard was struck by the python, which hurled it back to the ground. Venom rapidly spread across its form, causing its skin to darken swiftly until it became rigid and lifeless on the floor. Lu Taixian rose from the ground, giving Li Feng a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Li Yuanyuan was typing code at a rapid pace on the computer, executing the termination sequence. The virtual girl stood beside her, uttering menacing threats. Cold sweat trickled down Li Yuanyuan's brow, yet her hands remained undeterred in their motion. With a final keystroke, the screen before her dimmed. The enormous gears ceased their rotation, and the surrounding lights faded into darkness. Everyone was plunged into obscurity. Chapter 25. Encountering other teams, Lu Taixian softly inquired, "Has Li Yuanyuan succeeded? Is the Red Queen deactivated?" Li Feng listened intently, and upon detecting no further sounds, he replied, "It should be so. Everyone be cautious. Once the Red Queen is shut down, all the doors will open and the zombies will swarm out." No sooner had he spoken than a series of gunshots echoed in the distance. They understood that a special operations team had arrived to assess the situation, likely having encountered zombies and engaged in combat. They had arrived too late. "We should shut down the mainframe," Li Feng suggested. Yuanyuan, retrieving some lighting equipment from her storage space, distributed it among them. "Wujuan, you lead the way. We will follow closely behind you. We need to exit this base swiftly." "Understood, Captain," responded both Wujuan and Li Yuanyuan in unison. At that moment, Li Yuanyuan's storage space proved invaluable. The supplies she had gathered previously were now put to good use. Each member received rations of food and water, consuming them as they moved. With Wujuan leading, they felt momentarily shielded from danger. The sounds of gunfire intensified. To avoid injury, Li Feng instructed Wujuan to halt their advance. They would wait until the others experienced the ferocity of the zombies. As they paused, Lu Taixian leaned against the wall, stuffing a piece of bread into his mouth. "Brother Feng, where do you think the other teams are? Aren't they with us?" Wujuan replied. "The two who were tailing us earlier belong to the Tingting team. They likely sought to latch onto us for support, but little did they know. The memory of their gruesome demise sent a chill through everyone. It seemed Li Feng had been right. The dungeon was a treacherous realm where survival was far from guaranteed. Li Feng took a swig from a bottle of mineral water, wiping his mouth clean. "Do not worry. As long as I am here, no harm will come to you." He handed Lu Taixian a basic healing potion. "Here, keep this safe and use it when necessary." Lu Taixian looked at Li Feng with gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Feng. This vitality-enhancing potion is for you, Wujuan." "Thank you, Captain." Wujuan expressed his appreciation, feeling the warmth of camaraderie for the first time. Li Feng then turned to Li Tiantian and her companion. "Stay close to me. You will be safe." Li Tiantian nodded vigorously, feeling a profound sense of security beside Li Feng. At that moment, the gunfire outside had ceased, suggesting all had perished. He recalled that in the biohazard scenario, the first wave of soldiers had come merely to meet their doom, utterly oblivious to the horrors they faced. "Wujuan, check if there are any survivors outside. If not, we shall proceed," Li Feng commanded. Wujuan activated his eagle eye, surveying the surroundings. He found no living souls, only zombies. He nodded to Li Feng, indicating it was safe to exit. Li Feng led the way outside, with the others following closely behind. Ahead lay an elevator leading to the ground level. The lengthy corridor was teeming with zombies, compelling anyone who encountered them to take a detour. Yet, Li Feng appeared quite elated. Such a formidable force. This is certainly advantageous. Without hesitation, he proceeded towards the corridor. Upon hearing the commotion, the zombies turned to face him, momentarily pausing before lunging at him with ferocious intent. However, in the next instant, they stood still, allowing him and his companions to pass unhindered. Wu Jun closely trailed behind Li Feng, feeling the presence of the zombies almost brushing against him. He hurried through, eager to avoid any delays, even though he was aware that these creatures were under Li Feng's control. With a total of 160 zombies, including 5 basic zombies and 5 steel knife zombies, they were adequately equipped. Standing at the elevator entrance, Li Feng glanced back at the Horde he commanded and remarked, "Brother Feng, are we not going to address the numerous zombies in other areas of this laboratory?" Lu Tiexiong inquired from the side, as it was his first time participating in such a mission, and he was uncertain about the protocol. Li Feng shook his head. "No need. Our primary objective is survival. As long as we ensure our own safety, we will have successfully passed the mission assessment. There is no need to complicate matters. Let us ascend and see if we can locate other team members. Remember, do not disclose our mission when encountering them." The group nodded in silent understanding. They had just learned that each team had distinct objectives upon entering, leading to a cautious atmosphere of mutual distrust among all teams present. The group took the elevator to exit the laboratory, bringing forth over 100 zombies with them. With this formidable contingent, they will be prepared for any potential encounters with other teams. "Brother Feng, where are we?" Lu Tiexiong queried, his expression one of confusion as they reached the ground level, for the surroundings were starkly different from their previous dwelling. The billboards and buildings on the streets bore no resemblance to what they had known. Li Feng did not respond to Lu Tiexiong's question. Instead, he directed Wu Jun, "Activate your eagle eye to scan for any team members in the vicinity." Wu Jun swiftly surveyed the surroundings and soon discovered a lead. "Captain, there's a group approaching us from the left side of the street," he reported, his eyes wide with realization. Nodding in acknowledgement, Li Feng instructed Li Tian, "Follow my gestures." "Understood," she affirmed, readying her handgun for any potential confrontation. Li Feng aimed to discern the nature of the approaching team's mission. If their objective was to eliminate members from other teams, then they would undoubtedly engage in battle. After establishing their plan, Li Feng led his team to conceal themselves around a corner, awaiting the oncoming group. "Brother Jia, where do you think that individual is?" We traversed nearly half the city, and still Haven T spotted him. "Also, are we certain the entrance to the passage is located here?" A bearded man inquired from within the group. The individual standing beside him remained vigilant, responding, "Regardless, the mission prompt indicates we are in the right place. We must seek further specifics ourselves. If we fail to complete the task, it seems we may never return." The bearded man, upon hearing this, curled his lip. "I told you not to recklessly initiate the instance. Well, here we are, trapped." The person at the forefront turned back to glance at them, prompting them to quickly fall silent. "Everyone, muster your spirits. The entrance to the passage is nearby. Completing the mission, securing the reward, and surviving another day in this apocalyptic world. What could be better?" Someone from the back shouted, "It's the captain." Just then, Li Feng emerged from around the corner. Startled, they hastily drew their weapons, aiming them at Li Feng. When an unexpected figure appears, particularly in such dire circumstances, it is only natural to be on high alert. "Please, remain calm. I'm a member of Li Feng's squad, here to undertake the same mission as you." Li Feng introduced himself. Upon hearing this, the opposing captain scrutinized Li Feng for a moment, suddenly recalling something. "The Ice Steel Bear first kill. Was it you who accomplished that?" Li Feng smiled. "Indeed, that was me." Gasps of astonishment echoed from the others behind him. Chapter 26. The emergence of super soldiers. The first boss made its appearance, drawing the most formidable teams of the time. Yet, only Li Feng's team achieved the coveted first kill, underscoring their unparalleled strength. As of now, Li Feng's team remains at the pinnacle of the leaderboard, boasting a staggering lead of over 2,000 points ahead of the second place. Such prowess instills a sense of dread among the other teams. "Captain, could he possibly be deceiving us? He seems rather unremarkable," one team member remarked. "Indeed, I find it hard to believe he could slay the Ice Steel Bear. Should we capture him and interrogate him for clarity?" Upon hearing his comrade's suggestions, The captain's resolve wavered. Regardless of the truth, he was merely another individual here on a mission, hailing from a rival team. Capturing him could yield advantages, whether in acquiring his equipment or securing a hostage for future endeavors. With a shift in his demeanor, the captain declared, "I care not for your team affiliation. Now, step forward and relinquish all the supplies in your possession, including your equipment. Should you comply, I may consider sparing you." Li Feng responded with a smile, shaking his head. "No, no, no. It is you who should surrender your weapons. Then I may contemplate your reprieve." The opposing team fell silent for a moment, then erupted in laughter, as if they had heard the most absurd joke. However, their mirth was short-lived. Gradually, they realized the surrounding alley was teeming with 160 zombies, encroaching upon them. "Captain, zombies! There are zombies!" One shouted, panic seizing him. "Where did they come from? How did I not notice them earlier? Is your detector malfunctioning? It's impossible to miss so many." Li Feng observed their flustered expressions with ease, remarking, "So, have you reconsidered my earlier proposition?" The opposing team scoffed, "With so many zombies, you cannot even ensure your own safety, yet you wish to take our gear? Dream on." At that moment, Li Feng commanded 2 steel-knife zombies to stand behind him, resembling loyal sentinels. The opposing team was taken aback, exclaiming, "Look, that zombie behind him. Why isn't he attacked? It seems as though these zombies are obeying him. He must be an awakened one, capable of controlling zombies." Chaos erupted among them as they grasped the source of Li Feng's confidence. These zombies were indeed under his command. Li Feng maintained a smile, while teammates Lu Taiquan, Wu Jun, Li Tian, and Li Yuanyuan emerged from their concealment behind the wall. Upon seeing them united with Li Feng, the opposing team was utterly subdued. You truly are from Li Feng's team." The captain, realizing the futility of resistance against such formidable strength, conceded. "Brothers, lower your weapons. We stand no chance," he lamented, surrendering to despair. Though he yearned to seize the opportunity, the vast disparity in strength compelled him to weigh the pros and cons. The others, upon hearing this, reluctantly lowered their weapons. Observing this, Li Feng signaled to Li Yuanyuan to place their armaments into the storage space. "Now, we can have a proper discussion," Li Feng said, his face adorned with a smile. Yet, to the adversaries, that smile resembled the sinister grin of a demon from the abyss, sending chills down their spines. The captain expressed profound sincerity. "Captain Li Feng, we have disarmed. Could you grant us a chance at survival?" Li Feng replied, "I can allow you to live, but on one condition. You must join us as an affiliated squad." The opposing team murmured amongst themselves, "What does it mean to be an affiliated squad? Are we to become part of Li Feng's team? Why would he want to recruit us?" Without hesitation, the captain declared, "No problem. I am willing. As long as we can survive, I would accept being conscripted or even turned into a slave." At this juncture, who would still concern themselves with notions of pride? Li Feng turned to the captain's companions. "What about you?" They exchanged glances and nodded. "We are willing too." Li Feng nodded. "Very well, from this day forth, you shall be known as the first affiliated squad of my team." Upon uttering this, he initiated the formal recruitment process. They all consented, successfully incorporating the Grey Bear squad and receiving the mission to eliminate the Reborn. A voice echoed in the minds of all members of Li Feng's team, revealing that recruiting members from other squads would directly bestow their tasks upon them, promising greater rewards. "So your mission is to eliminate the Reborn," Li Feng remarked to the leader of the first squad. The leader nodded. "Indeed, Captain. We have searched for quite some time here, yet have not encountered any Reborn. This task is exceedingly difficult." Li Feng, however, chuckled. "It is not difficult. Rather, you have not sought in the right manner." "What method?" the leader inquired, intrigued. Li Feng, with an air of mystery, replied, "Let the bullets fly a little longer." With that, he gestured to Lu Taixian and the others, indicating the tallest building nearby, signaling everyone to ascend to the rooftop. Navigating through layers of security, they reached the top of the skyscraper, where they could survey half the city. The members of the first squad followed, yet they could not fully integrate into Li Feng's team, for they were merely an affiliated squad, devoid of the internal benefits enjoyed by Li Feng's team. Whatever they desired required Li Feng's approval. In essence, they were akin to a band of slaves. provide them with some food, and have them maintain vigilance. Li Feng instructed, retrieving a lounge chair and table from the storage space, reclining as he spoke. Lu Taixian organized the first squad's duties, assigning them to patrol the perimeter of the rooftop. Li Yuanyuan distributed simple bread and bottled water to them. Upon receiving these provisions, tears of joy nearly fell from their eyes, for it had been a long time since they had savored such sustenance in the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Li Feng and his companions. On the table lay a small hot pot, skewered delicacies, beer, and an array of fried chicken and snacks. The members of Team 1 could hardly fathom it. Brother Feng, what exactly is that regenerator, and where might it be? Lu Taiquan inquired while savoring a skewer. Wu Jun, lost in thought, remarked, in my estimation, that regenerator may well be a person transformed, akin to those in Resident Evil, a super soldier. Li Feng took a sip of beer and added, indeed. Li Tiantian and Li Yuanyuan turned their gaze towards Li Feng, well aware of the cinematic references he alluded to regarding super soldiers. Lu Taiquan paused momentarily. Brother Feng, do we stand a chance against such super soldiers? After all, they're individuals who have undergone modifications, possessing formidable combat prowess. Even if he had skills, uncertainty lingered in his heart. Li Feng, casually shelling peanuts and popping them into his mouth, replied, "It's a trivial matter. We shall see." With that, he wiped his mouth and reclined on the rocking chair, gazing at the starry night sky, relishing a fleeting moment of tranquility. Chapter 27. My mission is to eliminate you. Upon witnessing Li Feng's demeanor, the others ceased their disturbances, each preoccupied with their own thoughts as they dined and rested. The following morning dawned with a gentle breeze and a temperate sun. Yet the members of Team 1 could not maintain their composure. Captain, this is dire. Zombies are rampant in the streets. A zombie crisis has erupted here. This side too. Half the city is overrun by the undead. Could it be that the research facility has been compromised? They stood on the balcony, observing flames erupting in numerous locations. People were engaged in fierce battles against the zombies, while many others looted various supermarkets. At this moment, moral ethics were of no consequence. Li Feng, however, stretched languidly before rising. Lu Taixian and the others had already taken their positions around the balcony, awaiting Li Feng's command. Have we spotted any regenerators? Li Feng inquired while squeezing toothpaste and brushing his teeth. Lu Taixian shook his head. Not yet. Wait, she approaches. Wu Jun exclaimed, pointing toward the west. A cloud of smoke billowed forth, from which emerged a Harley motorcycle. Upon it sat a woman clad in a black fitted leather suit, her golden hair cropped short. A shotgun was slung at her waist, and a flexible magazine rested on her back, exuding an aura of formidable power. With a swift maneuver, the motorcycle left a curved black tire mark on the ground. As the vehicle halted, zombies surged toward her. Bang, bang, bang. The woman drew her shotgun and fired ahead. Click, click. She swiftly reloaded, continuing her assault as she advanced fearlessly. Li Feng, observing the woman from the balcony, smiled knowingly. She has finally arrived. Let us descend. He then poured the water from his cup over the edge before making his way downstairs. Lu Taixian and Li Tiantian followed closely behind, with the members of Team 1 trailing them, fearful of lagging behind. The city was now overrun by zombies. Without a powerful team, survival was implausible. Tiantian, when a moment is right, take your shot. However, she is not an ordinary individual and may sense your intent to kill. You must wait until her guard is down before attacking. Understood, Brother Feng, Li Tiantian replied. The battle below raged on, drawing even more zombies in its wake. As Li Feng descended, 160 zombies joined the fray. The regenerator furrowed her brow and took flight, the horde pursuing her relentlessly. Ahead lay a strategically arranged pile of refuse. The regenerator leapt atop it, momentarily halting the zombies' advance. They soon resumed their ascent. Swish, swish, swish. The regenerator wielded a long knife, cleaving through the climbing zombies. The corpses of the slain accumulated upon the refuse mound. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this mound was entirely composed of the fallen undead. As an increasing number of zombies were drawn closer, the Reborn extracted grease and a windproof lighter from his pocket. He leaped to an adjacent floor and hurled the grease and lighter upwards. Boom! In an instant, hundreds of zombies were engulfed in flames. Li Feng furrowed his brow at the sight. How ruthless. Apart from the 10 steel blade zombies accompanying him, the remaining zombies were all incinerated. Brother Feng, I will confront him, Lu Taiquan exclaimed, exhilarated. The prospect of battling a reborn, akin to those in movies, thrilled him. Li Feng did not dissuade him. It was an opportunity to gauge the reborn's prowess. Lu Taiquan dashed towards the office building in search of the reborn. Captain, will Brother Taiquan be all right? Someone asked. He will be fine. He is quite resilient, Li Feng replied. Just as the words left his mouth, Lu Taiquan flew out of the 4th floor window, crashing heavily to the ground amidst a shower of shattered glass. Damn, Li Feng exclaimed as he observed the window from which Lu Taiquan had fallen. The reborn stood right there. Fire. With a command, Li Tiantian opened fire. Bang! The shot missed. The reborn astonishingly evaded her aim, leaving Li Tiantian momentarily stunned and unwilling to concede defeat. She attempted to shoot again, but the reborn had vanished from her line of sight. Curse be! Li Tiantian muttered under her breath. Nearby, Li Yuanyuan offered consolation. It's all right, sister. The reborn possesses superior qualities compared to ordinary individuals. Moreover, she was concealed behind the window and fled the moment she turned. Missing her shot is no disgrace. In response, Li Feng ordered, Team 1, pursue the reborn. Wu Yun, provide reconnaissance support. Understood, Wu Jun replied loudly. However, the members of Team 1 hesitated. They had witnessed the reborn's capabilities. Encountering her would likely spell their doom. Catching a glimpse of Li Feng's gaze, they trembled in fear, realizing that failure to act could lead to their demise. Thus, they hastily made their way towards the office building to secure the area. Crash! The sound of breaking glass echoed from the back of the staircase. She jumped out the back. Wu Jun shouted, Everyone hurry! The leader of Team 1 urged his comrades to give chase. Li Feng approached Lu Taiquan, who was nursing a swollen face and applying a basic healing potion. Taiquan, are you all right? Li Feng bent down, extending a hand to help him up. Lu Taiquan shook his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, I didn't expect that woman to be so strong. She flung me out effortlessly. Li Feng nodded. I've sent Team 1 after her. Once Wu Jun reports her location, I will seek her out to avenge you. Lu Taiquan looked at Li Feng and, taking advantage of Team 1's absence, asked, Brother Feng, what are you waiting for? With your strength, you could easily eliminate the reborn in one blow. Li Feng was taken aback that he had perceived this. The forces behind a reborn, he replied. If they can create one reborn, they can produce a second, a third. Until they are eradicated, peace will remain elusive. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Lu Taixian suddenly comprehended the situation. He had been awaiting the emergence of the puppeteer behind the scenes. Before long, the intercom crackled to life with Wu Jun's voice. Captain, we have her cornered at the western bridgehead. However, Team 1 is woefully inadequate and cannot contain her. You must hurry. Upon receiving the transmission, Li Feng responded, Understood. We are on our way. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Li Tiantian, and they all sprinted toward the western bridgehead. Soon, they arrived at the scene, only to find several members of Team 1 sprawled on the ground. These robust men were utterly incapable of confronting a slender woman. Greetings, Reborn. I am Li Feng, a survivor from the apocalypse. I sincerely regret meeting you under such circumstances, but I have no choice. My mission is to eliminate you. Li Feng advanced step by step towards the bridgehead. The Reborn remained inscrutable, her expression unchanged, merely tilting her head slightly as she regarded Li Feng. Seemingly intrigued by his presence, Li Tiantian had readied herself behind him. In this open expanse, she could not afford to miss her shot again. Lu Taixian also steeled himself, prepared to charge forth at the opportune moment. Just as Li Feng closed the distance to within 10 steps, she finally spoke. Chapter 28. The Betrayal of the Reborn. Who are you? Why do the zombies obey your commands? Whom do you serve? Upon hearing these words, Li Feng halted his steps. Do you truly wish to know? The Reborn nodded in affirmation. Rather than providing a direct answer, Li Feng posed a counter-question. Do you remember who you are? What have you experienced? The Reborn was evidently taken aback by his inquiry, which stirred memories within her. In the depths of her mind, she recalled a dimly lit room, illuminated by a flickering yellow light. She lay on a marble slab, unclothed, with a white sheet draped over her. Upon lifting it, she quickly sought out a mirror, only to discover her abdomen stitched with numerous sutures. Subsequently, she donned a black bodysuit from the table and instinctively grasped a weapon before stepping outside, whereupon witnessing cannibalism. She engaged in battle. Yet, all recollections prior to this remained elusive. I do not know. I do not even know who I am. Do you know who I am? The atmosphere grew tense. Lu Taiquan, who had been visibly anxious moments before, suddenly felt a wave of pity wash over him for the girl. Li Tiantian also lowered her weapon, sensing that perhaps this reborn was not so malevolent after all. Li Feng continued, I know who you are. The reborn tilted her head inquisitively. Do tell. Li Feng began to weave a tale. You are a member of our squad, once serving under me. During a mission, you sustained injuries, and I arranged for a doctor to attend to you. I even placed your preferred weapon on the table, awaiting your awakening to resume the fight. At last, I have found you. His words were imbued with such sincerity that one might expect tears to well up in his eyes. The reborn was momentarily bewildered by his narrative, though not entirely deceived. But if that is true, why did you send someone to attack me? Li Feng met her gaze, unwavering. That was due to a substance in the medicine used to treat you, which could alter your allegiance and erase your memories of us. Hence, I dispatched Taekwon to test your loyalty. At this juncture, a hint of melancholy crossed Li Feng's features. It seems you have indeed changed, forgetting even those who fought alongside you. I have not. I remember everything. The reborn vehemently countered, revealing her vulnerable spot. Li Feng felt a surge of satisfaction, having identified her weakness. I apologize. I did not mean it earlier, she said, gazing towards Lu Taiquan, leaving him momentarily stunned. How could the person who had just kicked her from the 4th floor now be expressing remorse? Wu Jun and the members of Team 1 stood by, equally astonished. Is this really happening? Oscars should be awarded for this performance. Li Feng had successfully bewildered the reborn. However, he pondered how he could still carry out his intent to eliminate her. Was he to wait for her to take her own life? Little did they know, Li Feng had no intention of killing her at all. A remarkable individual, possessing such exceptional skills, would be an invaluable addition to one's ranks. Why squander such resources? Upon observing the effectiveness of his persuasion, Li Feng continued, Excellent. Now that you have acknowledged your errors, we shall reintegrate you into our team. From now on, you will serve as the vanguard of the Li Feng battle squad. Do you have any questions? Applause erupted from Lu Taejuan and the others, silently commending the decision. Capturing the reborn was far more advantageous than eliminating her, given her evident prowess. Her presence would undoubtedly bolster the morale of the team. I accept, the reborn stated unequivocally. The room fell silent for a moment before it erupted into thunderous applause, welcoming the new, nay, the returning, team member. The reborn surveyed her surroundings and clasped her hands in gratitude, saying, thank you all. I sincerely apologize for any offense I may have caused earlier. With that, she bowed deeply before the assembly. Members of Team 1 rose, gingerly tending to their injuries, some nursing broken ribs. However, they had no choice but to swallow their grievances. Shameless humans, how dare you tamper with our reborn's programming? You shall pay for this. Suddenly, a convoy of vehicles approached, disgorging dozens of masked individuals armed with cold weapons, each glowing ominously. Prepare for battle. Li Feng Bayuba, Lu Taejuan, and Li Tiantian sprang into action. A gunshot rang out as they swiftly dispatched an approaching assailant. Clad in matching uniforms adorned with a green shield emblem on the left side of their chests, these were operatives of the Green Shield, the clandestine creators behind the Red Queen supercomputer and the largest antagonist in this realm. The Li Feng squad's integration of the Reborn triggered a hidden mission to vanquish the Green Shield's personnel and dismantle the Reborn experimentation apparatus. A voice resonated in Li Feng's mind, signaling an update to their mission. Other squads that had entered this dimension were momentarily bewildered. What is going on? The Li Feng squad has arrived? They actually recruited the Reborn? This is incredible. Meanwhile, we are stuck in this labyrinthine basement, parched and frustrated. Li Feng commanded 10 steel, knife-wielding zombies to charge at the Green Shield members. Clearly, the Green Shield operatives were taken aback by the sight of zombies wielding weapons. It was entirely beyond their expectations. Subject 8573. You have been deceived. You were created by us and should obey our commands. The leader of Green Shield shouted from beside a vehicle. However, the Reborn had already committed to the Feng squad, her loyalty unwavering. She would not be swayed by mere words. In an instant, she drew her shotgun and fired at the Green Shield leader, who instinctively ducked to evade the shot. The shotgun left several bullet holes on the off-road vehicle before him. 8573 has lost its way. We must retreat. Understood. The Green Shield personnel, perceiving the unfavorable situation, swiftly regrouped to prepare for withdrawal. Feng snorted coldly. Thinking of escaping? It's not that simple. As he spoke, he had already directed the zombies to charge towards their vehicle. The steel knife zombie wielded its weapon, relentlessly attacking their car. Tian, stop them. Fem Kumanda. Just as Tian was about to take action, she noticed the Resurrector had already made a move. She drew a shotgun from her back and opened fire on the Green Shield member's vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. One bullet after another struck their tires, causing them to explode. Seeing their vehicle come to a halt, the Resurrector sprinted forward. The occupants exited the vehicle, intent on continuing the fight. However, as soon as they stepped out, the Resurrector executed a scissor kick, seizing one by the neck and throwing him to the ground. Witnessing the Resurrector's complete betrayal, the others showed no mercy, drawing their weapons and lunging toward the Resurrector. Chapter 29. Naming U0 beside her, the steel-bladed zombie sprang into action, intercepting a blow meant for the Reborn. The Reborn cast a glance at the zombie, her expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. According to her programming, she was to eliminate these zombies. Yet, here was one that had saved her life, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Be cautious. Fem Barnat. The personnel from Green Shield Company had launched their final offensive, even resorting to grenades. Get down, the Reborn shouted. Everyone dropped to the ground. A thunderous explosion resonated as several steel-bladed zombies were blown away, their life signs extinguished. Goodness, they are employing such high-level weaponry. Are they not concerned about local law enforcement intervening? Bang! Tian fired her weapon, swiftly taking down one of the assailants. The Reborn sprang to her feet, eyes sharp, charging towards the Green Shield personnel to engage in close combat. These foes were no match for her. Iron Fist, assist her. It was Brother Feng. Lu Taixian swiftly moved amidst the Green Shield vehicles, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon those inside, seemingly competing with the Reborn to see who could incapacitate more adversaries. As the battle neared its conclusion, Feng observed the scene. The Green Shield personnel lay scattered, dead or wounded, with the majority having been dispatched by the Reborn. Approaching them, Feng declared, "Where is your stronghold? Let me there. If you remain silent, those on the ground will be your fate." The leader of Green Shield was held captive by the Reborn, struggling in vain against her grip. "We of Green Shield are not to be trifled with by your ragtag band. Release me. Once headquarters discovers your presence, you will be finished, even in this dire moment." He continued to threaten. The Reborn turned to Feng and inquired, "Captain, what do you suggest we do?" "Asmir grasa Fem esalips. Let us send it back home." With that, he turned and departed. 3 teams had entered this instance. Team 1 had already been absorbed under his command, while the whereabouts of another team remained unknown. It was imperative to locate them to piece together the complete mission. The Reborn swiftly concluded her tasks and rejoined the group. "Brother Feng, where are we headed?" Lu Taixian inquired as he approached Feng. Feng halted, waiting for the other members to draw near before responding. "What do you think caused the emergence of these zombies?" As they conversed, numerous zombies continued to approach, but they were swiftly dealt with by Team 1. They still proved to be of some utility. "Isn't it because we shut down the Red Queen machine?" Lu Taixian queried, puzzled. Beside him, Wu Jun remarked, "The sudden influx seems more like they were deliberately released." Feng regarded him with an approving glance. "Precisely. This is the handiwork of Green Shield Company. We must dismantle this organization to fulfill our mission. However, our immediate task is to locate the other team. Otherwise, I will remain unsettled." Wu Jun understood Feng's intent and promptly activated his eagle eye to survey their surroundings. At last, within a residential community, individuals akin to them were discovered. 2,000 meters ahead, a group was diligently gathering supplies. Wu Jun opened his eyes and spoke. Li Feng gazed forward. It must be them. Let's seek them out. With that, they ambled forth, and the others hastily followed suit. Mission 1. Survive. Accomplished. Rewards: 10 basic healing potions, 10 basic stamina potions, and 10 basic strength potions. Mission 2. Eliminate all zombies. The members of Li Feng's squad could all hear the voice resonating in their minds. Brother Feng, the mission has changed. We are now to clear the zombies. Oh my, there's so many zombies. How are we to clear them? Perhaps we could lie in wait like a hunter or seek out a bomb to obliterate this place, thus fulfilling our task. However, all their suggestions were swiftly dismissed by Li Feng. The first team remained vigilant at the periphery of the group, alert to any changes in their surroundings. Their duty was to shield Li Feng's squad from the imminent dangers. Li Feng was ensconced in layers of protection, commanding from the center. Along the way, Li Feng manipulated 100 zombies that trailed behind their group. Though some attempted to approach Li Feng's squad, they were deterred by the throng of zombies accompanying him. The Reborn stood beside Li Feng and inquired, "What is my name?" Li Feng replied, "Zero." "Zero?" The Reborn's expression morphed into one of confusion, her furrowed brow appearing quite endearing. "Indeed, you shall be called Zero. This is the sole name you shall bear within the squad," Li Feng stated with conviction. Reluctantly, the Reborn accepted this title. "Very well. Zero is acceptable. Captain, I have another question," Zero said, gazing intently at Li Feng, as if harboring unspoken thoughts. Li Feng continued walking and responded, "Speak." Zero voiced her concern. "Should we not eradicate these zombies? Why then do you parade about with so many of them?" This prompted laughter from Lu Taiquan and the others nearby. Without Li Feng needing to interject, Lu Taiquan explained, "Zero, you may not be aware, but controlling zombies is our captain's specialty. With him around, these zombies pose no threat." Upon hearing Lu Tietuan's explanation, Zero nodded, though she still felt a dissonance within her thoughts, occasionally plagued by doubt. Yet, it remained merely a fleeting uncertainty. As for Li Tian and the others, they were thoroughly impressed by Li Feng's eloquence, having transformed an enemy into an ally through sheer persuasion. Such a skill was indeed not possessed by all. Upon arriving at the community Wu Jun had mentioned, they found a group stationed at the entrance, seemingly on guard. Upon spotting Li Feng and his companions, they immediately became alert. "Hey, halt! What are you doing here?" The guards brandished their weapons, aiming them at the members of Team 1. Li Feng, encircled by them and the surrounding zombies, was rendered nearly invisible. "This is problematic. The zombies are approaching. Report to the captain. Prepare for an assault." The individuals at the entrance were conversing, aiming their weapons at the advancing zombies. Li Feng positioned himself centrally, issuing commands. "Taiquan, disarm them." "Understood, Brother Feng." Lu Taiquan responded, leaping from the crowd with the intent to disarm those at the entrance. However, Zero was swifter, having already maneuvered through the throng and sprinted ahead. Upon seeing her, the people at the entrance raised their weapons. Yet, she sprang into the air, her hands gripping the shoulder of one assailant, yanking him forcefully and sending him sprawling. Following this, she executed a side kick that sent another individual flying, drawing the long blade from her waist. She struck at the adjacent foe without a hint of hesitation. "Halt!" Li Feng immediately intervened. His intention was merely to disarm them, for they were all individuals hailing from the same world as himself and could potentially be recruited. There was no need for complete annihilation. Upon hearing Li Feng's directive, Zero promptly ceased her assault, performing a flourish with her blade before sheathing her Tang Dao. Chapter 30. A proposal for collaboration. However, the individuals at the entrance lay sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life. Upon witnessing this scene, Team 1 and the other members cast their gazes in astonishment. Indeed, this regenerating individual possesses formidable strength. It would be wise to refrain from provoking them in the future. Li Feng shook his head and approached Zero from the crowd, stating, "Henceforth, any unnecessary commands are prohibited. No unauthorized actions are allowed." "Understood, Captain," Zero replied with utmost respect. Li Feng raised his eyes towards the residential complex ahead, where individuals could be seen transporting supplies from the first floor. They seemed intent on removing the goods from the upper levels, likely to transport them elsewhere. Wu Jun ascertained the location of their leader. Yes, Captain. Wu Jun activated his eagle eye ability, scanning the surroundings. As a captain, he possessed the keen perception to discern the unusual at a glance. Among the crowd, Wu Jun swiftly identified a figure, a striking woman with sleek black hair cascading down to her waist, adorned with a red bow atop her head, resembling a doll. Yet, the icy aura she emanated instilled a sense of dread. With a shudder, Wu Jun pointed towards the plaza of the complex. There. Li Feng glanced over and waved his hand dismissively. Let us proceed. Zero flanked him on one side, with Lu Taixian on the other, resembling guardians at his side. Wu Jun trailed behind Li Feng, ready to provide visual support and mitigate potential threats. This required constant activation of his eagle eye, which consumed a considerable amount of his energy. Hence, he consumed the most during meals. As for Li Tian and Li Yuan, they followed closely behind Wu Jun, prepared to offer assistance in combat and supply provisions. This configuration could be deemed lethal, capable of annihilating the majority of teams. Some teams lacked an understanding of proper configuration, comprising 5 combatants, all assassins. When faced with a zombie boss, they would inevitably falter, a contributing factor to their inability to defeat it. Li Feng, seasoned by the struggles of the apocalypse, had long grasped these realities. Thus, he had assembled these 5 pivotal individuals from the outset. Upon reaching the vicinity of the plaza, Li Feng commanded the zombies to remain stationary. The members of Team 1 were also instructed to rest on the sidelines. Only Zero and Lu Taixian accompanied him as they approached the center, where a bastion had been erected, a veritable fortress designed for defense against zombies. Li Fen, captain of the Feng team, would you consider collaboration? Let us complete the task here together and share the rewards equally. Li Feng stood before the makeshift fortification, exuding no sign of trepidation. Upon hearing Li Feng's proposal, the individuals within exchanged incredulous glances. They had encountered numerous team members before, but none had exhibited such audacity. What do you think you are? You dare negotiate with us? You've approached the wrong people. Surrender your weapons and gear and place them on the ground. Otherwise, we shall execute you. The individuals within grew emboldened, attempting to extort Li Feng and his companions, unaware of Li Feng's true power. So, this is how your team welcomes newcomers. I have taken note. After speaking, Li Feng exchanged glances with Lu Tiaochuan. Understanding the cue, Lu Tiaochuan swiftly dashed towards the defensive fortifications. Hey, one more step and I'll shoot, shouted a tense voice from within. Lu Tiaochuan disregarded their warnings and charged forward. With a thunderous crash, the defensive structure was breached. The occupants hastily retreated while simultaneously launching an attack on Lu Tiaochuan. Tot. All the bullets were repelled by Lu Tiaochuan's steel armor. Such formidable defense. Informed Sister Ting. Can't manage a simple task. Watch me, one of them exclaimed, brandishing a dagger and lunging at Lu Tiaochuan. Kill, he bellowed, leaping into the air, arms raised, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Lu Tiaochuan, incensed, retaliated. Take this. Boom! A golden boxing glove silhouette enveloped his arm as he struck upwards. The assailant's pupils dilated in shock. There was no time to react. He was sent flying. Not bad strength, but too clumsy, Zero remarked beside Li Feng. Li Feng merely smiled in response. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose, gently cradling the falling figure and easing him to the ground. The crowd quickly dispersed. From amidst emerged a woman with long, straight black hair. Sister Ting, Sister Ting, Sister Ting. The onlookers greeted her with nods. Clearly, she was the captain of this squad. Ting approached the center of the square with an air of aloofness and addressed Li Feng's group. What do you intend to do? If you seek death, I can facilitate your journey. Hearing Ting's words, Lu Tiaochuan felt invigorated. Hey, this girl is quite the bold tongue. Do you even know who stands before you? The captain of Brother Feng's squad, Li Feng. Upon hearing this name, a flicker of surprise crossed Ting's eyes, quickly replaced by composure. So, they are from the top-ranked squad. No wonder they exude such arrogance. What, do you wish to assimilate us? Ting's tone softened slightly. Acknowledging the prowess of Li Feng's squad, She realized they were not a force they could confront directly. Indeed, if you were willing, you could become my subordinate squad right now, Li Feng said with a subtle smile. Ting was taken aback by Li Feng's audacity. In this apocalyptic world, being a subordinate squad was akin to becoming a slave. Just observe the fate of the first squad to understand. They were neglected entirely, receiving the worst rations and supplies. Sister Ting, don't waste your breath on this punk. Let me take him down. Yes, just a few awakened. We've dealt with them before. Allow me. A companion of Ting shouted. Ting cast a glance at them, silencing their bravado instantly. I know your team is formidable, but if you think you can simply capture us, you're sorely mistaken. If you wish to force us, then by all means, give it a try, Ting replied, her demeanor remarkably composed. It seemed she possessed a certain audacity after all. Li Feng smiled briefly. How could I possibly resort to force with a beauty such as yourself? Li Tiantian and Li Yuanyuan behind him scoffed in discontent at his words. Clearing his throat, he added, on a serious note, I have come to propose a collaboration. Let us share our mission objectives and jointly reap the rewards. What do you think? Li Feng spoke earnestly. Lu Taixian and Wu Jun exchanged puzzled glances. Given Li Feng's prowess, he could easily secure these rewards independently. Why would he wish to share them with others? Tingting was evidently taken aback by Li Feng's unexpected proposal for cooperation. However, rather than feeling pleased, she furrowed her brow and questioned, how can I trust you? Li Feng then turned his gaze toward Lu Taixian, Zero, and Wu Jun, instructing them, you may withdraw and rendezvous with Team 1. I can manage alone here. Await my signal. Lu Taixian was the first to express his reluctance. Brother Feng, this. Wu Jun interjected, Captain, this is unsafe. Perhaps you could allow me to stay by your side? Zero snorted dismissively. What purpose would your presence serve? Let me remain here instead. Faced with Zero's assertion, Wu Jun found himself at a loss for a retort. Indeed, her staying would be far more advantageous than his own. Chapter 31. The great battle approaches. Li Feng shook his head and commanded, you all must leave. This is an order. Faced with Li Feng's stern demeanor, they had no choice but to turn and head toward the area infested with zombies. Only then did Li Feng speak. Now, I am the sole one in your hands. You can rest easy. Those surrounding Tingting attempted to voice their concerns, but she raised a hand to silence them. Since Captain Li is so earnest, I cannot allow anyone to underestimate us. Our team's mission is to fend off 20 waves of zombies. What about you? Upon hearing Tingting mention their mission, the other team members tensed up. The prospect of defending against 20 waves of zombies left them feeling uncertain, especially after Lu Taixian had obliterated their fortifications. If they truly encountered a horde of zombies, their meager numbers would be utterly insufficient. Take down the Green Shield's stronghold and eliminate all zombies. Li Feng articulated the task assigned to his team. Tingting smiled. It seems we can indeed collaborate. Li Feng returned the smile, understanding her implication. The overlapping objectives of their teams naturally lent themselves to mutual benefit, a fundamental principle of survival in this post-apocalyptic world. Very well, we shall agree. I will assist you in completing your mission, and you will aid me in mine. Should you default on this agreement, you are aware of the consequences. Li Feng made his threat unmistakably clear. Aware of their own team's capabilities, they certainly came prepared to collaborate with him. Tingting, unfazed, nodded in agreement, understood. Let us enjoy this cooperation. Turning to her team, she called out, all personnel, we are temporarily integrating into Li Feng's team. Follow his commands. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the squad. Her declaration resonated throughout the community square, causing a ripple of shock among the gathered individuals. This woman was indeed extraordinary. Although Tingting's team felt a sense of discontent, they had no choice but to comply with her directive for the time being, willingly merging into Li Feng's ranks for reorganization. I entrust my people to you. Please ensure their safety. Should I discover that you intentionally harm any of my team members, I will stop at nothing to eliminate you. Tingting declared, her expression unwavering as she regarded Li Feng. He chuckled, rest assured, following me will ensure a life of abundance. Death will not befall you. With that, he glanced toward the distant horde of zombies lying in ambush. As if responding to an unseen command, they all rose to their feet. What on earth? Dingya, what is happening? When did so many zombies arrive? We had no idea. Tingting's team exclaimed in alarm. Furrowing her brow, Tingting was at a loss for an explanation. Li Feng, however, chuckled. Everyone need not worry. These are all my subordinates. Follow my lead. The astonishment among them deepened upon hearing Li Feng's words. It was their first encounter with an awakener capable of controlling zombies. Such a talent would undoubtedly place one at a significant advantage in the apocalypse. No wonder his team maintained their position at the top of the leaderboard, a feat that seemed insurmountable for others. Little did they know, in addition to his unique awakening abilities, Li Feng's prior memories also contributed to his ascendance to the pinnacle. Currently, the number of individuals who have acquired battle souls is exceedingly rare, and he is one among them. Well, my friends, I am aware of your envy towards me. To be frank, I too harbor a sense of admiration for myself. Yet, admiration aside, the tasks at hand must be executed with diligence. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unyielding. Upon finishing his statement, all the zombies took a step closer to the crowd, their eyes glowing ominously, presenting an eerie sight. Continue gathering supplies from the upper floors. The remaining matters will be entrusted to our team. Move out, Li Feng commanded, assigning tasks to Lu Taixian and the others. This residential complex has a total of 4 entrances, and he, along with Li Tiantian and Zero, would guard one each. He allocated 25 zombies to each of them while reserving the remaining 25 for himself. Wu Jun would accompany him at the eastern gate, while the members of Team 1 would assist Team Tingting in transporting supplies. After all, these supplies would eventually be shared among them. Soon, darkness began to envelop the sky, marking the onset of the zombies' frenzy. Standing beside Li Feng, Wu Jun exclaimed anxiously, "Captain, they are coming in droves, countless in number." Turning his body to survey the surroundings, he noticed that hordes of zombies from across the city were converging upon their complex. This was a scenario seemingly absent from films. Could it be an additional element introduced due to their interference? Grasping the walkie-talkie, Li Feng announced, "Taixian, Tiantian, Zero, prepare for battle." Responses echoed back. Taixian received. Tiantian received. Zero received. Raising his head, he could already see a mass of zombies filling the street ahead, far exceeding Li Feng's understanding. Even during the previous apocalypse, such a multitude of zombies appearing simultaneously was a rarity. What was happening? Members of Team 1, upon witnessing the approaching zombies from all directions, were paralyzed with fear. Their resolve to transport supplies dissipating. Good heavens! Look at that! There must be thousands. Oh dear, they intend to devour us whole. Their exclamations rapidly spread, capturing the attention of Team Tingting. From their vantage point above, they could discern the dire situation surrounding them, rendered speechless by terror. Tingting, this is bad. We are surrounded by a horde of zombies. At least 1,000, and they keep multiplying. Upon hearing the sentry's report, Tingting exhaled in relief. Thankfully, they had agreed to team up with Li Feng. Otherwise, her own squad would have stood no chance against 20 waves of such zombies. Tingting's expression remained stoic. Understood. I will follow Li Feng's orders. Indeed, Sister Ting, came the response. The sentry returned to his post, continuing his reconnaissance. Previously discontent members of Tingting's team now felt immense gratitude for not being assigned to the front lines, as that would have been tantamount to a death sentence. Tingting flicked her hair and secured it into a high ponytail with a black elastic, exuding a clean and efficient demeanor as she made her way toward Li Feng's position. "Go help your friend. I will take care of this," Tingting said, standing beside Li Feng and gazing ahead. Li Feng cast a curious glance at her, utilizing his investigative skills to discern her abilities. To his surprise, she possessed the power of wind manipulation. No wonder the member who had just soared into the air landed safely in her grasp. "All right, let me witness your capabilities," Li Feng replied with a smile, willingly stepping back. Tingting, however, displayed no change in expression, fixating her gaze on the approaching horde of zombies as she harnessed her powers. At the entrance stood over 20 zombies, half of which wielded steel blades. They were capable of taking on 10 opponents simultaneously, representing the pinnacle of Li Feng's combat strength. Bang! The first sound echoed from the door guarded by Lu Tiantian at the western entrance, signaling the commencement of the fierce battle. Lu Taiquan, unwilling to be outdone, immediately activated his berserk mode, swinging his arms as he charged towards the swarm of zombies. Chapter 32. Evolutionary long gun zombie. With a full set of steel armor adorning her, the protagonist felt quite secure, even when surrounded by zombies. It was a state of safety indeed. Team experience 10, team experience 10, team experience 10. The reminders echoed incessantly. Clearly, Li Feng's assertion was accurate. The pace of leveling up in this dungeon was astonishingly rapid. As for Zero, she navigated the chaos with remarkable ease, showcasing her martial prowess to its fullest extent. At some point, 2 holsters appeared on the sides of her thighs. With a deft motion, she drew forth 2 handguns, dispatching the zombies with precise headshots. When they drew near, she unsheathed her waist knife, executing them without hesitation. A true-born engine of destruction. Li Feng redirected his gaze towards Tingting. He observed her hands twisting as a small vortex of wind began to coalesce in her palms. With a sudden, vigorous thrust, she propelled the diminutive whirlwind forward. Remarkably, after traveling 5 meters, it morphed into 2 swirling tornadoes, sweeping up dozens of zombies and casting them into the air, crashing them back into the horde behind. A devastating area of effect skill, indeed. Li Feng mused internally. This woman must be recruited into my team. We are in dire need of an area damage dealer. Wu Jun, standing nearby, expressed his astonishment. Captain, this woman is incredible. If we had engaged her in combat, just now perhaps. Li Feng shot him a glance, prompting him to swallow his words. His admiration for Li Feng was unwavering. He believed that even against Tingting, Li Feng would emerge victorious. Those transporting supplies upstairs and downstairs were witnessing the battle at the 4 entrances with wide eyes. They had never before seen so many awakened individuals engaged in combat. Their skills as varied as they were impressive. The display of strength from Li Feng's team garnered their respect. The first wave of zombies was swiftly annihilated, with not a single one escaping their grasp. Zero performed a flourish with her knife, sheathing it effortlessly, while Li Tiantian meticulously cleaned her firearms and counted her ammunition. To her, bullets were now the most precious of resources. Without them, her abilities were rendered ineffective. With a level 2 precision shooting skill, she could unleash 500 air bullets daily. However, after the recent skirmish, she had already expended over 200 rounds. With 19 more waves of zombies to contend with, her remaining ammunition would undoubtedly prove insufficient. She sighed, a frown marring her features. Lu Taekwon, brimming with excitement, continuously shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Feng Ge, how's it going? I must have slain a lot of zombies. Make sure to allocate me extra experience later." Hearing this, Zero interjected through the radio, "Experience allocation? What is that?" Li Feng recalled that she was not from his world, and thus lacked comprehension of the data-driven context. He explained, "It's nothing significant, merely a form of internal team reward." Zero nodded. "Oh, do I receive any?" Li Feng was taken aback that she cared about this, and he inquired, "What do you desire?" "Anything the team possesses is yours." Without hesitation, Zero replied, "Weapons. I require various weapons." Indeed, a true combat enthusiast. Li Feng concurred, "Very well." As the tide of corpses receded, the warehouse opened, allowing for a selection of weapons. Standing at the entrance with an air of composure, Tingting spoke, "The second wave is here." With that, 2 whirlwinds surged forth, instantly lifting dozens of zombies into the air. Li Feng, commanding the steel knife zombies, charged out, wildly slashing at the incoming horde. The sound of evolution points accumulating echoed in his mind. Evolution points 20, 20, 20. Consuming 1,000 evolution points. In an instant, 10 more zombies transformed into steel knife zombies, swiftly joining the fray. These upgraded zombies not only wielded weapons but also exhibited enhanced speed, strength, and defensive capabilities. "Conserve your energy. We will alternate," Li Feng advised as he approached Tingting. She glanced at him and nodded in agreement, fully aware that they were to face 18 waves of zombies. A prudent allocation of energy was imperative to avoid exhaustion. Li Feng, accompanied by the steel knife zombies and over 100 ordinary zombies, engaged in battle against the horde at the east gate. For every zombie lost, another was promptly controlled by Li Feng, maintaining their numbers. Tingting furrowed her brow at this spectacle, realizing it was perfectly tailored for the apocalypse. Who could rival his audacity? Lu Taijian was the first to eliminate all his zombies. Breathing heavily, he stood aside, consuming the potion Li Feng had provided to swiftly restore his stamina. Zero was the second to conclude the battle, nonchalantly twirling a dagger, wiping off the blood on the clothing of the fallen zombies. Once Li Feng finished his skirmish, noticing that Li Tiantian seemed overwhelmed, he approached her directly. "Take a breather and watch me," he quickly stated as he passed by, warming her heart. Li Feng maneuvered the zombies towards the remaining horde of over 100. When it came to zombie versus zombie, the steel knife zombies clearly held the upper hand. Li Yuanyuan, from behind, distributed various food and drink items among Lu Taijian and the others, urging them to replenish their energy swiftly. Observing that the team's experience had reached 8,000 points, Li Feng promptly expended 4,000 points to upgrade his empathy skill. Empathy LV7 upgrade. Empathy LV8 07,000 can control 320 ordinary zombies and 48 primary zombies. Additional evolution type. Spear zombies? Goodness! Another evolution type had been unlocked. Li Feng felt a surge of joy. Consuming 1,000 evolution points, evolved into spear zombies. Instantly, 10 ordinary zombies transformed into spear-wielding undead. With over 2 meters of spear length, they exuded the formidable presence of ancient spear soldiers. 10 spear zombies could easily withstand the assault of hundreds of their kind. The piercing sounds of the spears cutting through the air resonated as they skewered the approaching zombies, doubling the efficiency of their slaughter. Onlookers were left astonished at the sight of Li Feng's spear-wielding zombies. What on earth? How could there be zombies brandishing spears? What is happening? This is utterly bizarre. The members of the Ting team, upon witnessing this scene, could not help but exclaim their astonishment. Fortunately, they had not confronted Li Feng and his companions. Otherwise, these spear-wielding zombies would have posed a significant challenge. Ting's gaze towards Li Feng transformed, imbued with a peculiar curiosity as she pondered the myriad secrets this individual might possess. Before long, the battle on Li Feng's side concluded. Li Tiantian approached, clutching a bottle of energy drink and a pack of compressed biscuits. "Brother Feng, I have run out of bullets." Li Feng accepted the biscuits, tearing them open and taking a bite. "No witties. Go find Yuan and rest. Leave the remainder to me." "All right." Li Tiantian nodded vigorously, feeling a profound sense of safety in Li Feng's presence. Ting, you must be weary as well. Everyone should take a break." "I shall handle these zombie warriors," Li Feng remarked to Ting. Lu Taixin called out, "Brother Feng, I am not tired. I still wish to fight." Zero drew his machete, slicing through the air twice, declaring, "I too do not require rest." Chapter 33. Little girl, I advise you to remain calm, Li Feng remarked, nodding in agreement. "The remaining 17 waves of zombies are up to the 3 of us." "Understood, Brother Feng." Li Yuan retrieved an assortment of supply potions from her storage space, ready to provide assistance to Lu Taixian and the others at any moment. Before long, the 3rd wave of zombies approached. Li Feng commanded the steel knife wielders and spear soldiers, bracing for the onslaught. Consuming 1,000 evolution points, 10 more zombies transformed into spear-wielding undead, standing guard at the entrance. In close combat, the zombies fell swiftly. It must be said, using zombies against zombies was an ingenious strategy, as they were of the same kind. They exhibited no defensive instincts toward one another, only to be taken down by a sudden strike. Thus, Li Feng entered a relentless killing spree. Any zombie that dared to approach the community was impaled by spears and subsequently cleaved by steel blades. Ting observed this scene, shaking her head inwardly. Relieved that she had not opposed Li Feng, he maneuvered these zombies with remarkable ease. Even if some zombies managed to reach him, intent on ambushing, they would be swiftly controlled and turned into his forces. Wow, Li Feng as a captain is truly exceptional. He can manipulate zombies like this. Perhaps we should consider joining their team once we escape. What are you planning? Betray Sister Ting? Within Ting's team, divisions began to emerge. Compared to Li Feng, Ting's combat style appeared rather rudimentary, utterly unfit for large-scale zombie confrontations. Moreover, the recoil and cooldown were excessively lengthy. Were they to face such a massive horde, Ting alone would likely falter. Aside from Li Feng, Li Yuan was the busiest, darting back and forth to supply provisions to Li Feng and Lu Taixian. Wu Jun assisted her in logistics. Ting ascended to the second floor at the back, observing Li Feng's combat style, and a peculiar feeling welled up within her. A trusted confidant approached her, stating, "This Li Feng is no ordinary individual. If he cannot be subdued, he must be eliminated. Otherwise, he poses a future threat." Ting turned to her confidant, recognizing her concern for her well-being. She then glanced at Li Feng's team, softly sighing, "Is it possible to eliminate him?" Her confidant remained silent, having witnessed the valiant prowess of Li Feng's companions. Not to mention, that short-haired woman clad in a black bodysuit was particularly formidable, taking on a horde of zombies single-handedly with her combat skills. Even if one were to employ awakened abilities against her, the odds of success were far from guaranteed. If Sister Ting cannot eliminate him, then what? Ting turned back to her confidant. Then what? Her confidant looked up at Ting. "Marry him." The air seemed to freeze. For a fleeting moment, Ting felt as though her confidant had been swayed by Li Feng. How else could one utter such words? However, gazing into her confidant's steadfast eyes, she wondered if perhaps this was a sincere sentiment. Indeed, it is something worthy of contemplation. She turned her gaze back to the battle outside, where Li Feng stood resolute against the throng of zombies, displaying not a trace of fear. He required no active engagement. Instead, he calmly commanded the undead from the doorway, orchestrating their movements with an air of effortless authority. Everything unfolded in an orderly fashion, leaving the zombies bewildered in their dance of chaos. In this apocalyptic world, such a man was truly a treasure. A flush crept onto Ting's cheeks as she pondered her thoughts, but she quickly regained her icy composure. "I understand now. You may leave," she instructed. Her confidant cast a lingering glance at Ting before reluctantly departing. Since the day she was born, this loyal aide had been by her side, accompanying her through childhood, schooling, and graduation, serving as the chief steward of the Ting family. Even after the onset of the apocalypse, she remained steadfast, devising strategies for her. Yet now, faced with a man of such caliber, she felt utterly helpless. There was an unsettling suspicion of hidden secrets surrounding him, and she surmised that his proximity to Ting could lead to no good. Thus, it was imperative to devise a plan early on. Ting gazed at Li Feng, her eyes deep with contemplation. Li Feng had already withstood 17 waves of zombies alone. As the last of the undead fell, a voice echoed in everyone's minds. "Mission 2 completed. Earned team experience, 10,000. Acquired 5 sets of purple gear. Obtained 10 stamina potions. Acquired 1 universal battle soul fragment. Mission updated. Defeat the Zombie King." Before the exhilaration could settle, news of the Zombie King sent a wave of anxiety through the group. What on earth was a Zombie King? How could such a creature exist? "Captain, what shall we do?" Members of Ting's team clamored from below. Standing on the second-floor balcony, Ting frowned and replied, "Follow Captain Li Feng's orders." Meanwhile, Li Feng assessed his zombie subordinates, totaling 300, arranged into 3 battalions. At the forefront stood the steel-knife zombies and spear-wielding zombies, exuding an imposing presence. Even if they were to encounter the Zombie King, they possessed the strength to fight back. Lu Taixian and his team swiftly converged towards Li Feng. "Brother Feng, the mission is completed. But what exactly is this new task regarding the Zombie King? It sounds formidable." Zero, brandishing his twin handguns, inspected the ammunition and declared, "Whatever the Zombie King may be, it will die upon arrival." Li Feng chuckled, while said, "I appreciate your spirit." Hearing this, Li Tian scoffed, "If I weren't out of bullets, I wouldn't fear any Zombie King." Li Feng, aware of her slight jealousy, replied with a smile, "We just earned 1,000 team experience points, which will upgrade your skills. Consequently, your total ammunition will increase, and the quantity will refresh as well." Li Tian's face lit up with joy. "Really? That's wonderful. Hurry and upgrade me." "Wait," a voice called from a distance, belonging to Ting, who was approaching. "In the recent battle, our team also contributed. These rewards should be discussed and allocated fairly. It was originally a matter of merit and reward." Li Feng gazed at her and remarked, "Indeed, you have contributed significantly. I can allocate some rewards to you. However, 80% of the zombies were vanquished through the collective efforts of our team, so my members must receive the larger share. Ting Ting furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "Was it not agreed that we would share equally? How can this suddenly change? Is your team truly so untrustworthy?" Frustration welled within her, feeling deceived. She could even feel a whirlwind gathering in her hands, intent on casting Feng and his companions away. Zero, standing nearby, let out a cold chuckle. "Young lady, I advise you to remain calm. The dagger in my hand shows no favoritism." Lu Taixian also regarded Ting Ting with an icy stare, his iron fists clashing together with a resounding clang. Coupled with the 300 red-eyed zombies looming ahead, Ting Ting found herself thoroughly subdued. Perhaps her confidant was right. This individual before her was far too perilous. If she could not vanquish him, submission was her only option. Lest calamity befall her. Ultimately, Ting Ting relented. The tempest in her hands dissipated as she steadied her emotions and stated, "Very well. Grant me the rewards that belong to our team. From this point forward, we shall part ways. Do not let me see you again." Chapter 34. You are my creation. Feng remained indifferent, producing a nail clipper and nonchalantly trimming his nails as he remarked, "You wish to depart before fulfilling your promises to us? How utterly untrustworthy of you." Ting Ting was taken aback. How could one be so brazen? What did she even promise them? Feng blew the dust off the nail clipper. "Have you forgotten? I agreed to assist you in fending off 20 waves of zombies, while you pledged to collaborate with me to dismantle Green Shield Corporation. Are you now reneging on your word?" Ting Ting never anticipated that she would be so easily outmaneuvered. Not only had she failed to receive her due rewards, but now she was also expected to labor for him against some Green Shield Corporation. She had known from the start that his approach bore no good intentions. He had simply been waiting for her here. "Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Unlike certain individuals who indulge in betrayal," Feng declared. "Let us hasten to complete our task, and then part ways." Unfazed by her comments, he tucked away the nail clipper and casually replied, "There's no rush. Allow me to defeat a boss first." "Wu Jun, report the coordinates," he commanded. Wu Jun quickly complied, employing his eagle eye to scan the surroundings for the presence of the zombie king. After searching for a while without success, he was about to retract his eagle eye when he was abruptly stunned by the sight before him. Down below, no sooner had he spoken than a tremendous roar echoed through the air. Several buildings in front of them collapsed in an instant, creating a massive pit on the road with a diameter of several meters. Team 1 was taken aback, hastily retreating. They had never encountered such a situation before. "Fall back." Feng ordered both his team and the zombie horde to avoid being caught in the aftermath. It seemed this particular zombie king was formidable enough to cause such a commotion on the city streets. Ting Ting's team also ceased their search for supplies and gathered at the entrance to witness the spectacular scene. Feng glanced at Zero, noticing her furrowed brow. This was the first time he had seen her exhibit signs of tension. It appeared a fierce battle awaited them. With no time to argue with Ting Ting, Feng promptly utilized 10,000 experience points to level up both Lu Taixian and Li Tiantian by 1 level each. Lu Taixian felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, an invigorating sensation that made his muscles feel more toned, while his defense and attack power increased. Li Tiantian also sensed an enhancement in her range and penetration capabilities. Most gratifyingly, her ammunition of air bullets had been replenished, allowing her to use 1,000 air bullets daily. "Thank you, Brother Feng," they exclaimed in unison. Li Yuanyuan, feeling somewhat disgruntled, interjected, "Brother Feng, you are biased. You upgrade my sister, but neglect to share any experience with me, even though I am equally exhausted." Without hesitation, Feng allocated the remaining 2,000 experience points to Li Yuanyuan, enhancing her storage space skill to accommodate 5,000 cubic meters of supplies, while her physical agility also improved significantly. As for Wu Jun, he remained silent, offering no further commentary. He firmly believes that if the need arises, Feng will undoubtedly upgrade him without requiring any demands on his part. Zero approached Feng, her demeanor shrouded in mystery. "Captain, where is my weapon? The ones I have here will not suffice for battling the zombie king. Perhaps you could lend me your dagger?" Her eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity as she fixated on his dagger, a prized piece of equipment she had brought for self-defense. However, she was willing to contribute to the team's efforts, so why not? Consider it a gift. Best of luck, Feng replied, casually tossing the dagger her way. Zero deftly caught it in mid-air, brandishing it with a flourish that sliced through the air, her eyes radiating satisfaction. It was evident she was pleased with her new weapon, which was laced with poison capable of momentarily paralyzing an opponent's movements. Feng briefly explained the dagger's properties, to which Zero responded with a slight smile, before reverting to her usual stoic expression. At that moment, from the depths of a massive pit, a pair of robust black arms emerged, clawing their way to the surface, followed by a grotesquely large brown head oozing with festering sores and toxic fluids. Upon closer inspection, one could discern symmetrical, circular wounds on its body. This was a specimen of experimentation. Feng recognized it immediately. Once the Zombie King fully emerged, everyone beheld its horrifying form, a massive humanoid figure, its upper body grotesquely disfigured from various experiments, towering at the height of 2 stories. Strangely, it appeared that someone was perched atop its head. Wu Yun, help me identify who is sitting on top. Feng shouted. Wu Jun activated his eagle-eye vision to discern the figure above. It's Green Shield, the owner of Green Shield Corporation. This monster is their experimental subject. The truth became clear. Everything was orchestrated by Green Shield, conducting experiments to create these abominable zombies while simultaneously researching ways to combat them, ultimately resulting in uncontrollable chaos on both fronts. Diaquan, how confident are you in facing him head-on? Feng Kidat. Not confident at all. He is far too large. Lu Taiquan responded candidly. And you, Zero? Feng turned to her. Zero licked her lips, her gaze igniting with a fierce combat spirit. Let me give it a try. With that, she grasped the dagger and sprinted toward the Zombie King. Uncertain of the effectiveness of her zombie army against such a formidable foe, Feng commanded, go. Provide cover for Zero. 300 zombies emitted guttural sounds as they marched in unison toward the Zombie King. With a thunderous roar, the Zombie King struck its chest and leaped into the air, crashing down with such force that it sent a dozen vehicles tumbling. The flying cars disrupted the formation of the zombies. Disperse and attack, Feng ordered, realizing that facing such a creature with exceptional individual combat capabilities rendered their formation strategy a grave miscalculation. Flexibility and adaptability are essential. As the formation of zombies scattered, the Zombie King roared once more, seizing a car with its enormous claws, producing a chilling clatter. It hurled the vehicle in the direction of Feng. Brother Feng, watch out! Lu Taixian hastily shielded Feng, thrusting his arms forward. He managed to halt the car, which then slid backward for 5 meters before coming to a stop. Feng remained motionless, surveying the Zombie King with a cold gaze. Bang! Li Tian fired her weapon, striking the Zombie King squarely in the eye. A howl erupted as the Zombie King clutched its head, appearing to suffer greatly. Seizing the opportunity, Zero leaped onto its joint, scaling its arm to reach the top of its head, where he encountered the Green Shield personnel seated in the center. At this moment, the individual had become a grotesque sight, with their lower half fused with the Zombie King, and their head exhibiting signs of mutation, looking utterly repulsive. Damn Green Shield, I will annihilate you, Zero declared, drawing a dagger to strike. Yet, the corner of the Green Shield personnel's mouth curled into a sinister smirk. You are my creation. You cannot kill me. Chapter 35. Distribution of rewards. Upon hearing the words, Zero's assault abruptly ceased. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather an inability to act. The moment she contemplated assassinating the individual before her, her body became unresponsive. Impossible. How could this be happening? Zero succumbed to a profound fear. The entity embedded within the Zombie King's body let out another chilling laugh. I have inscribed a protective protocol within you. You will not harm me. At that moment, a gust of wind surged from below. Feng swiftly reclaimed the dagger from Zero's grasp. That remains to be seen. With that, he charged forward, plunging the blade into the heart of the Green Shield personnel. Roar! The Zombie King began to thrash about frantically, his arms flailing wildly. Standing atop him, one could hardly maintain their balance. Ting-ting! Wind. Li Feng shota. In front of them, a whirlwind descended. Li Feng grasped Zero and leaped down with the current of wind. With Tingting's gust as a backdrop, the two landed gracefully on the ground. Zombie Horde. Attack it. Li Feng commanded. 300 zombies surrounded the Zombie King. Blades slashed, spears thrust. The ordinary zombies bit with fervor. Thus, the formidable Zombie King was vanquished by Li Feng. Mission 3. Destroy the Green Shield Company. Completed. Mission 4. Slay the Zombie King. Completed. Rewards. 10 sets of purple gear, 20,000 team experience. Double experience for 48 hours, 2 universal soul shards, 5 intermediate strength potions. A plethora of rewards followed in quick succession, leaving Li Feng astounded. The members of Tingting's team were overwhelmed with exhilaration. We have triumphed. Splendid. We won. I am alive. I have survived. Ha ha ha. The first team also exhaled a sigh of relief. Initially, they had merely served as cannon fodder on the periphery. Should they encounter a formidable foe, they would undoubtedly be the first to perish. Fortunately, under Li Feng's command, the Zombie King was eradicated. Otherwise, their demise would have been inevitable. Brothers, we have survived. The leader of the first team felt a profound sense of relief, turning to gaze at the remaining dozen or so members behind him. They shared the same sentiment, embracing one another and softly weeping. As for the rewards, they scarcely dared to imagine them. A gentle breeze stirred in the sky, tousling Tingting's black hair. Observing Li Feng's conquest of the Zombie King, her heart felt lighter, yet tinged with melancholy. For amidst the bounty of rewards, how much she would receive remained uncertain. She had always found herself in a position of vulnerability. Nevertheless, she resolved to strive for what was rightfully hers, for she bore the responsibility of supporting a multitude. Li Feng, your promise must be fulfilled. Tingting approached him from behind. Lu Taiquan and Zero also joined Li Feng's side. Their sentiments toward this woman were hardly favorable. It was merely a matter of mutual exploitation. Li Feng turned around, and simultaneously, the 300 zombies followed suit, casting their gaze upon Tingting, imposing immense pressure upon her. Li Feng turned to Li Yuanyuan and said, "Go, gather all the supplies in the courtyard." Understood. Li Yuanyuan swiftly made her way to the community square, intent on collecting these resources. However, the members of the Tingting team quickly stepped forward to obstruct her. "What do you intend to do? These are our collected supplies. Dare to touch them, and you will regret it." Tingting furrowed her brow as she regarded Li Feng. "Do not push your luck. If you force my hand, the worst that could happen is that we both perish." Li Feng smiled. "You threaten me? I fear that when the dust settles, while the fish may perish, my net shall remain intact. Care to test that theory?" No sooner had he spoken than Li Tian had her gun aimed at Tingting's head. Zero also withdrew dual pistols, targeting the members of the Tingting team. Lu Taixian gathered his strength, poised to launch an assault. In a mere instant, the Tingting team would be utterly dismantled. As the leader of her team, Tingting possessed a keen sense of judgment. She was acutely aware of the potential consequences should a confrontation ensue. The feeling of being constantly constrained was truly disheartening. With a slight sigh, Tingting suppressed her rebellious thoughts. "You may take the supplies. As for the rewards, you can decide how to distribute them. I only desire the safe departure of my team from this instance." Her voice was measured, ensuring all present could hear her. Li Feng regarded her with genuine admiration. In this apocalyptic world, a captain who could care for her team in such a manner was indeed rare. "Very well. I agree to let you leave safely. As for your rewards," Li Feng promptly began allocating resources within the team, distributing 2,000 team experience to the subordinate team 2, distributing 2 basic stamina potions to the subordinate team 2, distributing a complete set of purple gear to the subordinate team 2. These 3 items were granted to Tingting. Upon receiving them, she was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a generous distribution from Li Feng. Initially, she had little hope, merely wishing for a modest share of experience to save face. Yet, the abundance she received was indeed a pleasant surprise. "Thank you," Tingting said. Li Feng raised his hand to halt her. "We will exit first. You may leave 10 minutes later. This is for your own good." Tingting was momentarily perplexed, not grasping his meaning. Li Feng offered no further explanation. Once Li Yuan had collected all the supplies from the courtyard, he expelled Ting and her team from the alliance, severing their connection to Li Feng's team and stripping them of all associated benefits. Ahead lay a glowing portal. Li Feng glanced at Zero and said, "Let us go, Zero, to our new world." Zero looked puzzled. "A new world? What do you mean?" Lu Taixian and Li Tiantian paused, astonished that Li Feng intended to take the characters from the instance with him. This was truly remarkable. Li Feng elucidated, "Well, it is a completely new world. However, it bears similarities to this one, rife with zombie threats. Survival will require diligence, caution, and prudence. Are you willing to join us on this journey?" Zero gave no thought. Wherever the team ventured, she would follow. After speaking, she turned to Li Tiantian and the others, stating that although her knowledge of the team members was currently limited, she would gradually come to understand them. Lu Taiquan internally marveled at Li Feng's remarkable ability to persuade others, realizing he had previously overlooked this talent. Li Feng nodded and led the way towards the light circle, accompanied by over 300 zombies. As they advanced, he cautioned, "Once we exit, there may be ambushes from other squads. Everyone, be prepared." After this, he fell silent. Lu Taiquan and the others adopted serious expressions, readying themselves for combat as they stepped into the light circle. A wave of energy surged, and their forms vanished. Ting observed the disappearing figures of Li Feng's team, her thoughts swirling with complexity. This parting left her uncertain of when they might reunite. Or perhaps it was best that they did not meet again. Everyone was commanded to remain alert, waiting in place. 10 minutes later, "We will enter the light circle," Ting ordered. The others responded in unison, though some expressed their dissent. Chapter 36. An encounter with an ambush captain. Why should we heed their words? We are now independent and can venture out whenever we please. Indeed, why should we listen to him? Who knows what sinister intentions he harbors? Ting turned to regard the two speakers, causing them to fall silent. They held a certain respect for her, for she treated everyone as equals. In the square, silence reigned. A gust of wind swept through, leaving no trace behind. Yet, it was secretly teeming with individuals. At least 7 or 8 battle teams lay in ambush, having chosen not to enter the instance for various reasons, yet resolute in their decision to wait for those inside to emerge. The adage about the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows, aptly describes the situation. "Captain, when will they emerge? Could it be that they have met their demise?" "Yes. We have waited for 2 days. If they don't come out soon, we will exhaust our rations. With so many teams watching, will we be able to seize anything?" The same concerns rippled through the ranks of various teams. "Patience. They will surely emerge tonight." At that moment, an unusual phenomenon occurred in the sky. A beam of yellow light shot down from above. Li Feng, Lu Taijian, Li Tiantian, and Wu Jun materialized on the ground. Everyone's spirits lifted, silently exclaiming, "They've come out. Prepare for action." Suddenly, another beam of light appeared, heralding the arrival of Zero and over 300 zombies. Everyone was momentarily stunned. What was happening? How could there be so many zombies? Had they failed their mission and inadvertently brought the zombies from the instance with them? Li Feng was acutely aware that numerous battle teams would be lying in wait outside the instance, ready to ambush anyone who emerged. Thus, he had prepared accordingly. Since they wish to rob us, let them come out. We shall face them together. I am pressed for time. No sooner had he spoken than a dozen individuals emerged from the nearby buildings, brandishing an array of weapons. From the bushes, another dozen stood up, fierce expressions adorning their faces. A group was also stationed on the rooftop, while several individuals emerged from the nearby pool, soaking wet, all converging towards Li Feng. Lu Taijian frowned. "Good heavens, they intend to annihilate us." Li Tiantian's brow furrowed in anxiety. It was her first encounter with such a multitude of awakened beings, and the prospect of being besieged filled her with an inexplicable tension. Zero approached Li Feng and inquired, "They are our enemies, correct?" Li Feng smiled indeed. "There is no need to hold back." Zero nodded in understanding. Wu Jun quietly remarked, "Captain, there are still several teams behind us. They seem to be waiting for the front lines to engage before making their move." Li Feng dismissed the concern. "It matters not. The outcome will be the same." With that, he commanded the zombies, "All right, my comrades, it's time to stretch our legs." Over 300 zombies simultaneously raised their heads, their eyes igniting with a crimson glow. Those nearby, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively took a step back in fright. Boss, something feels amiss. The zombies seem to obey his commands. What is happening? They are all terrified of the undead. However, Feng does not let this opportunity slip away. Attack! With a roar, the zombies erupted into chaos, lunging towards them with gaping jaws. Quick! Counterattack! Someone shouted, regaining composure and swiftly organizing their forces to strike back against the zombies. The zombie wielding a steel knife and the one wielding a spear displayed their ferocity, swinging their weapons at the members of the squad. Ah! Help! How can the zombies wield weapons? This is absurd. Zero, in an instant, joined the fray, dispatching two individuals with rapid shots from dual pistols, seizing their weapons, and slashing at nearby foes. This relentless killing machine wreaked havoc upon them. What in the world? Their combat power is astonishing. Is that even a question? Would they dare enter the dungeon otherwise? They must have gained enhancements within. If we eliminate them, we can claim the top spot on the leaderboard. Charge! These squads, driven by greed, were intent on annihilating Feng's team to seize their weapons and equipment, significantly boosting their own strength. Forget about the zombies. Just take down that person in the center. He is controlling the undead. Someone noticed Feng, standing nonchalantly amidst the chaos, with the zombies seemingly protecting him. Thus, a suggestion arose to eliminate Feng first. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zero seized him by the head and violently flung him away. Li Tian and Yuan stood by Feng, refraining from intervening. One due to their inability to harm their own kind, and the other because they were of no use in this situation. Yuan, do you have anything to eat? I'm hungry, Feng remarked, observing the battle between the zombies and humans. Yuan quickly retrieved sausages and bread from her storage space and handed them to Feng, who casually munched on them. The others glared at him with gritted teeth. This brat is utterly shameless. He must be eliminated. By the way, does anyone know which squad they belong to? It would be helpful to devise a counter-strategy. After all this time, they didn't even know who their adversaries were. At that moment, a bright yellow light illuminated the sky, casting down onto the ground. Are there survivors? Those surrounding Feng simultaneously looked up. The yellow light shone upon the ground, revealing the entire Ting squad. They were momentarily stunned. Who is this woman? She is extraordinarily beautiful. It seems she had returned from the dungeon. Her combat prowess was not to be underestimated. It appears we have fewer people than expected. But no matter, the rewards will surely be substantial. Attack! Eliminate them both. With that, their frequency of assault increased as they charged toward the Ting squad. This caught Ting's members off guard. They hadn't anticipated being ambushed immediately upon their emergence. No wonder Feng had suggested waiting 10 more minutes. However, Ting had disregarded his advice and let her team out prematurely. So that was the reason we were held back, Ting remarked, glancing at Feng. Feng gazed at her and smiled. Indeed, your team is rather inexperienced. Faced with such a multitude, you are bound to be annihilated. Ting responded with a soft "oh," turning her attention to the ambushers. My Ting team has always refrained from conflicts with other teams, yet we are not to be slaughtered at will. You should think this through. Her words were imbued with a commanding presence. However, the encroaching team showed little regard for her threats. Instead, they were rather intrigued by her. This girl is quite attractive and has a bold demeanor. I like it. Brothers, seize her. We shall enjoy ourselves back home. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Energized as if by a stimulant. Their excitement grew. Ting furrowed her brow, summoning a whirlwind that she swiftly hurled forward. Be careful. She is an awakener. Someone shouted in alarm, catching everyone off guard. They had been so eager to eliminate Feng and his companions that they had completely encircled the area. Now it was too late to disperse. The tornado had already taken shape and was sweeping towards them. Chapter 37. Do not let a single one escape, alas. Let me down. A multitude of individuals was swept into the sky by the ferocious tornado, which continued to grow in strength and advance forward, even capable of turning. It appeared that Ting had upgraded her skills using the experience shared by Feng. Two tornadoes were seen spiraling towards other teams. rendering any of their attacks futile against the might of nature. The only recourse was to flee. Do not let a single one escape, Li Feng commanded coldly. It was imperative to deliver a decisive blow to those who dared to confront his team. Otherwise, more would come seeking trouble in the future. A single punch now would prevent 100 later. This was the essence of his reasoning. You come here and guide me. Siho Shouzi Tu Wuyun, aware of his keen sight that could spot far-off movements, enabling him to direct the pursuit of the fleeing foes. Li Feng exchanged a glance with Wu Jun, signaling him to cooperate with Zero. There are two individuals behind the wall, Wu Jun quickly reported. Zero unsheathed the large blade from her back, swiftly hurling it forward. It penetrated the wall effortlessly, eliminating one of them in an instant. Those nearby were paralyzed with shock, astonished that she could discern their presence even through the barrier. The individuals outside began to scatter in panic. Zero nimbly leapt onto the roof of a 3-story building, gaining a vantage point to observe their escape routes. Whoosh! Several daggers flew from her hand, striking true and claiming more victims. Wu Jun struggled to keep pace, panting as he called out, "Sister, could you slow down? Wait for me." Zero paid him no heed, continuing her assault at her own pace. Lu Taiquan, who had remained by Li Feng's side without engaging, expressed his admiration with a series of clicks. "Brother Feng, you've truly struck gold with this woman. With her around, we can conserve much energy." Li Feng replied with a smile, "Indeed. We should take her along for future quests. It will make clearing levels considerably easier. You all ought to learn from her." Lu Taiquan chuckled, "But as a meat shield, I cannot compare to her as an assassin." Li Tiantian scoffed. "You men are always enamored by the new and disdainful of the old." Li Feng awkwardly scratched his head and turned to Yuan, asking for a snack to divert the conversation. Not long after, Zero returned, drenched in blood, with a breathless Wu Jun trailing behind her. "Sister, could you possibly slow down? I can barely keep up," he gasped, having struggled to match her pace, which was understandable given his lack of combat prowess. Zero wiped the blood from her blade with her clothing and glanced back at Wu Jun, causing him to fall silent in fear. "Do we not let a single one escape?" Li Feng inquired seriously. This time, it was essential to instill a sense of dread in all survivors, making it clear that they should not entertain any ideas of confrontation. Zero nodded in affirmation. "Excellent. Tonight, we shall feast on chicken legs," Li Feng declared, turning his gaze toward Ting, who had also contributed to their efforts against the ambushing teams. "You have just participated, and I fear that the informed factions will not let you off easily. Would you consider joining forces with us?" Li Feng extended an olive branch, hoping for their contemplation. However, Ting replied without hesitation, "No need. I am merely seeking self-preservation, not assisting you." With that, she cast a meaningful glance at Li Feng before turning to her team, instructing, "Let us depart." After saying this, she led her group away. Lu Taiquan, standing beside Li Feng, remarked, "Brother Feng, it's truly a pity she didn't join us." Li Feng watched Ting's departing figure, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "She will join us eventually," he mused. Yet on the side, Li Tiantian huffed, "What? Are you not satisfied with having us sisters?" Li Yuan chimed in, "Exactly. Brother Feng, you cannot show favoritism." Observing the two sisters vying for attention, Li Feng could only chuckle. All right, my dear ladies, am I truly that kind of person?" Li Tian and Yuan exchanged knowing glances, as if to say, "You are indeed that kind of person." Li Feng scratched the back of his head, laughing awkwardly to evade the matter. He then turned his gaze to his army of zombies. A total of 300, in addition to the knife-wielding and spear-carrying undead. His combat power was undeniably formidable. "Let us return to the Woma warehouse and check if the factory manager is still alive," Li Feng declared as he drove off with Li Tian and the others. In this apocalyptic era, the streets were littered with abandoned vehicles, some of which were incomplete, with even the seats stripped away. Yet, the majority remained intact, though no one cared for such things anymore. The paramount concerns were food, water, and a variety of weapons and manpower. "Brother Feng, I have a question I've been meaning to ask you," Lu Taiquan said from the side. Li Feng focused on the road ahead. "Go ahead." Lu Taiquan shifted his position. "Are there many awakened ones like us?" Li Feng glanced at him briefly before returning his gaze to the road, uncertain. It depends on individual fate. Take you all for instance. Since teaming up with me, you've all awakened. Such a phenomenon is rare. Other factions that form teams do not share this fortune. Liu Taiquan nodded slowly, understanding his earlier confusion. Otherwise, how could so many in those combat teams remain ordinary, lacking the abilities they possessed? Only Ting Ting harbored the skill to manipulate the wind, indicating that not everyone could awaken. Conversely, all members of Li Feng's team were awakened ones, a rarity indeed. Zero, seated in the back, slightly opened her eyes and inquired, "What is an awakened one?" Li Feng glanced at the rearview mirror. An awakened one, much like yourself, possesses special abilities. Have you not noticed that your physical prowess surpasses that of others? Zero pondered for a moment before responding. I thought everyone was the same. Cough, cough, cough. This statement caused Wu Jun to cough unexpectedly, wondering how one could possess such a distorted perspective. Soon, Li Feng and his companions arrived at the Woma warehouse. Inside, a series of hissing sounds echoed, emanating from the zombies left behind during their departure. Upon hearing Li Feng's voice, they all emerged, standing aside as if to greet him. Li Feng alighted from the vehicle and proceeded inward, where he heard a muffled, whimpering sound. It was the factory manager, still bound to a pillar, surrounded by remnants of food. His face was unshaven, and his clothes were drenched, indicating he had endured considerable hardship over the past few days. Upon seeing Li Feng, he began to thrash about, his brow furrowed, and shook his head as if he had much to convey. Li Feng approached and removed the gag from his mouth. A series of violent coughs erupted from the manager. He raised his head, his cracked lips trembling as he uttered, "Captain Li Feng, I truly regret my actions. Please, do not torment me further. I will provide whatever you desire. I can lead you to the headquarters of the Wang Hu battle team, if that is acceptable." Chapter 38. The zombies are in the trunk. Li Feng glanced back at his companions before turning to him. "Excellent. We shall depart early tomorrow morning." After speaking, he signaled to Li Yuan to fetch some food for the factory manager. For now, he still had his utility, but once they arrived at the headquarters of Wang Hu's team, he would no longer be of use. Everyone, no need to stand around. Find a place to rest while Yuan retrieves the food. Li Tian and the others settled into chairs, letting out a sigh of relief. Finally, they could take a break after the past few days of intense mental strain in the dungeon. They had barely had time to eat before collapsing into sleep. Zero, however, was quite curious about the surroundings, wandering around the factory. It reminded him of his previous world, but with some notable differences. Wu Jun utilized his eagle eye to survey the area. After confirming there was no danger, he found a spot to rest with his coat wrapped around him. Meanwhile, Li Feng organized the supplies they had gathered in the dungeon. He produced a set of purple equipment and approached Zero. "You should wear this. It will be beneficial for you." Zero looked at the shimmering purple attire with intrigue. Holding it in his hands, he seemed to sense the energy emanating from the garment and express his delight. "Good. I want this." Without hesitation, he donned the outfit right in front of Li Feng. Surprisingly, it fit quite well. "Let Yuan get you some food to replenish your strength," Li Feng advised as he turned to Yuan. However, Zero remained unfazed. "I do not require food. I survived there for half a month before encountering you, without ever eating." Li Feng was taken aback. "Then, aren't you hungry?" Zero looked at him quizzically. "What is hunger?" Li Feng was utterly speechless. Truly, he was a combat machine, to not require sustenance at all. "Well, you must at least need to drink something." Zero shook his head once more. Li Feng surrendered to the reality of the situation, shrugging and allowing her to do as she pleased. He could not boast such capabilities. Instead, he sought out Yuan for food and drink, indulging himself in preparation for the journey ahead. He had already cleared the dungeon in this city, and there was little left to linger over. In this post-apocalyptic world, every action was a step towards self-improvement, as no one could predict when calamity would strike. It was imperative to ensure he possessed ample combat strength to survive when that time came. This understanding had been ingrained in him from his previous life. The next morning, after a simple meal, Li Feng and the others untied the factory manager and instructed him to lead the way to the city where Wang Hu's team was headquartered. They traveled along a stretch of road, passing buildings filled with survivors. These individuals remained confined to their upper floors. only daring to descend when the zombie presence was minimal to scavenge for food. However, this was merely a temporary solution. The resources around them would inevitably dwindle, necessitating a strategy to enhance their combat capabilities. They needed to relocate to a resource-rich area to continue their survival, unlike Li Feng's team, who could navigate the apocalypse with relative ease. Li Feng and the factory director were seated in one vehicle, while the others followed closely behind in a business van. As for the zombies, only a few dozen evolved ones were tethered and being pulled along by Lu Taijian in a truck. The remaining ordinary zombies were abandoned at the original site. Upon crossing the bridge, they entered Hongdu. The headquarters of the Wang Hu squad was situated in the city center. The factory director gestured towards the bridge ahead and spoke. Li Feng nodded, pressed the accelerator, and sped forward. Beep, beep, beep. The vehicles behind flashed their lights and honked incessantly, as if trying to convey an urgent message. However, Li Feng was driving too fast to hear anything, proceeding straight onto the bridge. The vehicle behind overtook him from the side and maneuvered in front of Li Feng's car. He hurriedly slammed on the brakes. Just as he leaned out to inquire about the commotion, a group of individuals emerged from the bridge, armed with firearms. The leader stood atop an SUV, holding a megaphone. Everyone, get out of the vehicle. Prepare for inspection. Li Feng turned to the factory director and asked, "Are these members of the Wang Hu squad?" The director scrutinized the scene before shaking his head. Through the intercom, Wu Jun's voice crackled. "Captain, we've encountered roadblocks. What should we do?" The crowd on the bridge was growing larger, seemingly preparing to surround them. Li Feng exited the vehicle, raising his hands and calling out, "Don't shoot. We're one of you." The leader appraised Li Feng, noting his unremarkable appearance, reminiscent of a student, posing no apparent threat. The leader relaxed his stance and approached Li Feng, saying, "Who do you think you are? In such a hurry to leave the city, you must have gathered quite a bit of supplies. Hand them over. Otherwise, you won't leave alive." Li Feng nodded vigorously. Yes, you're absolutely right." He then turned to Lu Tiejian's truck. "The supplies are in the truck behind us. A great deal of them. Send someone to fetch them, and we only ask for our lives." Seeing Li Feng's compliance, the leader's mood lightened. He signaled to a dozen of his companions to retrieve the supplies from the truck. Lu Taijian, witnessing this, contemplated intervening but was discreetly restrained by Li Feng's gesture. The group approached the back of the truck, unlocking it and throwing open the doors. In an instant, the sight within left them aghast. "Oh my God, what the?" They recoiled in terror, but it was too late. A long-armed zombie surged forth, its 2-meter lance piercing one of them cleanly. With a forceful thrust, it flung the body aside. This scene was witnessed by all on the bridge. The leader shouted in alarm, "Lao Yu, what is happening? What is going on?" Those standing beside the truck, in sheer panic, dropped their weapons and screamed, "Run! There are zombies!" As the words echoed, chaos ensued. They had chosen this location to ambush travelers precisely because it seemed relatively safe, devoid of any zombie presence. But how is it possible that someone has brought a truck full of zombies? "You dare to deceive me." With that, he lunged at Li Feng with his weapon. Bang! Unbeknownst to anyone, Li Tiantian had descended from the vehicle and shot the man in the arm, rendering him incapacitated. The others, witnessing this, aimed their weapons at Li Feng, preparing to fire. Whoosh! Zero flung a small knife from his hand, striking directly at the head. Surrounding individuals collapsed one after another. Realizing that this group was not to be trifled with, the remaining onlookers hurriedly fled the scene. The atmosphere fell silent once more, observing the bodies strewn across the ground. Li Feng shook his head in dismay. In the wake of the apocalypse, this group had misguidedly focused their attention on their comrades. It was indeed a grave error. Were it not for the strength of their team, an ordinary passerby would surely have been mercilessly robbed here. Lu Taijian approached the back of the truck, securely locking the doors once again, and gave Li Feng an approving thumbs up. Li Feng nodded in acknowledgement and signaled to the others to board the vehicle and proceed. However, as soon as they entered, Li Feng sensed something amiss. Chapter 39. Impersonating the enemy, the factory director has fled. Wu Jun hastily approached Li Feng from the front vehicle and reported, "Captain, the factory director took advantage of the chaos and escaped through the river." Should we deploy Eagle Eye to pursue him? Li Feng raised his hand. No need. Since we know where Wang Hu's battle team is headquartered, he is of no further use to us. Let him go. We shall proceed to the city and find a hotel to settle down. As he spoke, he entered the car, pressing the accelerator as they drove down the road ahead. Wu Jun nodded reluctantly, returning to his vehicle and following Li Feng. As they entered Hongdu, a voice echoed in their minds. The new dungeon will refresh in 36 hours, located at Line 1 of Hongdu. All survivors, please prepare accordingly. Lu Taixian spoke over the intercom. Brother Feng, there's another dungeon. Should we participate? Li Feng picked up the intercom beside him and replied, not a rush. Let's first find a place to stay and assess the situation. We are still uncertain about the number of awakened individuals in this city. Lu Taixian responded, understood, Brother Feng. We shall follow your lead. Thus, the group drove to a hotel in Hongdu City. The streets surrounding them were littered with numerous corpses, both human and zombie, with weapons embedded in the latter. It appeared this place had endured a fierce battle. Wu Jun, check if there are other survivors. Li Feng commanded as he exited the vehicle. Wu Jun nodded, activating Eagle Eye to survey the area. After a while, he reported, there are no survivors, but there are zombies inside. Li Feng smiled. Zombies are nothing to fear. Follow me. He then strode towards the hotel. Upon entering, they were greeted by a cacophony of hisses. A dozen zombies simultaneously turned to face Li Feng, expressionless, and charged at him. Snap! Li Feng clapped his hands. In an instant, the advancing zombies' eyes glowed red, halting in their tracks and becoming his subordinates. Guard the entrance. No one is allowed to approach. Li Feng commanded before heading upstairs. The zombies obeyed, dutifully positioning themselves at the door as loyal sentinels. As for the blade-wielding and spear-bearing zombies, they would remain in the trunk for now, as their services were not yet required. After observing the surroundings, Li Feng turned to the others and said, we shall rest here for the next 2 days. Use this time to adjust and recharge. In the afternoon, I will take you all to level up. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Zero expressed her delight. As long as she remained occupied, she was eager to assist in any task. Lu Taixian took the opportunity to rest. Having driven for quite a while and feeling fatigued, Li Tian and Li Yuan could hardly contain their excitement as they rushed upstairs to find a room to bathe. Only Wu Jun appeared pensive, lost in thought. Li Feng searched the hotel for some food and brought it over to share with Wu Jun. What occupies your mind? Wu Jun turned to Li Feng, momentarily startled, before respectfully accepting the offering. Captain, I apologize. Li Feng joined him at the windowsill, taking a bite of bread. No need to apologize. We are a team. Is there anything you wish to express directly? Wu Jun pondered over Li Feng's words and slowly replied, I am contemplating the purpose behind all this. Had it not been for this crisis, I would be enjoying a movie with my girlfriend or gaming in my dormitory. Yet now, as he spoke, a sense of weariness washed over Wu Jun. The events of recent days had profoundly altered his understanding of reality, a truth he was compelled to accept. Li Feng chuckled. Do you know what your greatest flaw is? Wu Jun turned to Li Feng, awaiting his response. After taking a sip of his drink and burping, Li Feng continued, You overthink things. Wu Jun raised his eyebrows slightly, not entirely grasping Li Feng's sentiment. Li Feng shifted his posture, leaning against the windowsill, and rested his arms atop it. In a world on the brink of collapse, even the next moment is uncertain. What is there to worry about? Focus on living each moment to the fullest. With that, Li Feng stood upright and quietly confided to Wu Jun, I will level up on my own. Don't mention it to them. After giving Wu Jun's shoulder a reassuring pat, he made his way outside. Wu Jun observed Li Feng's retreating figure, grappling with confusion about the nature of this person. How could he adapt so swiftly to the apocalypse? It was as if he had endured this existence for an eternity, effortlessly navigating the chaos around him. Upon stepping outside, Li Feng confronted the throngs of zombies at the entrance and commanded, Guard the door. If anyone or anything breaches it, I will deal with you harshly. Do you understand? The response was a chorus of affirmations from the guards. Unless faced with a low-level zombie, they could engage in simple communication. However, ordinary zombies lacked such capability. Li Feng then drove the truck forward, wishing to explore the city alone and gain insight into the situation. Each city had been affected by the zombie crisis to varying degrees. In his previous life, some areas were almost completely annihilated, while others managed to sustain a degree of autonomy, forming effective isolation zones. Within these zones, humanity could still maintain a semblance of normal life. As he sped along, he caught the attention of several zombies. However, their sluggishness rendered them incapable of catching up with Li Feng's vehicle. What kind of fool drives so recklessly on these roads? Unafraid of being surrounded by zombies? Another reckless youth, I suppose. Let us not concern ourselves with him. We must safeguard our supplies, one of the guards remarked. When will the boss arrive? We've been stationed here for 3 days. If he doesn't show up soon, we'll be left to starve, another complained. Fool! Guarding a granary can hardly lead to starvation. A few individuals squatted on the ground, smoking and idly chatting when Li Feng happened upon them. To his surprise, they were still able to smoke, indicating their circumstances were not as dire as he had anticipated. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, Li Feng directed his vehicle toward them. Hey, look, that truck is heading our way, one of the individuals exclaimed, hastily extinguishing his cigarette and aiming his weapon at the approaching vehicle. Stop. If you don't halt, I'll shoot. A sudden screech of brakes echoed in the air. Li Feng's vehicle came to a halt before them. He rolled down the window and inquired, Brothers, may I ask for directions? Do you know where the headquarters of the Wang Hu squad is located? Upon hearing this, several individuals furrowed their brows and exchanged glances, then asked, Are you one of the Wang Hu squad members? Li Feng's mind raced as he nodded. Indeed. I am from the Linghai branch of the Wang Hu squad. I brought some supplies to deliver to the headquarters, but this is my first time here, and I am unfamiliar with the route. They exchanged knowing looks and burst into laughter. Well then, the Wang Hu squad has fallen into our hand this time. Get out of the car, the leader shouted, aiming a gun at Li Feng. This was a dire situation. He realized he had miscalculated. They bore a grudge against the Wang Hu squad. Reluctantly, Li Feng opened the car door and stepped out, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Please don't shoot. Let's discuss this calmly. I can give you anything you want. To avoid arousing their suspicion, Li Feng cooperated fully, offering no resistance. The leader signaled to his companions and then called out to Li Feng, What's in the trunk? Open it. Chapter 40. The night operation. Li Feng was growing increasingly anxious. No, don't open it. However, the more he protested, the more their curiosity piqued. Old 3, open the door and see if there's anything worth eating. Yes. With that, the man struck the door lock with an iron hook. The trunk swung open, revealing chaos. Oh no, run. What is happening? Old 3. Suddenly, a spear-wielding zombie lunged forward, instantly dispatching one person. The blade-wielding zombies descended as well, slashing at those nearby. Zombies! Zombie alert! Quick, kill them! They grabbed their weapons and began firing at the zombies. Bang! 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 The bullets struck the blade-wielding zombies, but had no effect. These upgraded zombies possessed remarkably high defenses. Ordinary bullets were futile against them. What's going on? The bullets aren't working? Mutated zombies. Quickly, notify Jiuli. 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 Respond if you hear me. Before he could finish, the spear had already pierced his body. Old 2. The leader cried out in despair upon witnessing this scene. How could his subordinate be taken down so swiftly? Li Feng slowly lowered his hand, a cold smile forming as he gazed at the leader. I warned you not to open it, but you refused to listen. Now look what has happened. At that moment, the leader finally recognized Li Feng, terror flooding his features. Who are you? What is the meaning of these zombies? With a thud, over 20 zombies emerged from the trunk, advancing toward Li Feng and standing protectively by his side. Even the dimmest among them could grasp the situation. You aren't awakened. You can control zombies? No, wait. You are. Li Feng, the one ranked first. Li Feng wore an innocuous expression. Indeed, that is I. Now, could you kindly direct me to the headquarters of the Wang Hu battle team? The leader, shaken from his shock, processed Li Feng's words. His gaze drifted to the fallen bodies around him, his heart a tumult of emotions. Anger, resentment, and fear engulfed him. He was at a loss. The man before him was clearly someone he could not contend with. Li Feng procured a cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips and even producing a lighter to ignite it for him. You needn't be so tense. I'm not a murderous fiend. I only wish to eliminate the Wang Hu battle team. I would appreciate it if you could point me in the right direction. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, a glimmer of hope sparked in the leader's eyes. Really? You're here regarding the Wang Hu battle team? Li Feng smiled. Of course. Their son attempted to rob us and was met with retaliation. They won't let this go easily, so we must strike first. The leader gasped in shock. The son of Wang Hu had been slain? If other teams learned of this, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. In this apocalyptic world, few teams could swiftly organize their forces and gain widespread recognition, and the Wang Hu battle team was one of them. It is solely reliant on Wang Hu's strength before the apocalypse and the subsequent acquisition of awakened beings. The latter, in particular, serves as their confidence and trump card. Typically, no small team dares to confront them. Yet, this young man before them boldly declares his intent to annihilate them. How could this not instill fear? As long as you can guide the way, I assure you your survival. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what my undead brethren might do to you. A threat, a blatant threat. But what of it? In the apocalypse, strength reigns supreme. Without power, one possesses no voice. The man took a drag from his cigarette, discarded it to the ground, and extinguished it with the tip of his shoe. He then raised his gaze to Li Feng and said, "Fine, I will accompany you." Li Feng, with a beaming smile, patted him on the shoulder and signaled to the nearby zombies. Two steel-blade zombies promptly advanced, seizing his arms and guiding him toward the trunk. Hey, what are you doing? Don't touch me. Easy now, Li Feng. You promised you wouldn't kill me. Li Feng smiled at his retreating figure and reassured him. Rest assured, I keep my word. Having said that, he climbed into the truck and set off towards the hotel. This outing proved fruitful, as he had at least secured a guide. Finding Wang Hu's team would be considerably easier now. Li Feng returned to the inn, the clock reading 3 in the afternoon. Zero had long since grown impatient. Emerging from within, he gestured animatedly at the zombies outside, eager for a confrontation. "Captain, you're back," Zero exclaimed upon spotting Li Feng disembarking from the truck. Li Feng nodded and instructed, "Go to the back and bind the captive inside." Lu Taiquan and the others emerged at his words. Opening the truck's trunk revealed not only dozens of zombies, but also a terrified man. His clothing was tattered, and his eyes darted nervously. Upon seeing the light, he quickly pleaded, "Let me out. Just kill me. Being with them is worse than death." Indeed, the incessant sound from the zombies were as if they were ready to devour him at any moment, sending his heart racing. Who could endure such a torment? "Get down," Lu Taiquan commanded. The man, feeling as if he had been granted amnesty, hastily jumped from the vehicle. Upon seeing Zero, Wu Jun, and Li Tiantian, he looked bewildered, asking, "Who are you?" Li Feng approached, stating, "They're all members of my team. For today, you must endure here, and tomorrow you will lead us. And do not attempt any tricks, or you shall bear the consequences." The final sentence left him feeling chilled. He quickly responded, "I wouldn't dare." With a mere glance from Li Feng, Lu Taiquan escorted him inside. "All right." Li Feng's words were interrupted as Wu Jun approached him. Whispering a few words in his ear, Li Feng nodded subtly and declared, "We shall continue our rest. Let's return." With that, he led the way back to the inn. Zero, confused, asked, "Captain, didn't you say we were going to level up? Why are we going back?" "Captain?" Zero continued to pursue with questions, yet Li Feng remained utterly indifferent. Upon entering the inn, Li Feng issued a command. "No one is to leave without my orders." Lu Taixian was the first to comply, responding, "Understood, Brother Feng." "Acknowledged." "At your command, Captain." Wu Jun echoed in agreement. Only Zero appeared at a loss, glancing around at the others, bewildered by the situation. However, with Li Feng's orders firmly in place, they had no choice but to obey. As everyone sought a place to rest, figures emerged on the rooftop across the street. One individual toyed with 2 grenades, rubbing them together with a menacing glare. "So, he dares to provoke our Wang Hu combat team, does he? I shall see just how tough his skull is." Having spoken, he turned to his companions, instructing, "Relay the message. We move tonight." "Yes." The group swiftly descended from the rooftop, encircling the inn where Li Feng and his team were stationed. Nightfall soon enveloped the surroundings, shrouding the buildings in a veil of mist. An eerie silence descended, yet a squad of figures clad in black stealthily maneuvered through the night, swiftly approaching the inn. Chapter 41. The emergence of mutant beasts, a cacophony of zombie sounds erupted at the entrance of the inn. The leader, clutching several grenades, inquired, "Are we certain they're all inside?" A companion affirmed, "Absolutely, Brother Lay. I have been monitoring them all afternoon, and no one has left the premises." "Excellent," he replied, glancing at his watch, which read 8 o'clock in the evening. He then gestured with a decisive chop. The surrounding individuals swiftly hurled their explosives into the building. The leader pulled the pin from a grenade and threw it inside. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions reverberated continuously, billowing thick smoke from the house. Crimson flames leaped from the windows, painting the sky a fiery red. A smirk curled at the corners of the leader's mouth as he sneered. "Well, the first place on the leaderboard. It amounts to nothing. Under the onslaught of my storm of thunder, they shall be reduced to ashes." "Is that so?" A voice unexpectedly interjected, startling him and causing his heart to skip a beat. He whipped around to see 6 figures arrayed behind him. Li Feng, 0, Lu Taizhu, Wu Jun, Li Tian, Li Yuan, and a captive. With a sudden rush of fear, his complexion turned pale. How did you survive?" Li Feng rablia calmly. "Let's save that discussion for later." As his words fell, 0 sprang into action, swiftly plunging a small knife into the leader. The thunderstorm expert collapsed, blood pooling beneath him. The nearby companions, paralyzed by terror, attempted to flee. Bang! Bang! Li Tian opened fire, and the remaining assailants fell to the ground. Li Feng approached the leader's motionless form and retrieved several grenades, tossing them to 0. "A reward for you." "Thank you, Captain." 0 beamed with delight upon receiving the grenades and weapons. Li Feng turned to Wu Jun, a smile gracing his face. "Jun, speak up. What reward do you desire?" Wu Jun bashfully scratched his head. "I did what I was supposed to do. I seek no reward." Li Feng placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "That won't do. If it weren't for your timely discovery of this group, we would have been reduced to ash. You must accept this reward. Speak up. As long as it lies within my capacity, I shall not refuse." It turned out that Wu Jun had spotted the individuals on the rooftop earlier and relayed the information to Li Feng. Drawing from his experience, he had arranged for their personnel to quietly exit the building, anticipating that these intruders would take advantage of the cover of night. Indeed, under Li Feng's leadership, they had narrowly escaped disaster. Lu Taizhu chimed in. "Jun, don't be shy, just say what you want. Brother Feng will surely reward you handsomely." Li Tian and the others echoed supportive glances. Finally, Wu Jun said, "If possible, I would like to enhance my skills." Li Feng paused for a moment. "Is that all?" Wu Jun smiled. "Yes, I wish to serve the team better." Upon hearing this, Li Feng turned to Lu Taizhu and the others. Lu Taixian was the first to strike his fist against Wu Jun's chest, exclaiming, "You got some guts. Well done. From now on, Brother Lu will look out for you." Nearby, Li Tian and the others shared amused smiles. Wu Jun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head again. As he gazed at the towering inferno consuming the building ahead, Li Feng remarked, "All right, I'm assigning you 10,000 experience points. That should suffice for 2 levels." With that, Li Feng activated the team experience distribution mechanism, directly bestowing the 10,000 experience points upon Wu Jun, elevating his eagle eye skill by 2 levels. Wu Jun closed his eyes, sensing a surge of energy impacting his vision. A refreshing, tingling sensation enveloped him, bestowing an unprecedented clarity. 5 seconds later, he opened his eyes to find the surroundings sharper than ever, enabling him to perceive objects at a greater distance. Suddenly, his brow furrowed in alarm. "Something coming." Li Feng inquired, "What is it?" Wu Jun's expression darkened. "How to describe it? It's definitely not human." With a swift motion, 0 drew his weapon, prepared for combat. Lu Taixian's demeanor also turned serious as he followed Wu Jun's gaze. However, all that lay ahead were buildings, with no apparent anomalies. Li Feng pressed on. "How far away is it?" 2,000 meters. 1,800 meters. 1,600 meters, Wu Jun reported incessantly. The others gasped in surprise. "It's moving that fast?" Li Feng's expression grew grave. "It seems to be a boss. The explosions have attracted it. Zombies are particularly active at night. Prepare for battle." Lu Taixian, filled with righteous energy, was ready to charge into the fray as the team's tank. Li Tian raised her firearm, poised for the monster's appearance. Zero executed a series of parkour maneuvers, positioning himself atop the building, twirling a dagger in anticipation of delivering a fatal blow to the creature. Meanwhile, Wu Jun continuously relayed the monster's movements. "It's here." As Wu Jun's voice fell, a thunderous roar erupted from the side of the building ahead. The sound of shattering glass echoed as every window in the vicinity cracked under the pressure. Everyone covered their ears, grimacing in pain. Good heavens, it's a sonic attack. This is undoubtedly a mutated beast. In a post-apocalyptic world, beyond humans succumbing to the virus and transforming into zombies, numerous flora and fauna had also undergone mutations, becoming threats to humanity. Everyone be cautious. This is a mutated beast, more difficult to handle than zombies. Li Feng urgently shouted. Beside him, Lu Taixian steeled himself, shaking his arms and declaring, "Whatever it is, mutated beast or mutated dog, I'll smash its head in with one punch." Before Lu Taixian could act, Li Tiantian had already fired her weapon. The bullet aimed at the beast's eye. The beast roared in fury, its form swaying precariously, nearly toppling from the building as it howled in anger. The sound only added to the distress of the others. "Shut up. That's unbearable," Lu Taixian yelled, covering his ears. Zero had already leapt from the rooftop, using the surrounding air conditioning units to descend. As the distance to the mutated beast narrowed to 2 floors, I leapt forward, brandishing my dagger and plunging it into the creature. A thunderous roar erupted from the beast as it turned its head, the sound reverberating through the air, yet failing to impede my swift movement. With a sickening thrust, the dagger pierced the beast's skull, green ichor oozing forth from its eyes. Yet, the beast did not succumb. Instead, it became more ferocious, bellowing in rage and thrashing its body in an attempt to dislodge me from its head. "Steel knife hand. Attack it," Li Feng commanded the zombies, instructing them to swarm the mutated beast. Without hesitation, the zombies seized their steel knives and advanced on the creature. Upon witnessing the assault, the mutated beast retaliated with a sweeping motion, casting several zombies aside. To the beast, these zombies were adversaries as well. "Brother Feng, this mutated beast is remarkably strong. Does it possess any weaknesses?" Lu Taiquan inquired, observing the unfolding chaos. Previously, the zombies under Li Feng's control had maintained absolute dominance, with other zombies proving no match for these evolved ones. However, this mutated beast, towering in stature, displayed immense strength and innate abilities. It was imperative that we approach this situation with utmost seriousness. Chapter 42. The collective assault on the zombies. The mouth. The mouth is his weakness. Li Feng proclaimed. Zero seemed to grasp the notion, releasing the dagger and sliding down from the mutated beast. The creature, sensing a sudden lightness atop its head, straightened up and reached out with its short, 3-fingered hand toward Zero. "Cover Zero," Li Feng commanded. Without hesitation, Li Tiantian fired at the creature's palm. Bang, bang, bang. A series of shots struck the same spot. The wounded beast recoiled its hand, glaring angrily in Li Tiantian's direction, roaring loudly. Li Tiantian clutched her ears in agony, her weapon discarded to the side, devoid of strength to retrieve it. Li Yuanyuan also knelt on the ground, suffering. Too unbearable," she murmured through gritted teeth. Li Feng fared somewhat better, able to maintain eye contact with the beast. "Don't mind me, go assist Zero." Lu Taixian nodded at Li Feng and dashed forward. "I'm coming." His robust arms created a golden blur as they swung towards the mutated beast. Hiss! The creature suddenly lifted its head, locking eyes with Lu Taixian. Something felt amiss. A shiver ran down Lu Tiexuan's spine, sensing impending danger. In the next moment, his body was swept aside like a puppet with severed strings, crashing against a nearby concrete wall. Puff! Lu Taixian coughed out dust. "Taixian, are you all right?" Li Feng shouted. Lu Taixian shook his head. "I'm fine." "Bring on." Zero called from below. "Come help me." Lu Taixian glanced down at her, noticing several grenades in her hands. Understanding her intent, he leapt down. Zero shouted at him. "Throw me up. Can you do it?" Lu Taixian wiped his thumb across his nose. "Don't underestimate me. Here we go." With that, he lifted Zero effortlessly, hoisting her high before launching her toward the mutated beast. Zero soared through the air like a cannonball, hurtling towards the creature's head. Seeing her approach, the beast opened its massive jaws to roar. "Taste this," Zero shouted, releasing the grenades from her grasp. They flew directly into the creature's mouth. Snap! The beast hastily closed its jaws, its eyes wide with shock, hands clutching its throat in a futile attempt to expel the ingested grenades. But it was too late. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted within the beast, obliterating its upper body and scattering flesh and blood everywhere. "Don't worry, I'll catch you," Lu Taixian called, arms outstretched as he gazed skyward at Zero, who was descending in a parabolic arc. Recognizing him, Zero executed a mid-air roll, adjusting her position before landing securely on the ground, having bounced off the adjacent building. Lu Taixian, having rushed over, was left standing awkwardly. "No need. Thank you," Zero said, stowing her dagger away. Lu Taixian retracted his arms, offering an embarrassed smile. "As long as you're safe." Feng and the others had already descended from the upper floors, looking at Zero and Lu Taixian, exclaiming, "Well done." That was impressive. Upon acquiring 5,000 team experience and the ability to leap higher, Feng inquired, Iron Fist, "I propose we allocate the entire 5,000 experience to you, while the jumping ability shall be bestowed upon Zero." The others voiced no objections, as it was evident that these two had contributed the most in vanquishing the mutated beast. Lu Taixian graciously accepted the offer, with the infusion of 5,000 experience. His skills advanced, and the golden aura surrounding his arms grew more pronounced, enhancing both his offensive and defensive capabilities. Eager to test her newfound jumping ability, Zero sprang into action after a few squats, leaping impressively to a height equivalent to 6 stories. No wonder the mutated beast had moved with such swiftness. This ability was indeed remarkable. Had I known, I would have desired this jumping ability for myself, Lu Taixian lamented. Zero leaped again, descending from the building with uncontainable excitement, exclaiming, "So, this is what a special ability feels like." Feng regarded her with a knowing gaze, affirming, "In my team, contributions are always rewarded." Zero nodded in agreement, pleased with the acknowledgement. From her pocket, she produced a palm-sized green chip and handed it to Feng. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he inquired, "Where did you acquire this?" Zero gestured toward the fallen corpse nearby, explaining it came from that one. Lu Taixian, curious, asked, "Brother Feng, what is this?" Feng remained silent as he stowed the green chip away, though internally he was shaken. This object was entirely capable of being manipulated by human hands. In the previous instance, Green Shield Company had utilized it to control the zombie beasts. How was it possible to encounter something similar here? Had the mutated beasts also fallen under human control? The thought sent a chill down his spine. He chose to set aside further contemplation for now and would investigate later. "It's nothing, just a remnant," Feng replied nonchalantly. The nearby buildings were still ablaze, and zombies were congregating in the streets. He commanded, "Let us seek refuge in a nearby building. Tomorrow at noon, we shall enter the dungeon via the Hongdu Metro Line 1. "Understood," came the collective response. The team gathered, and with Wu Juniying's keen eyesight, they located a relatively clean and secure inn. Feng assigned the long gun zombie to guard the entrance while the others retired to their rooms for rest. The following morning, Feng was roused by the commotion outside. Stepping onto the balcony and opening the window, he observed a throng of people gathered in the street. The foremost individuals brandished flags inscribed with the words, "Defeat the zombies." This group advanced step by step, while those on the periphery brandished weapons, poised for an imminent assault. Judging by their pace and organization, it appeared to be a premeditated operation. Feng quickly donned his attire and descended to join his team. "Brother Feng, what is happening outside? It seems they are collectively rallying against the zombies. Should we join them?" Lu Taixian asked. Feng scratched his head, recalling that in his previous life, there indeed existed such spontaneous organizers who attempted to rely solely on their own strength to eradicate the zombies. However, the outcomes were generally unfavorable due to their lack of subsequent supplies. A cursory glance revealed that there were no awakened individuals among them. Such a group, if united, might manage to handle ordinary zombies, But should they encounter mutated beasts or a zombie king like the one from last night, their annihilation would be inevitable. In my opinion, it would be prudent to advise them to seek refuge. Otherwise, they are merely courting death. Li Feng shook his head, expressing his doubts. Beside him, Li Tiantian chimed in. Indeed, let's heed Brother Feng's advice and quickly dissuade them. Just then, a gunshot echoed through the street. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they hurried to the window to witness the unfolding scene. Before the group of people, another faction emerged, armed to the teeth, brandishing firearms with an air of intimidation. Without uttering a word, the leader fired a shot into the crowd, and an elderly woman collapsed immediately. Chapter 43. I am willing to become a subordinate grandma. A little boy exclaimed as he lunged onto the elderly woman's body, crying out in despair. The crowd ahead remained indifferent, signaling one another as gunfire erupted from behind. Do not shoot. No. Why? In a swift moment, the entire throng on the street lay sprawled upon the ground, blood pooling around them. Li Feng and his companions, positioned above, wore expressions of sheer shock. This group had brazenly committed an atrocity against the innocent. Beasts! Li Feng bellowed, striding purposefully through the main entrance, followed closely by Lu Taijuan and others, their anger palpable as they confronted the armed assailants. The gunmen discarded the corpses they held, as if searching for something. Upon catching sight of Li Feng and his group, the leader sneered. Well, we have some brave souls here. Tell me, have you seen a green chip? If you have, hand it over obediently or face death. He aimed his weapon at Li Feng, poised to fire at any moment. Unbeknownst to them, Li Tiantian discreetly drew her pistol, ready to eliminate any threat. Lu Taijuan stood protectively beside Li Feng, prepared to shield him should the need arise. However, Li Feng pushed Lu Taijuan aside, advancing step by step toward the adversaries. The chip is on me. Come and take it if you dare, he stated, his voice devoid of emotion, chilling to the core. The intensity of Li Feng's presence startled the assailants, compelling one to fire without hesitation. Bang! Bang! Before he could fully pull the trigger, Li Tiantian had already shot first, delivering a precise headshot. The three men before Li Feng collapsed instantly. The remaining assailants, now devoid of hesitation, unleashed a barrage of gunfire toward Li Feng and his companions. Suddenly, a dark shadow erupted from Li Feng's form, reaching an impressive height of several dozen meters, casting an ominous shadow across the sky. The gunmen gazed up in astonishment, momentarily forgetting their assault, paralyzed by the overwhelming presence of the venomous giant python. We are the Wang Hu team. Do you dare? But before he could finish, the massive head of the python descended swiftly from the sky, its gaping maw engulfing the manhole. Those nearby stared in shock, discarding their weapons and fleeing in terror. The sight was far more terrifying than any zombie. The colossal body of the venomous giant python slithered through the streets, consuming the assailants like skewered meat. Once again, it was the Wang Hu team wreaking havoc, senselessly slaughtering innocents in pursuit of a mere chip. Clearly, they could not be allowed to remain. Li Feng retracted the giant python, his gaze icy. Lu Taijuan and the others expressed their indignation. How can the Wang Hu team be so tyrannical, treating people as though they are nothing? If it weren't for our ability to defend ourselves, we would be the ones lying on the ground now. This is the brutality of the apocalypse. Wu Jun remarked from the side. Captain, the person we captured has escaped amidst the chaos. Li Feng shook his head. I intentionally let him go. Let him carry a message back to the Wang Hu team. They are aware of our arrival. It is far more effective to capture them all at once than to search for them individually. Wu Jun nodded in agreement. Li Feng waved his hand, leading the group to the vehicle. We are heading to the dungeon. Once we emerge, our strength will significantly increase. This will make it much easier to deal with the Wang Hu team, ensuring that no one is overlooked. The others also boarded the vehicle, following Li Feng as they drove towards the Hongdu Metro Line 1. Anyone with a modicum of strength would participate in the dungeon, as it is the swiftest method to enhance one's abilities. In this apocalyptic world, survival hinges not only on battling zombies, but also on contending with others. If one fails to progress daily, they risk being left behind. To safeguard their lives, everyone is driven to compete fiercely. The streets were littered with corpses, painting a somber picture of desolation. Occasionally, a zombie would rise from the ground, only to chase after passing vehicles, though their sluggish pace rendered them unable to catch up. They could only halt and continue their slow march. Upon reaching the Hongdu Metro Line 1, Feng and his group discovered that no other teams had yet arrived. With half an hour remaining until the dungeon opened, Feng instructed Li Yuan to distribute some food and drink to replenish everyone's energy. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the metro. Sister Ting, I've heard that this dungeon is even more challenging than the last. Are we sure we want to participate? One voice questioned. Yes, perhaps we should explore the area and seek shelter instead, another suggested. A familiar female voice interrupted. What a lack of ambition. Do you know how many awakened there are in other teams? Given our current configuration, we will soon be eliminated. When we encounter other teams later, we will only face the fate of being enslaved. Is that what you desire? At her words, silence fell over them. Memories of their past subjugation by Li Feng's team still fresh in their minds. Wu Jun remarked to Li Feng, Captain, your old flame. Li Feng shot him a glare, prompting Wu Jun to quickly fall silent. Li Tiantian scoffed. She truly is relentless. Did you leave her a message to seek you out? Li Feng chuckled. No, truly not. It was purely coincidental. Saying this, he stepped outside the metro entrance, standing on the steps and observing the group approaching. The members of Ting Ting's team froze momentarily, the air seeming to thicken with an inescapable fear. A sudden urge to flee surged within them, yet their legs betrayed them. Ting Ting, however, boldly addressed Li Feng. Captain Li, I did not expect to see you again so soon. Li Feng replied, Indeed, such a swift reunion. One might think you sought me out intentionally. The members of Ting Ting's team secretly thought, Who will want to find you? Ting Ting met Li Feng's gaze. The time and location of the dungeon are public knowledge. It is only natural that we came here. Could it be that all these instances have been monopolized by Captain Li Feng? With a smile, Li Feng replied, How could that be? To the capable belong the spoils. As long as you possess the strength, we could serve as your auxiliary team for this instance. The members of the Ting Ting squad scoffed at his words. Who among them was unaware that Li Feng's team held the top rank? Every member of his squad was an awakened one. It was inconceivable that they would serve as an auxiliary team for others. However, Ting Ting did not take his words lightly. Instead, she stated, well, if Li Feng's team could indeed be our auxiliary team, that would be a most desirable outcome. Li Feng was taken aback by her seriousness. In that case, let be so. Extend the invitation to us. Huh? This caught Ting Ting off guard. Did he really agree? In the next moment, Ting Ting extended a formal invitation to Li Feng to join as an auxiliary team. As the captain, her acceptance was sufficient for the other members to acquiesce, unless someone chose to withdraw from Li Feng's squad. Without hesitation, Li Feng accepted the invitation. Instantly, their information panel reflected the title of Ting Ting Squad as an auxiliary team. All the experience and equipment they acquired would be allocated by Ting Ting as the distributor. Chapter 44. The frantic train Lu Taixian was taken aback, sprinting out from the subway entrance. Brother Feng Yu. Li Tiantian was even more enraged. Li Feng, what are you doing? How could you make us her subordinate team? I refuse to accept this. Li Yuan quietly added, I also do not agree. Wu Jun remained silent. Li Feng ignored their protests and turned to Ting Ting with a smile. Captain Ting Ting, I look forward to your guidance in the upcoming instance. Seeing the expression on Li Feng's face, Ting Ting felt a twinge of being deceived. Despite having the upper hand, she sensed that she was being maneuvered. The instance for subway line number 1 is now open. All survivors, please enter. A voice echoed in their minds. Everyone's demeanor turned serious. Understanding that the nature of such instances was perilous, there was a substantial risk of not returning. Not everyone was eager to participate. Only those desperate to rapidly enhance their strength would dare to take this risk. Let's go, Ting Ting commanded, leading the way into the depths of subway line number 1, with the others following suit. To an outsider, they appeared to be an ordinary group of individuals queuing to board the subway. Upon reaching the depths of line number 1, they encountered a yellow light circle, oblivious to the world that lay beyond. Li Tiantian clung tightly to Li Feng's side, tugging at his sleeve. Although she possessed skills for accurate headshots, the fear of the unknown gripped her heart. Li Feng gently patted her hand, offering a reassuring smile. Do not fear. I am here. Li Tiantan nodded silently, feeling a swell of comfort that made her forget even the earlier interaction with Tingting. As Tingting stepped into the light circle, a whirlwind of sensations enveloped them, plunging them into darkness for what felt like 10 seconds. Gradually, light began to return. The sound of a train rushing by filled their ears, and the illuminated train lights allowed them to discern every detail on one another's faces. Li Feng and Li Tiantian held hands tightly before releasing them, both astonished as they surveyed their surroundings. The train sped along, revealing black walls through the windows. Above them were 2 long silver handrails, and behind, rows of blue seats, including designated spots for pregnant women. The names of various stops adorned the overhead displays. As the train continued its rapid journey, it dawned on everyone that they were aboard a swiftly moving subway, the destination shrouded in mystery. Brother Feng, where are we? Shoo! Li Feng interrupted her with a finger to his lips, urging her to observe their surroundings carefully. This instance was a new venture for him as well, and the location of potential traps remained unknown. Caution was imperative. Mission 1. Break through, a voice resounded in their minds, followed by an eerie silence. Inside the carriage, tension mounted. Break through? Where? How do we break through? Who do we kill? Surely, they wouldn't force us to slaughter one another. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere around them grew tense with vigilance. If that were indeed the case, evasion would be utterly futile. The confines of the carriage were so limited that a mere flick of the wrist could strike 2 individuals. Xiao Wu, how far until the next station? Li Feng inquired swiftly. Wu Jun activated his keen eyesight, gazing towards the front of the train. Captain, the next station is 3,000 meters away. Estimated time to arrival, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Understood. Li Feng nodded and settled himself in a nearby seat. The members of Team Tingting remained bewildered, uncertain of the situation. As Tingting made her way through the carriage and spotted Li Feng, she questioned, "What do you mean by 3 minutes?" Li Feng smiled at her. "You're the captain now. The decision rests with you. However, I must remind you, we have only 3 minutes." This statement left Tingting feeling uneasy, as she was unsure of its implications. Yet, it was evident that a confrontation might erupt after those 3 minutes, so preparations were imperative. "Everyone heed my command. Guard the train's exits. Be ready for battle at all times." Tingting ordered decisively, regardless of the circumstances. The entrances and exits of the train were undeniably crucial. Capable of both offense and defense, they had to be secured. The members of Team Tingting acted swiftly, surrounding the various exits of the train, weapons in hand, ever prepared for conflict. Tingting glanced at Li Feng, noticing that he and his team remained seated, undisturbed. "What are you doing? Go guard the door." She berated. At her words, Li Feng slowly rose, adjusted his attire, and replied, "Who said only the door needs guarding?" Tingting was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending his intent. Li Feng continued, "As a team, we prefer to take the initiative rather than adopt a defensive stance. Apologies, but we shall proceed first." With that, Lu Taixian shattered the adjacent window with a punch and climbed out through the opening. Zero utilized the dagger, gifted by Li Feng, to carve a circular hole in the carriage, ascending through it. Li Tiantian and Wu Jun followed closely behind Li Feng, making their way towards the front of the train. Watching Li Feng's graceful departure, Tingting ground her teeth in frustration, feeling helpless. They were supposed to be the subordinate team, yet their actions mirrored that of a leading unit. It was utterly unacceptable. There was no time for further contemplation as the train began announcing its next stop. Next stop, Hontai Station. Passengers disembarking, please ensure you have all personal belongings and exercise caution while exiting. Upon hearing this announcement, the train speed noticeably decreased, signaling its imminent halt. Tingting felt a surge of anxiety, knowing that the moment she had dreaded was finally approaching. "Everyone, stay alert. Fight for our homeland." Her rallying cry invigorated the team members. "Fight for our homeland." They all shouted in unison. The train entered the braking phase with a series of loud clanks. Outside the window, billboards transformed into vivid images, ceasing their continuous scrolling display. Li Feng had already led Wu Jun and the others to the front of the vehicle, entering the driver's cabin. "Here, They could observe the external conditions more promptly, thus allowing for better preparation. Although they were currently an auxiliary team under the Ting Ting battle squad, Feng was not inclined to remain passive. Everyone, be cautious. This instance is significantly more challenging than the previous one. All actions must heed my command. Do you understand? He announced to his team. Regardless of their location, his voice resonated clearly. Received, Brother Feng. Yes, Captain, Lu Taixian and Zero replied in unison. A brilliant light appeared ahead, emanating from the vicinity of the exit. The vehicle rumbled as it approached the station. The front of the vehicle was the first to witness the scene on the platform, leaving Wu Jun and the others, who followed closely behind Feng, utterly astonished. So many, they could hardly contain their emotions. Li Tian, who had initially been brimming with confidence, counting her air bullets, an ample 1,000, now realized her miscalculation. Chapter 45. The Zombie Encirclement. Brother Li, it seems my ammunition is insufficient, Li Tian remarked, gazing out at the throng of zombies beyond the window. Li Yuanyuan tightened her grip on Li Feng's sleeve, fearful that the undead might breach their defenses. They stood on the platform, emitting a disconcerting sound, their eyes fixated hungrily on those inside the train. The moment the doors would open, they would unhesitatingly surge in, devouring every human within, leaving not a bone behind. Feng, observing the grotesque figures outside, spoke with a calm demeanor. Do not worry. I shall lead you out shortly. Wu Jun and the others nodded in agreement. Both he and Li Yuanyuan were unable to mount an offensive. Their survival depended solely on the strength of their team. With a sudden hiss, the train's brakes engaged, bringing it to a steady halt. For a fleeting moment, the hearts of the Ting Ting squad members skipped a beat. Faced with such a multitude of zombies, their confidence wavered. Beep, beep, beep. The train doors began to slide open slowly. Ting Ting cast a final glance towards the front of the train, hoping that Feng and his team would prove invaluable. The zombies outside were already eager to invade. Attack! Attack! The Ting Ting squad shouted. The occupants inside brandished their weapons, thrusting at the encroaching horde, steadfastly guarding the train's entrance. Lu Taijian, concealed on the roof of the train, commenced his assault. You wretches, feel my fist. With that, he leapt down from the train, his powerful punch striking the ground with a resounding impact. Dozens of zombies were sent sprawling, a sizable crater forming beneath him. Undeterred, Lu Taijian, emboldened by his equipment, charged fearlessly into the throng of the undead, swinging his fists and toppling a multitude. Witnessing this display, Zero, who stood by the train, regarded him with newfound respect. This hefty fellow possesses considerable skill. As she spoke, she hurled 2 throwing knives, striking the zombies squarely in the forehead, causing them to topple backward. Zero then leapt into action, twisting a zombie's neck with one hand while delivering a swift kick to its throat, dispatching 2 in an instant. Without pausing, she unleashed her agility, launching herself toward another zombie, her punch landing squarely on its head. The explosive power of her legs translated into a devastating blow, resulting in a spray of crimson mist that hung in the air above the platform, further inciting the fury of the zombies as they accelerated their assault on humanity. The onlookers inside the train were dumbfounded. This woman is formidable. She single-handedly battles a horde of zombies without faltering. Indeed, the Feng squad is composed of extraordinary individuals. Enough chatter. Drive the zombies back. Someone urged Captain Ting Ting. Is there a way to close the doors? Ting Ting surveyed the lengthy train, her team gritting their teeth in battle, desperately defending the entrance and preventing the zombies from entering. Yet, she overlooked a crucial point. Our mission is to fight our way out, not to remain cooped up in the train. Let us not confuse our objectives, Feng declared within the Ting Ting squad. With a decisive clarity, Feng's words resonated with the team, awakening them to the reality of their situation. Indeed, the task at hand was to break free, rather than cower within the confines of the train. They had all become ensnared by conventional thinking. Feng had already opened the door, ready to lead Wu Jun and the others outside. Tian, you all can follow. There's no need to take action, he said, a faint smile lingering on his face. In the past, encountering such a multitude of zombies would have left him scratching his head. However, Since he acquired the ability to control the undead, he had become remarkably composed. No longer did he fear an overwhelming horde. As the door to the front of the train swung open, a swarm of zombies surged forward, claws outstretched. Yet, in the next moment, they halted, their eyes glowing crimson. Completely under Li Feng's command. "Lead the way," he instructed. The zombies obediently turned and began to shuffle outside. As they were all zombies, they refrained from attacking one another. However, upon sighting Li Feng and Wu Jun, the horde surged again. With a snap of his fingers, Li Feng regained control over them. Now, over 300 zombies surrounded Li Feng and his companions, resembling a loyal battalion. The zombies outside could only watch in bewilderment, unable to breach the circle formed by their own kind. Is that even possible? The members of the Ting Ting squad in the train exclaimed in astonishment. They had never imagined Li Feng's abilities could be employed in such a manner. In this apocalyptic scenario, it was truly extraordinary. "Li Feng, I command you to return and rescue us," Ting Ting shouted within her squad, panic rising in her voice. Observing that Li Feng's team had safely reached the platform, shielded by the zombie horde and thus poised for escape, she felt a profound sense of frustration at the stark contrast of their situations. Her own team remained trapped within the train, vulnerable to imminent peril. Realizing the moment was ripe, Li Feng addressed his squad. "If you wish for us to rescue you, then join us and become my subordinate squad." With a swift motion, he reclaimed the dignity he had previously lost. It turned out he had been awaiting her, intent on cornering her into a position where she had no choice but to comply. This was the only way it could be effective. Ting Ting had not anticipated that Li Feng would resort to such intimidation at this juncture. Glancing at her team, who were on the verge of collapse, it seemed that aligning with Li Feng was the only solution to their predicament. "Captain, we can't hold on any longer. We're overwhelmed. Let's join them. We'll figure things out later." "Yes, Captain." With her members echoing this sentiment, Ting Ting reluctantly acquiesced. "All right, I agree. Hurry and rescue us," she cried out. Li Feng then stepped back from Ting Ting's squad and extended an invitation for them to become a subordinate team. However, this invitation was unique. It was permanent. In other words, once accepted, Ting Ting would not have the option to withdraw, with the initiative firmly in Li Feng's grasp. Upon seeing this, Ting Ting cursed under her breath, recognizing the underhandedness of the situation, yet felt powerless to resist. She could only choose to accept. Ting Ting's squad was thus integrated into Li Feng's team, becoming a subordinate unit. Upon receiving this news, Ting Ting immediately urged, "Come quickly to rescue us." Li Feng snapped his fingers. Controlling the encirclement of zombies, they approached the train entrance. Once beside the train door, they spread out the perimeter, exposing the entrance to allow those inside to enter the circle. They then closed the encirclement once more and continued toward the next door. The zombies on the outskirts incessantly emitted sounds, disrupting the team led by Ting Ting. Inside the train, some individuals, upon witnessing the multitude of zombies outside, were too frightened to emerge. "Come out quickly, otherwise you will surely perish," the outsiders shouted, urging those within to join them amidst the horde of zombies. This strategy was undeniably counterintuitive. Who would willingly step into a crowd of zombies? Yet this was the only means to evade the current zombie assault. Taking the initiative, Ting Ting stepped out from the train door, positioning herself within the zombie encirclement. The throng of zombies outside reached out with their hands towards the circle, creating a scene both perilous and exhilarating. Li Feng cautiously maneuvered the zombie circle, maintaining a balanced range to accommodate the members of Ting Ting's team. The train doors that had already been breached soon saw a surge of zombies infiltrating. Those inside had little time to contemplate, and thus, they rushed out of the train door, standing within the protective encirclement of zombies. Chapter 46. Establishing a human sanctuary. From this point onwards, all actions were to follow commands. Anyone who lagged behind and fell victim to a zombie bite should not blame me, Li Feng declared, as he commanded the zombie encirclement to proceed towards the subway exit. The group exhibited no hesitation, fully aware of the dire consequences of any recklessness. Amidst such a multitude of zombies, a moment's inattention could lead to irreversible doom. They moved cautiously, step by step, as the zombie circle formed a vacuum around them. They traversed through the Horde, arriving at the subway exit, which remained densely populated by zombies, drawn by the scent towards Li Feng's team. However, they were held back by the encirclement, unable to advance. Thus, leveraging the peculiar effect of the zombie circle, the entire group managed to exit the subway. The pursuing zombies lingered at the exit, stretching out their hands only to retract them, seemingly constrained, unable to move beyond that threshold. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely overhead, and the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. Task 1 was complete. Rewards received. Team Experience 20,000, Universal Battle Soul Fragment 1, Intermediate Strength Potion 3. Upon seeing these rewards, they were all secured, while the members of the Ting team could only lament their exclusion from these benefits. Task 2 was announced. Establish a human survival zone. Voices resonated in their minds, and they felt a surge of excitement. What on earth is a human survival zone? Are we to assist our families? We do not even have our own yet. This task seems utterly absurd. Is it meant to trap us indefinitely? The members of the Ting team felt lost, uncertain of their next steps. In contrast, Li Feng was composed and self-assured. He was well acquainted with such human survival zones from the previous apocalypse. To put it plainly, it involved designating a specific area to establish a formidable defensive advantage, thereby significantly enhancing the survival prospects of those within. It was one of the commonly used survival strategies in apocalyptic scenarios. Xiao Wu, please assess the size and boundaries of this city, Li Feng instructed as he directed the zombies to disperse. Wu Jun activated his eagle eye, surveying the surroundings. After a moment, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Captain, there are 4 gigantic zombies stationed at the northeastern, southeastern, southwestern, and northwestern corners. After a brief contemplation, Li Feng replied, "Find the city's administrator. I wish to meet him." Wu Jun resumed his search, and soon discovered a peculiar building. It was guarded by numerous armed personnel, a privilege not afforded to other locations, leading him to conclude that a person of influence resided within. There, to the north, Wu Jun declared, pointing. "Lead the way." "We shall proceed," Li Feng responded, stepping out of the zombie encirclement and maintaining a distance of 100 meters to prevent any panic. Wu Jun took the lead, guiding them toward the city's administrator. Feeling apprehensive, Ting hastily moved to the front and asked Li Feng, "Are you certain you want to seek out the city administrator? How does this relate to our task?" Li Feng spoke as he walked. "Of course, there is a connection. To establish a human habitation zone, we require his assistance. Otherwise, we remain oblivious to the resources of this city." Ting had no choice but to reluctantly accept this. Accompanied by her team members, she closely trailed behind Li Feng's group. They soon arrived near a peculiar building, where suddenly multiple beams of infrared light illuminated their heads. A voice from above boomed through loudspeakers, "Halt! State your names and identities. Fail to comply, and we will open fire." Li Feng looked up at the sniper with a smile, announcing, "Li Feng, Lu Taizhu, Wu Jun Li Tian 0. Each of them revealed their names in turn. After a moment, the loudspeaker crackled again. "Your names are not on the list. Who exactly are you? You have 1 minute to explain. If I am not satisfied, I shall execute you." It was quite a surprise to encounter such a situation even in this instance. Humanity's arrogance was evident in their bullying of their own kind. Before Ting and the others could gather their thoughts, Li Feng proactively shouted, "We have come from afar to rescue you. I need to erect high walls around us to fend off the zombies outside. Additionally, we must assess the usage of food and water resources. Until we secure stable supplies, we ought to plan their allocation carefully. Moreover, it is crucial to train combat personnel, for they are the foremost capital in this apocalypse." Upon hearing Li Feng's words, those above fell silent, for he spoke the truth and alleviated their confusion. They had previously been worried, uncertain about how to proceed. Li Feng's remarks had indeed opened their minds. If we unite and collaborate, we can certainly establish a zone suitable for human survival. Please allow us to stay. Li Feng's tone was almost pleading, prompting the others to feel as if they had struck a bargain and hastily respond, "Very well. We shall welcome you immediately. You will be assigned citizen numbers." With that, the front gate swung open, The surrounding armed personnel stepped aside, awaiting the arrival of Feng and his companions. The group breathed a sigh of relief as they saw the path clear. Zero remarked from the side, "I could have charged indirectly." Feng glanced at her and whispered, "We need their cooperation." After speaking, he gestured to the others to follow him as they ascended the stairs, instructing the auxiliary team to wait below. The armed personnel at the entrance regarded Feng's group with a provocative gaze, seemingly testing their strength. It felt unjust that these individuals had been granted an audience after merely exchanging a few words. "Hey, what skills do you possess that allow you to come here and act so arrogantly? You have no right," shouted the leader of the armed personnel directly at Feng, attempting to assert dominance. Before Feng could respond, Zero had already made her move. With explosive power in her legs, she swiftly closed the distance to the man, creating a gust of wind in her wake. The icy gaze of Zero locked onto his, and he slowly uttered 4 words. "Do you wish to die?" In an instant, the individual felt as though he had plunged into an ice cellar, deterred from any further provocation. Feng and his companions subsequently entered the grand hall without incident. By the window stood a middle-aged gentleman, attired in conventional attire, polished black shoes, and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, exuding an air of maturity and composure. He had witnessed the earlier events at the entrance, but chose not to intervene, seemingly eager to gauge the prowess of Feng and his group. Upon their arrival, a smile graced his face as he remarked, "Mr. Li, truly a young talent." He then seated himself on a nearby solid-wood sofa, while an attendant clad in white gloves swiftly replenished the teacups on the table. Simultaneously, he orchestrated the others to step forward and prepare tea for Feng and his companions. Everything unfolded with remarkable orderliness. In this apocalyptic era, the presence of such a well-regulated environment is indeed rare, suggesting that this individual's status is not to be underestimated. Chapter 47. Resolving the 4 strange beasts after taking a seat, Feng sipped his tea and remarked, "In truth, I already have a plan. All that is required is for you to gather those engineers and suppliers together. I can facilitate the swift establishment of a human habitation zone, where we can completely isolate ourselves from the threat of zombies and live here in peace." Upon hearing Feng's words, the man did not immediately respond. Instead, he gently blew on the tea leaves in his cup and slowly said, "Mr. Li, what is it that you desire?" This was indeed a proper manner of conducting business. As adults, they understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch. In fact, something that is free is often the most expensive, as it may come with ulterior motives. Therefore, directly agreeing on a price makes collaboration significantly smoother. Feng smiled in return. "Once the quarantine zone is established, I will require half of the resources from the city. Engaging with such a person, having intentions is far better than having none. At least the other party would not harbor any hidden concerns. Otherwise, cooperation would be unthinkable." The man glanced at those beside Feng and questioned, "With just you few, how do you intend to transport such vast resources?" Feng set down his teacup and replied earnestly, "You need not worry about that. Just give your approval and leave the rest to us." The man let out a hearty laugh. "Excellent. I appreciate young people like you, straightforward and decisive. Now tell me, what assistance do you seek? Do not hesitate to ask." Feng turned to survey the surroundings and noticed a map hanging on the wall. He rose and approached the map, drawing circles around the 4 cardinal points. Turning back, he said, "Send engineers and suppliers to these 4 locations so that I can arrange their work." Upon seeing the marked locations, the man fell silent. He wiped the smile from his face, stood up, straightened his attire, and walked towards the window with his hands clasped behind his back. Feng understood his apprehensions and stated firmly, "My team is capable of defeating those 4 mutated zombies." The man's expression shifted as he turned back, his eyes gleaming with interest. "Are you certain?" Feng chuckled and snapped his fingers. The man furrowed his brow, puzzled by the gesture. The next moment, armed personnel downstairs reported, "Not good. Hundreds of zombies have appeared. They seem to be lying in ambush." Yet Feng reassured him, "There is no need for fear. They are under my command." The man was taken aback and quickly peered out the window. The armed personnel had raised their weapons, aimed at the zombies which, instead of exhibiting aggressive behavior, displayed a remarkable composure. Their eyes glowed red as they looked towards the second floor, a behavior that was previously inconceivable. Typically, upon detecting human presence, zombies would charge and attack indiscriminately, but this organized and disciplined demeanor was unprecedented. Turning back to Feng, the man inquired, "You truly can control them?" Feng smiled and waved his hand. Outside, the zombies once again concealed themselves, seeking refuge among the buildings. The man, witnessing this scene with his own eyes, was indeed convinced. He turned again to appraise Feng and his companions, his gaze filled with admiration. Perhaps they truly can save this city. The man raised his arm to glance at his watch. It was now 1 o'clock in the afternoon. "Give me 3 hours to prepare what you need. The 4 beasts. Leave them to us. The battle must conclude before midnight." Feng turned to his team. "You only need to ensure that no one leaves this place." The man felt a surge of joy within, yet his face betrayed no emotion. He quickened his pace, approaching Feng and retrieving a fine bottle of wine from the counter. With a pop, he uncorked the bottle. Pouring into 2 cups with his personal decanter, he proclaimed, "To the brave." Feng did not refuse, accepting the decanter and downing the drink in one go. "Excellent wine, but alas, duty calls, and I cannot indulge." The man laughed heartily for the first time. "When you return, we shall drink to our heart's content." "It is a promise," Feng replied, slightly raising the decanter. Setting down his cup, Feng addressed the rest of his team with utmost seriousness. "From this moment on, we enter combat mode. Our targets are the 4 aberrant beasts to the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Let's move." At his command, all stood at attention, their faces reflecting a fierce resolve. Feng led the way down the stairs, followed swiftly by the others. Upon seeing Feng and his team descend, the members of the Ting Ting squad rushed forward. "Feng, how did the negotiation go?" "He didn't threaten us, did he?" Lu Taixian interjected. "Call him captain." Feng cast a glance at Lu Taixian and replied to Ting Ting, "No, he is willing to cooperate with us. The condition is the extermination of the aberrant beasts in the 4 corners. I promised him it will be done by midnight. We will split into 2 groups. 0 will accompany you to the east, while I take the others to the south. After we finish, we will regroup in the north and eliminate the 2 aberrant beasts in the northwest." Upon hearing Feng's plan, Ting Ting nodded in agreement. Lu Taixian voiced his concern. "Brother Feng, isn't it dangerous for 0 to go with them? What if?" 0 swiftly drew her dagger, slicing through the air twice before retracting it. "There is no need for concern. I can complete the mission." Feng nodded, confident in her abilities. She was, after all, a combat machine designed for the apocalypse, and with her enhanced jumping prowess, her strength had significantly increased. Coupled with the cooperation of Ting Ting's squad, taking down a mutated zombie should pose no problem. "Then let us depart. Maintain communication via the walkie-talkies at all times." With that, Feng waved his hand, leading his team to board their vehicle and head north. Ting Ting exchanged a few brief words with 0 before directing her group to drive eastward. The members of the auxiliary squad felt anxious, discussing amongst themselves. "Without Feng's team, can we handle the mutated zombies on our own? By the way, what do these mutated zombies even look like? Will they be difficult to deal with? What about the beasts guarding the 4 directions?" "Do not worry, 0 is with us. I have witnessed her strength. We will be just fine." Meanwhile, Feng's team occupied a vehicle, leaving behind over 300 zombies under their control. Lu Taiquan sat in the passenger seat, murmuring, "Is it safe for 0 to be separated from us?" Feng, while driving, glanced at him and replied, "What is the matter? Are you worried about her? Perhaps you should get out and find her." Lu Taiquan hurriedly clarified, No, that's not what I meant. I'm just concerned that Ting Ting and the others might take advantage of the situation." Feng understood his implication. "That won't happen. They lack both the audacity and the capability. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed 0 to carry out the mission alone." In the back seat, Li Tian chimed in, "Indeed. With 0's strength, annihilating Ting Ting's squad would be a trivial matter, so there's no need for concern." Wu Jun nodded in agreement. It seemed that everyone held a strong appreciation for her combat prowess. Lu Taiquan had no choice but to remain silent, conserving his energy in the passenger seat while awaiting the forthcoming battle. Chapter 48. Exploiting weaknesses. The streets lay in serene silence, devoid of any pedestrian presence. It appeared that the authorities governing the city had issued a decree restricting the residents from venturing outdoors, thus providing maximal assistance to Feng and his companions. Scattered zombies on the road posed no threat to them. They proceeded unhindered towards the northern region, characterized by mountainous terrain with few structures. However, the number of zombies surged dramatically, each exhibiting a menacing demeanor, some even emanating a blue gas, a manifestation of deep-seated resentment. Such zombies were notably more aggressive. The path ahead was impassable, prompting them to prepare for battle. Xiao Wu, report the location of the mutated zombies, Feng commanded as he halted the vehicle. Wu Jun activated his eagle eye, scanning the area behind the horde of zombies. In the river ahead, it's sleeping. A giant crocodile. Upon hearing this, Li Tiantian and the others shuddered. The mere thought of a crocodile conjured grim associations of savagery and brutality, especially one of such colossal proportions. Without hesitation, Feng exited the vehicle and advanced towards the gathering of zombies. To his astonishment, the horde turned in unison, their gazes fixated on him, charging forth without a moment's pause. With a snap of his fingers, Feng halted their advance. Their eyes glowed a fierce red as they redirected their aggression towards their fellow zombies. Those bitten quickly realized the peril. Engaging in a frenzied clash with the now red-eyed undead, consumed 2,000 evolution points to evolve 20 long spear zombies, Feng announced, and before long, 20 zombies wielded 2-meter-long spears, thrusting at the surrounding horde. Their combat prowess surged dramatically, swiftly altering the dynamics of the encounter. Bang! Bang! Li Tiantian joined the fray, firing at the approaching zombies to eliminate any threats. Lu Taiquan remained vigilant, protecting Feng from any stragglers. Wu Jun and Li Yuanyuan closely trailed behind, determined not to lag. As they fought their way towards the riverbank, the ground became littered with fallen corpses. A sudden splash echoed from the water, as if something were surfacing from the depths. A sound emanated from the riverbank, and a 2-meter-tall, 5-meter-long crocodile emerged before them. It bore an unsettling appearance, with its body in a state of partial decay and one side of its face revealing bone, a truly grotesque sight. Li Tiantian and her sister paled at the sight. The grotesque nature of this mutated zombie was repulsive enough to deter any survivor merely by its appearance and size. Yet, as members of an awakened team, they resolved to confront the challenge head-on, knowing that only through such bravery could they reap substantial rewards. Tian, aim for its eyes. Taiquan, strike it, Feng commanded. Without question, the two sprang into action, adhering to Feng's strategy. The singular discipline within the team was to follow orders unconditionally, even in the absence of understanding. Compliance was paramount to ensure their victory. Bang! Bang! Li Tiantian had already fired 2 shots, her shooting distance enhanced by her skill upgrades. The bullets struck the giant-tailed crocodile directly in the eye. The creature let out a roar of pain, turning its gaze towards Feng. As it fixed its eyes upon him, more zombies crawled out of the river, rushing in this direction. Feng lowered his brow and murmured, "Excellent." All the zombies around him were under his control, transformed into his subordinates, numbering over 300. Among them were 20 armed zombies, forming a long line to assault the approaching horde. Lu Taixian, on the other hand, bypassed these zombies, swinging his fist directly at the giant-tailed crocodile. "Taste my punch," he shouted, landing a blow on the crocodile's tough skin. The 2-meter-tall crocodile staggered back a few steps, nearly losing its balance. In a fit of fury, Lu Taixian activated his berserk state and unleashed a relentless barrage upon the giant-tailed crocodile. Li Tiantian halted, refraining from shooting for fear of hitting Lu Taixian. The zombies rushing from the river posed little threat, as the majority had been controlled by Feng, launching a counterattack against the crocodile. Lu Taixian leapt into the air, his fist aglow with golden light as he struck the giant-tailed crocodile, sending it crashing into the river. "Well done," Feng exclaimed loudly. Lu Taixian turned to him, grinning and flashing a victory sign. However, his berserk state quickly waned, leaving him feeling drained. The previous bout had taken a considerable toll on his energy. Wu Jun, standing beside Feng, furrowed his brow. Something's not right. It's not dead yet. Just then, the crocodile let out another roar, re-emerging from the river. Its massive tail swung towards Lu Taixian, catching him off guard. Thud! Lu Taixian coughed up blood as he was swept away, colliding with a nearby tree before crashing to the ground. The giant-tailed crocodile roared at Lu Taixian, swiftly twisting its tail and charging at him. Not good, Li Feng shouted, sprinting towards Lu Taixian. Bang! 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 Li Tiantian fired several shots, but they had no effect on the crocodile's tough hide. At that moment, the creature had but one intent, to devour Lu Taixian. Giant python! Li Feng called out while running, summoning a venomous giant python. The enormous shadow coiled in the air, hissing ominously. In the presence of the venomous python, the 5-meter-long crocodile appeared as insignificant as a mere infant. Instantly, the giant-tailed crocodile recoiled, lifting its head to gaze at the venomous python, its eyes filled with dread. Bite it, Li Feng commanded, extending his arm. The venomous python, its eyes glowing red, swiftly lunged toward the crocodile below. The giant-tailed crocodile opened its mouth wide in a desperate cry, yet it could not escape its fate. In one swift motion, the venomous python seized the crocodile, hurling it into the air and opening its gaping maw to swallow it whole. Lu Taixian stood nearby, utterly stunned. My goodness, Brother Feng is incredible. A formidable creature that had proven insurmountable was consumed by Li Feng's battle spirit. Truly remarkable. Venomous giant python upgraded. New skill, toxic mist. Capable of releasing a cloud of poison over a designated area, inflicting toxicity upon all living beings within. Li Feng was momentarily taken aback, astonished to discover that the battle spirit could also enhance itself. Observing the newly acquired skill, he commanded, everyone, get in the vehicle. Wu Jun swiftly maneuvered the car into position, allowing Lu Taiquan and Li Tiantian to board. On the vehicle, Li Yuanyuan employed her healing magic to assist Lu Taiquan in recovering from his injuries. Venomous giant python, release the toxins, Li Feng shouted from within the vehicle. The massive python, coiling in the air, opened its gaping maw. A stream of crimson gas was expelled, enveloping the surrounding zombies. Xiao Wu, drive south to rendezvous with Zero and the others. Understood, Captain. Wu Jun pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle southward. The northern beasts had been dealt with. Now, it was a matter of how Tingting and her team were faring. Lu Taiquan, having healed, leaned back in his seat and asked Li Yuanyuan for a bite to eat. Chewing on a piece of bread, he inquired, what do you think Zero and her team are up to now? Can they handle the creatures to the east? Chapter 49. The second beastly Feng cast a glance at him, playfully patting his thigh. What else with the concern for Zero? Li Wanyuan Shukulat. There's no need for such hassle. If Luga wants to inquire, he can simply ask in the team channel. She can hear us. At this, Lu Taiquan flushed, shifting his posture to sip some water, strategically diverting the conversation. Li Feng then tapped Wu Jun on the shoulder. Xiao Wu, can you discern what kind of creature lies to the east? Wu Jun shook his head. It's too distant. I can't make it out. With my current eagle eye range, I can only see objects within 15 kilometers. Zero and her team are positioned at least 30 kilometers away from us. Li Feng resumed his seat, lost in thought, I see. He noted that there remained 30,000 experience points unallocated. He contemplated whether to upgrade Wu Jun's eagle eye first. Just then, Lu Taiquan, having finished his meal, remarked, Brother Feng, I believe we need to enhance our team's capabilities swiftly. These dungeons grow increasingly challenging. If it's this arduous now, I dread to think how difficult it will become. Li Tiantian and the others nodded in agreement, sharing his sentiment. Observing their expressions, Li Feng declared very well. I shall allocate these 30,000 experience points. As 3 of our team's key players, each shall receive 10,000 experience points to bolster our collective strength. With that, Li Feng exercised his authority as captain, distributing the remaining 30,000 experience points equally among himself, Lu Taiquan, and Li Tiantian. Empathy LV8 upgraded. Empathy LV9, 10,000 can control 640 ordinary zombies and 96 low-level zombies. Lu Tietuan's Steel Fist and Li Tiantian's Precision Shooting also both ascended to level 5. significantly enhancing their attack power. Meanwhile, Li Feng's empathy ability became even more formidable, enabling him to command over 600 zombies. Whenever he encountered a zombie horde, half of them would undoubtedly become his subordinates, purely exhilarating. An hour later, Wu Jun parked the vehicle at the southern boundary area, which appeared to be an industrial zone. The surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of any signs of zombie activity. "Xiao Wu, where might the beast be located?" "Take a look," Li Feng remarked, peering out the window. Wu Jun activated his eagle eye, swiftly pinpointing the beast's location. Inside the factory lurked a large poisonous scorpion. Upon hearing the name of this creature, Li Tian and her sister grimaced, clearly reluctant to confront it. Li Feng cautioned, "It's a poison-type beast. Everyone must exercise caution. Once poisoned, there may be no antidote." His words cast a shadow of unease over the other team members. At that moment, a commotion arose from behind. Turning back, they spotted several vehicles approaching. Wu Jun recognized them immediately. It's Zero and her team. Lu Taekwon sprang upright. "Really? Where?" They saw that in the passenger seat of Zero's vehicle sat someone. It was Ting Ting, appearing frail and on the brink of collapse. Upon encountering Li Feng's vehicle, Zero accelerated forward and halted beside it. "Captain, she is injured." Li Feng hurriedly assisted Li Yuan out of the car and approached the passenger seat. Upon seeing Ting Ting's pallid complexion, bloodless lips, and forehead drenched in cold sweat, he inquired, "What has happened to her?" Zero stepped out of the vehicle, stating, "We were besieged by a horde of zombies in the east. There were far too many for me to handle. I unleashed multiple tornadoes to dispatch those creatures, but it was immensely draining. Fortunately, it appears to be nothing external. In this apocalyptic world, any external injury bears a high risk of infection. Yuan, administer treatment." Li Yuan nodded and approached Ting Ting, placing a hand on her forehead to initiate her healing spell. A circular green light enveloped the vicinity, rising and swirling. The surrounding flora thrived and grew rapidly. After a considerable time, Ting Ting finally opened her eyes. Upon seeing Li Feng, she exhaled a sigh of relief. "Li Feng, we completed the mission." Though awake, she still appeared quite fragile. The members of Ting Ting's squad had gathered around, visibly relieved at her awakening. "Captain, you're back. You scared us," they exclaimed. "It's a relief to see you safe." I knew Captain Li Feng would have a solution. Li Feng addressed them sternly. "Ensure you protect your captain well. Should I witness her exhausted to the brink while you contribute nothing, I shall expel you." Hearing his words, they all lowered their heads in acknowledgement, not daring to defy him. "All right, Ting Ting, you and Tian focus on recuperating here. I will handle the remaining matters," he said, handing her a bottle of stamina potion. "Recover swiftly." Li Feng's admonition warmed Ting Ting's heart. She anticipated that this top-ranking team leader possessed such a compassionate side. In this harsh world, she had witnessed far too much cruelty and indifference. Genuine mutual aid was indeed rare. Li Feng, accompanied by Lu Taishian and Zero, proceeded towards the factory ahead. Li Tian and Wu Jun remained behind to safeguard those inside the vehicle. "Xiao Wu mentioned there's a venomous scorpion inside." "Zero, be cautious not to get poisoned," Li Feng warned. Zero drew 2 daggers, striking them together to produce a spark. "Rest assured, I will not allow it to touch me." Lu Taishian interjected, "Perhaps I should go first, and you can wait for the opportune moment." Zero glanced at Lu Taishian, replying, "No need. I can handle this myself. Do not hinder me." Lu Taishian found himself speechless, his pride bruised by her words. How could she claim he was an obstruction? Determined to prove himself, he clenched his fists and dashed towards the interior of the factory. "Venomous scorpion, where are you? Show yourself." A low hum resonated as dust cascaded down within the factory. It was evident that this place had endured its share of tribulations. Shadows of rats, over half a meter tall, emerged, their eyes glowing red with parts of their bodies decaying. They emitted a cacophony of high-pitched screeches, charging towards Lu Taishian. "Ah!" Lu Taekwon shouted fervently, swinging his arms as he struck down upon the swarm of rodents. Boom! 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 Each punch landed forcefully on the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. The approaching mice were reduced to mere pulp under his might. Surrounding him was a dense mass of dark rodents, their numbers overwhelming. Uncertain of his ability to tame these creatures, Feng attempted to invoke empathy, yet met with silence. Indeed, his empathic powers proved effective solely against zombies. These aberrations remained beyond his control. "Captain, just observe from the sidelines. Leave this to the two of us," Zero declared, drawing forth her dagger, her thirst for battle palpable. With a swift motion, she lunged forward, soaring over Lu Taekwon and charging towards the venomous scorpions lurking behind. "Be careful," Lu Taekwon shouted, dispatching another rodent with a powerful strike as he warned Zero. With both hands wielding her daggers, one of which was the orange equipment bestowed upon her by Feng, Zero exhibited unparalleled finesse in her combat prowess, utilizing her weapons with exquisite precision. Chapter 50. Why not establish a safe zone? The venomous scorpion sensed the threat posed by Zero. It turned around, its scarlet eyes exuding an unsettling glare. Its curved tail, armed with a silver stinger, appeared exceedingly perilous. Zero descended upon the scorpion's back, plunging her dagger into its flesh. The stinger swiftly emerged above her head, poised to strike. Zero executed a roll, dismounting the creature. She withdrew her machete, aiming a fierce blow at the scorpion. Most would falter against such a beast, but Zero could cleave through its flesh with every strike. The scorpion, in agony, raised its pincers to clamp down on Zero. "Take this." Lu Iron Fist's voice resonated. He delivered a punch squarely against the scorpion's claw, sending it reeling back 2 meters. Zero frowned, admonishing, "Don't interfere." With that, she leapt again onto the scorpion's back, intending to use its body as a shield, allowing her to attack with confidence. This way, the scorpion would hesitate when employing its poisonous stinger. Lu Iron Fist grasped her intent, disregarding her tone, and shouted, "I'll cover you." He then struck the scorpion with another punch, challenging, "Come at me if you dare." The scorpion emitted a furious screech, its curved stinger lunging towards Lu Iron Fist. "I'll take it." Lu Iron Fist raised his arm defensively over his head, bracing for the onslaught. The stinger collided with his gear, bouncing back. Just as he reveled in his success, he noticed a crack had formed in his equipment. "Damn, my gear's cracked!" Feng exclaimed loudly. "Quick, take it off. There's poison on it." Lu Iron Fist hastily complied, tossing the glove aside. Upon removal, he saw the entire glove had turned a dark purple. Fortunately, he had acted swiftly, otherwise the toxin could have seeped into his system. Even so, he remained focused on Zero, shouting, "Be careful. Don't get stung." Zero was vigorously hacking at the scorpioness back. Feeling a chill behind her, she rolled to evade. The curved stinger plunged deeply into the scorpion's own back. Goodness, it even stabs itself when enraged. Zero realized she could not linger. She had to sever that tail to overcome this monstrous creature. "Lu Iron Fist, go fetch some cheese from Yuan Yuan," Zero commanded, brandishing her machete in defiance against the scorpion. Lu Iron Fist paused, bewildered. "Are you hungry?" Zero replied impatiently. "Stop asking questions. Just go." Lu Iron Fist complied, rushing out to procure cheese from Li Yuan Yuan in the vehicle. Soon he returned, carrying large and small containers of cheese, finding Zero locked in a fierce struggle with the scorpion. "The cheese is here. Come and eat," Lu Iron Fist called, holding up a small bucket. Clang! Zero deflected a strike with her long knife and shouted back, "Scatter the cheese on it." In that instant, Lu Iron Fist understood. The plan was to have the scorpion and the rats turn against each other. A brilliant strategy. Zero found the movements of the creature sluggish. He seized a cheese barrel from the ground and leaped into action, showering the scorpion with cheese. In no time, the creature was entirely enveloped in a creamy, yellowish coating, exuding a sweet and fragrant aroma that sparked an overwhelming desire to taste it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A horde of mutated mice emerged from the surroundings. Over 1,000 in number, they surged towards the scorpion, opening their mouths to bite with their sharp teeth. Instantly, the scorpion's body was swarmed by the mice, each muscle adorned with a rodent. No matter how fiercely the scorpion struggled, it could not rid itself of the relentless attackers. Soon, the scorpion was rendered immobile, submerged beneath the mass of mice. Then, the venomous giant python erupted from Feng's body, unleashing a toxic mist throughout the factory premises. This mist exterminated the mice, devouring the scorpion's corpse. Meanwhile, Li Feng, accompanied by Lu Taixian and Zero, hastily returned to their vehicle. Brother Feng, why didn't you summon the python earlier? We could have spared ourselves this arduous struggle, Lu Taixian remarked from the passenger seat. Li Feng elucidated, this scorpion is of the toxin variety. My python would have little effect on it. Once you dealt with the scorpion, I was prepared to unleash it. Lu Taixian nodded in understanding, then turned his gaze towards Zero, expressing concern. Are you all right? Zero, with an icy demeanor, stared ahead and replied, I'm fine. That's good. That's good, Lu Taixian responded, feeling somewhat disheartened, and leaned back against his seat, closing his eyes to rest. This is a set of purple gear. I'll change into it shortly. You should have replaced that blue outfit long ago, Li Feng said, retrieving a suit from the team's storage and handing it to Lu Taixian. The recent toxic assault had cost him a pair of gauntlets, and this was a form of compensation. Lu Taixian beamed with excitement upon receiving it. Thank you, Brother Feng. Li Feng nodded and instructed Wu Jun to drive. Let us go to the last location. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 8 in the evening. It seemed feasible to complete the mission before midnight. Wu Jun steered the vehicle towards their final destination. They arrived in the West District, an area once vibrant with commerce, now marred by devastation. Towering skyscrapers stood in disrepair. Some reduced to mere halves, their glass shattered. Overpasses lay broken, and numerous vehicles were overturned, some reduced to charred remains. The streets were littered with corpses and dismembered limbs. For those with fragile hearts, such sights would induce a retreat in terror. What a magnificent city this was. Such a shame it has been destroyed, Lu Taixian lamented. Gripping the handrail and gazing out the window, Wu Jun nodded in agreement, unable to articulate his sentiments. Li Feng interjected, this place has fared relatively well. Some cities resorted to extreme measures, leveling everything to the ground at the onset of the zombie outbreak. Regrettably, they overlooked the fact that other cities are also infested with zombies. Such an approach cannot possibly resolve the issue. The occupants of the vehicle turned their attention to Li Feng. He adjusted his posture and took a hearty gulp from a bottle of juice he retrieved from beside him. Why are you all looking at me? Lu Taixian said with a grin, Brother Feng, what do you think is the best course of action in this apocalyptic world? Li Feng tightened the cap and placed the bottle on the table beside him. Why the sudden interest in this matter? Lu Taixian glanced at Zero beside him. Isn't it because we desire a stable living environment? If this continues, when will it ever end? Wu Jun turned to Lu Taixian, his expression filled with agreement. Zero, however, seemed unfazed, resting his head against the car window, gazing at the scenery outside without offering a response. Li Tiantian looked towards her sister, realizing she had fallen asleep. Gently stroking her sister's hair, a thought struck her. What if we establish a quarantine zone in our homeland? At least within a certain perimeter, we would be safe. Gradually expanding it nationwide, we could continuously diminish the zombies' territory and eventually eradicate them all. Lu Taixian slapped his thigh. Exactly. How did I not think of that? They all turned their gaze back to Li Feng, eager to hear his thoughts. Chapter 51. The Invincible Fire Wheel. Li Feng smiled and remarked, you have indeed hit the nail on the head. Establishing a quarantine zone is, without a doubt, an effective strategy in this apocalyptic world, and it has been proven. Lu Taiquan, intrigued, responded, once we venture outside, we shall commence the establishment of a quarantine zone. In due time, we can form a more expansive alliance. Wu Jun abruptly hit the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt. Everyone peered through the windshield and beheld a colossal Brazilian tortoise sprawled across the highway. Towering over 5 meters, it was as tall as a 4-story building. Its shell was a deep brown, adorned with protruding spikes resembling sharpened rocks. Its beak was hooked like that of an eagle, and its eyes were half closed, oscillating between slumber and wakefulness. Behind it lay the road to freedom, now obstructed. Li Feng furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Zero sat up straight, rotating his neck and loosening his shoulders. I shall confront it, he declared. Lu Taiquan donned his purple gauntlets. I shall join you. From the back seat, Ting Ting, who had been sleeping, awoke. Allow me to partake in the battle as well. This lethal tortoise appears formidable. Li Feng turned to her, inquiring, has your body fully recovered? Ting Ting nodded, rising to sit upright. She closed her eyes to gauge her condition, then opened them, stating, "I am well now." The healing medications were indeed effective. Li Feng then addressed the group. Wu Jun, remain in the vehicle. The rest of you, let us proceed. With that, he led the way, striding toward the menacing tortoise. In the face of such a gigantic opponent, the group appeared remarkably small. Surrounding the tortoise were numerous zombies, drawn to the area. Devoid of fresh sustenance, they feasted upon the corpses nearby. Shortly thereafter, the devoured bodies rose again, swaying unsteadily as their decaying flesh hung precariously. Gradually, over 1,000 zombies amassed at the scene. Any other team witnessing this sight would surely be alarmed. However, with Li Feng present, there was no cause for concern. Zero tightened his grip on the shotgun, eagerly anticipating a spirited engagement with the undead. Lu Taekwon cracked his knuckles, producing a resounding clang. A single punch from him could send several zombies flying. Meanwhile, Li Tiantian polished her machine gun, ready to fire at a moment's notice. "You focus on the tortoise. I shall handle these zombies," Li Feng instructed, snapping his fingers. Before him, over 1,000 zombies, more than 600, transformed into his subordinates. He turned to face the remaining 400 zombies, and the tide of battle shifted instantaneously. The colossal tortoise seemed to sense something amiss. It stirred from its slumber, its crimson eyes snapping open. Extending its limbs from its shell, it pressed down against the ground and rose to its full height. Its immense stature exerted an overwhelming presence on Lu Taekwon and the others. Even Lu Taekwon, accustomed to charging into battle, scratched his head in bewilderment. Goodness, how do we even begin to tackle such a giant? Yet Zero remained composed, swiftly formulating his battle strategy. With a powerful leap, he ascended to the adjacent building. The Brazilian tortoise craned its neck, lifting its gaze toward the airborne Zero. Several grenades fell directly upon its head. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions erupted, accompanied by a cloud of smoke enveloping the murderous tortoise's head. Seizing the opportunity, Zero stood atop its shell. However, as the smoke cleared, he discovered that the creature's head had retreated. The previous assault proved futile. A slight smile graced Zero's lips as he drew his machete from behind and sprinted forward, intending to penetrate the shell and strike at its limbs. Such a formidable shell, he knew without a doubt, would be impervious to his blows. Observing Zero's offensive, Lu Iron Fist wasted no time and charged ahead. Iron Fist, he bellowed, slamming his fist against the tortoise's body. Boom! The immense recoil sent Lu staggering back several steps, his arms tingling. It was excessively resilient. Bang! Li Tiantian fired bullets at the tortoise, but they merely ricocheted off its shell, yielding no effect. The defense was astonishingly high. She mused. Li Feng, noticing the situation, communicated through the team channel. Utilize strength potions. Activate team defense buffs. Enter berserk mode. Everyone complied with Li Feng's directives. Unfortunately, Tingting was not afforded the same privilege. She could only wield her wind control abilities, conjuring a tornado directed at the murderous tortoise. Ha! The tortoise extended its head and let out a thunderous roar. Its eyes glowed with a fierce red light, stretching its neck fully towards Zero on its back in an attempt to bite him. Goodness, such a lengthy neck! Lu Iron Fist exclaimed. Li Feng was equally astonished, never anticipating that its neck could extend over 10 meters, and it continued to elongate. Truly monstrous. With a ruthless taunt, Li Feng activated his skill, inciting his horde of zombies into a frenzied state, swiftly eliminating the remaining zombies. 400 zombies surged towards the tortoise, latching onto its limbs. Ha! The tortoise howled in pain, retracting its neck. Sensing something amiss, Zero leaped from its back toward a nearby building. Suddenly, the tortoise retracted all its limbs, and its shell stood upright, rolling towards the surrounding zombies. The sharp shell rolled forth like a deadly circular wheel, mercilessly slaughtering the nearby zombies. Any unfortunate enough to be touched were instantly reduced to a bloody pulp. Get out of the way, Li Feng shouted. Lu Iron Fist, positioned at the forefront, quickly dodged, desperately racing towards the adjacent building. If caught in its path, death was inevitable. Even with his purple gear, Even with his highest defense, it would be futile. Bang, bang, bang. Li Tiantian remained composed, retreating while firing, hoping to impede the tortoise's advance. Yet, the bullets simply bounced off the hard shell, failing to halt its momentum. Be careful, Li Feng yelled from the nearby building. Zero jumped down, wrapping his arms around Li Tiantian's waist, propelling himself upward once more. They narrowly evaded the tortoise's spinning shell. It was imperative to stop it. Li Feng spotted Tingting standing not far away, her hands gracefully summoning a whirlwind. Wind! Tingting exclaimed, unleashing a surge of potent energy. A fierce tornado spiraled forth, racing towards the direction of the deadly tortoise. Lu Taiquan, positioned on the second-floor platform, observed the scene with rapid mental calculations. At last, he resolved his course of action and communicated through the team channel. Yuan, remember to come find me. Li Yuan, standing beside Li Feng, was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, Brother Taekwon? Where should I look for you? Li Feng, sensing an impending revelation, turned towards Lu Taiquan on the second floor and shouted, Taekwon, no. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Lu Taiquan seized the moment as the tornado approached, leaping boldly into its embrace. Tingting was startled, unsure of his intentions. My wind cannot be halted, she declared emphatically. Lu Taiquan swiftly began to spin in tandem with the tornado, igniting his berserk mode. His attack power surged by 500, and his defense similarly escalated by 500. He spread his arms wide, harnessing the tornado's might, and began to whirl with astonishing speed, matching the swirling intensity of the deadly tortoise. Chapter 52. The Four Beasts Resolve Foolish. Zero exclaimed as she stood atop the skyscraper with Li Tiantian, witnessing the unfolding scene. Lu Taixian understood that defeating the murderous tortoise required a desperate gamble. Come on, let us see who is truly harder, he shouted, charging towards the tortoise. Sparks flew as the tornado collided with the tortoise. In less than 3 seconds, the tortoise ceased its spinning and was sent flying backwards, while a figure was expelled from the whirlwind. Yuan, quickly, Li Feng commanded. Li Yuan dashed towards Lu Tiexian's landing point. Upon reaching him, she was alarmed to see his armor in tatters, blood oozing from his chest, and additional cracks marring the rest of his armor. He appeared terribly battered. Lu Taixian struggled to rise, only to sputter a mouthful of blood. This sight horrified Li Yuan. Brother Iron Fist, do not move. I will heal you. She placed her hands on his shoulders, emanating a verdant glow. A gentle force enveloped Lu Taixian, visibly mending his injuries at a remarkable pace. The murderous tortoise, however, received no such mercy. The protruding rock spikes on its shell were ground down and began to crack. Flipped onto its back, it thrashed helplessly, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. Zero, perched atop the building, awaited this moment. It is my turn, she declared, drawing a black cleaver from her back and leaping downwards. In midair, she drove the blade downwards with force. Thud! The long knife pierced the tortoise's shell, which had once seemed impenetrable. Bang! 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 Li Tiantian opened fire from the rooftop, striking the same spot and penetrating the shell. The wounded tortoise let out a roar, struggling to right itself. Lu Taixian, seated on the ground, gazed at the re-erected tortoise with regret etched upon his face. How he ultimately failed? Zero had already landed on the street, facing the gargantuan tortoise without a hint of trepidation. Instead, she brandished her shotgun, deftly reloading with a single hand, and fired, striking the tortoise's neck. Its massive body jolted. After the fierce battle, the tortoise was gravely weakened. Zero continued firing as she advanced, each shot forcing the tortoise to retreat. Well done, Lu Taixian exclaimed, excitement brimming in his voice. Shoo, Brother Iron Fist, do not speak. Your wounds are reopening, Li Yuan cautioned. She exerted herself further to accelerate his healing, beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. Lu Tiexian's injuries were severe, and healing him demanded substantial energy. Once the bullets in her gun were expended, Zero discarded the shotgun and sprinted towards the murderous tortoise. As she approached the creature's head, she leapt into action, a dagger gifted by Li Feng materializing in her grasp. With a swift thrust, it pierced the center of its skull, and a torrent of dark green blood gushed forth. The massive body of the killer turtle toppled to the side. Victory! Li Tiantian raised her arms in triumph atop the rooftop. Li Feng swiftly made his way to Lu Tieshuan's side, extending an arm to help him up. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Lu Taixian glanced down at his tattered clothing and dusty visage, then smiled, revealing his pearly whites. "I'm fine," he replied, before turning his gaze toward Zero. At that moment, Zero had already extracted the dagger from the killer turtle's head and leaped down, landing on the adjacent rooftop where he caught Li Tiantian. They converged towards Li Feng and the others. "Are you okay?" Lu Taixian asked, disregarding his own injuries. Zero shot him a glance. "Take care of yourself," he advised. Lu Taixian rubbed his head and grinned. "I'm all right." A sharp clap echoed as Li Yuanyuan struck Lu Tieshuan's shoulder. "Huh, you're fine? If it weren't for my enhanced abilities, you wouldn't have been healed at all." Lu Taixian could only chuckle in response. Li Feng shot Lu Taixian a stern look. "Such dangerous endeavors should not be repeated. This is your final warning." Lu Taixian nodded solemnly. "Yes, Brother Feng." Li Feng retrieved a purple armor set from the team's rewards. "Put this on." Lu Taixian swiftly donned the purple armor, significantly boosting his combat prowess compared to before. Li Feng glanced at his watch. The hour hand pointed to 11. Within the allotted time, he had dealt with the 4 aberrant beasts. According to their agreement, the technicians and material suppliers he required should be arriving soon. A low rumble of engines approached, accompanied by blinding headlights. Dozens of vehicles came to a steady halt behind them. Lu Taixian and the others remained on high alert until a round of applause erupted from the front. "Impressive, truly impressive. We have launched over 100 attacks and failed to eliminate these 4 aberrant beasts, yet you accomplished it in mere hours. It seems our city is truly saved." As the applause faded, a figure emerged from the light. Ron, the city's administrator. Li Feng approached him, observing the array of vehicles and the diverse individuals behind him. They were not awakened ones. They appear to be engineers tasked with rebuilding the city. "My mission is complete. The rest is in their hands. Here is a blueprint I have drawn up. Begin fabrication according to these specifications. By tomorrow night, this city can be transformed into a safe zone." Ron accepted the blueprint from Li Feng, glancing over it briefly, oblivious to its intricacies. He handed it to the engineers behind him for evaluation. Moments later, astonished exclamations erupted from the back. "How do we not consider using this material? It saves time, enhances durability, and is easy to repair. This material is lightweight and can effortlessly reach this height while ensuring durability over prolonged use." The engineers gathered behind, expressing their admiration in a continuous stream of exclamations. They subsequently reported to Ron, "My Lord Ron, utilizing this method, we can indeed encircle the city and remain impervious to the external zombie threat." Upon hearing this, Ron was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, "Splendid! Let's act swiftly. We shall take charge of the remaining zombies within the city. Proceed with your tasks." Upon receiving the directive, the engineers sprang into action. They established a makeshift command center atop an armored vehicle, spreading out the blueprints for duplication, ensuring that each staff member had a copy. Plans were meticulously crafted, with clear divisions of labor, allowing everyone to harness their full potential and maximize the utilization of time. Notifications regarding the essential materials had already been dispatched, enabling rapid production by the subordinates. Everything progressed in an orderly fashion. Ron turned to Li Feng and expressed, "I extend my gratitude on behalf of the city's populace." After speaking, a hint of hesitation flickered across his countenance. Chapter 53. Suspicious speculations Li Feng had already surmised. When helping others, one must see it through to the end. "You're concerned about the remaining zombies in the city, aren't you?" Ron's brow relaxed as he replied, "Indeed. Given our current team, it seems unlikely we can clear them all in a single day, so I was thinking." Li Feng interjected, extending his arm. "No need to elaborate. Leave this task to us. It is not a daunting endeavor." He glanced at his teammates before continuing. "We are quite fatigued today. We shall commence the cleansing of the zombies first thing tomorrow morning. I assure you, we will finish before 10 o'clock tomorrow night." A smile spread across Ron's face. "Excellent. It is settled then. Quick, prepare resting quarters for our brave warriors." The armed personnel at the rear moved forward, readying the vehicles. "Please, board the vehicle," the driver announced. Li Feng nodded to the others, leading his team onto the vehicle, intending to find a place to rest for the night. The remaining matters could wait until tomorrow. As they traveled, they arrived at a relatively safe area nearby, secured by armed personnel. It appeared that Ron had designated this location as a temporary safe zone. "Everyone, we have arrived. Please disembark," the driver instructed. The doors opened, and Li Feng's team of over 30 exited, most of whom were members of the Tingting team, all intrigued by their surroundings. "This safe zone has been prepared for you by Ron. Rest assured, we will guard you 24 hours a day. Unless we all fall, you shall not suffer any harm," the armed personnel stated earnestly. Li Feng had no intention of undermining his authority, merely nodding in acknowledgement before addressing his team. "Let's proceed to the villa for some rest." With that, he led the way towards the villa. The path to the entrance required passing through dozens of fully armed guards, underscoring Ron's evident concern for the premises. Occasionally, gunfire echoed in the distance, likely aimed at dispatching zombies attempting to approach. For Li Feng's team, such sounds had long since become commonplace. Upon entering the villa, they were greeted by opulent and luxurious decor, starkly contrasting with the dilapidated exterior. The ambience was filled with lights, dinner, music, and fine wine. If one were to focus solely on this scene, the apocalyptic atmosphere would be completely unnoticeable. Lu Taixian scoffed, "I didn't expect Ron to have such a taste for luxury." Li Tiantian and her sister rushed to the dining table, eager to indulge in the feast, soon joined by Wu Jun. Meanwhile, the Tingting team stood motionless at the door, adhering to Tingting's orders. Li Feng addressed them. "Although you did not contribute much in today's battle, you are still part of my subordinate team. Go on, join them for dinner. Make sure to perform well tomorrow." Upon hearing this, they all turned their hopeful gazes toward Tingting. "Go ahead," she commanded. "Thank you, Captain Li Feng." "Thank you, Sister Ting." With that, they rushed eagerly towards the dining table. Observing their insatiable appetite, Tingting shook her head inwardly. Li Feng produced a piece of bread from seemingly nowhere, offering it to Tingting. "Aren't you hungry?" Tingting smiled faintly a little. Without further ado, she took the bread from Li Feng's hands and began to eat. Li Feng chuckled. "Aren't you afraid I might have poisoned it?" Tingting paused her chewing. Members of the same squad cannot harm one another. Li Feng playfully tapped her with his finger, and she responded with a smile, continuing to enjoy her bread. He requested some food from Yuan Yuan and made his way to the balcony on the upper floor. Sitting in a circular wrought-tan chair, he gazed into the distance where lights shimmered, likely indicating the construction work of Ron and his team. By tomorrow, this city would be encircled by a formidable protective barrier, restoring humanity's normal order of operations as long as they refrained from venturing outside. "You have arrived," Li Feng remarked, distracted by his thoughts until he sensed someone beside him. Zero took a seat across from him, stating, I do not require food or sleep." Their eyes locked, and Zero continued, "All I desire is to fight. I cannot conceive of any other purpose for my existence." "Can you?" "Yes," Li Feng interjected before she could finish. "Do as you see fit. Stay safe and keep in touch." Zero's expression brightened at his words. She stood up, nodded slightly at Li Feng, and departed. The night was dense, as if ink had been spilled all around. Faintly, one could hear the rustling sounds of Zero leaping from the upper floor, traversing the grass, and moving towards the city. Li Feng shook his head in resignation, a hint of compassion flickering in his gaze. He was all too familiar with the behavior exhibited by Zero. It echoed the characteristics of advanced zombies. These advanced zombies possessed intelligence, requiring neither sustenance nor rest, driven solely by a singular obsession. Each advanced zombie's obsession varied. Much like Zero's, her fixation was on combat and the annihilation of all zombies. Li Feng understood that her obsession had been artificially implanted, a so-called Reborn mission. The means by which this was achieved remained a mystery. Li Feng retrieved the green chip from his pocket, his thoughts drifting to the controlled beast, his expression growing cold. In the instance of the dungeon, there was no perception of the passage of time. Despite the cycle of day and night, it remained constant. The sun rose in the east, casting a golden glow upon the surrounding structures. His gaze was icy and profound. After sitting for an entire night, he still could not fathom who was manipulating these beasts. Was there a larger conspiracy lurking behind the apocalypse? Such questions remained unanswered. Just awoken, Lu Taixian approached the balcony, resembling an athlete eager to stretch after a night's rest, only to be taken aback by the sight of Li Feng. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he exclaimed, "Brother Feng, what are you doing here? You haven't been awake all night, have you?" Li Feng lifted his gaze towards him, his eyes piercing, as if they could see through him. Lu Taiquan felt an unsettling chill wash over him and quickly seated himself beside, shivering as goosebumps prickled his skin. "Brother Feng, please don't look at me like that. It sends shivers down my spine. Have you made a significant discovery?" Li Feng retracted his gaze, peering through the windowsill, bypassing the treetops and gazing into the distance. "I have always felt that the onset of the apocalypse arrived rather abruptly, as if it had been preordained. We are all merely acting according to its dictates." Lu Taiquan, lost in thought, wiped his mouth and replied earnestly, "Brother Feng, are you suggesting that we are being manipulated?" Li Feng pressed his hands against the table, rising slowly to the balcony, his hands clasped behind him as he contemplated the distant sun, remaining silent for a long while. This question he could not yet answer. Although he had spent a considerable time in the previous world of the apocalypse, his low standing had precluded him from accessing any valuable information. Thus, these inquiries would have to be explored personally in this lifetime. Creak. The balcony door swung open. Chapter 54. The true safe zone. Li Tiantian donned a sleepwear ensemble that exuded both elegance and a commanding presence. Her hair cascaded like a dark waterfall down to her waist. Upon noticing Li Feng and Lu Taixian simultaneously turning to gaze at her, she momentarily froze before exclaiming, "Ah, pervert!" Instantly, Wu Jun, Li Yuan, and Ting rushed from the room. Ting even had conjured a gust of wind with her hands. Upon realizing it was Li Feng and Lu Taixian, they were taken aback. "What are you two doing here?" Lu Taixian quickly stood up, waving his arms in protest. No, it's a misunderstanding. Tian, you must take responsibility for your words. Brother Feng and I have done nothing. You were the one who burst through the door." Li Feng also turned to speak. "Indeed, you came to us, or rather, you approached us. We saw nothing." Li Tian, still groggy from her slumber, was startled to see two figures on the balcony. After all, she was merely clad in sleepwear, and there was no need for such alarm. "I apologize. I overreacted," she finally admitted. A collective sigh of relief was released by everyone. Lu Taixian was the first to notice a pressing issue and turned to Li Feng, inquiring, "Brother Feng, where is Zero?" Li Feng quickly diverted the topic. Yuan, go prepare some breakfast for everyone." Li Yuan acknowledged, "Oh, all right." Lu Taixian tugged at Li Feng's arm. "No, I'm asking about Zero. Where did she go? I haven't seen her." Li Feng pointed towards Ting. "Well, why don't you wake your team members? We are about to embark on a mission." Ting turned to leave, taking Li Tian along with her. Wu Jun was the last to close the door as they exited the balcony. Once the others had departed, Li Feng remarked, "She has gone to carry out her mission." Lu Taixian frowned. "Alone?" "Yes," Li Feng nodded. He was aware that his brother harbored feelings for Zero, but her identity rendered any relationship between them improbable, fraught with potential danger. Thus, he harbored reservations about their pairing. Seeing this, Lu Taixian opened his mouth, uncertain of what to say, and then dashed out. Li Feng sighed as he watched his retreating figure, yet he did not attempt to stop him. The beasts in 4 directions had been dealt with. The remaining zombies posed no challenge to Lu Taixian. Moreover, with Wu Jun present, locating him would be a matter of moments. Li Feng departed from the balcony and descended the stairs. He found Ting's team orderly positioned at the entrance, poised for action. Li Tian and Wu Jun were in the midst of a meal. Li Feng called out, Ting, don't let her team linger. Come and eat with us." Ting responded, "Report, Captain. We have already dined and are ready to execute the mission at your command." Li Feng glanced at Ting, noting her gaze fixed on a wall ahead, embodying a serious demeanor. It was rather amusing. He retrieved a vial of medicine from the team's resources and tossed it to her. "Go on. Today's mission is to cleanse the city of all zombies." Ting caught the medicine and tucked into her pocket. "Understood, Captain." Having spoken, he issued orders to his team and turned to leave the premises, driving towards the city to undertake their mission. Li Feng glanced back at Wu Jun and the others, who were leisurely indulging in their meal, and remarked, "You seem quite relaxed. Observe how the auxiliary team operates. Do you wish to become the subject of their ridicule?" Despite his words, his body betrayed him as he sank into the sofa and picked up a sandwich from the table, taking a bite. Li Tiantian, still clad in her pajamas, held a slice of toast in her mouth and said, "Don't think I'm unaware. Zero has already embarked on a mission yesterday. There are hardly any zombies left in the city. There's no need for us to engage." Upon hearing this, Li Feng paused, casting a glance at Wu Junahem. "Captain, this is not my assertion," he stammered. Li Feng frowned and turned his attention to Li Yuanyuan, who was engrossed in her food and oblivious to his gaze. Once Li Tiantian finished her toast, she sucked her thumb and then looked at Li Feng, saying, "Stop guessing. It was my sister who informed me." Before she left, she asked Yuanyuan for several fruit knives, claiming she would use them as throwing darts. Only then did Li Yuanyuan halt her actions, slurping up her noodles and frowning at Li Tiantian. "Oh dear sister, you've betrayed me." Li Tiantian merely chuckled and stuffed a sausage into her mouth. Witnessing this, Li Feng could only shake his head in exasperation. These two lively spirits were beyond his control. Since they were already informed, they decided to treat the day as a holiday. Zero, along with Lu Taixian and Team Tingting, would suffice to clear the city of zombies. As for Tingting's ulterior motives, they were merely seeking to gain some experience to level up their own team. The day passed without incident. Ahmed personnel délivrait de 1000 ponctuali, placing them on the dining table before departing. However, when they saw that Li Feng and his companions were feasting on a more lavish spread than what they had brought, they were momentarily taken aback. Their offerings consisted only of plain rice and canned food, yet Li Feng, Wu Jun, and the others were enjoying hot pot and fruit platters, truly astonishing. They reported this without reservation to Ron, informing him of the situation. Upon hearing the report, Ron chuckled heartily, but said nothing further. Instead, he called his reconnaissance personnel. "How is the cleanup of the city's zombies progressing? Are there still red dots appearing on the map?" A hoarse voice responded from the other end. "Report, Lord Ron, all red dots on the map have disappeared. Our city has been the first to complete the zombie cleanup." Ron was greatly exhilarated, his voice rising in excitement. "Excellent. I knew I had not misjudged you. Please connect me to the engineering department. I wish to inquire about their progress." "Yes, my lord." After a couple of beeps, a woman's voice came through. "Lord Ron, what is your command?" Ron spoke with calm authority. "How is the task I entrusted to you coming along?" "I intend to inspect the work tonight." The voice of the young woman was resolute. "Rest assured, Lord Luo, I will ensure the task is completed before 10 o'clock. "Excellent. Should this matter be accomplished, I shall appoint you as the chief engineer." "Thank you, Lord Luo." After hanging up the phone, Luo smiled as he gazed through the window at the curtains that slowly ascended in the distance. These curtains encircled the city in the apocalypse, forming a robust quarantine zone, a method frequently employed in later generations. Had it not been for Li Feng's blueprints, such technology would not have emerged for several years. Suddenly, the sky grew dark. The oppressive curtains obscured the sun, cloaking the city in a shroud of black. It severed all ties with the outside world. This isolation was not merely spatial. It extended to the very air, light, water, electricity, and signals. All resources were completely cut off. Only in this manner could the absolute safety of the secure zone be ensured, which was the very purpose of its establishment. Survivors within the city remained in their shelters, looking up at the sky, filled with unspoken confusion. They wondered what had transpired, why the heavens had turned so suddenly dark. Chapter 55. Gathering hospital supplies in the next moment, light returned to the surroundings. The canopy above possessed the ability to allow light to penetrate, and once opened, the sky appeared as it should, rendering the canopy nearly imperceptible. However, should a bird or an aircraft pass through this space, it would collide with the canopy, unable to break through. This measure was also intended to prevent airborne beasts from emerging. Merely obstructing the zombies on the ground would be futile if there were no defenses against threats from above. All subterranean waterways and channels were completely severed. Li Tiantian had just dipped a piece of lamb in her mouth when she looked around the windows in confusion, exclaiming, "Why did it suddenly turn dark?" Li Feng set down his chopsticks, glanced outside, then at the time, a smile gracing his face, the canopy has been completed. Wu Jun also turned his gaze outward, nodded with a piece of food in his mouth. Li Tian, noticing this, nudged Wu Jun playfully. Xiao Wu, what do you see? Speak up. Wu Jun exchanged a glance with Li Feng before replying. The safe zone has been established. Li Tian paused in her eating. So soon? But what does this have to do with the sudden darkness? Wu Jun continued to eat, aware that this was not something he could clarify. Li Feng wiped his mouth with a napkin, adopting a comfortable posture. The design plans I provided cover all 6 directions of the area. They isolate air, water sources, signals, and various channels. It truly constitutes a quarantine zone. Thus, the individuals within will be utterly secure. Upon hearing Li Feng's explanation, Li Tian was greatly astonished and curious. Good heavens, how is this possible? Furthermore, if the air is isolated, how can the people inside breathe? Li Feng replied with a mysterious smile. Technically, this falls under confidential information. The materials I employed can filter the air, ensuring a supply of oxygen for those within the safe zone. Even the underground water sources can be purified, provided they have the requisite agent. Li Yuan, who had been engrossed in her meal, raised her head at this point. Agent? What kind of agent? Li Feng stood up, pacing with his hands behind his back. A specially developed agent. In this apocalyptic world, it is a monopolized technology, highly sought after across various regions. He recalled the events of the apocalypse. Water was essential for survival, making water resources a crucial commodity fiercely contested during those times. Once survival zones were established, water became exceedingly scarce. The consumption of healthy drinking water depended on such agents. Organizations that controlled these agents became the affluent elite of the apocalypse, possessing abundant resources for trade. Thus, Li Feng intended to use this instance as a testing ground, to transport the materials from here. In doing so, he could develop this agent in his own city. At that moment, the door swung open, and 3 armed personnel entered. Holding a phone, it's Lord Luo. Li Feng took the call, adopting a tone suggesting he anticipated gratitude. Lord Luo, how has everything fared? Luo replied with a smile. Captain Li, you truly are a prodigy, excelling in both literary and martial pursuits. According to the blueprints you provided, our city is now as solid as a fortress. Moreover, your team is truly exceptional. Please assist us in eradicating all the zombies within the city. This action is indeed pioneering on a national level. I, Old Luo, am about to make my mark. Li Feng cheerfully remarked. In that case, shouldn't we fulfill our previous promise? Given the scale of your city and the current population, even if I were to take half of the resources, it would suffice for you to survive here for 3 years. 3 years. Surely you have devised methods to exchange resources with the outside world by now. Luo paused momentarily before replying. Indeed, 3 years is ample time. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to you. Were it not for your assistance, we would still be perpetually threatened by zombies and would not have established such a secure zone. I will honor my promise. You may take half of the resources from this city. Li Feng exhaled deeply, revitalized, and said, Thank you. After hanging up the call, he handed the phone to the armed personnel. Please extend my gratitude to Lord Luo. The remaining matters shall trouble you no longer. Li Feng smiled as he spoke. It is prudent not to offend those within this scenario. No one knows what may transpire in the next moment. The armed personnel nodded and exited the room. Once the door closed, Li Feng turned, fists clenched tightly, and exclaimed yes. He then pointed at Wu Jun and commanded, Quick! Show me where the pharmaceutical factories and hospitals are. We shall raid them immediately. Wu Jun, taken aback, quickly wiped his mouth and grabbed the car keys, hastening outside. The Li sisters had yet to get into the groove. What is going on? We haven't even put on our makeup. Li Feng urged them forward. Let us go. We can do that in the car. As he spoke, both were already ushered into the vehicle. Li Feng shut the door and instructed Wu Jun to drive off. An armed personnel approached from the side and said, Lord Luo asked me to inquire how long it will take to complete the search. He wishes to release the blockade for the comrades. Li Feng contemplated briefly. Tomorrow at 7. Very well. Wishing you a safe journey. The armed personnel saluted. Li Feng returned the gesture briefly, urging Wu Jun to accelerate. Wu Jun activated his eagle eye to locate the nearest hospital. Although he was uncertain as to why they were headed to a hospital, Li Feng's orders were his sole focus. Li Tian, seated in the back, clutched the front seat's backrest, questioning, "Why are we going to the hospital? Wasn't our task to gather resources from the entire city? My sister is prepared to pack all the delicious food." Li Feng, without glancing back, fixated on the windshield, his excitement unabated, replied, "You don't understand. Compared to those pharmaceuticals, food and drink are trivial. With these items, we can barter for as much food as we desire." Intrigued by Li Feng's words, Li Tian couldn't help but wonder what kind of pharmaceuticals were so crucial. However, since Li Feng had stated it, she refrained from arguing and settled quietly in the back, awaiting Li Feng's instructions. As Wu Jun drove, Li Feng communicated with Zero and Lu Taiquan in the team channel. "We are at Star River Hospital. Hurry to rendezvous." Soon, both responded affirmatively. Whether they had made any progress was no longer Li Feng's concern. Upon entering Star River Hospital, they were greeted by a scene of carnage. With corpses strewn about, their blood still fresh, suggesting they had perished recently. It seemed Zero had been here as well. Leading the way, Xiao Wu guided them to the pharmacy, where they collected all the medications. After disembarking, Li Feng pointed towards a nearby building and shouted. Wu Jun stepped out, saluting yes, "Captain." He then nodded at Li Yuan, motioning for her to follow him inside. Meanwhile, Li Tian and Li Feng remained under the moonlight, feeling somewhat awkward. "Tian, do you have no family?" Li Feng inquired, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and placing it between his lips. Chapter 56. Alarm sounds. Li Tian paused for a moment. "Yes, but they should no longer be around. Otherwise, they would have come to find me by now." After lighting a cigarette, Li Feng flicked the match and extinguished the flame. Holding the cigarette between his fingers, he gazed at Li Tian. "That may not necessarily be the case. Perhaps they are in hiding or sheltered in some refuge, unable to reach out to you. Besides, they have no idea where you are at present. How could they contact you?" Li Tian's expression brightened. "Are you serious? My family might still be alive?" In this apocalyptic era, she felt an overwhelming sense of the importance and warmth of family. Without them, existence felt utterly devoid of support and meaning. Hence, many survivors would exhaust every effort to locate their loved ones, refusing to relent until they ascertained whether they were alive or dead. Li Feng leaned against the engine hood, smoking intermittently before finally discarding the cigarette but onto the ground to extinguish it. "I said there is a possibility. No one can be certain. Once we venture out this time and deal with the Wang Hu squad, we shall establish a safe zone. At that point, we can contact other areas to confirm the survival of your family." Upon hearing Li Feng's plan, Li Tian was deeply moved. Though she understood that these actions were not solely for her benefit, they would nonetheless be advantageous to her. At that moment, Wu Jun had already emerged with Li Yuan. Li Feng inspected the team's warehouse, gathering a considerable amount of medication, most of which could be utilized to purify water sources. "Well done. Let us move on to the next stop," he said. "Okay," Wu Jun replied, opening the car door and starting the engine. The others hurriedly climbed aboard. It was no easy task to scour the entire city for medical supplies in a single night. As they reached the entrance, they coincidentally encountered Zero and Lu Taixian. Neither boarded the vehicle. Instead, they leapt up and half-squatted on the roof. Wu Jun's driving skills were commendable. The ride smooth as they headed toward the pharmaceutical factory in the city center. Li Feng sensed that Zero remained somewhat guarded around Lu Taixian, not fully embracing him. However, Lu Taixian seemed unperturbed, content simply to be in her presence. "Ah, how fleeting is youth," Li Feng mused. The streets of the city were desolate throughout the night, with only the roar of Li Feng's vehicle breaking the silence. Survivors on the upper floors, upon spotting their car, merely exchanged a few remarks, harboring no other intentions. After all, Ron had yet to lift the lockdown, and no one dared to descend. "Have you all heard? Our city has become a safe zone. All the zombies within have been dealt with. It won't be long before we can resume normal work." "Is that true? I absolutely adore working. Let me go back to work. I'm so tired of this. Finally, those damn zombies have been cleared out. Thankfully, my family and I are safe. No one has perished." They all reveled in their visions of a future life. The stars twinkled above, indifferent to the suffering of mankind. casting Li Feng into a moment of contemplation regarding the celestial bodies. In this world teeming with zombies, one would expect a divine response. Yet, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. The tides ebb and flow, and nothing changes. This disillusionment led Li Feng to abandon his interest in the celestial order, opting instead for a more pragmatic approach to enhance his own strength and survive in this apocalyptic realm. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Li Feng's team met with Tingting's team in a desolate square, where a gentle breeze stirred the air, causing everyone to shiver slightly. Task 2 was completed. Earned 20,000 experience points. Received 5 intermediate healing potions, 5 intermediate defense potions, 5 intermediate attack potions, 2 orange sets, and 1 Thor's hammer. The members of Tingting's team gazed enviously at these rewards, knowing they were beyond their reach, waiting for Li Feng's distribution. Upon seeing the rewards, Li Feng exclaimed in delight, "Thor's hammer? What a remarkable item!" He picked up the hammer, its solid weight satisfying him immensely. With a casual toss, he hurled it to the ground, where it landed with a resounding thud, creating cracks around the impact site, suggesting its substantial heft. Lu Tieshuan's eyes widened at the sight of Thor's hammer. He felt it was a weapon crafted just for him. Li Feng turned to him and said, "Taixian, if you can lift it, it's yours." Lu Taixian licked his lips, eyes gleaming with excitement as he asked, "Really?" Li Feng nodded, gesturing for him to attempt it. Without hesitation, Lu Taixian spat into his palms and approached the hammer. He bent down, extending his arms as if to uproot a colossal tree. Gritting his teeth, he strained every muscle in his body. Veins bulged on his forehead, and the muscles in his calves tightened visibly. "Ah!" Lu Taixian shouted, causing the asphalt beneath him to crack underfoot. Yet, despite his efforts, Thor's hammer remained immovable. "Unbelievable! I refuse to believe this," he roared, unleashing a surge of fury. A golden aura enveloped him, and the ground trembled beneath his feet, prompting those nearby to retreat unsteadily. Still, the hammer did not budge. Unable to contain herself, Zero stepped forward. "Let me give it a try." Lu Taixian, feeling challenged, felt his confidence wane as he heard her voice. He withdrew his feet from the earth, chuckling sheepishly, and gestured for Zero to take her turn. Zero approached the hammer, inhaling deeply before reaching for it. 2 seconds later, she stood upright, shrugged, and walked away, unable to lift it either. Nearby, Wu Jun and Li Tiantian had even less success. The members of Tingting's team, eager to try their luck, rushed over with Li Feng's permission, yet none could manage to lift the legendary weapon. What a peculiar piece of equipment. It seemed that only Li Feng possessed the strength to wield it. Li Feng extended his arm, and the Mjolnir trembled slightly before soaring through the air, landing steadily in the palm of his hand. Witnessing this scene, admiration flickered in the eyes of those around him. Li Feng offered a faint smile as he regarded the Mjolnir, contemplating the newfound capability for proactive offense it bestowed upon him. A voice resonated within their minds. Mission 3. Resist the zombie tide. Everyone was taken aback. How could there be another mission? Where did this horde of zombies come from? Hadn't they been eradicated? Li Feng furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings for any signs of an outbreak. Where was the horde? Wu Jun activated his keen eyesight, surveying the area with growing horror. "Captain, the perimeter is swarming with zombies." No sooner had he spoken than alarms blared from the surrounding walls, turning a vivid red. Simultaneously, the sound of alarms echoed within the safe zone, a persistent hum that fluctuated in proximity, audible from any corner of the designated secure area, as if it were echoing right beside them. Armed personnel flooded the streets, marching in formation towards the encircling walls. Chapter 57. The might of Thor's hammer. One of the commanders approached Li Feng, standing at attention. After saluting, he reported, "Captain Li, a massive horde of zombies has emerged outside. Lord Luo requests your assistance." Li Feng promptly responded, "Very well. You go ahead. I shall gather my team and follow." "Understood." The commander saluted once more before swiftly returning to his ranks. Li Feng turned to Lu Tiquin and the others, stating, "What is meant to come cannot be avoided. Let's confront these zombies." Lu Tiquin cracked his knuckles, the sound ringing like a bell. Frustrated for not having drawn Thor's hammer earlier, He was now exhilarated by the prospect of a zombie tide. Let us go, brother Feng. I want these zombies to know my strength. Zero, without a moment's hesitation, leapt up, scaling the surrounding buildings, racing toward the city's edge. Li Feng quickly organized his team. Everyone get in the vehicles. Ting Ting and her team members followed suit, finding a vehicle to board, trailing behind Li Feng's. On the road, Li Yuanyuan produced soy milk, bread, and sausages, distributing them among those in the vehicle to replenish their strength while outlining the battle strategy. Upon reaching the city's outskirts, they spotted Luo in standing atop the city wall, pacing anxiously. Li Feng and his companions ascended quickly to meet him. Lord Luo, we have arrived, Li Feng announced. Seeing Li Feng, Luo urged Captain Li, you must take a look outside. What on earth has happened to attract so many zombies? At this rate, the walls will surely be breached within a day. Li Feng turned to gaze beyond the city. A vast expanse of wasteland was teeming with zombies, all advancing toward the barrier in various postures. Among them were ordinary zombies, low-level zombies, and mutated ones. Even a zombie boss leading a throng of regular zombies in their assault on the perimeter. Li Feng's brow furrowed, as if he sensed something amiss. This coordinated attack was no mere coincidence. It bore the hallmarks of human orchestration. Who possessed such power to rally so many zombies for an assault here? Brother Feng, let us make our move. I can hardly contain my excitement. Lu Tiquan's voice pulled Li Feng from his reverie, gazing at the dense mass of zombies. It was clear that a fierce battle awaited. Ting Ting, you are responsible for solo kills and suppression. Received. Yuan, your task is to provide supplies and healing. Yes. Wu Yun, observe the enemy in all 4 directions and guide our troop deployment. Understood, Captain. Zero, the mutated zombies and the boss are yours. Zero unsheathed his dagger, the blade glimmering sharply in the sunlight. What about me, Brother Feng? Lu Tiquan eagerly inquired. Li Feng looked at him and instructed, you will cover Zero. Ensure the successful elimination of the boss. Lu Tiquan was overjoyed, shouting, yes, Brother Feng. Let's go. With a command from Li Feng, the team sprang into action, each person diligently preparing for the impending battle. Standing beside him, Ting Ting approached and asked, Captain Li Feng, what about us? What shall we do? Li Feng pressed his hand against the wall of the curtain, gazing at the multitude of zombies strewn across the ground. A faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Follow me, and we shall level up together. With that, Li Feng brandished the thunder hammer and decisively brought it down. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated, followed by a blue pillar of electricity striking forward, instantly obliterating the zombies along the straight path, clearing a pristine stretch of land. The onlookers were left in awe, particularly Ron, who had not anticipated the strength of Li Feng. It seemed he had underestimated him before. Understanding his cue, Ting Ting summoned a whirlwind with her hands, directing it toward the zombies below. In an instant, hundreds of zombies were swept into the sky, subsequently crashing down as mere pulp. Zero, shielded by Lu Taixian, charged into the throng of zombies with relentless force, heading straight for the mutated ones. Li Tian provided cover for their movements, dispatching a zombie that had attempted a surprise attack from behind with a single shot. Wu Jun, surveying the battlefield, directed their assault towards the most aggressive front, alleviating the pressure of the curtain in that area. Meanwhile, the other members of Ting Ting's team were not idle. They brandished their weapons and attacked the zombies below. Witnessing the combat prowess of Li Feng's team, Ron felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, believing that perhaps victory was within reach. Xiao Wu, this is in your hands. Manage the allocation of our forces wisely. Understood, Captain. After Li Feng spoke, he leaped onto a parachute and glided downward. Ron was taken aback, exclaiming, Captain Li, what is he doing? He's charging into a horde of zombies alone. Is he out his mind? Wu Jun, standing nearby, reassured him, Lord Ron. There is no need for concern. Our captain has his strategies. Ron widened his eyes, placing his hand on the wall of the curtain, peering toward Li Feng's direction, eager to discern how he planned to handle such a multitude of zombies. Upon seeing someone flying from above, the zombies outside halted their assault, craning their necks to watch. Just as Li Feng was about to land, he snapped his fingers. Those zombies that had intended to bite him upon his descent suddenly turned red-eyed, transforming into his subordinates. Encircling him protectively, Feng landed steadily among them, surrounded by a throng of zombies. Sensing the human presence, the zombies lunged with outstretched claws, only to be thwarted by Feng's own zombies. However, in the next moment, these zombies parted to create a pathway, allowing the outside zombies to rush toward Feng. He extended his arm, and a swift gust of wind rushed forth. Whoosh! The thunder hammer smashed through the zombies, blocking his path, securely grasped by Feng. Raising his gaze, a flicker of electricity danced in his eyes. Thunder hammer, he murmured, lifting the weapon high and striking it forcefully downward. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as blue lightning fissures erupted across the ground, spreading outward. Any zombie that came into contact with these fissures was instantly reduced to charred remains, dissipating into a cloud of ash. The entire area radiated outward from Feng, engulfing all in its vicinity. A full 100 meters had to elapse before the onslaught ceased. In an instant, the area within a 100-meter radius was purged of all zombies, transforming it into an empty expanse. Even the zombies under Feng's control were annihilated. Standing upright, wielding the MJ, he surveyed his surroundings. He had not anticipated the immense power of this hammer. Observing this scene from within the city, Ron was utterly petrified. Stammering, he found himself at a loss for words, increasingly aware of the vast chasm separating their strength from that of Feng. Nonetheless, this was but a mere drop in the bucket against the countless zombies outside. Feng felt the energy within him deplete, his form wavering slightly. Indeed, wielding MJ with his current strength proved somewhat taxing. He decisively consumed a stamina potion, alleviating his fatigue. With a snap of his fingers, over 600 zombies that had surrounded him instantly became his subordinates, charging towards the remaining zombies, ready to tear into them. Feng resolved to temporarily forego the hammer-esque capabilities, opting instead to command the zombies in battle against their foes. Chapter 58. The Challenge of the Zombie King. With a consumption of 8,000 evolution points, 80 lance-wielding zombies were transformed. As Feng's voice echoed, a formidable assembly of zombies emerged, each brandishing a spear and clad in armor, thrusting towards their fellow undead. This formidable cadre of 80 zombies was equivalent to 1,000 ordinary ones. Faced with these armed foes, the surrounding zombies stood no chance of resistance. Feng commanded the 80 zombies to encircle him, launching a relentless assault on the other zombies. An extraordinary scene unfolded within the city. A throng of zombies was inexplicably protecting Feng while simultaneously engaging their brethren in battle. Ron, witnessing this spectacle, exclaimed in disbelief, "What in the world is happening? Who can explain this? Why are so many zombies obeying him?" His inquiries flowed incessantly. Beside him, an advisor ventured a hypothesis. Perhaps this is some sort of ability he possesses? Ron turned to him. An ability? What kind of ability? His insatiable curiosity momentarily overshadowed the peril of the ongoing battle, rendering him indifferent to the potential collapse of their defenses. All he desired was to comprehend how Feng commanded the zombies. If one could master such a power, would there still be a need to fear the undead? Yet, no one present could provide an answer. Feng, alongside Zero and Lu Taixian, was diligently dispatching zombies below. The armed personnel Ron had deployed were likewise occupied, unleashing a barrage from their machine guns mounted on the city walls, targeting the zombies below. It must be acknowledged that such firearms proved effective against the ordinary undead, clearing those that approached the walls. However, the mutated zombies and the Zombie King, with their tough hides and resilience to bullets, remained unscathed. Grenades! Utilize our entire stockpile of grenades, Ron resolutely commanded. This was his first encounter with such a multitude of zombies besieging a stronghold. The newly established safe zone could not be allowed to fall to them, prompting him to employ every available weapon to combat the undead. On Feng's front, the situation appeared insurmountable. Under the protection of the 80 spear-wielding zombies, the others could scarcely approach. They pressed forward, piercing through the ranks of zombies. Yet, these zombies were not infinite. Lu Taixian and Ting Ting's area of effect skills, combined with Ron's grenades, eliminated a significant number of the undead. Zero, seizing the opportunity, leaped onto the shoulders of the zombie, propelling herself upward to confront the Zombie King. In contrast to the ordinary zombies, the Zombie King posed a greater threat. Towering and heavily armored, its defenses rendered typical attacks futile. Zero approached, swiftly utilizing the dagger, gifted to her by Feng to inflict a deep gash upon one of the Zombie King's flanks. The Zombie King turned, its icy gaze locking onto Zero, and with a sweeping motion of its massive hand, directed the surrounding ordinary zombies to charge at her. Lu Taixian, witnessing the unfolding drama, swung his fists in a fierce arc, bellowing, "Get away from her!" Zero, with a defiant huff, leaped into the air, twirling her dagger with precision, plunging it deep into the foe. With a resounding roar, the Zombie King let out a chilling cry that drew the attention of all surrounding zombies. They were indeed under the control of the Zombie King. Zero did not cease his assault, relentlessly stabbing the sharp dagger into the Zombie King's flesh, leaving behind a series of gashes from which dark green blood oozed forth. The surrounding ordinary zombies had been dispatched by Lu Taixian. Feng was also making his way here. Wu Jun, stationed atop the city wall, could clearly observe the unfolding changes on the battlefield. "Captain, there are a total of 4 Zombie Kings here. Eliminating them can avert the onslaught of the majority of ordinary zombies." Upon hearing Wu Jun's words, Feng responded through the team channel, "Understood." He then surveyed his surroundings, searching for the remaining 3 Zombie Kings. The Zombie King before Zero collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the ordinary zombies that had accompanied it seemed to lose their focus, ceasing their assault on the safety of the city wall and aimlessly wandering about. Feng quickly spotted the other Zombie Kings and alerted Zero. Soon, Zero also became aware of the presence of the 3 Zombie Kings ahead. They were huddled closely together, resembling conjoined triplets, creating a rather bizarre sight. What had initially been Zero's intention to take them down individually now appeared impossible. All 3 needed to be dealt with simultaneously. "Keep up." Zero spoke to Lu Taixian for the first time, and Lu Taixian, brimming with excitement, swiftly followed in Zero's wake towards the Zombie Kings. Before them lay thousands of ordinary zombies, emitting a menacing growl that threatened anyone daring to approach. If an ordinary person were to stumble upon this scene, their chances of survival would be non-existent. Yet for Zero and his companions, their survival odds were significantly enhanced. Feng soon reached the vicinity of the 3 Zombie Kings. Observing their peculiar proximity to one another, he found it unsettling. What a grotesque sight these zombies are. "Brother Feng, watch closely. We can handle them," Lu Taixian exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Feng, however, did not share his confidence. He dispatched spear-wielding zombies to launch an attack on the Zombie Kings. This particular Zombie King exhibited a greater degree of aggression. Enraged by the assault from Feng and Lu Taixian, it scowled fiercely, seizing a nearby zombie and hurling it towards Lu Taixian. Boom! Lu Taixian retaliated with a powerful punch, reducing the thrown zombie to a pulp. Seizing the opportunity, Zero drew his long knife from his back and struck at the Zombie King. Clang! The blade collided with the creature, producing a sound akin to steel clashing. What formidable defense must it possess? As Zero hesitated, the Zombie King launched its counterattack, its heavy hands descending upon him. Lu Taixian quickly intervened, bracing himself with both arms to deflect the attack, though his strained expression revealed the effort required. "Get out of here!" Lu Taixian shouted. Zero glanced at him, but did not comply. Instead, he drew his dagger, stepping on Lu Taixian's shoulder to leap and stab towards the Zombie King's eyes. A direct hit. The Zombie King recoiled, its hands instinctively grasping at its eyes in agony. Its weakness lies in the eyes. Feng Shota. Upon hearing those words atop the city wall, Ron commanded, "Snipers, prepare. Aim for the eyes of that zombie." Swiftly, dozens of snipers arranged themselves in a line, all focusing their sights on the eyes of the Zombie King. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed as penetrating bullets struck the creature's eye, only to be thwarted by its outstretched arm. Iron Fist. Attack, Feng ordered. If they could compel the Zombie King to lower its arm, the snipers would have their chance. Yet, the opportunity was fleeting and must be seized. Li Tian shifted her shoulders and readied her sniper rifle, not even bothering to aim. As long as the zombie king approached within a certain range, she could hit her target with precision. Brother Feng, the distance is insufficient. Lure it closer. She communicated through the team channel. Li Feng quickly replied, understood. Watch me. With that, he commanded the nearby, spear-wielding zombies to provoke the zombie king with an assault. As the zombie king, it would never tolerate such humiliation. The thought of its subordinates attacking it was utterly intolerable. Consequently, it lowered its arm and struck forcefully at the spear-wielding zombies. Chapter 59. Completion of the instance. Rewards acquired. Run. Gulmunda Li Fem. The spear-wielding zombies exhibited no inclination to linger in battle, instead racing towards the city wall. The zombie king roared, its speed suddenly increasing, leaping an astonishing 100 meters to obstruct the path of the spear zombies. Lu Taizo sprinted furiously, but could not match the pace of the zombie king. Zero, utilizing his impressive leaping ability, landed amidst the zombie king. With a shotgun in hand, he deftly reloaded, shaking it with one hand. Fire! A shot rang out, but the zombie king remained unfazed. Fire! 2 more shots followed. Zero skillfully changed ammunition, continuing until his pockets were devoid of bullets. He leapt up, landing on the shoulder of the zombie king. Roar! The zombie king felt its dignity challenged and reached up to claw at its shoulder. Zero, brandishing a dagger, nimbly evaded, repeatedly stabbing at its eyes. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Each blade found its mark. Meanwhile, Li Feng dealt with the surrounding zombies, converting any that approached into his subordinates. Lu Taizo shouted, Zero, be careful. 3 zombie kings converged, simultaneously opening their mouths to expel a viscous, dark green substance. Zero swiftly dodged, landing on the ground. What is that? It's revolting. Exclaimed Li Tian. Ron furrowed his brow, having never encountered zombies of this caliber before. Their nature was utterly foreign to him. Run! Li Feng shouted. Zero sensed the danger as well, grabbing Lu Tiesho's collar and leaping upward. Li Feng spun his thunder hammer, hurling it towards the city wall, propelling himself along with it. The viscous green substance swelled, reaching over 2 meters in height before bursting with a resounding bang. From within surged countless mosquitoes, each the size of an adult's palm. Quick, close the curtains, ordered Ron. The curtains in all 6 directions rapidly descended, plunging the safe zone into darkness once more. Li Feng and Zero stood at the edge of the city wall, witnessing the overwhelming swarm of mosquitoes as they descended into despair. Brother Feng, what in the world is that? What do we do? Lu Taizo shouted, having never seen such enormous mosquitoes, their eyes glowing green and their needle-like proboscises long and slender. If struck, death was certain. Outside the city wall, armed personnel emerged to engage in combat, still oblivious to the severity of the mosquito threat. They desperately fired their machine guns, but the sheer number of mosquitoes was insurmountable. A mosquito flew onto the head of a soldier, piercing its needle-like mouth into the biwee point. The man clutched his face as his muscles withered away, ultimately leaving only a layer of skin. The onlookers were paralyzed with terror, abandoning their fight against the zombies to flee in desperation. Ron, witnessing the horror, felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, Li Feng had established a safe zone in advance. Otherwise, their city would have stood no chance against such a menace. Zero, with a resolute expression, drew forth her long blade, intending to engage in a fierce battle against the swarming insects. However, Li Feng halted her, asserting, "Leave it to me." Zero hesitated momentarily. Li Feng then stepped forward and bellowed at the approaching swarm, venomous giant python. In an instant, a dark figure surged forth from Li Feng, towering ominously above him. The oncoming insects were so terrified they plummeted to the ground. Some even perished from fright. Was this the formidable intimidation of an SSS-level battle spirit? The black giant python hissed, expelling a crimson essence into the air, which unleashed a pungent aroma of blood, capturing the attention of all the zombies present. They all lifted their heads to gaze at the fearsome python. The zombie king paused as well, contemplating the sight before him. "Go, devour it." Li Fem commanda, pointing towards the zombie king, situated 800 meters ahead. The python coiled its body and leapt forth, casting a shadow across the sky, where one could only see layers of its serpentine skin. "What on earth is this?" Ron exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. He had never witnessed such a spectacle and was increasingly intrigued by Feng, eager to unravel his mysteries. The zombie king, upon seeing the descending python, stood frozen, as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell, utterly incapable of movement. The python approached, gaping its massive maw, and swallowed the zombie king whole. Raising its head, the python opened its jaws wide, allowing the zombie king to slide down its throat. All the zombies momentarily froze. Their leader had been consumed by this serpent, yet, devoid of intellect, they were at a loss on how to respond, succumbing instead to chaos and silence, ceasing their assault on the city walls. Feng retracted the venomous giant python, surveying the remaining zombies, as though he had become their sovereign. The zombies turned their gaze towards Feng and, one by one, retreated. Ron, witnessing this from atop the city wall, pressed his hands firmly against it, rendered speechless. Lu Taekwon gave a thumbs up towards Feng, marveling at how a single individual had repelled a horde. Meanwhile, Ron's armed personnel, aided by their comrades, managed to rise, exhaling in relief as they observed the retreating zombies, grateful to have preserved their lives. "Xiao Wu, report on the battle status from all directions," Feng instructed over the team channel. Wu Jun scanned the surroundings and swiftly replied, "Report, Captain. The zombies have retreated in all directions. The flying mosquitoes have also vanished. There are no signs of zombie gatherings within a 10-mile radius. It appears we have successfully repelled this wave of the undead." "Good." Anolaja, Feng responded, turning to Zero and Lu Taekwon. "Congratulations on once again completing the mission." Lu Taekwon, clutching his waist, burst into laughter and remarked to Zero, "Thanks to Zero, we uncovered the zombie king's weakness." Zero coldly twirled a dagger before sheathing it at her waist, choosing not to respond. Feng, smiling, added, "Indeed, Zero's contributions were significant. Now, let us return and discuss further." Upon hearing Zero's words, he refrained from joining them in the elevator and instead leapt gracefully onto the city wall. Ron, witnessing Zero's astonishing jumping prowess, shook his head in disbelief. Why did he not possess such a remarkable talent among his ranks? Feng and Lu Taixian arrived via the elevator to the wall. Ron promptly approached, placing his hands upon Feng's arms and surveying him with admiration. "A hero indeed. From this day forth, you shall be the great hero of my city. I shall commission a statue in your honor." Feng smiled modestly, replying, "Lord Ron, you flatter me. I am still very much alive." Ron erupted into hearty laughter. "Come, I shall treat you splendidly." At that moment, a voice echoed in the minds of Feng and his companions. "Mission 3 completed. You have received 1 Universal Battle Soul Fragment, 2 Stamina Potions, 3 Strength Potions, and 20,000 Team Experience Points. The teleportation exit has been activated. All team members are urged to depart swiftly." Indeed, this was the final task within this dungeon. Having accomplished it successfully, they were to leave the instance. Feng gazed downward, and not far from the city, he noticed a beam of yellow light descending from the sky to the ground. Chapter 60. Who is eating stinky tofu? My apologies, Lord Luo, but I fear I cannot attend our appointment. We must return, stated Feng. Curiosity sparked in Ron's heart upon hearing this. Return? To where? Why not remain in our city of Luo to develop? I assure you, I would not treat you poorly. With that, he cast a glance at Lu Taekwon, Wu Jun, Li Tiantian, and Zero, his heart brimming with affection. With such a formidable team at his side, what worry would one have in the apocalypse? Feng, undeterred, replied, "To be candid, we are not from this world. We were transported here solely to fulfill a mission, and now that it is complete, we must depart." Ron was taken aback by this revelation. Not from this world? How astonishing. Indeed, the apocalypse brought forth not only zombies, but also a plethora of untapped temporal mysteries. Seeing Ron's astonishment, Feng added, "Perhaps we exist in a parallel dimension or different realms altogether. Regardless, we are grateful for your hospitality during our stay. We hope to meet again in the future." With that, Feng signaled to his team to prepare for their departure. Understanding dawned upon Ron. This explained their extraordinary abilities. Yet, how wonderful it would be if he could retain one of them for himself. Wait, Ron called out to Li Feng and his companions. Li Feng turned, inquiring, "What is it, Lord Ron? Is there something else?" After careful consideration, Ron finally spoke. "Could you grant me some of your technology? Consider it a gift to this world." Seeing the sincerity in Ron's eyes, Li Feng could not bring himself to refuse. He retrieved a vial of stamina potion from their team supplies and tossed it to Ron. "This potion, you may decompose and study. Once consumed, it instantly restores all stamina, alleviating fatigue. This is all I can offer," Li Feng said, turning away without a backward glance. Ron gazed at the yellow vial in his hand, his mind in turmoil. While this potion was commonplace for Li Feng, it represented advanced technology to Ron. If they could mass produce it, it would significantly enhance the combat capabilities of their personnel. "Thank you. Safe travels, heroes," Ron called out, watching the silhouettes of Li Feng's team fade away. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Feng had aided them. He could only hope that one day, the technology of their planet would reach such heights, enabling time travel. Li Feng instructed Wu Jun to drive them to the teleportation exit. They disembarked and stepped into the luminous portal one by one. Darkness enveloped them, and then they were swept into a dizzying whirl, accompanied by a buzzing sound. A floral fragrance wafted through the air. Suspended in weightlessness, they felt an unsettling fear. Fortunately, after a mere 10 seconds, they returned to the subway entrance in Hongdu. Congratulations to Li Feng's team for being the first to complete the subway Line 1 dungeon. The leaderboard updated once more. The Li Feng team consistently holds the top rank. Nearby, the members of the Ting Ting team stand in a state of confusion, unsure whose orders to follow next. Li Feng glances over at Ting Ting. "Why not join us? You will not be treated poorly." Ting Ting regards Li Feng in silence. Li Feng shrugs. "Here, take this 10,000 experience points as a parting gift." With that, he allocates the experience to the Ting Ting team. To his surprise, Ting Ting agrees. "All right, I will join you. However, my people are free to come and go as they please. They cannot be coerced." Li Feng nods with a smile. "Understood." Ting Ting turns to her members and declares, "I have been searching for answers in this apocalyptic world, and now I have found them. We are all acquaintances here, so do not feel obligated. Those willing to stay can join Li Feng's team as affiliates. If you prefer to leave, you may do so now. I will provide additional equipment and experience." The members of the Ting Ting team exchange glances before collectively shouting, "We will follow Sister Ting to the death. We will never betray her. Please do not cast us out." Seeing their fervent declarations, Ting Ting feels a surge of emotion. "All right, you are still my Ting Ting team. As long as I, Zhang Ting Ting, am alive, I will ensure your survival." The crowd below seems energized, eager to support Ting Ting at any cost. Li Feng observes this with a quiet sigh. Such charisma, wasted if not harnessed for oneself. Lu Taixian nearby teases, "All right, enough of this melodrama. Let me tell you, following Brother Feng, it's hard to even think about dying. Come on, from now on, we are all family. Let us drink to that." It is unclear when he had asked Yuan for beer, but he now tears open the packaging and tosses cans to everyone. The team members, shocked at the prospect of beer, realize its rarity in this apocalyptic setting, ranking alongside cigarettes and bullets as valuable commodities. As they revel in their newfound indulgence, Li Feng refrains from interrupting, quietly distributing over 30,000 experience points as rewards. Although everyone contributed to the dungeon run, Li Feng chooses not to allocate experience to the other team members, instead bestowing it all upon himself. Empathy LV9 upgraded. Empathy LV11, 40,000 can control 2,460 ordinary zombies and 384 junior zombies. As he witnesses his level rise, a smile graces Li Feng's lips. 2,460 ordinary zombies. In the face of a minor zombie tide, he could convert them all directly. Lu Taixian approaches with a bottle of beer and hands it to Li Feng. "Brother Feng, what are your plans next?" Li Feng accepts the beer, pops the tab with a satisfying sound, and tilts his head back to drink. Refreshing. He casually tosses the empty can aside, gazing at those who have chosen to stand by him through thick and thin. He has resolved to transform this place into his own sanctuary. Li Feng retrieved a cigarette and tossed one to Lu Taixian before lighting his own. He mused, perhaps we could establish a safe zone here. Lu Taixian, having just tucked the cigarette behind his ear, perked up at this remark, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Really? Just like the safe zones in the instances? Li Feng pinched the cigarette between his fingers, casting his gaze upon the soldiers who were laughing heartily and exchanging boastful tales. Indeed, this way, most people can find some semblance of stability. Lu Taixian clenched his fists in enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Excellent! I wholeheartedly support this." Li Feng turned to him, adding, however, "The most pressing matter at hand is to eliminate the Wong Hu squad. We must eliminate any potential threats." Lu Taixian nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. This squad has persistently troubled us. They must be dealt with. Otherwise, our infrastructure will remain precarious." As the two conversed, a peculiar odor wafted through the air, sour and foul, reminiscent of stinky tofu. Who is eating stinky tofu? They both inquired simultaneously. The others, caught off guard by the question, paused in surprise. Li Feng was the first to regain his composure. "Wait, this isn't stinky tofu. It's Chapter 61. Simultaneously controlling thousands of zombies, this scent is eerily familiar. I encountered it in my previous life. Yet, I cannot recall it at this moment. You must be the members of the Li Feng battle team. It is truly unfortunate that you cleared the dungeon just now. However, fret not, for soon you shall become zombies yourselves." A figure loomed on the adjacent floor, his expression malevolent as he spoke. Wu Jun swiftly glanced at the individual, shouting to Li Feng, "Captain, he is one of Wang Hu's team." Li Feng furrowed his brow, suddenly reminded of the scent he detected earlier. It was the unmistakable aroma that lured zombies. In my past life, some teams would deliberately attract zombies into designated areas to train novice members, cultivating them for shooting practice. Who would have thought I would encounter it here today? Everyone, be cautious. A horde of zombies is approaching. Li Feng barnad ludli. Upon hearing this, everyone tensed up, stowing away unfinished beers, discarding cigarette butts, and grasping their weapons while vigilantly scanning their surroundings. "Do savor the moments that lie ahead," the figure on the half-height floor remarked, holding a DV camera, intent on recording their plight. At that moment, they could see countless zombies surging down the streets from all directions, all sprinting directly toward the subway entrance with no refuge in sight. The members of the Ting Ting team were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling. Earlier, they had been in a safe zone within the dungeon and had never faced such a multitude of zombies. Most had remained within the safety of their stronghold. Yet now, confronted with this overwhelming number, they found themselves completely exposed. The danger level was skyrocketing. Ting Ting had already summoned a wind vortex. Her brow furrowed as she planned to unleash it once the zombies drew nearer. "No need to rush. I will handle these zombies. Zero, the individual above is yours. I want him alive." Li Feng declared calmly, standing his ground. Zero nodded slightly, casting a glance at the man above. Their eyes met. An attention hung in the air, but the man quickly relaxed, casting a provocative gaze at Zero, as if to challenge him. "Come up if you dare." Ha ha ha. At that moment, they could all hear the chilling cries of the zombies. For those with weak nerves, the mere sound was enough to shatter their composure. The thought of being surrounded by these creatures soon filled them with dread. Lu Taixian, however, remained expressionless, unperturbed by fear. After all, he had stood alongside Li Feng through numerous battles, and the horde in the dungeon had been far more massive than this. The Li sisters, Li Tiantian and her sibling, stood protectively behind Li Feng. Wu Jun could only watch helplessly as the zombies drew closer. Li Feng did not hasten to employ his skills. Instead, he murmured to himself, 100 meters, 70 meters, 40 meters, 10 meters. With a sharp snap of his fingers, the situation shifted dramatically. Surrounded by a multitude of zombies, numbering in the thousands, they all came to a halt. Their eyes glowed red, seemingly awaiting some sort of command. The individuals upstairs were momentarily taken aback, questioning the situation. Li Feng raised his gaze to meet theirs, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gestured with his finger, beckoning, "Go." In unison, the horde of zombies turned, raising their heads to the figures above. In the next instant, They clawed and scrambled towards the upper level. By heavens! The occupants above recoiled in terror, their DV camera slipping from their grasp and crashing to the ground, forgotten in their haste. They turned and bolted through the door. One figure leaped into the fray, diving through the window, and in an instant he was at the side of another, who seized him by the collar and hoisted him aloft. Standing on a rooftop, he was held aloft with one hand, dangling perilously over a sea of zombies below, all reaching out with outstretched arms. Should Zero release his grip, he would plummet into the ravenous horde, destined to be devoured. No, no, please, don't let go. I beg you. His face contorted in fear. He clutched Zero's arm desperately, as if he would kneel before him in supplication. Release him, commanded Feng. In an instant, Zero relinquished his hold and delivered a swift kick. Ah! The terror-stricken individual gazed at Zero with wide eyes, his body plummeting into freefall, filled with despair at the realization of his impending doom. Just when he believed his fate was sealed, he found himself cradled by something. Turning his head, he discovered he was being lifted by the very hands of the zombies. A chorus of guttural sounds erupted from the thousands surrounding him, the cacophony seeping into the very marrow of his bones, more tormenting than death itself. As a chill raced down his spine, the zombies began to shift, passing him backward until he was cast into a vacant space, landing on the ground with a thud. Coughing violently, he felt his stomach churn, the nausea overwhelming as he struggled to suppress the urge to vomit. Having narrowly escaped death twice, the roller coaster of emotions left him dizzy and disoriented. Feng used the tip of his shoe to tilt his chin upwards, regarding him with an expression devoid of emotion. You are one of Wang Hu's team. He raised his gaze to Feng, fear flooding his senses as if he were staring into the abyss. With a swift motion, a dagger was embedded into the concrete beside him, the very Zero who had just cast him down. Trapped with no escape routes, he found himself cornered. Lu Taizhan seized him, glaring fiercely. Speak. Who sent you? Shaking his fist, which resembled a sandbag, he threatened, utter a single falsehood, and I shall shatter your skull. Already frazzled, the weight of Lu's words sent him reeling, the world spinning around him, on the verge of losing consciousness. Yet, Feng intervened, taking him from Lu's grasp and placing him on the ground, standing him upright. With a casual pat on his shoulders, he assured him, if you guide us to the headquarters of Wang Hu's team, I shall spare your life. The man trembled, his lips quivering as his eyes darted around. Realizing he was encircled by the undead, with eyes gleaming red and expressions vacant, they gazed at him. He harbored no doubt that with a mere word from the man before him, these zombies would surge forth and devour him. I will take you. Faced with the stark reality, he chose to bow his head. The sheer intensity of the situation was utterly terrifying. Outside, thousands of zombies surrounded him. No matter how formidable his abilities, escape was impossible. Feng smiled gently. Very well. He then signaled Lu Taixian to guide the man to the front, leading the way. Should he dare to play tricks, Lu Taixian could eliminate him in an instant. Grasping the man's arm, Lu Taixian barked, "Hurry up." The man trembled, his legs feeling as if they were adrift in midair as he was ushered to the front of the all-terrain vehicle. Feng addressed the remaining individuals. Everyone, get in the vehicle. Prepare to head to the headquarters of the Wang Hu battle team. Upon hearing the name of the Wang Hu battle team, Tingting and her companions became intrigued. I've always had a disdain for that Wang Hu team. They previously competed with us for supplies and even killed our people. It is said to be a team rife with malevolence. Eliminating them would be a service to all. With that, they each found their respective vehicles and settled in. Chapter 62. He is the awakened Wan Wu Jun, Li Tian, and their companions traveled alongside Feng, following closely behind Lu Tietuan's vehicle. The remaining members trailed behind Feng's car. As for the thousands of zombies under his control, Feng had arranged them into neat formations, marching steadily behind the vehicles. Under Feng's guidance, Lu Taiquan maintained a leisurely pace in the lead car, allowing the zombies to keep up effortlessly. Thus, a magnificent scene unfolded in Hongdu, with thousands of zombies orderly trailing behind 7 or 8 vehicles, which were aligned in a straight line, their high beams illuminating the path ahead. Behind them, The zombies advanced in 4 orderly formations. Witnessing this spectacle from above, some survivors were left astounded. What could this possibly mean? Who were the individuals seated in the vehicles that could command such a multitude of zombies? Could this truly be the legendary corpse herder? The situation had attracted the attention of other battle teams, particularly Wang Hu's team, which had already received reports from their scouts. Standing atop a skyscraper, Wang Hu crossed his arms and gazed down upon the entirety of Hongdu. As he listened to the reports from behind, his expression grew increasingly grim. I have yet to seek you out, yet you come to me uninvited. Very well, we shall settle old and new scores together. I am eager to witness the true might of your zombie army. As Wang Hu spoke, he turned around to reveal his face, which had taken on a peculiar hue, half blue, half red, creating a most eerie visage. Those behind him, upon seeing his countenance, hastily lowered their heads. Wang, should we bring more people along? Wang Hu's gaze was sharp as he responded. Do you believe I cannot contend with him? The individual quickly knelt, panic-stricken. No, not at all, Wang. I am merely concerned. Wang Hu approached him, placing a hand upon his shoulder as tiny shards of ice began to spread downwards. The man's eyes widened in fear. What are you afraid of? Speak. As he slowly raised his head, attempting to articulate his thoughts, his entire body became encased in ice, maintaining an expression of shock. With a gentle push from Wang Hu, the man shattered into countless ice fragments. Clean this up, he commanded. Yes, Wang. The person stationed at the door responded promptly, taking up a broom and dustpan to sweep the ice remains away, doing so with an air of nonchalance, as if it were a common occurrence. Wang Hu retrieved a mask from a nearby rack, affixed it to his face, and then exited the building. Meanwhile, Lu Taekwon, guided by the captives, had approached Wang Hu's skyscraper. This was a commercial street, and the towering buildings surrounding them bore witness to its once thriving prosperity, now reduced to a state of desolation. Upon entering this area, they drew considerable attention, with individuals lying in wait atop the buildings, aiming their firearms at the approaching vehicles. Wu Jun turned to Li Feng and warned, Captain, there are people lying in ambush in the buildings on either side, and they are aiming their guns at us. Upon hearing this, Li Feng communicated through the team channel, everyone disembark and blend into the zombie horde. Remain concealed. Understood. Upon hearing the words, Lu Taekwon resolutely led the captive out of the vehicle, followed by the others. Though the sight of the undead was unsettling, they had no choice but to adopt such a strategy for evasion. The onlookers inside the building were astonished, exclaiming, They have indeed hidden among the horde of zombies. Their presence was soon detected, prompting an attack. The sound of gunfire echoed from above, as bullets rained down upon the thousands of zombies below, many of which fell lifeless to the ground. Retreat into the building, Li Feng commanded, simultaneously instructing the zombies to surge towards the source of the gunfire, aiming to bite those who fired. The streets erupted into chaos, with the zombie horde cascading into various buildings in a chaotic formation. The cacophony of gunfire, gnashing teeth, and frantic shouts filled the air. Li Feng and his team stood quietly in the lobby, awaiting the conclusion of the skirmish, while he ordered Wu Jun to activate his keen senses to assess the situation. They would only emerge once the threat within the building was entirely neutralized. The streets lay desolate, devoid of any zombies, as Li Feng had commanded them to conceal themselves within the buildings, awaiting his orders. Lu Taekwon seized the captive, delivering a swift kick. Speak. Did you deliberately lead us into an ambush? The man winced in pain, clutching his abdomen as he knelt on the ground. It wasn't me. Wang Hu is in the building ahead. Lu Taekwon stepped on his back, insisting, calm down. If you fail, prepare to join the ranks of the undead. With that, he sent the man to fetch Wang Hu personally. The man, hunched over, stumbled a few steps outside, his mouth stained with blood and his clothes in tatters, resembling a ghastly zombie. He glanced back at Li Feng and the others, then at the looming building, torn between hesitation. Yet, ultimately, he made his way towards the structure, perhaps hoping Wang Hu would spare his life. Mr. Wang, you cannot hold this against me. They were simply too formidable. I failed to complete my task. I deserve punishment, but as he trudged forward, muttering to himself, he abruptly halted. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a man wearing a mask standing before him, a visage that was impossible to forget. The terror buried deep within his memories surged forth. With a thud, he dropped to his knees, his trembling body betraying his submission. W. Wong, Mr. Wong. Have failed. They. Wong, who stepped forward, placing his hands on the man's shoulders. A shiver coursed through him, his lips turning pale, too fearful to utter another word. Supported by Wong Hu, he rose, yet he kept his gaze lowered, unable to meet Wong Hu's eyes. Wong Hu's voice was soft, as if it emanated from the heavens. You did your best. Go. The man, incredulous, trembled with excitement. Thank you, Mr. Wong. He longed to bow once more in gratitude before swiftly turning away, not daring to delay for even a second. To their astonishment, this group of individuals possessed such formidable strength that it compelled General Wong himself to take action. It seemed that there was no cause for concern. This group would surely not endure for long. As these thoughts occupied his mind, an unexpected chill coursed down his spine, swiftly followed by a searing heat. He lowered his gaze in disbelief to find a circular void scorched into his abdomen by a ball of flame. There was no time to turn back. His entire being was consumed by the fire, ultimately reduced to ashes that drifted into the air. This scene unfolded before the eyes of all members of Li Feng's team, who furrowed their brows in confusion, uncertain of the masked figure's true identity and the ruthlessness of their attack. Lu Taiquan, standing at the forefront, turned and whispered, "Did you hear that?" He addressed him as General Wong. Could it be that he is Wong Hu? Li Feng replied calmly, "It is a possibility. Everyone, prepare yourselves. He isn't awakened." Upon hearing this, the members of Team Ting grew increasingly anxious, while the individuals of Zero remained utterly unfazed. Chapter 63. He actually possesses a battle soul 20 meters away. Wong Hu dusted off his hands and regarded Li Feng and his companions with an air of nonchalance. You must be the Li Feng squad. I hold you in high esteem for consistently occupying the top position on the leaderboard. Alas, this is where your journey ends. Lu Taiquan retorted angrily, "You're talking nonsense. Who do you think you are, repeatedly launching sneak attacks on us? If you have the guts, face me in a one-on-one duel." Wong Hu, masked and unreadable, strode confidently towards Lu Taiquan. Zero, unable to contain himself, drew his dagger. Enough of this chatter. Let us take him down. He was about to charge forward when Lu Taiquan stopped him. Allow me to handle this first. Turning to Zero, he smirked. If I can't manage, you can take your turn. Zero grimaced, what a hassle. With that, Lu Taiquan surged forward, his arms glowing softly with a golden hue as he entered a berserk state. Attack power, 500, attack speed, 500, defense, 500. Lu Taiquan unleashed his full power, leaping high and bringing his colossal fist down upon Wong Hu. Wong Hu, undeterred, lifted his arm, palm outstretched towards Lu Taiquan. A chilling blue aura emanated from his hand, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet dramatically. Even the flowers in the roadside planters froze solid. Look at the ground. Wu Yun shouted. The ice rapidly spread from beneath Wong Hu's feet, advancing towards them at an alarming rate until it reached Li Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, Zero grabbed Li Tian and Li Yuan, leaping to the adjacent building. Li Feng brandished his Mjolnir, spun it, and hurled both Wu Jun and himself upwards to safety. Meanwhile, Ting levitated her team with a gust of wind, transporting them to the neighboring structure. From their new vantage point, they gazed down in horror as the entire street transformed into a crystalline blue expanse. My heavens, this is terrifying, exclaimed Li Tian. I can't believe Wong Hu can freeze an entire street. Oh no, Brother Taiquan is going to be frozen, Wu Yun shouted. Zero prepared to intervene, but found herself outpaced by Li Feng. He spun his Mjolnir and brought it crashing down towards Wong Hu's head. Sensing the impending danger, Wong Hu had no choice but to evade. Boom! Mjolnir struck the ground with tremendous force, saving Lu Taiquan from a dire fate, though he landed heavily. His expression tense as both of his arms turned an icy blue. Yuan, heal him. Tian, open fire. Li Feng commanded swiftly. Bang! Li Tian, already poised, fired a shot aimed at Wong Hu's head. Yet, Wong Hu raised his arm, and a thick ice wall materialized instantly, blocking her shot. Zero, accompanied by Li Yuanyuan, dashed over to tend to Lu Taiquan. Simultaneously, Li Feng retracted Mjolnir and unleashed the horde of zombies hidden within the building, directing them to swarm Wang Hu in an all-out assault. Hith. A cacophony of zombie wails soon engulfed Wang Hu. I shall avenge my son. His voice echoed from behind the icy barrier. Confronted by the menacing horde of undead, he exhibited no fear. With one arm ablaze, he hurled flames upon the zombies, igniting them instantly. The surrounding creatures were engulfed in fire, transforming the entire street into a veritable hell. The acrid stench of hundreds of simultaneously ignited corpses filled the air. Li Feng realized there was no time to delay. He urged Tingting to utilize her wind control technique to escort their team to safety while he remained behind. Amidst the inferno, Li Feng called out, "I am the one you seek. If you possess the courage, come forth." Indeed, a figure emerged from the flames. It was Wang Hu. "Li Feng, today marks your day of reckoning. I shall freeze your corpse into a statue, standing eternally by my son's grave, a reminder of your grievous errors." Wang Hu spat through clenched teeth. Since the apocalypse began, he had lost all but his son, and in his current mutated form, he found it nearly impossible to face others. His psyche twisted, he resorted to violence and pillaging, taking women by force, his son emulating his vile behavior. Fixated on Li Tiantian's beauty, wishing to claim her as his own. However, their paths crossed with Li Feng and his allies, resulting in his son's demise. Driven by vengeance, Wang Hu vowed to obliterate Li Feng's team to avenge his son. Upon hearing this, Li Feng merely chuckled, "I have no interest in your corpse. However, I am quite curious about the supplies your team possesses. I wonder if they would fit in my warehouse." Wang Hu, expressionless, advanced step by step, a blade of ice forming in his hand. It appeared he was intent on a duel. "I am aware of your ability to control zombies, but it holds no power over me. No matter how many come, I can incinerate them all. Let us engage in something more tangible. I wish to witness the prowess of the one who dared to extinguish my son." With that, he charged forward. Bang! A gunshot rang out as Wang Hu swiftly raised his hand to block, remarkably deflecting the bullet, albeit slowing his advance. "A sneak attack," he shouted as he surged forward once more. Whoosh! Two daggers descended from the sky, forcing him to evade. Suddenly, Zero appeared before him, seizing the daggers from ground. "Stand aside. We'll settle this later." Wang Hu bellowed. "Take this." Lu Taixian, having recovered, leaped down from the building, crashing towards him. Wang Hu narrowly evaded, jumping twice to escape. You will pay for this," Wang Hu exclaimed, extending his arm to unleash his freezing technique. Swish! Thor's hammer descended upon his arm, interrupting his movement. Li Feng, Zero, Lu Taixian, and Li Tiantian, who was watching from the building, regarded Wang Hu. Li Feng smiled. "My apologies. I never intended to engage you in a one-on-one fight. Group brawling is my style." Wang Hu furiously exclaimed, "You despicable wretches! Charge!" Li Feng shouted. Lu Taiquan and Zero advanced towards Wang Hu from both sides. Occasionally, Li Tiantian would fire cold shots, interrupting his skill release. Li Feng, wielding the thunder hammer, awaited the perfect opportunity to strike. Wang Hu was left in a disheveled state, retreating repeatedly. His arms incessantly conjured ice shields for defense, leaving him with no chance to counterattack. "Ah, a bunch of rabble. I shall annihilate you all." Wang Hu could no longer contain his fury. He exploded in place, squatting down with his arms wrapped around himself, and in the next moment he unfurled backward. The mask on his face shattered. From his being emerged two malevolent dragons, one red and one blue. It was the battle soul. Li Feng recognized it immediately. The two dragons circled menacingly in the air, gazing down upon Li Feng and his companions. Wang Hu descended into madness, laughing maniacally as he pointed at Li Feng. "Do you see? Mortals, you shall all perish. Ha ha ha." Chapter 64. The malicious experiment. At that moment, Li Feng casually remarked, "Ah, so it is merely two little dragons. I was wondering what it was." Instantly, Wang Hu regained his composure, inquiring, "What did you say?" Li Feng's lips curled slightly upward as he declared, "I too possess a battle soul." With that, a colossal black serpent erupted from within him, instantly casting a shadow that obscured the sun. The streets were engulfed in darkness, and the primal aura of an ancient beast bore down upon them. All creatures cowered in submission, too fearful to rise. In comparison to the venomous giant serpent, Wang Hu's two dragons appeared diminutive, akin to mere earthworms. Wang Hu was left utterly astonished. In an attempt to discern the appearance of the venomous serpent, he stumbled backward, even tripping and falling to the ground. What? What is this? The massive serpent hovering above Li Feng opened its maw, exhaling a crimson mist. The air became saturated with the metallic scent of blood. How many lives must have been consumed to produce such an aroma? You relied on it to eliminate my son. Wang Hu finally managed to utter a disjointed sentence. Rising to his feet, he fixed a resolute gaze upon the serpent, asserting, "Attack. Go forth." He commanded his battle soul to launch an assault against the venomous serpent. Yet the two dragons in the sky seemed reluctant. They merely emitted a token flame, releasing a few shards of ice that struck the serpent, akin to an infant's punch against an adult's leg, utterly ineffective. Hiss! The venomous serpent, however, offered no reprieve. It descended, its massive head lunging toward the two dragons, and in an instant devoured them whole. Thud! Wang Hu collapsed to his knees, blood streaming from his eyes. The vibrant hues of red and blue on his face gradually faded, yet his gaze remained fixed ahead, filled with resentment. Zero swiftly approached, checking his pulse and arteries before turning to shake her head at Li Feng and the others. He was indeed dead. Lu Tiexin exclaimed in astonishment. He died just like that? We didn't even attack him. Li Feng retracted the venomous serpent and, wiping the Thunder God's hammer, explained. The battle soul is intrinsically linked to its master. When the battle soul is injured, the master suffers a backlash. Therefore, one must not wield their battle soul lightly without absolute certainty. Lu Tiexin nodded in understanding. I see now. Nonetheless, this fellow is truly monstrous, capable of both fire and ice. Just now, it nearly froze me to death. Li Yuanyuan hurried over and playfully smacked Lu Tiexin, saying, Who told you to show off? Sister Zero even offered to assist you, and you refused. Hearing this, Lu Tiexin looked at Zero, chuckling as he scratched his head. Zero turned away, ignoring him, but bent down to retrieve something from Wang Hu's grasp, presenting it to Li Feng. It was a green chip, identical to the one discovered on the beast previously. Li Feng furrowed his brow. Another one of these chips? Why does he possess one as well? What exactly is this? Who invented it? And for what purpose? Understanding Li Feng's curiosity, Lu Tiexin approached and reassured him. Rest assured, Brother Feng, we will certainly uncover the truth. The surrounding zombies had long been reduced to ashes, drifting into the atmosphere. The streets returned to their desolate state. Tingting arrived with her team. Just as they were about to depart, a group of individuals emerged from the nearby building, gradually surrounding them. Lu Taiquan and Li Tiantian immediately assumed a defensive posture, uncertain of their intentions. Suddenly, a multitude of people knelt before them, creating a cacophony of thuds as they bowed down. Tears glistened on the faces of those in the front row as they prostrated themselves, expressing their gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for vanquishing Wang Hu. Li Feng helped one individual to his feet and inquired what happened. Are you affiliated with Wang Hu's faction? The man wiped his tears with his arm and nodded. We were forcibly taken. He never regarded us as human beings. We were made to perform the most arduous tasks without food, and we were frequently beaten. As he spoke, others bared their arms and backs, revealing the scars left by whips. Lu Taiquan, witnessing this, cursed under his breath, "Scoundrel." The man continued, "Moreover, he was secretly conducting experiments on us." The others nodded in agreement. Li Feng and Lu Taiquan exchanged a glance, sensing an opportunity. "Let us go. Lead me to see," Li Feng commanded. The man nodded and took the lead, guiding them into the stronghold of Wang Hu's faction. At this moment, everyone present was aware of Wang Hu's demise at the hands of Li Feng. Each individual regarded Li Feng with reverence, kneeling in submission. Li Feng surveyed them and instructed Wu Jun, find a spacious area to secure them until we can address the matter later. Ting Ting, have your team assist Wu Jun in executing this task. Tian Tian, you accompany them. Both Tingting and Li Tiantian affirmed, yes. Tingting commanded her team to escort the previous members of Wang Hu's faction out of the building, following Wu Jun to locate a suitable place. With Tingting and Tiantian providing protection, there was little risk involved. Meanwhile, Li Feng, Lu Taiquan, and Zero continued to follow the man deeper into the building, taking the elevator to the second basement level. Upon arrival, the fluorescent lights flickered to life, illuminating the entire underground space. Cylindrical incubation chambers lined the walls, filled with nutrient solutions in which various human corpses floated. Some had mutated, sprouting horns or developing grotesquely thick limbs, while others had morphed into forms resembling tigers. Lu Taiquan felt a wave of nausea wash over him in the sight of these experimental specimens, and Zero frowned, his expression darkening. Li Feng maintained a serious demeanor, silently following the man as he sought to uncover the beast responsible for such heinous acts, utilizing humans for research and experimentation. The man beside him remarked, Wang Hu was merely one of many participants, not a key figure. Li Feng inquired, what happened to the others? He firmly believed that as long as he could capture a living individual, there would be a way to extract valuable information from him. The man glanced around the workbench, where shredded paper lay scattered, remnants of a hasty evacuation upon learning of Wang Hu's demise. However, the speed of this retreat struck him as rather alarming. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. There was a traitor among us. Li Feng furrowed his brow in confusion, uncertain of its meaning. He quickly elaborated, stating that someone must have tipped off these individuals in advance, prompting their swift departure. Li Feng turned his gaze towards Lu Taiquan and remarked, your assertion holds merit. The time between eliminating Wang Hu and your arrival here was quite brief. It is astonishing that they managed to evacuate entirely. There must still be remnants of their influence within your ranks. He added reassuringly, fear not. I have detained all of your personnel, and I will uncover the traitor soon enough. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, the man nodded vigorously, filled with admiration for Li Feng's decisive actions. Lu Taiquan inquired from the side, what is it that your General Wang has been researching here? Have there been any breakthroughs? Indeed, replied Zero, stepping forward to one of the cultivation chambers and gently touching the glass with her fingertips, seemingly stirring memories from the depths of her mind. Chapter 65. The Identity of Zero. I emerged from here. A hush fell over the group as several pairs of eyes turned towards her, displaying a hint of astonishment. Particularly Lu Taijian, whose lips twitched in disbelief. Zero, you must be joking. How could you possibly have come from here? Zero cast a sidelong glance at him and continued. I remember now. This experimental program is called the Reborn Project. Everyone participated voluntarily. They were transformed into various beings to adapt to different environments. Most became mere sacrifices of the experiment, with only a select few managing to escape this place. Her narration seemed to convey an inconsequential matter, yet the others perceived it differently, especially a member of Wang Hu's team. Upon hearing Zero claim to be one who emerged from such a cultivation chamber, he instinctively recoiled from her. The notion of a half-human, half-beast entity was utterly terrifying. Lu Taijian meticulously processed Zero's words, reluctantly accepting this harsh reality. So what if she was a test subject? I still admire her. As long as she doesn't T-sprout horns, I'm fine. Li Feng cleared his throat, saying, well, Zero, I didn't mean to deceive you. At this moment, she had regained some memories, perhaps realizing that he was not her captain, nor had she lost her memories during a mission. That would certainly lead to an awkward situation, so it was better to confess early. Zero turned to Li Feng. It's all right. I embrace the identity of Zero. Hearing this, Li Feng let out a sigh of relief. He didn't wish to fall out with such a capable ally. Now that Zero seemed unperturbed, it was indeed for the best. Lu Taijian chimed in with a smile. Yes, Zero. No matter what you are, we accept you. Following Brother Feng can't be wrong. Zero, however, did not acknowledge Lu Taijian and earnestly warned, you all need to be cautious. These individuals may awaken at any moment, especially when the nutrient solution ceases to flow. Just as her words fell, a mechanical voice echoed, warning, warning, nutrient supply insufficient, imminent loss of control. Nutrient supply insufficient, imminent loss of control. As the voice ceased, The occupants of the cultivation chambers simultaneously opened their eyes. A wave of panic surged through Wang Hu's team, nearly causing them to faint. They have awakened. One individual pointed frantically at the person in the adjacent chamber, terror etched on his face. Lu Taijin exclaimed, "Oh no, they've come back to life." Zero swiftly drew her shotgun and aimed at the cultivation chamber, firing 2 shots. The glass shattered, and the nutrient solution surged forth, revealing the half-beast within. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had frozen. The half-beast on the ground stirred. No one anticipated that the beings within were still alive. The glass of the cultivation chambers shattered one after another, and the creatures slipped out of the nutrient solution, crashing onto the floor. Slowly rising to his feet, his gaze calm and indifferent, Lu Taekwon quietly inquired, "Zero, in comparison to them, who is stronger?" Zero, with a single hand, swayed the gun while loading bullets, replied, "None are stronger than I." A sigh of relief escaped Lu Tietuan's lips, yet Zero continued, "But they are numerous." Lu Tietuan's breath caught in his throat. They had witnessed Zero's prowess, an innate killing machine. If all of these individuals were of such caliber, it would be futile to engage. Moreover, there were no zombies here, and Li Feng's ability to control them was rendered useless. With a burden to carry, it was utterly impossible to unleash their full potential. "You all retreat. This is my fight," Li Feng declared, brandishing the Thor's hammer as he stepped forward. Lu Taekwon hastily insisted, "I will fight alongside you." Li Feng, however, did not regard him, his focus fixed on the half-orc slowly standing before him. "No need. I shan't show mercy this time. They can no longer be considered human." As the words left his lips, Li Feng charged forward. The Thor's hammer resonated with thunderous sounds, faint purple lightning flickering about. "Thunder!" Li Feng shouted, smashing the hammer into the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth seemed to split, unleashing countless arcs of blue lightning that surged toward the half-orcs ahead. In an instant, a line of freshly risen half-orcs convulsed violently, the immense electrical energy reverberating within them. Their hearts shattered, they toppled backward. Lu Taekwon and the members of Wang Hu's team gaped in astonishment, their eyes betraying their incredulity. With a single blow, Li Feng had vanquished all the reanimated foes present. How extraordinary! No wonder Wang Hu had fallen to him. Li Feng gradually rose, surveying the fallen half-orcs with satisfaction. This strike was also meant to impress Zero, to demonstrate the disparity in their respective powers. Zero was indeed taken aback by his formidable strength, prompting her to re-evaluate her chances in a confrontation with Li Feng. Not for any other reason, but due to her inherent nature. Li Feng stowed away the Thor's hammer and turned to the 3 companions, stating, "All done." The trio paused momentarily. Lu Taekwon was the first to react, approaching Li Feng with a jovial pat on the shoulder. "Brother Feng, you are growing ever stronger. I told you, following you is the right choice." The members of Wang Hu's team were similarly impressed, having never witnessed Li Feng's prowess firsthand. They now held a newfound respect for him. Upon returning, they would eagerly share their experiences with their colleagues. "Enough with the flattery. Gather some people to clean this place up. It shall serve as our training ground." The plan to establish a shelter must also commence, Li Feng instructed. Lu Taekwon, intrigued by Li Feng's words, directed Wang Hu's team. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." The individual hastily acknowledged and rushed upstairs to summon assistance. Meanwhile, Li Feng led Lu Taekwon and the others back to the first floor, strategizing on the establishment of a safe zone. At this moment, Wu Jun, accompanied by Ting Ting and the others, hurried back to the building, where they fortuitously crossed paths. "Captain, the mission has been accomplished. There were no incidents, I hope?" "None whatsoever," Li Feng replied. "We encountered a few zombies on the way back, but Sister Tian handled them effortlessly." Li Feng gestured toward the office desk ahead. "Please, take a seat. From now on, this will be our stronghold. Let's convene a meeting." Ting Ting and her team members instinctively occupied the rear seats, while Lu Taekwon and Zero took their places beside Li Feng. Wu Jun settled next to the sisters, Li Tian and Li Yuan. Yuan, could you fetch some snacks? Let us converse while we dine. By the way, I have yet to introduce you to this individual, Li Yuan. whose skill lies in space manipulation, enabling her to store up to 1,000 cubic meters of supplies, Li Feng remarked, casting a glance toward Ting Ting's team. They all chuckled. We are aware. We witnessed her prowess during the dungeon raid. Indeed, the supplies we painstakingly gathered vanish with a mere touch of her hand, and she claims that such a small quantity is insufficient to satiate her hunger. Laughter erupted among the others. In response, Li Yuan playfully threw a piece of bread at him, casting a mock glare in his direction. Chapter 66. A grasp for sustenance. The remaining individuals divided among themselves chicken legs, milk, biscuits, pickled vegetables, and other provisions. Only the one who had just been jesting at her expense received but a solitary piece of bread. Li Feng took a sip of the functional beverage to replenish the energy expended earlier. To be concise, I intend to establish a safe zone demarcated by Hongdu. What are your thoughts on this? Lu Tiebiao eagerly raised his hand. Allow me to speak first. I wholeheartedly endorse this proposal. Upon finishing his statement, he cast a somewhat belligerent glance around, as if to challenge anyone who dared to dissent. Number 0 merely raised a hand, remaining silent. Wu Jun and Li Tiantian also raised their hands in agreement. We concur. Ting Ting led the way in raising her hand. Captain Li's vision is our shared objective. The team members seated behind her followed suit, raising their hands to express support. Li Feng surveyed them one by one, his hands crossed atop the table. Excellent. Given this consensus, I shall commence assigning tasks. Wu Jun, you shall lead Ting Ting's team along with Li Tiantian to seek out construction workers and suppliers of materials. You have all witnessed the standards for constructing a safe zone within the dungeon. Wu Jun stood and proclaimed, "I, Captain." Li Feng nodded in acknowledgement, then resumed his seat. Tiebiao. Yes. Lu Tiebiao stood tall, embodying the spirit of a model volunteer ready to undertake a noble task. You, along with number 0 and Li Yuan, shall accompany me to the hospital in Hongdu to procure medical supplies. Upon hearing this, Lu Tiebiao felt a pang of disappointment and turned to Li Feng. Is that all we are to do? Merely gather medicines? Li Feng regarded him. What? Are you reluctant to go? Lu Tiebiao quickly straightened up. I assure you, I will fulfill the mission. He sat down, not daring to utter another word. At that moment, Ting Ting interjected. Captain Li, if we all venture out, who will guard this building? There is a possibility that someone might take advantage of our absence to launch an attack. Lu Tiebiao thumped his fist. Indeed. Brother Feng, why not leave me here to defend our home? I guarantee that as long as I am present, no one shall set foot within. Li Feng cast a glance at him, prompting Lu Tiebiao to hastily retract his earlier statement. Forget I said that. Disregard my words. He added a nervous smile. Li Feng then addressed the assembly. I have made arrangements for security here. There is no need for concern. If there are no questions, let us proceed. Should any matters arise, feel free to communicate via the team channel. If you encounter members from other teams, prioritize persuasion. Only if that fails should you resort to subjugation. Everyone except Li Feng rose in unison. I, Captain. They then departed, each with their assigned tasks. Lu Tiebiao, number 0, and Li Yuan remained in place, awaiting Li Feng's directives. Li Feng, however, turned his attention to the members of Wang Hu's team, the very individuals who had guided them down to the lower floor earlier. Surely, Wang Hu had established a considerable array of defenses here. Li Feng mused as he inquired. The individual nodded. Indeed, Wang Hu had discreetly arranged sentries and awakened guardians. However, now they're all. Li Feng shook his head. It matters not. As long as the outside world is aware of the formidable defenses here, that is sufficient. Upon hearing this, the individual grasped Li Feng's intent and nodded in agreement. Li Feng then stepped outside with Lu Taiquan and 0, procuring a vehicle and heading towards the nearby hospital. After establishing a secure zone, the most pressing concern was the availability of water sources. With the right purification medications, they could sustain a long-term existence here and even profit by selling to other safe zones. Upon arriving at the hospital, they found the entrance lying in ruins, the sign stained with blood. The courtyard was strewn with corpses, some still encased in plaster, indicating they were former patients. Brother Feng, do you think there are any survivors in this hospital? Lu Taiquan asked, his expression somber. This city was unfamiliar to them, Yet its devastation was no less severe than that of their own birthplace, perhaps even more so. Not necessarily. Let's search, Li Feng replied, stepping inside. Lu Taiquan and Zero followed closely, while Li Yuan remained at Li Feng's side, unwilling to lag behind. Yuan, during the operation, treat it like a mission in the instance. Collect all the medications, understood? Li Feng turned to her, speaking patiently. She nodded eagerly. Entering the hospital lobby, they encountered dozens of zombies swaying about, clad in white coats and pink nurse uniforms. Upon spotting Li Feng and his companions, they rushed towards them. With a snap of his fingers, Li Feng commanded these zombies to become his subordinates, instructing them to search for any remaining survivors. The zombies obeyed and dispersed to scour the building. Meanwhile, Li Feng and Li Yuan began gathering nearby medications, stowing away anything that had not been taken. Stay back. I will fight you. A female voice cried out. Li Feng turned to see that there was indeed a survivor. Taekwon, you and Yuan continue collecting medications. I will investigate. Understood, Brother Feng, Lu Taekwon complied, leading Li Yuan in search of supplies. Li Feng approached the source of the voice alongside Zero, finding his controlled zombies stationed at the entrance of the consultation room, where something was being thrown out in an effort to keep the undead at bay. Li Feng waved his hand, directing the zombies to step aside. A woman wielding a surgical knife lunged out. This was a modified surgical knife, bound to a wooden stick, effectively serving as a spear. Just as she thrust forward, Zero intercepted her hand, swiftly slicing through the wooden shaft. The woman, now outside, froze in astonishment, her eyes wide with confusion. Why, you're human? Li Feng observed her closely. She wore a blood-stained white coat, the crimson hues dried to a dark shade on the fabric. Her porcelain skin and striking purple curls made her stand out. We are here to procure medications. Are you a doctor? Li Feng inquired from the side. The female doctor, startled by his sudden utterance, momentarily lost her composure. Regaining her senses, she replied, Yes, I am the doctor here. And you are? She cast a wary glance at Li Feng and Zero. Li Feng elucidated. We are from the rescue team of the safe zone. Are you the only one here? She scrutinized him, noting his clean and tidy attire, which belied the harsh realities of life in a post-apocalyptic world. Such a person surely had a stable organization backing him. Otherwise, he could not maintain such appearance. Thus, she chose to trust him for the time being. Gradually, she shifted her position, revealing the scene behind her. 7 or 8 freshly graduated intern nurses huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, their hospital was swiftly sealed off. Initially, they had planned to wait for rescue, but as time passed, it became evident that the entire city had descended into paralysis, and no one was coming to save them. Forced to fend for themselves, the doctor found a small treatment room, gathered some supplies, and barricaded the door to evade the zombie onslaught. 7 days had elapsed, and their provisions had been entirely depleted. If things continued in this manner, they would inevitably perish from starvation. Hence, she had resolved to open the door today, prepared to take a risk. However, upon opening the door, she encountered a zombie, leading to the earlier commotion. Li Feng casually produced some food and drink, tossing them toward her. The intern nurses, curled up in the corner, eagerly snatched the offerings, disregarding any notions of propriety or hierarchy. Anything edible or drinkable was hastily devoured. Chapter 67. We smell too bad. They won't eat, don't snatch. It's mine, I got it first. Go away. As I observed the women quarrel, the doctor sighed and shook her head. She then turned to Li Feng, saying, Do not blame them. They are utterly famished. Li Feng looked at her and inquired, What about you? Aren't you hungry? The female doctor was momentarily taken aback, responding, Not hungry. However, her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. Li Feng produced a compressed biscuit and a bottle of nutritional liquid, extending them to her. Eat. I have plenty of these. Upon hearing his words and witnessing his generosity, the female doctor could no longer restrain herself. She eagerly took the items and began to chew, uttering a grateful, Thank you. 0. Take them back to the safe zone later. I will continue to gather medicine with Iron Fist and the others. 0 nodded and sheathed her dagger. The female doctor raised her head, asking, Are you searching for medicine? I can assist. I know where to find it. Very well. You will stay behind to help us locate the medicine. Additionally, do you know how to synthesize it? The female doctor paused her eating, took a sip of water, and looked at Li Feng. That depends on what kind of medicine. I cannot handle anything too complex. Li Feng smiled and replied, It's quite simple. The medicine for purifying water. Her eyes lit up. That's no problem. I can do that. Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He had initially intended to find an expert in this field, but it seemed unnecessary now. Let us go. Have my friends escort these nurses back to the safe zone while you accompany us to search for medicine, Li Feng instructed. The female doctor had no objections, but the nurses hurried over to ask, Is there food in the safe zone? Can we take a shower? I want to sleep in a bed. Is that possible? Li Feng assented to all their inquiries, bringing them joy. Zero led the group away. Li Feng instructed the female doctor to take the lead in searching for medicine, while he regrouped with Lu Iron Fist and the others. Upon seeing the female doctor, Lu Iron Fist exclaimed, Who is this? The female doctor introduced herself. My name is Lan Lan, and I am a doctor here. I just learned that you are Li Feng's team, and I am delighted to join you. Lu Iron Fist pulled Li Feng aside, saying, Brother Feng, she's just an ordinary person. Should we really let her join our team? Li Feng replied, She can synthesize the water purification agent. Our safe zone's drinking water will rely on her from now on. Lu Iron Fist nodded, realizing that Li Feng had a plan and would not recruit anyone useless. I am Yuan Yuan, the mobile warehouse for our team, and I can heal as well. Yuan Yuan introduced herself enthusiastically. Seeing Yuan Yuan's adorable demeanor, Lan Lan smiled and gently touched her face. But I don't see you carrying any boxes. Where's your warehouse? Yuan Yuan retrieved various supplies, including mineral water, Sprite, nutritional drinks, and mushroom sauce from her storage space. Lan Lan stared in awe. These are all stored in your warehouse? Li Yuan Yuan smiled and spoke. At that moment, a zombie responsible for locating survivors approached and stood beside Li Feng. Upon seeing this, Lan Lan was frightened and hurriedly hid behind Li Feng. Do not be afraid. I can control them. I was the one who sent them to search for survivors just now. Li Feng reassured her. Lan Lan, noticing that the zombies remained still, cautiously stepped out from behind him, her eyes darting between Li Feng and Li Yuan Yuan. Her heart filled with astonishment. How could you both? We are awakened ones. It's a long story that I will explain to you later. For now, let's gather some medical supplies, Li Feng said. Lan Lan nodded eagerly and led the way to the medicine warehouse, which was stocked with the most comprehensive supplies and had not been plundered by others. Li Yuan Yuan approached the medications, and every item she touched vanished in a thin air. Lan Lan stood silently beside her, reflecting on the profound changes of this era. It was no wonder they had become a rescue team. With such abilities, survival in this apocalyptic world was indeed possible. After they had collected the supplies, they heard Zero speak on the team channel. The hospital is surrounded by zombies. What? Where? Lu Taixian responded. However, Zero did not acknowledge him further. If Wu Jun had been present, he would have seen the exact situation outside, but they were unaware of it now. Let us go upstairs and take a look, Li Feng said, leading Lu Taixian, Lan Lan, and the others up the stairs. Upon reaching the rooftop and gazing down, they discovered zombies scattered throughout the courtyard. How strange. They weren't here when we came in. Where did these zombies come from? Lanlan's expression darkened as she repeated, It's over, it's over, it's over. Lu Taixian, standing beside her, urged, Come on, can you have a little faith in us? With just this number of zombies, you don't even need me. Brother Feng can handle alone. Hearing Lu Tiexuan's words, Lan Lan looked at Li Feng with skepticism. Is what he said true? Li Feng flashed her a smile. Not at all. Hey, Brother Feng, no need to undermine me like that, Lu Taixian quickly replied. In the team channel, Li Feng instructed, Zero, you don't need to worry about these zombies. Just take the others back to the building. Understood, Zero replied succinctly before leaping out with 7 or 8 nurses, vaulting over the zombies without engaging them. Lu Taixian remarked, How carefree. I wish I could be as graceful as she is. Li Yuan Yuan retorted, Brother Taixian, you should lose some weight first. With your heft, jumping would be quite a challenge. Lu Taixian shot her a disdainful look. If not for her being the team's darling, he would have retaliated. All right, let's move, Li Feng declared as he began to descend. Lu Taixian and Li Yuan Yuan quickly followed suit, while Lan Lan hesitated at the back, saying, Wait, We're just going to walk past all those zombies? Seeing they paid her no mind, she reluctantly trailed behind. Ha ha ha. As I descended the stairs, the chilling cries of the undead echoed from the courtyard. It seemed they had caught a whiff of human scent, and in swarms they surged towards us. Lanlin's legs trembled, uncertain of how the individuals before her would confront this horde of zombies. They were unarmed. Were they planning to engage in hand-to-hand combat? Feng strode forward with remarkable composure. Just as the zombies approached, he snapped his fingers, and they halted in their tracks. Their eyes glowed a menacing red as they turned to attack their fellow creatures. How could they be turning on one another? Lan was utterly bewildered, having never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Feng casually remarked, "Perhaps we smell too foul for them to desire a meal." Lan quickly leaned down to sniff her arm, exclaiming, "That can't be true. We haven't reached that point yet." Lu Taixian and Li Yuanyuan walked alongside, stifling their laughter. Nevertheless, they were grateful that the zombies did not turn upon them. Thus, they followed Feng and departed from the hospital, boarding a vehicle that ventured into the outside world. As they beheld the scenes on the streets, Lan was filled with a myriad of emotions. Chapter 68: Preparation for Establishing a Safe Zone Unexpectedly. The once vibrant Hongdu now lies in this dismal state. Is this the consequence of human technology? Feng replied while driving, "Not entirely. The root cause lies in the greed and desires harbored within people's hearts." Lan, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. Technology is a double-edged sword. The key lies in its wielders. As they spoke, they arrived at the building where a large crowd had gathered at the entrance. Members of Team Tingting were counting and recording the number of people present. Upon seeing Feng and the others disembark, Wu Jun approached and said, "Captain, these are the construction engineers and suppliers we've gathered. As long as we can ensure their survival, they are willing to serve us." Feng nodded, "Good job. Find a place to accommodate them and offer them something to eat. I will take Lan to prepare some potions." "Understood, Captain," Wu Yun replied, heading off to find Tingting to arrange a meal for the skilled personnel. Turning to Lan, Feng said, "You've worked hard. Go inside, take a shower, and change into clean clothes. Tonight, I will take you to the laboratory to explore the synthesis of medications." Lan felt touched by Feng's thoughtfulness. She nodded, glanced at the others, and walked inside. "I've been here before. This used to be the territory of Team Wang Hu. How did it fall? If it fell, it must have been our team that took it. So how did this little punk seize it? Never mind, it's taken now." At one end of the road, a dozen vehicles slowly approached, with individuals sitting atop them, weapons slung over their shoulders, casting playful glances towards Feng. "Those are members of the WASP team. We just appropriated their people while promoting our policies," Wu Jun informed Feng. Feng nodded, standing firmly in the middle of the road without retreating. Lu Taixian and Zero also joined him, both gazing intently at the approaching group. Li Tiantian drew her weapon, ready for battle. "Look, who are those people ahead? How dare they block our path? Brothers, what do you think we should do? Eliminate him." These individuals seemed invigorated, brandishing their weapons upon spotting Feng and his companions. A bunch of lunatics, overestimating themselves. "Taixian, go teach them a lesson. Let them know whose territory this is now." "Understood, boss." Lu Taixian responded to the command, cracking his knuckles as he strode towards the approaching vehicles. Seeing Lu Taixian advance alone, the opposing group scoffed, drawing their weapons and aiming at him. Bang! A shot rang out. Lu Taixian raised his hands defensively. The bullet struck his gauntlet, emitting a puff of smoke, yet it inflicted no harm upon him. What's going on?" The shooter, startled, dropped the cigarette from his mouth, while those beside him grew serious, swiftly retrieving their weapons and instructing the driver, "Accelerate. Run them down." The driver obeyed, shifting gears and pressing the accelerator, barreling towards Lu Taixian. Lu Tiqian scoffed disdainfully and accelerated towards them. "Take this punch from me," he exclaimed, leaping into the air to strike down upon their vehicle. "Quick, open fire. Do not let him approach," they shouted, sensing the formidable power of Lu Tiqian. Bang! Bang! A series of gunshots rang out, striking Lu Tiqian without eliciting any response. Clad in his formidable steel-purple attire, he remained unfazed by such trivial assaults. With a resounding crash, Lu Tiqin delivered a powerful blow, cleaving the car in two. The occupants were hurled from the vehicle, colliding with the adjacent building. Observing this, the vehicles behind attempted to turn and flee, only to be halted as Lu Tiqin grasped the front end of one. "Huh!" he bellowed, lifting the car effortlessly, spinning it twice before casting it away. The onlookers were left in astonishment, marveling at Lu Tiqin's immense strength and the ineffectiveness of bullets against him. Refusing to relent, Lu Tiqin extracted the individuals from the car, gripping them by the neck as he demanded, "Do you know where you are?" He gestured toward the towering building beside them. "Listen closely. This is the stronghold of Li Feng's team. If you dare to cause trouble again, it will cost you your lives. Now get lost." With that, he tossed the man aside. The remaining individuals, witnessing this display, hastily fled, deterred from provoking further conflict. Thus, the tumult was quelled by Lu Tiqin's might. Observing the chaos subsiding, Lu Tiqin felt a sense of accomplishment. He turned back, grinning and clapping his hands, casting a triumphant glance at Zero, as if to boast, "See, I am quite formidable too." Yet, Zero merely turned away, ignoring him, which left Lu Tiqin feeling somewhat embarrassed. Li Feng interjected, "All right, let's have someone clean up the front area and hoist our team's flag atop the building, so that others are aware this territory belongs to us." Lu Tiqin saluted respectfully. "Yes, Brother Feng." Li Feng then made his way into the building, intending to convene with engineers and suppliers to discuss the construction of a secure zone. Upon entering the building's dining area, he noticed tables scattered about, each capable of seating 7 or 8 people. The conversations were hushed, revolving around future developments. "Have you heard of Li Feng's team? I had no idea before this. This was previously the territory of Wang Hu's team, and they have taken it over." "What? You mean Wang Hu's team was annihilated? That's terrifying. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. We'll take it one step at a time. As long as they guarantee our safety, that's sufficient." Others nodded in agreement. Hearing their discussions, Li Feng gained insight. He walked directly in from outside, standing on the front stage. "Hello, everyone. I'm the leader of Li Feng's team. Feel free to eat, but allow me to share a few words." He gestured to his assistant, signaling her to play a slideshow. A series of images appeared on the screen behind him, captivating the audience. Present are engineers and material suppliers. Upon encountering these blueprints, they all set aside their utensils. Some donned their reading glasses, scrutinizing the details with utmost seriousness. The drawings pertain to the construction of a safety zone, incorporating several specialized materials. Hence, we have gathered engineers and material suppliers today to collectively deliberate on the production of these materials, which will subsequently be utilized in the construction of the safety zone's boundary protection. After listening to Li Feng's presentation, the engineers examined the plans with even greater diligence. Upon grasping the purpose and composition of these materials, expressions of astonishment emerged among them. "Old Sue, have you ever encountered such materials?" one inquired. "This is my first encounter as well," came the reply. "If we can actualize these concepts, perhaps our ambition to isolate an entire city could indeed be feasible. This captain is quite remarkable. To devise such a plan at such a young age is truly impressive. In my opinion, the likelihood of success is substantial, and it warrants a trial. At that point, we may be able to resume normal operations on a limited scale." However, differing opinions emerged. "No, according to the information presented. If we completely shield air, water, and signals, how will we survive?" This query undoubtedly posed a challenge to those present. Chapter 69. He is my only relative. Upon hearing this, Li Feng proactively addressed the assembly. "Concerning the issue of water resources, please rest assured that I have enlisted Dr. Lanlan to conduct research on water purification agents. In due course, the city will have access to clean water." After dispelling their doubts, the atmosphere in the room grew lively. "I believe it is feasible. It is imperative that we make a concerted effort. In this environment, we must actively seek breakthroughs. Otherwise, humanity shall face extinction. Indeed, unlike the approaches of other teams, we are more inclined to restore the former social order." Hearing their sentiments, Li Feng raised his hand. "Everyone, please settle down." The audience complied, their eyes fixed intently on Li Feng. "Since you all agree with this proposal, I hope you will collaborate diligently to construct our beautiful new home. What say you? Li Feng's words were profoundly inspiring. In a post-apocalyptic world, one without the ability to rally others cannot achieve greatness. The others, after hearing him, raised their arms in unison. Yes, we agree. Full support. The atmosphere swelled with enthusiasm, and even those observing were swept up in the fervor, eager to commence their labors at once. Li Feng raised his hand once more. No rush. Let us first enjoy our meal. I will fetch some laborers to ensure that your efforts proceed smoothly. After speaking, he turned to a nearby individual. These people will be the architects of our city's reconstruction. Their ability to function effectively will determine our success. Treat them well. Understood. Captain, the individual exclaimed loudly. Take your time with the meal. Should you require anything, feel free to contact the service staff here, who will endeavor to meet your needs. With this, Li Feng departed the dining area, making his way toward Lanlan's quarters. According to his assistant, Lanlan had already dined and was currently bathing in her room. Upon entering, he found the bed and sofa strewn with fresh garments. Lanlan, wrapped in a towel, sat before the vanity, drying her hair. When she caught sight of Li Feng in the mirror, she was momentarily startled. Do not be alarmed. It is merely Lanlan instinctively covered her neckline with her hand, relaxing only upon recognizing his voice, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. Just moments ago, amidst the horde of zombies, life and death had hung in the balance, leaving little room for modesty. Now, in safety, she was acutely aware of the distinctions between the sexes. My apologies for the intrusion. I shall step outside while you change. Oh, no need for that. It's quite all right as is, Lanlan replied. Only then did Li Feng take a seat, casting a glance at her that stirred something within him. Her porcelain skin and cascading purple locks, now devoid of the lab coat, exuded an alluring charm. Ahem, that said, you have eaten, and you ought to rest properly. However, time is of the essence, and I understand. You wish to synthesize the medication, correct? No problem. We can proceed right away. Just give me a moment. Lanlan responded swiftly, retrieving several garments from the wardrobe and retreating into the bathroom to change. The restroom here bears a resemblance to the transparent glass found in hotels. From the outside, one can vaguely discern the situation within. Li Feng hastily turned his head, nearly expelling a nosebleed. All right, let us depart, he said. Lanlan emerged from the restroom clad in athletic attire. Even in such a casual outfit, her alluring figure remained evident. Let us go, Li Feng declared, rising and leading the way outside. They arrived at the laboratory prepared for them by the assistant, which was already furnished with an array of medicines and experimental apparatus left behind by the previous team, led by Wang Hu. Upon seeing the assortment of drugs and equipment, Lanlan exhaled deeply, as if stepping on her own battlefield, her demeanor growing serious. She casually picked up 2 bottles of medication, uncapped them, and poured their contents into another vial. After adding a bit of water and incorporating a blue reagent, she shook the mixture and placed it over a nearby alcohol lamp to heat. With practiced ease, she retrieved a microscope and began examining one of the petri dishes. Using tweezers, she extracted a specimen from the experimental chamber and placed it under the microscope, while her other hand added a new reagent. Observing her deft maneuvers, Li Feng leaned against a nearby shelf, refraining from interrupting her. 10 minutes elapsed. Lanlan stretched her arms above her head and yawned, exclaiming, "Done?" Li Feng straightened and approached the table, noticing that she now held a bottle of blue liquid, which appeared remarkably enchanting. This vial can purify 50 tons of water, roughly equivalent to the water consumption of a family of 4 over 6 months, Lanlan stated, meeting Li Feng's gaze. Li Feng accepted the reagent, his eyes brimming with excitement. Excellent. Can it be produced in bulk? In the apocalypse, this is a prized commodity. No matter how formidable your team, you cannot escape the necessity of water resources. Clean water is extraordinarily precious in such dire times. Hence, possessing a means to purify water equates to holding the lifeblood of others. As Lanlan wiped the remnants from the table with a cloth, she did not respond to him. Li Feng lifted his gaze to her, noticing her distraction. He waved the blue liquid before her, inquiring, "What occupies your thoughts? You seem lost in contemplation." "Ah, "Oh, it's nothing," she replied, turning away to tidy up other instruments. Even Li Feng, with his limited intellect, could discern that she carried a burden in her heart. He tucked the vial of blue liquid away and approached Lan Lan, gently grasping her arms and meeting her eyes. "Now that you and I are members of the same team, I cannot allow you to keep secrets from me. Understood? If something troubles you, speak of it, and we shall find a solution together." As Lan Lan gazed into Li Feng's sincere eyes, she felt a wave of emotion wash over her. She then set down the cloth, as if preparing to kneel. Li Feng, holding her hands, prevented her from doing so. "If something is troubling you, just tell me. No need for theatrics." In the previous apocalypse, Li Feng had witnessed countless beautiful women resorting to desperate measures for assistance, often at the cost of their dignity. However, he was not one to exploit vulnerabilities. Though not overly virtuous, he refused to take advantage of others' predicaments. Lan Lan looked at Li Feng on the verge of tears. "I have a request and wonder if you might be able to assist me. I understand. I have only just joined and possess little authority to make demands, but he is my only relative." Li Feng comprehended her distress. He assisted her in standing and seated her on the adjacent chair. "Where is he? I shall go rescue him." Lan Lan widened her eyes in astonishment as she gazed at Li Feng. "Really? Are you truly willing to save my brother?" Li Feng rose and replied, "First, tell me about his situation. I shall assess the feasibility of a rescue." Lan Lan hurriedly recounted. "He is 21 years old and a senior at Hongdu University. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, he managed to contact me once, stating that he was hiding in the university library, but his supplies are running low. There are about a dozen of his classmates with him. Since then, I have not heard from him again. I do not know if he is still alive." As she spoke, tears threatened to spill from Lan Lan's eyes once more. Chapter 70. Uncovering the traitor. Li Feng interjected. "When was the last time you heard from him?" Lan Lan choked on her words. 3 days ago." Li Feng looked up thoughtfully. A span of 3 days. If precautions were taken, he should still be alive. "All right, I will go rescue him. The prerequisite is that this purifying water potion is to be mass-produced and exclusively provided for my use. Can you manage that?" Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Lan Lan's eyes sparkled as she stood up. Yes, I will agree to any conditions, even if it means." Li Feng smiled gently. "No need for that." He then scanned her with his gaze. "If necessary, I will seek you out." Those final words left Lan Lan's cheeks flushed. Li Feng turned and walked outside. "Make sure to produce the potion well. I will take care of your brother." With that, he waved his hand. Watching Li Feng's departing figure and recalling his words, warmth enveloped Lan Lan's heart. In this apocalyptic world, it had been a long time since she had felt such care from another. The sense of security was truly intoxicating. After leaving the laboratory, Li Feng did not immediately set about rescuing her brother. Instead, he contacted Wu Jun. "Let us go. Take me to the location where Wang Hu's team is being held." Wu Jun responded, "Yes, Captain." The two drove towards the detention site. Li Feng intended to uncover the traitor connected to the Rejuvenators research organization here. Perhaps he could trace the origin of the blue chip. If he indeed discovered this organization, he might unravel the cause of the zombie outbreak, which was a regret from his previous life. He had not lived long enough to learn the real secrets behind it. Seated in the passenger seat, Li Feng reclined his seat, allowing his body to rest comfortably. He propped his legs on the center console, his hands crossed over his abdomen. What have the engineers decided? When do they plan to commence work? Wu Jun replied, "Captain, they are eager to begin, but alas, they lack a venue to implement their plans. We need a factory equipped with lathes, along with many workers at their disposal." Upon hearing this, Li Feng remarked, "The issue of workers can be resolved shortly. As for the lathe factory, please assist in locating one. If we find a suitable place, we shall seize it." At that moment, Li Feng appeared entirely like a bandit. In this era of scarcity, resources were exceedingly rare. To acquire them, one had to resort to plunder. There was no other way. "Will you note it earnestly, understood, Captain? Once we return, I will survey the surroundings and inform you of any suitable locations." Li Feng had already closed his eyes, fatigue from the continuous battles weighing upon him. With Wu Jun, the keen-eyed driver, at the helm, he felt assured. Wu Jun could detect dangers in advance and evade them in a timely manner, thus saving considerable time. Half an hour later, they arrived at the site where Wang Hu's team was held. It was a closed sports arena with several armed individuals stationed at the entrance. They were members of the Ting Ting team. Captain Li Feng. Upon seeing him, the two saluted and called out promptly. Li Feng nodded and inquired, "What is the situation inside? Has there been any unrest?" Reporting to the captain, "No. Aside from singing at designated times, there have been no unusual occurrences," the response came. Li Feng's brow furrowed slightly. "Singing? How intriguing." "Open the door," he commanded. The two complied obediently, swinging the door wide. Inside, at least 1,000 individuals were confined. Upon hearing the creaking of the door, they instinctively gathered towards the sound. Spotting Li Feng, they regarded him with unfamiliarity. After all, not many had laid eyes on him before. Li Feng stood silently, his presence commanding. Wu Jun, wielding a white megaphone, proclaimed loudly, "Everyone listen. The individual before you is the captain of the Li Feng squad. He is the mastermind behind our repeated victories in the dungeon. It is he who defeated Wang Hu and seized control of Wang Hu Tower. Now, we are here to select loyal subordinate members. Those who agree to join us shall be granted food, water, and safe refuge. Those unwilling to join may leave immediately. Should we meet again, you may find yourselves as enemies. Now, make your choice. Those willing to join, step to the left and form a square formation. Those unwilling, proceed to the right. You have 1 minute." After speaking, Wu Jun glanced at Li Feng, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. A stir erupted among the crowd. "What is happening? Is a Li Feng squad recruiting? Why are you still hesitating? Of course we should join. They're the top-ranked squad. Opportunities like this are rare. If we refuse, could he kill us? It's possible. If he can defeat someone as formidable as Wang, imagine his strength. I see, this is like a company team-building exercise. They say it's voluntary, but who dares to decline? You just end up targeted." 1 minute later, everyone had made their choice. All stood on the left side, while the right remained empty, devoid of any souls. Wu Jun surveyed the outcome with satisfaction, yet Li Feng did not display any joy. Instead, he walked among them, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an overwhelming presence that made him seem less like an individual and more like an army of thousands. The crowd, tense and uncertain, wondered what the leader of the Li Feng squad intended. After all, many tales about him circulated outside, but few had encountered the man himself. In the outside world, he was often depicted as a devil, feared and loathed. Consequently, as he strode forward, they instinctively parted, creating a pathway through the throng. Li Feng halted at the center, casting his gaze toward the two sides, and spoke, "I have heard that you sing at certain times. Would you care to sing for me?" The gathered individuals froze, astonished that Li Feng merely wished to hear their songs. "What song would you like to hear, Captain Li?" "We shall sing for you," someone shouted from the crowd. Li Feng cast a sweeping glance and remarked, "Just sing the songs you frequently sing." The individual trembled slightly, glancing around at his companions. "Brothers, shall we sing a song for Captain Li? What do you say?" The crowd responded in unison. "Good. All right, let me lead," he declared. And with that, he opened his mouth and began to sing loudly. The horse, like the Lu, gallops swiftly, the bow, like a thunderbolt, strums fiercely, autumn on the battlefield. Soldiers gather. It was indeed a verse, merely set to music and sung with melody. The sound resonated with grandeur, presenting an extraordinary flavor. Once they finished their song, Li Feng inquired, "Who taught you this song?" "It was taught to us by Wang Hu, who mandates that we sing it twice daily," came the response. Li Feng felt a surge of curiosity. What was this Wang Hu up to? Why would he instruct his subordinates to sing this song twice a day? Moreover, they adhered to this directive. As for the specifics, he would refrain from asking in front of the crowd. He decided to wait until later to discreetly inquire with a few individuals about the matter. However, the internal traitor had yet to be uncovered. A strategy was needed. After listening to their explanation, Li Feng fell silent. With hands clasped behind his back, he turned and departed. He walked step by step to the entrance of the gymnasium and, in a voice audible to all present, declared, "Let us proceed." With that, he strode outside. Chapter 71. The mysterious teaching building suddenly. Individuals burst through the entrance, brandishing machine guns, poised to unleash a barrage of fire upon the gathered crowd. In response, the onlookers cried out in desperation, "No! Please, Team Leader Li! We swear our loyalty to you. We have no ulterior motives. We were compelled to join the Wang Hu combat team. We beseech you, spare us. Proceed, Li Feng commanded resolutely. The two armed men at the door unleashed a volley of gunfire above the heads of the terrified assembly. The rapid succession of bullets echoed, prompting the crowd to instinctively drop to the ground in fear, believing they were the targets. Yet one individual stood defiantly, leveraging the cover of the throng to advance towards the entrance, emanating an aura of lethal intent. Li Feng, observing the approaching figure, felt a slight smirk tug at the corners of his mouth. Hooked, he thought. Huh, the man yelled, leaping into the air towards the two machine gunners. Before they could react, Li Feng hurled his thunderhammer, striking the individual with considerable force, sending him crashing towards the basketball hoop behind. In this decisive blow, Li Feng had moderated his strength, ensuring the man was merely propelled away without sustaining severe injury. The crouching crowd, witnessing this unfolding drama, glanced at their own bodies. Realizing they had not been perforated by bullets, an exuberance surged through them. I'm alive. I'm alive. Ha ha. Grateful for this mercy. Splendid. Truly splendid. They expressed heartfelt gratitude towards Li Feng. Meanwhile, Li Feng retracted his thunderhammer and sprinted towards the basketball hoop. The man, brushing off the dust, descended from the height of over 3 meters, his gaze icy and merciless. What has happened to him? Why does he seem so transformed? Lao Yu, what's wrong with you? Why are you attacking Team Leader Li? His former companions chastised him. Only Li Feng discerned the truth. This man was an undercover agent from the Regenerator organization. The individual swung his arm, revealing elongated, sharp spikes, inciting panic among those nearby. Lao Yu, what happened to your hand? They exclaimed in horror. Good heavens! A monster! Lao Yu, you weren't bitten, were you? They quickly dispersed, creating a pathway, fearful of being harmed. A cold smile crept across Li Feng's face as he brandished his thunderhammer and charged forward. Lao Yu, eyes glinting with fervor, raced headlong, preparing to confront Li Feng directly. Thunder! Li Feng shouted, his entire being enveloped in a faint blue aura as he swung the thunderhammer down upon Lao Yu's head. Lao Yu raised his arm, exerting every ounce of strength to defend himself. Yet, a mere mortal, even a regenerator, could hardly withstand the might of the Thunder God. With a resounding thud, Lao Yu crashed to the ground, his body emitting wisps of white smoke, fully electrified. Li Feng landed beside him, stowing away his thunderhammer with a faint sigh. I didn't control my strength properly. I inadvertently struck him dead. Such a pity. Thus, the thread of investigation was severed. The remaining individuals, still trembling with shock, gazed at Li Feng, bewildered by the recent turn of events. They remained in the dark about why he had suddenly fired upon them and engaged the man in combat. The origins of the sharp spikes that emerged from Lao Yu's hands were a mystery to them all. Li Feng, perceiving their bewilderment, chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he stated, "This individual was a traitor among you. I have personally dealt with him. I hope you will take this as a cautionary tale." After delivering this message, he exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Jun and exited the room. Wu Jun, holding a white megaphone, called out, "Everyone, follow me. We are returning to the main building. From now on, you shall be subordinate members of Li Feng's team. You should feel honored." Upon hearing this declaration, they erupted in excited cheers. Wonderful. Amazing. Oh my goodness. I can hardly believe it. I have become a member of Li Feng's team. Hearing their enthusiastic shouts, a smile crept across Li Feng's face. With the traitor eliminated, the trail to the Rebirth organization had been severed. A new search would be necessary. However, he remained optimistic that they would inadvertently reveal themselves in due time. Thus, under Li Feng's guidance, the group made their way back to the Li Feng Tower. The glass facade of the building now displayed a grand banner emblazoned with his name, exuding an air of authority and dominance. The various teams passing by were acutely aware that this structure now belonged to Li Feng's faction. Anyone seeking trouble would think twice before lingering here. That evening, Li Feng organized a rescue team from the university. Zero, Yu, and Tian and Yuan will stay in the building. I will take Iron Fist and Wu Jun with me to the university to retrieve Lanlan's brother, he instructed his teammates. No one voiced any objections. Thus, the group set off in vehicles, guided by Wu Jun towards Hongdu University. The buildings there exhibited varying degrees of damage, yet the university itself remained relatively intact. It was no wonder that survival had been possible here for an extended period. Upon disembarking, Lu Taijian inquired, "Brother Feng, I heard from Xiao Wu that you discovered a traitor within the Wanghu team. What happened?" Li Feng scanned the surroundings, noting the condition to be far better than elsewhere. At least the main entrance remained unscathed, suggesting no horde of corpses had invaded. He casually replied, "It's nothing significant. Just someone who had been lurking within the Wanghu team, and I managed to unearth him." Turning to Lu Taijian, Li Feng added, "He is a rebirth." With that, he strode toward the university. The recollection of Li Feng's methods for dealing with the rebirth sent a shiver down Lu Taijian's spine, prompting him to follow closely behind. Wu Jun employed his eagle eye to assess the situation of the survivors. In the swimming pool, there are 2. In the gymnasium, 10, and in the library, 3. He reported. Lu Taijian suggested, "Then let us first head to the nearest swimming pool." However, Wu Jun tugged at his arm, saying, "Wait, this teaching building seems off. It appears to be occupied." "Occupied? By whom?" Lu Taijian queried, looking at him with curiosity. Wu Jun's expression turned peculiar as he scanned the teaching building from top to bottom, attempting to discern the source of the disturbance. Yet he could not articulate precisely what was amiss within. Li Feng remarked from the side, "We shall know upon inspection." With that, he took the lead towards the teaching building. As for the survivors, staying here for an additional moment would hardly matter after a week. Lu Taijian and Wu Jun followed closely behind, arriving at the entrance of the teaching building. From the outside, one could observe a dense multitude of spiders within, each roughly the size of a small hamster. Above the spiders, an endless expanse of spider silk loomed. The white silk was layered thickly and appeared remarkably resilient. Instinctively, Li Feng brandished the MJ Ulner, warning, "Be cautious, there may be other beasts lurking." Noticing Li Feng's demeanor, Lu Taijian also readied himself, raising his fists in preparation for combat. "How could there be this many damned spiders? I should have brought Ling along," Lu Taijian muttered. However, Li Feng charged in without hesitation, bringing his hammer down with a resounding strike against the ground. A brilliant flash of lightning radiated outward, instantly obliterating all the spiders on the first floor. Chapter 72. With me here, you are safe. The spiders flipped over and lay on the ground, emitting wisps of white smoke. "Cool," Lu Taijian exclaimed from behind. He clenched his fists and entered the hall. However, upon raising his gaze, he was rendered speechless. At the end of the spider's silk, a colossal black widow spider was hanging upside down, gazing at them. "Xiao Wu, aren't your eagle eyes supposed to be infallible? How could you not see such a massive spider?" Lu Taijian complained slightly. Wu Jun locked eyes with the spider, remaining silent. In the next moment, he unexpectedly drew a dagger from his bosom and lunged it towards Lu Taijian. "Hey, is it really necessary to take offense over a few words? Let go!" Lu Taijian shouted loudly. Wu Jun seemed oblivious to the outcry, persistently advancing the dagger towards Lu Tieshuan's head. "If you keep this up, I will have to retaliate." Lu Taijian retreated a step and warned him. "P.S. Under an illusion, do not look into the spider's eyes," Li Feng remarked from the side. He had nearly fallen victim to the enchantment himself just moments ago. In an instant, the battle spirit within him activated, dispelling the illusion. It dawned on him that Wu Jun had already succumbed. Lu Taijian then realized, "Ah, so you've fallen for it. Allow me to awaken you." With that, Lu Taijian swung his hand towards Wu Jun's face, harboring a hint of personal vendetta. Wu Jun bent down to evade, thrusting his knife toward Lu Tieshuan's vulnerable spot. "Ouch! You're quite nimble, aren't you? I never imagined your close combat skills were this formidable. I must take this seriously," Lu Taijian remarked, cracking his knuckles. He had always assumed Wu Jun was merely a support player, not recognizing his prowess in hand-to-hand combat. It was no wonder with such sharp eyesight. He could perceive others' movements with clarity, thus deftly dodging and countering. Li Feng, however, had no time to concern himself with their skirmish, as a spider descended from the ceiling. A lengthy white silk thread suspended the creature, allowing it to plummet from above. Simultaneously, the spider opened its jaws, revealing its razor-sharp fangs, aiming to bite Li Feng on the head. "Damn it! If I had brought my zombie army, you'd be finished," Li Feng exclaimed, hurling his MJ Lnr at the spider's head. With a resounding crash, the spider fell to the ground, rolling about and stirring up a cloud of dust, severing all the spider's silk in the corridor. Li Feng raised his arm, retracting MJ Lnr, and swiftly charged at the spider, intent on delivering a fatal blow. A shrill sound erupted from the spider's maw, akin to ultrasonic waves, piercing each person's ears with its high-pitched frequency. Li Feng, Lu Taixian, and Wu Jun could not help but cover their ears, wincing in agony as if a chisel was being driven into their brains. "Brother Feng, are you all right?" Lu Taixian shouted. Li Feng looked at him, mouth agape, hands pressed to his ears, and shouted back, "I can't hear you." He then pointed to the spider beside him, indicating that he should silence its incessant noise. Lu Taekwon understood, bearing the unpleasant clamor, and stepped closer to the creature. "Shut your mouth," he bellowed. As he approached the spider, he relinquished his resistance to the sound, raising both arms to strike down upon it with force. With a resounding crash, the spider was propelled backward several meters, and the cacophony abruptly ceased. Li Feng and Wu Jun simultaneously lowered their arms, concern etched on their faces. "Are you all right?" Li Feng called out to Wu Jun, who, somewhat dazed, shook his head, his memory of the recent events a blur. "Its eyes can cast illusions. Do not look," Li Feng cautioned, prompting Wu Jun to nod in acknowledgement. Lu Taekwon, having come too close and without any protection, found himself bleeding from his ears, nostrils, and eyes due to the bizarre sound. He began to topple backward, but Li Feng rushed forward to catch him, producing a basic healing potion from his pocket. "Drink this." After consuming the potion, Lu Tietuan's injuries improved somewhat, though he still felt unsteady. "I'll handle the rest," Li Feng declared, finding a spot for Lu Taekwon to lean against as he charged forward wielding the Mjolnir. The spider retaliated by spitting strands of silk, which, once ensnared, offered no chance of escape. Thunder. Li Feng swung the Mjolnir, unleashing a soft purple beam that raced along the spider's silk, directly striking the creature. The violent electric assault caused the spider to convulse violently until it finally collapsed, smoke rising from its body. Nearby, cylindrical objects ensnared in the spider's silk began to break free, and several college students emerged, bewildered by their surroundings. "Where are we? I think I was attacked by a giant spider. This can't be real, can it?" More and more individuals, previously trapped, emerged, their disbelief fading as they beheld the massive carcass of the spider. "We are the rescue team, led by Li Feng. You are free now," Li Feng announced, then turned his attention back to Lu Taekwon, extending his arm to help him rise. "Are you all right?" Lu Taekwon patted his chest and coughed twice, asserting, "I'm fine." Li Feng nodded and queried Wu Jun, "Are there no other aberrant beasts on campus?" Wu Jun shook his head. "That explains the absence of zombies here. Typically, in areas plagued by aberrant beasts, one seldom encounters numerous zombies concurrently, due to the inherent competition between the two." "Good. Let us proceed directly to the library to rescue the others. The rest can manage on their own," Li Feng resolved, unwilling to squander further time in this place. He instructed Wu Jun to lead the way toward the library, recalling Lanlan's words that her brother had last communicated with her from there. Unless there are extraordinary circumstances, they are likely to remain in the library at this moment. Lu Taekwon stood at the forefront, forcefully kicking open the library's iron door. He called out into the hall, "Is anyone inside? If so, come out. We are here to rescue you." The echo that returned indicated the vast emptiness of the space. There was no sign of zombies lurking about, nor any evidence of a struggle. This situation suggested that the area had been strictly protected from the outset, free from the disturbance of the undead. The people within had been hiding, awaiting rescue. "Wu Jun, report their location," Lu commanded. "Third floor, in the reading room. By the window." They seemed to be contemplating jumping. "Foolish," Li Feng remarked with a stoic expression. He then called out loudly, "Your sister, Lanlan, sent me to save you. Do not do anything foolish. Rest assured, with us around, you are safe." Indeed, Li Feng's words resonated, as the sound of footsteps echoed down from the upper floor. Soon, 3 young men cautiously descended, tentatively greeting Li Feng. Chapter 73. Reunion of siblings. Is the Lon Lon you just mentioned a doctor? Li Feng replied, Indeed. We went to the hospital to rescue her. She sent me to the school to find you, saying you are her brother. She spoke to you on the phone 3 days ago, mentioning she was hiding in the library. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, the young man was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. It's my sister. It truly is my sister. She is still alive. With that, he could no longer contain his tears. Meanwhile, the two individuals nearby were more pragmatic. Do you have anything to eat? Could you spare us some? Lu Taijian pulled out some provisions from his pocket and tossed them over. The two immediately scrambled for the food. Only Lon Lon's brother approached Li Feng, incessantly asking, Is my sister all right? Is she unhurt? Be careful. He has been bitten. Wu Yun certainly won't. As soon as the words left his mouth, the young man's form began to contort, his arm muscles rapidly atrophying. His skin shriveled, resembling a dehydrated person, exposing his gums as he advanced toward Li Feng. With a snap of his fingers, Li Feng's eyes glimmered with a crimson light. The two individuals who were eating were startled and quickly retreated. They had not anticipated that a classmate, with whom they had spent so long, had been bitten by a zombie. They took refuge behind a table, awaiting the transformation. However, the zombie stood still. Li Feng sighed softly, reflecting on how the young man had clung to his affection for his sister, managing to resist mutation for so long. It was a pity. How would Lon Lon react upon learning this? Lu Tiejian's expression was grave. He had not foreseen such an outcome. You too. Hurry outside and reunite with your classmates. They are rescuing others on campus and could use your help. Lu Taijian urged the two hiding behind the table. They nodded repeatedly and swiftly vacated the area. As for why the zombie remained still, they were uninterested in knowing or questioning it, grateful instead to have salvaged their lives. Li Feng turned to Lu Taijian and Wu Jun. Let's take him back. He commanded the zombie to move forward. In the campus courtyard, over 100 students stood, all gazing at them. Please take us with you. Please shelter us. We can labor. We can work. We could do 996. Li Feng exchanged a glance with Lu Taijian and Wu Jun. Lu Taijian called out, Those who wish to come with us, find a vehicle and follow. With that, the three no longer engaged with the crowd and boarded their vehicle, heading toward the building. The students hastily sought transportation to follow in their wake. Throughout the journey, Li Feng remained silent, contemplating the zombie sitting next to him. What thoughts occupied his mind? If Lon Lon were to see her brother in such a state, what would her feelings be? Brother Feng, do not be troubled. This is not your fault. If it weren't for you, he would likely have perished long ago. Perhaps we still hold hope of saving him in the future, Lu Taijian consoled. Li Feng lifted his head, a flicker of light momentarily illuminating his eyes. Yet, he understood that such a hope was implausible. In the last apocalyptic era, I had never witnessed a zombie capable of restoration. There is no need to comfort me. Regardless of the circumstances, I have successfully brought her brother back. Surely, she cannot hold me accountable. Now let's focus on driving. Following this exchange, a profound silence enveloped the vehicle. On the dimly lit night road, a dozen vehicles illuminated their headlights as they traversed the path. Occasionally, a wildcat would dart across, failing to capture anyone's attention. The convoy, led by Li Feng, arrived at the towering edifice, where a vigilant guard awaited at the entrance. Upon recognizing Li Feng, the guard promptly granted them entry. The vehicles that followed underwent a cursory inspection, allowing those without weapons to pass through. It is the captain. The guard saluted, acknowledging the presence of individuals from the university, thereby augmenting their manpower as long as they remained orderly. Upon entering the building, Li Feng shed his outer garments and addressed Lu Taijian and the others. You all should return to rest. I am going to find Lon Lon. After speaking, he cast a glance at the nearby zombie, which was slightly parting its lips, emitting a rasping sound, with white vapor escaping its mouth, a testament to its lingering humanity. Despite its physiological transformation into a zombie, under Li Feng's command, the zombie followed him towards the elevator. Lu Taijian and Wu Jun watched as Li Feng ascended in the transparent lift, gradually descending to the laboratory, where a single incandescent bulb remained aglow. Lamlin's industrious silhouette was visible at the workstation, her fervent efforts clearly driven by Li Feng's promise to save her brother. Lan Lan, I have returned, Li Feng announced. This moment had to arrive. It was better to face it sooner rather than later, without pretense. Upon hearing Li Feng's voice, Lan Lan abruptly turned, her face alight with excitement. Yet, in the next instant, upon noticing the figure standing beside Li Feng, the glass vial in her hand slipped, shattering upon impact. She took hesitant steps towards Li Feng, her hands gradually lifting to touch the zombie's face. Do not touch, Li Feng cautioned. You will become infected. Lan Lan hesitated briefly, but ultimately reached out, willing to risk infection. The bond between the siblings was profound, having grown up together after the untimely death of their parents. Just 3 days prior, they had spoken over the phone, with her brother sharing dreams of their future together, promising to take her out for a splendid time once the zombie crisis had passed. But now he was brother. Lan Lan could no longer contain herself, placing her hands on his shoulders and weeping bitterly. Li Feng swiftly intervened, separating them. If Lan Lan were to become infected, he would be powerless to help her, only able to transform her into part of his zombie army. Thus, he could not allow her to continue this contact, simultaneously commanding the zombie to retreat, evading Lan Lan's reach. Brother, let go. I want to see my brother. Lan Lan struggled incessantly, her voice filled with desperation. Yet, her strength paled in comparison to Li Feng's. No matter how hard she tried, she could not break free. Stay calm. Stay calm. He is no longer your brother. He has become a zombie. If I weren't controlling him, he would have lunged at you by now to bite you. Do you wish to test that? Li Feng's words provoked Lan Lan, as she finally regained her composure. Observing her tranquility, Li Feng continued, were it not for my ability to command the zombies, he would have been eradicated by us long ago. You would never see him again. Accept the reality. As long as you continue to serve us, I promise that he can remain by your side in this form. Consider it. Lan Lan gazed at her brother and without hesitation declared, I agree. I want him to stay by my side. Li Feng looked at her and replied, very well. He then issued a command to the zombie, instructing it to remain close to Lan Lan while maintaining a safe distance, ensuring no contact, for the toxins within him could pose a danger to her. The remaining task was to facilitate the reunion of the siblings. Li Feng retreated to his room to rest. The following morning, he summoned Wu Jun to scan the nearby factories in search of lathes suitable for manufacturing and processing materials. Soon enough, they discovered a promising location. He instructed the members of Team Ting Ting to guard their home, while he and his team set out toward this newfound site. Chapter 74, Survival Against All Odds on the Road. Wu Jun succinctly elaborated, from my observations, this factory is occupied by a faction known as the Mountain Chickens. A multitude of individuals has congregated within the premises. Should we opt for a direct assault, it would likely result in a fierce confrontation. Li Feng, seated in the passenger seat, inquired, have you encountered any awakened ones? The strength of a faction is fundamentally determined by the presence of formidable awakened beings. If they exist, this faction will prove challenging. Conversely, no matter how numerous they may be, it would be of little consequence without them. Wu Jun gazed ahead and replied, I have not seen any awakened individuals. Li Feng exchanged glances with Lu Taiquan, who excitedly clenched his fists. Then it should be a piece of cake. You need not intervene. Leave it to me. He was eager to take the lead, and Li Feng did not object. Yet, he harbored a lingering suspicion that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. The mere existence of such a large faction at this juncture spoke volumes. As the saying goes, before soldiers march, provisions must be secured. Sustaining such a multitude is no trivial task. However, from Wu Jun's account, it seemed their supplies were not stored here. Rather, this place resembled merely a training ground. For a faction to possess a dedicated training facility indicates considerable scale. With such magnitude, it was hard to believe they lacked awakened beings. Wu Jun, adhering to his observations, found a relatively secure spot near the factory to halt the vehicle. Li Feng, Lu Taiquan, Zero, and Li Tiantian disembarked, ready to assess the situation. Stay vigilant for ambushes. Taiquan will lead the charge, Tiantian will provide support, and Zero will guard against surprise attacks. Is that understood? Li Feng briefly assigned roles. Li Yuanyuan raised her hand. What about me, Brother Feng? Li Feng regarded her. You will accompany me, ready to hand out food and drinks. Oh, very well. Li Yuanyuan pouted. In the group, her presence was the most inconspicuous. There was little she could do, given her lack of offensive capabilities. Action, Li Feng commanded, and Lu Taiquan boldly stepped out, not concealing his figure as he strode directly towards the factory area. To him, these were merely ordinary individuals who posed no threat. Hey, halt! What do you think you're doing? A few guards at the entrance brandished their weapons at Lu Taiquan. Lu Taiquan remained unfazed. What is the fuss? No need to be so tense. Come on, relax. I have something to share, but you must pay attention. The guards at the entrance paused, asking casually, "What is it?" Lu Taiquan responded, "I heard that Li Feng's faction plans to come and seize your belongings." The guards erupted in laughter. They dare. If they come, they want T return. Upon hearing this, Lu Taiquan snorted coldly. Is that so? With that, he threw a punch at one of the guards' chests. He did not pause, swiftly knocking down 3 or 4 individuals before advancing further inside. Li Feng gestured for the others to follow. As Lu Taixian strode into the factory, a chill enveloped the air, causing everyone present to shudder. The temperature had plummeted dramatically. Is the air conditioning on? Lu Taixian mused, rubbing his nose. Suddenly, the factory lights flickered to life, illuminating Li Feng and his companions. From the shadows of the factory's corners emerged a group of armed individuals. Their gazes locked onto Li Feng and his party. What audacity! Who dares to disrupt our mountain chicken team? State your names. Let me see who possesses such courage. Lu Taixian declared, mimicking Bruce Lee with a flourish of his thumb against his nose. I am Lu Taixian, here to confront you. If you know what's good for you, scram while you still can. His words dripped with an audacity that overshadowed even his adversaries. Li Feng, standing nearby, felt a twinge of inferiority in comparison. The leader of the opposing faction hesitated momentarily upon hearing Lu's bold proclamation. Well, quite the swagger. Brothers, arm yourselves. Let's make these invaders pay dearly. The surrounding figures swiftly adopted a defensive stance, weapons aimed at Lu Taixian and his entourage. The leader, no longer hesitating, lunged forward with a gunshot. With a cold snort, Lu Taixian deftly trapped the incoming weapon under his arm and with a powerful throw, sent the assailant crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. The others charged in unison, weapons raised, but Lu Taixian showed no signs of restraint. His arms shimmered with a faint golden glow, appearing fivefold in strength as he struck out at his assailants. Help! No, please! The attackers scattered in a frenzy, utterly outmatched by Lu Tiechuan's prowess. Li Feng and his sister, Li Tiantian, stood by, mesmerized. With Lu Taixian present, the opposition stood no chance of closing in. From the rear of the factory surged another group, intent on encircling the fray. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, they wasted no time, rushing forward with a single command. With a flick of his wrist, Zero, a formidable figure among them, hurled throwing knives, both striking true and piercing the hearts of 2 adversaries, who collapsed instantly. Zero did not relent. He drew a sleek black machete from his back and charged into the fray, facing over 20 opponents single-handedly. Yet he held his ground, refusing to falter. Observing this, Li Tiantian did not rush to join the fray, but remarked, Brother Feng, their strength is rather lackluster. How do they manage to seize control here? Is it merely due to their numbers? Li Feng offered no reply, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Convinced there was more to the situation than met the eye. In less than 5 minutes, the mountain chicken team lay vanquished, most having been killed outright, leaving no survivors. In these apocalyptic times, leaving a witness was tantamount to courting disaster, as tomorrow's vengeance could very well be at hand. Therefore, once the fight commenced, mercy was a luxury none could afford. Lu Taixian surveyed the scene of bodies strewn about the floor, clapping his hands together as he turned to Li Feng. Brother Feng, it is done. Zero retracted his black machete and advanced towards Li Feng. Be careful. Bang! Li Tiantian fired a shot behind Zero, striking the resurrected figure squarely. Zero paused momentarily, turning to glance back. To his astonishment, the individual he had just slain was now rising to their feet. One person climbed up from the ground, extracting the flying dagger lodged in their chest with a single hand, their gaze malevolent as they fixed it upon Zero. Simultaneously, The corpses that lay scattered around began to rise, encircling Li Feng and the others. Li Yuanyuan was on the verge of tears, bewildered. What is happening? How are they all alive? Li Tiantian was equally taken aback, anxiously aiming her firearm at the surrounding figures, uncertain of whom to shoot, for they had all returned to life. Lu Taiquan, in a state of shock, stumbled backward repeatedly. What is going on? How can they all be alive? The individual Lu Taiquan had just thrown aside also rose from the ground, shaking their head and pulling out the long gun that had pierced their abdomen. With a playful glint in their eyes, they looked at Lu Taiquan and taunted, "Aren't you here to confront us? Come on." With that, they charged at Lu Taiquan, gun in hand. Chapter 75. Defying the prohibition of touching. Confronted with such indomitable foes, Lu Taiquan felt a sense of uncertainty. These individuals may not possess formidable strength, yet their ability to resurrect rendered them utterly unpredictable. Bang! 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 Li Tiantian ceased to show mercy, firing her weapon at these relentless adversaries. To her astonishment, those who had been shot in the head rose once more. Even headless corpses could stand upright. What on earth was happening? Li Feng, however, made a new discovery. Initially, he assumed that these individuals possessed the ability to revive, yet witnessing their ability to move without heads confirmed a crucial realization. They had been artificially resurrected. This implied the presence of an awakened individual nearby. Had he known, he would have brought Wu Jun along, for he could undoubtedly locate this hidden awakener. Brother Feng, this is utterly bizarre. They can move, even without heads. Lu Taiquan exclaimed, delivering a powerful blow to a nearby corpse, only for it to rise again and lunge at him. This was more formidable than any zombie. Li Feng attempted to exert control over them, but soon realized it was futile, indicating they did not belong to the zombie category. This was indeed problematic. Zero also drew a shotgun, firing at the approaching figures. Bang! 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 Only when he had created a gaping hole in one of their abdomens did he cease fire. Yet, the individual with the hole continued to charge toward Zero. Furrowing his brow, Zero unsheathed his black gold machete and struck at the foe, with several swift slashes. He reduced the individual to 4 or 5 pieces, yet those severed limbs continued to writhe, albeit devoid of any offensive capability. "Damn it, I'll fight you to the end," Lu Taiquan declared, raising his fists and leaping into the fray, smashing a group of them into a bloody pulp. Li Tiantian sitiflet hernoso, feeding relentlessly. Meanwhile, Li Feng shielded Li Yuanyuan's eyes, spinning around to survey the surroundings, intent on locating the mastermind behind this chaos. At last, he spotted a shadow at the entrance of a room on the 3rd floor of the factory. Upon noticing Li Feng's gaze, the shadow quickly attempted to evade detection. "Tiantian, take care of your sister. I'll be right back," Li Feng declared, brandishing his Thor-S hammer and hurling it upward with great force, propelling himself along with it. "I found you. Where do you think you're running?" Li Feng shouted, chasing after the shadow. Navigating through various rooms, the shadow moved with remarkable speed, striving to avoid confrontation with Li Feng. It appeared that this figure possessed no other abilities, relying solely on resurrecting these entities to fight on its behalf. "Lightning!" Li Feng bellowed, smashing the hammer into the ground. Instantly, arcs of blue lightning surged from the earth towards the retreating shadow. Seeing this, the shadow promptly leaped away to evade the electrical assault. Li Feng leaned over the railing on the 3rd floor, calling out, "Zero!" Zero had already sensed the commotion above. Observing the shadow's descent, he swiftly drew his dagger and charged forth. The shadow clasped its hands together. The resurrected figures on either side seemed to be following an unseen command, swiftly converging towards Zero. "Your adversary is me," Lu Taiquan shouted as he charged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent one person tumbling. He seized another individual by the arm and flung them backwards, preventing any interference with Zero. Bang! 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 Li Tiantian quickly opened fire, targeting the oncoming assailants. Li Feng leaped down from the upper floor, joining forces with Zero to encircle the shadow from all sides. The atmosphere fell silent once more. "Get lost!" Lu Taiquan bellowed, hurling himself towards the shadow. In the next moment, everyone present was taken aback. The shadow vanished into thin air. Lu Tietuan's fist struck nothing but air, and the force of his own momentum caused him to stumble and fall. What is happening? Where did the shadow go? Li Tiantian asked in astonishment. She had been aiming her weapon at the shadow just moments ago, only to find it had inexplicably disappeared. This was an unprecedented occurrence for her. Watch out! The ground! Li Fem Shotaludli. Li Tiantian quickly ducked her head, spotting a triangular dark shape rapidly advancing towards her from the ground. Bang! 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 She fired 3 shots at the ground, but the shadow adeptly evaded every bullet. However, its trajectory shifted, charging directly towards Li Yuanyuan, appearing right at her feet. Seeing the shadow beneath her, Li Yuanyuan's heart raced with fear. With a sorrowful expression, she looked up at Li Tiantian and cried, "Sister, help me." In the next instant, the shadow rose from the ground, gradually taking on a human form, standing ominously behind Li Yuanyuan and gripping her throat. Tension surged among the onlookers. "Don't move. We can talk this out," Li Feng yelled, intent on negotiating with the shadow. He realized he had underestimated its power. It possessed dual abilities. Not only could it resurrect the fallen, but it could also condense its form into a shadow, moving freely through the environment. The shadow regarded Li Feng and the others, commanding, "Drop your weapons." Zero and Lu Taekwon turned their gaze towards Li Feng. Fixated on the shadow, Li Feng knelt and placed his thunder hammer on the ground. Zero and Lu Taekwon mimicked his action, laying down their equipment as well. "Release her, and I will let you leave today," Li Feng asserted, staring intently at the shadow. The shadow, however, cracked a sinister smile. "You all must die, but only after I've had my fun." Pointing at Li Feng and the others, it ordered, "Step back." Li Feng raised his hands, retreating cautiously step by step, unsure of the shadow's intentions. Li Tiantian, filled with rage, yearned to rush forward and eliminate it. But with her sister's safety at stake, she reluctantly lowered her weapon and backed away slowly. Li Yun, gripped by the shadow, was rendered speechless, only able to tilt her head back and silently weep. The shadow drew closer to Li Feng's thunder hammer, its interest piqued. "Don't touch it, Li Feng Shota." The shadow glanced at him with a grin, "I like it," and placed its hand upon the hammer. "Thunder!" Li Feng cried out. A bolt of lightning erupted from the god of thunder's hammer, forcefully propelling the shadowy figure away. The surrounding corpses collapsed to the ground in an instant. Upon examining the remains of the shadow, it was evident that it had been charred black, emanating wisps of white smoke, a clear indication of its demise. Li Feng, with a sense of resignation, approached and picked up the god of thunder's hammer, gazing at the lifeless form. "I warned you not to touch it, yet you chose to disregard my advice." The expressions on the faces of those around him were quite telling, filled with surprise, confusion, doubt, and even amusement. No one had anticipated that a crisis would be so effortlessly resolved by Li Feng. Li Tiantian hurried to Li Yuanyuan's side and embraced her. "Sister, are you all right? It is my fault for not protecting you." Li Yuanyuan coughed lightly, wiped away her tears, and held on even tighter. "Almost thought I would." Li Tiantian gently patted her head. There, it's all fine now." Lu Taekwon and the others swiftly gathered their equipment from the ground and donned it once more. They approached Li Feng and asked, "Brother Feng, this person was incredibly formidable, possessing 2 skills. Had it not been for your quick thinking, we might have faced dire consequences." Chapter 76. The silent skill. Li Feng chuckled lightly. "That won't do. I have a plan B." Lu Taekwon, puzzled, inquired, "Plan B? What is that?" Li Feng gestured towards Zero. So it was her. In the earlier situation, with just a glance from Li Feng, Zero could subdue the shadow with unparalleled swiftness. Thus, he felt no fear whatsoever. However, he hadn't anticipated that this shadow, coveting his weapon, would refuse to listen and insist on touching it. Ultimately, it had met its demise by its own hand. Lu Taekwon finally comprehended. "Ah, so you had all planned out. You could have mentioned it to me, sparing me unnecessary worry." At that moment, Li Yuanyuan approached, presenting a pound of pork knuckle to Lu Taekwon. "Brother Taekwon, I apologize for the concern. Consider this a small token of compensation." Upon seeing the generous offering, Lu Tietuan's eyes lit up with joy as he accepted it and began to savor it. "No problem. No problem. You are the best, Yuanyuan." After taking a couple of bites, he glanced at Zero, feeling a tad awkward, and extended his arm. Would you care for some? Zero shot him a sidelong glance and turned her head away, utterly disregarding him, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. He could only manage a few awkward chuckles and resumed his meal. Meanwhile, Feng approached the shadow and retrieved a token from its possession. Inscribed upon it were the words Mountain Chicken Protector. It appeared that this was not the headquarters of the Mountain Chicken team. He was merely a protector for them. This facility served as their training ground for warriors. Wu Yun informed the engineers and material suppliers in the building to relocate here and prepare to commence work on the curtain materials. Feng straightened up and communicated through the team channel. Understood. Wu Jun began contacting Tingting, requesting her to dispatch personnel to escort the engineers to this location. The facility was equipped with lathes for material processing, and with the supplier's assistance in material provision and transportation, it would not be long before the curtain would be erected. Once completed, this safe zone would be firmly established, and those within would be compelled to abide by his commands. Seizing this opportunity, it was imperative to consolidate the other teams within the city. Taekwon, you and Tyant will remain here to assist the engineers upon their arrival. Zero, Wu Jun, and I will locate the Mountain Chicken headquarters. We must eliminate their team today to prevent future complications, Feng declared at the doorway. Wu Jun had already driven to the site and, upon exiting the vehicle, saluted Feng. Captain, I have identified the location of the Mountain Chicken headquarters, near the power plant. They seem to have caught wind of our presence and are dispatching individuals this way. Feng nodded and called out to Lu Taekwon. Stop eating and get to work. All right, Feng Ge, I'm on my way. Lu Taekwon quickly finished his knuckle and wiped his mouth, beginning to clear the corpses from the ground. Feng then entered the vehicle, taking a seat behind Wu Jun, while Zero naturally settled into the passenger seat. Wu Jun took the wheel and drove towards the power plant. The Mountain Chicken team certainly had some clever strategies, occupying essential urban structures. It seems the captain is quite a remarkable individual. Captain, you should have brought Iron Fist with you. When we encounter them later, I won't be of much assistance, Wu Jun remarked while driving. Feng retrieved a purple dagger from his pocket and tossed it onto Wu Jun's lap. I have observed your battle with Iron Fist. Utilize your keen eyesight to promptly identify the adversary's weaknesses and strike. It is remarkably effective. Wu Jun was momentarily taken aback by Feng's words, astonished that this particular trait of his had been recognized. It was something he had long concealed, wishing to avoid raising suspicion among those around him. Captain, I didn't mean to. Understood. Feng replied briefly. Wu Jun felt it unnecessary to elaborate further. As they traveled halfway, Wu Jun reduced his speed. Zero had already unsheathed 2 daggers from his leg and was gripping the car door, preparing to disembark. They could see the convoy approaching from the opposite direction, emblazoned with the words Mountain Chicken. Unmistakably, these were reinforcements sent by Mountain Chicken. Prepare for battle. Upon Feng's command, Zero pushed the door open and charged out. With 1 foot barely touching the ground, he leapt into the air, aiming for the convoy ahead. A dark figure descended from above, though the landing was less than graceful, resembling a fledgling bird newly learning to fly, tumbling from the sky. What is happening? Why did Zero fall? Wu Jun exclaimed as he exited the vehicle, witnessing Zero's descent. Feng furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation. Zero struggled to stabilize himself mid-air, attempting to regain balance. Despite his efforts, he tumbled upon landing. Swiftly rising, he pressed 1 hand against the ground and fixed his gaze on the approaching convoy, equally bewildered. Why had his leaping ability faltered? They're awakened ones. Proceed with caution. Feng communicated through the team channel. Zero drew the black gold ancient blade from his back and charged towards the vehicle ahead. Numerous individuals armed with cold weapons emerged from the car, quickly engaging in combat with Zero. Feng turned to Wu Jun and inquired, is there a way to see who is inside the vehicle? Wu Jun suddenly remembered to use his keen eyesight. To his astonishment, however, he found he could see nothing. It wasn't merely a lack of visibility. His keen eyesight had failed him entirely, restricting him to the ordinary range of human vision. Rubbing his eyes, he scrutinized once more, but the situation remained unchanged. Captain, my vision is impaired. I cannot see at such distances anymore. What is happening? Wu Jun was in a state of panic. This was his greatest asset. Having lived in a world of acute clarity and long sight for so long, the abrupt limitation to his immediate surroundings was profoundly disorienting. Upon hearing his words, Li Feng nodded and remarked, I now understand the Awakened One's abilities. Wu Jun looked at Li Feng in confusion. Silence ensued. A pervasive silence. My abilities are also rendered ineffective. For now, we are all ordinary individuals. Li Feng's words weighed heavily on Wu Jun's heart. He was at a loss as to how to accept the situation. There was no need for anxiety. By eliminating this individual or vacating the designated area, he could regain his composure. Li Feng retrieved the Mjolnir from his possession. Uncertain of its functionality, he spun it twice, yet felt no trace of electricity coursing through it. This revelation startled him. The Awakened One truly possessed remarkable abilities, capable of nullifying all skills within the vicinity. Nevertheless, this did not deter Li Feng. In light of this, he resolved to engage in a genuine confrontation. With that, he charged forward, Mjolnir in hand. Zero, however, appeared largely unaffected by the area's influence, maintaining her agility. As a practitioner of physical techniques, she was not relying on skills. The occupants of the vehicle grew restless. How could they remain so formidable despite their skills being suppressed? Has my silence failed? The person beside him tested their own abilities and shook their head. No, your silence remains effective. Chapter 77. Breaking into the Mountain Chicken Squad. What are they about? Especially that woman? A bystander turned to Zero and remarked, perhaps she practices physical techniques. Physical techniques? The occupants of the vehicle found it hard to believe. Even at this juncture, there are those who manage to survive for so long through mere physical prowess. Remarkable indeed. As Li Feng rushed forward, the members of the Mountain Chicken Squad brandished their weapons. Soon, he found himself encircled. Wu Jun, clutching a purple dagger, was caught in a dilemma. Without his eagle eye, he could not discern the opponent's weaknesses at a glance. His advantage had vanished. Yet, with the captain surrounded by foes, could he merely stand by and watch? He recalled the trust Li Feng had placed in him. Captain, I'm coming. Wu Jun shouted as he charged into the fray, thrusting his dagger towards the assailants on the periphery. Though Li Feng's Thunder Hammer had lost its special abilities, its sheer weight and force could incapacitate an adversary with a single blow. Meanwhile, Zero swiftly extricated himself from the crowd and sprinted towards the vehicle. He leapt, plunging the black gold ancient blade into the glass. Two individuals leapt from the front seats, casting cold gazes at Zero. Dare to challenge the Mountain Chicken Squad. You must be tired of living. Yet, Zero paid them no heed, seizing the opportunity to hurl his dagger. The man swiftly turned to evade, brandishing a short sword in retaliation. Intent on a life-or-death struggle with Zero, the clashing of weapons echoed, sparks flying amidst the chaos. The nearby Awakened could only maintain the silence barrier, powerless to intervene. The assailants surrounding Li Feng were swiftly dispatched. Wu Jun bore multiple injuries. Though painful, a sense of elation surged within him. This was the first time since the outbreak of the apocalypse that he wielded a weapon in direct confrontation with an enemy. Drink this. Li Feng tossed a basic healing potion to Wu Jun. Without hesitation, Wu Jun uncapped it and gulped it down. In no time, his wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. On Zero's side, the outcome was also decided. He delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest. Advancing to seize his longsword, with his dagger, he plunged it into the man's torso. Vivid crimson blood soaked through the fabric. The man collapsed to his knees, crawling forward. The only one remaining was the Awakened who had initiated the silence, standing helplessly as he beheld the carnage around him. His eyes filled with rage, yet powerless to act. Li Feng sheathed the Thunder Hammer, lighting a cigarette as he approached. Brother, feeling tired? If so, you might as well drop the silence. It's of no use now. Witnessing Li Feng's nonchalant demeanor, the last line of defense crumbled entirely. A sense of helplessness surged through his limbs. Maintaining such a vast silence for an extended period was already exhausting. At this moment, he could no longer hold on. Kill me or spare me. Do as you please, the man declared, tilting his head back defiantly. Li Feng flicked the ash from his cigarette, responding, I won't kill you, nor will I harm you. In fact, I wish to invite you to join us. What do you say? Get some thought. For someone like him, an awakened one, possessing the ability to invoke silence serves as an excellent auxiliary skill. It may prove invaluable in the future. Little did he expect that Li Feng would seek to recruit him. However, he had already sworn before Shanji that he would never betray him. Thus, he defiantly stated, I've said it before, whether to kill or to maim, do as you wish. I shall never surrender. Well done. You have spirit, Li Feng exclaimed, discarding his cigarette and extinguishing it beneath his foot. The man closed his eyes, adopting a posture of noble sacrifice. Yet, after a brief moment, he sensed no movement. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered that Li Feng had already driven away with his companions. With a thud, he collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. He had truly danced on the precipice of death. These individuals were far from benign, as evidenced by the corpses strewn about. Yet he had been spared. Although he had declined to join Li Feng's team, he understood that returning to Shanji's faction was no longer an option. He owed his life to Li Feng's team. Bowing deeply 3 times towards the departing vehicle, he then walked away alone. Wu Jun drove the car directly towards a nearby power plant. Captain, why didn't you kill him just now? Li Feng reclined, resting his legs on the center console, and replied, his ability only renders others silent. I initially intended to recruit him for our cause, but he refused, choosing to die rather than yield. He appears to be a man of loyalty. Let him go this time. Perhaps he will come to his senses and join us in the future. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Wu Jun marveled, Captain, your wisdom is profound. To win a man's allegiance, one must also win his heart. Only then can he be most effective. Li Feng spoke langitly, and Wu Jun could not help but express his admiration. In the distance, they could already discern the situation at the Hongdu power plant. 2 squads of patrol personnel stood outside, while atop the highest structure, several figures were present, most likely Shan Ji himself. The enormous characters spelling Shan Ji emblazoned across the center of the facility made it abundantly clear that this place had been seized by him. Captain, shall we simply charge in? Wu Yun inquired. Feel free to advance. They will not allow you to enter so easily. Exercise caution, Li Feng advised. Wu Yun nodded, gripping the steering wheel tightly as he pressed the accelerator to the floor. Shan Ji stood atop the power plant, gazing down at the approaching vehicle with a commanding presence. They've injured my trusted guardians. It seems I cannot allow you to live, he declared. Inform the others to prepare for an assault. The surrounding individuals swiftly dispersed. The gates of the power plant swung open, and dozens of armored vehicles emerged, each aiming their cannons at Wu Jun's SUV. Taken aback by this sight, Wu Yun is hardest. As he glanced at Li Feng and Zero, they had already flung open their doors and leapt out of the vehicle. Wu Yun followed suit. And just then, boom, a shell struck the front of the car, sending it soaring into the air. Li Feng brandished the Mjolnir, twirled it a couple of times, and hurled it forward. The unyielding hammer hurtled toward the armored vehicle ahead, crashing down with a resounding thud. The armored vehicle was penetrated and tilted to one side, rendered inoperable. Zero unsheathed his dagger, deftly dodging the bullets that was past him. With a powerful leap, he descended in a graceful 360-degree spin, plunging his weapon downwards. The entire operation was executed with remarkable speed, agility, and precision. Wu Jun knew he could not remain a mere spectator any longer. He took off running. However, upon hearing the gunfire and feeling bullets land perilously close, he was seized by fear and hurriedly sought refuge behind a pile of stones. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. Wu Jun's heart raced as he repeated the mantra. Li Feng and Zero had already stormed through the gates of the power plant, clearing out all those stationed at the entrance. Only then did Wu Jun cautiously peek out to assess the situation. He observed several armored vehicles askew, surrounded by lifeless bodies. With resolve, he emerged from his hiding place and began to approach the power plant. From his vantage point, he could discern the unfolding events within. Shanji was in his office, seemingly engaged in a conversation with someone via a large screen. 5 minutes later, the screen went dark. With a cold demeanor, he exited the room, listening to his confidant report the situation. Chapter 78. The mysterious map. Something's amiss. Chicken brother. They have breached our defenses. We cannot hold them back. With a grunt, Mountain Chicken forcefully shoved the speaker aside. Through the window on the second floor, the scene in the courtyard unfolded before them. Dozens of individuals surrounded Feng and Zero, yet none dared to approach. In a sudden eruption of fury, Mountain Chicken roared, tilting his head back dramatically. With a swift motion, he tore apart the fabric of his shirt, revealing his muscles that swelled rapidly. His entire physique expanded threefold, and his skin began to take on a green hue. Crash! He barreled through the wall from the second floor, leaping down with tremendous force. Thud! He landed on the ground, creating two deep impressions with his extraordinary strength. What in the world? Is that the Hulk? Feng gazed up at the imposing figure before him. Zero, too, furrowed her brow, spinning the dagger in her hand before gripping it tighter, eyeing the figure warily. Outside the power plant, Wu Jun witnessed the unfolding chaos in the courtyard, rendered speechless. What on earth is happening? How did Mountain Chicken transform into this? With a fierce roar, Mountain Chicken opened his mouth wide and charged at Zero. She leaped into the air, evading the attack. Undeterred, Mountain Chicken pivoted and swung his fists toward Feng. Instinctively, Feng raised his arm to block with Thor's hammer. Clang! The sound reverberated, and Feng found his feet sinking into the ground. This is bad. The captain is in danger. Wu Jun snapped out of his daze and rushed toward the courtyard. Feng was taken aback by the sheer force of Mountain Chicken. He drew Thor's hammer and swung it at Mountain Chicken's head. Clang! The hammer struck his skull, yet he staggered back only a few paces, refusing to succumb to unconsciousness. Such resilience was terrifying. Seizing the opportunity, Feng scrambled out of the pit. Enraged by the blow, Mountain Chicken prepared to strike again, raising his fists for another assault on Feng. Whoosh! Two daggers embedded themselves in Mountain Chicken's shoulders, momentarily slowing his advance. Zero leaped onto his back, attempting to choke him. However, she soon realized that his neck was far too thick to be constricted by her arms. With a swift motion, Mountain Chicken reached behind his neck, grasping Zero and tossing her aside. Bang! Zero collided heavily with the building, falling to the ground. This was the first time she had faced such a setback. Zero, are you all right? Feng called out toward the building. From the smoke, a figure darted forth with astonishing speed. Zero, her expression cold, brandished her black gold ancient blade, aiming for Mountain Chicken's head. Mountain Chicken merely raised his arm, effortlessly blocking the sharp blade. In the next moment, he seized the black gold sword as if it were a mere toy and hurled it skyward. Zero looked up, her brow furrowing. As she prepared to leap and retrieve her weapon, Mountain Chicken grasped her calf and slammed her back to the ground. Cough! Zero spat out a mouthful of blood. The tremendous force seemed poised to shatter her very bones. Zero! Feng shouted loudly, turning to gaze at the Mountain Chicken, his eyes ablaze with anger. You have provoked me. No sooner had Feng finished speaking than a shadow erupted from within him. Heaven obscuring. The members of the Mountain Chicken team had initially felt exhilarated, believing their captain would surely triumph over Feng and his companions. Yet, upon witnessing the emergence of the venomous giant python in the sky, a sense of dread enveloped them. The air was thick with the stench of blood. However, the Mountain Chicken lifted his head defiantly to face the venomous giant python, showing no signs of fear. Instead, he clapped his hands on his arms and pounded his chest, bellowing at the python. Then, he leaped into the air, reaching a height that rivaled that of Zero. Such formidable strength. The venomous giant python felt its authority challenged and opened its massive maw to strike. Hisses! It bit down on the Mountain Chicken. Yet, astonishingly, the Mountain Chicken stood firm within the python's jaws, using both hands to prop open its mouth. This was a sight unprecedented. Feng raised his gaze to the venomous giant python, his brow furrowed, uncertain if his battle spirit could contend with this grotesque green behemoth. At that moment, Wu Jun arrived at Feng's side, panting heavily. The green giant is none other than the Mountain Chicken. Its weakness lies in the soles of its feet. Upon hearing Wu Jun's words, Feng grasped the insight. Under ordinary circumstances, who could possibly shake such a massive figure? Yet now, to confront the venomous giant python. It stood suspended in the air, exposing its soles entirely. Zero. Before Li Feng could call out, Zero had already risen, wiping the blood from her lips, drawing her dagger, and glancing upward. With her legs coiled for power, she leaped, thrusting toward the mountain chicken's soles. Thud! The sharp dagger pierced the soul like a knife slicing through sponge, encountering no resistance. The highly defensive green giant turned to stare at Zero, its eyes momentarily vacant. In the next instant, all the strength in its arms dissipated. The venomous giant python seized the opportunity to strike, clamping down and swallowing the mountain chicken whole. Zero landed unsteadily on the ground, reeling from the intense battle, having sustained unprecedented injuries. Fortunately, Lu Taiquan was not present. Otherwise, the anguish would have been unbearable. Li Feng produced a healing potion and offered it to her. Zero, without uttering a word of thanks, drank it down, instantly feeling a significant improvement in her condition. The venomous giant python retracted its form, surveying the members of the mountain chicken team, who one by one dropped their weapons and knelt, pleading for mercy. Li Feng regarded them and declared, "We are Li Feng's team, here to reclaim the power plant. If you wish to live and have food to eat, you will submit to us. Otherwise, death awaits." Li Feng's words sent shivers down their spines, and they all bowed their heads in agreement, willing to yield. After all, they had long been familiar with the power plant, making it easier to manage, and it was indeed preferable to utilize the original personnel. Wu Yun remarks, Captain, I noticed something unusual in Shanji's office while I was outside. Would you like to take a look? Li Feng glanced at him and replied, "Lead the way." Wu Jun proceeded ahead, guiding Li Feng and Zero to Shanji's office. Upon entering, they were greeted by a large screen and a map affixed to the wall, where 3 locations were circled in red ink. Li Feng leaned in for a closer inspection and, with a swift motion, tore the map down. Excellent. It appears he has already scouted for us. These 3 locations must hold valuable treasures. As he spoke, Li Feng handed the map to Wu Jun, instructing, once we return, let us head to the first location. Wu Jun had already discerned the marked spots on the map, all situated not far from Hongdu. With Li Feng's directive, he readily acquiesced, understood, Captain. Li Feng then surveyed the office once more, noting that there was nothing else of value to take, before leading his team out. The individuals downstairs were all incorporated into the auxiliary battalion, continuing to oversee the power plant. This setup would serve as a vital infrastructure once the safe zone was established. Wu Jun drove onward, escorting Li Feng and the others to the lathe factory. Chapter 79. The terrifying instance. The engineers and material suppliers had been diligently preparing materials here. Upon witnessing Zero disembark, Lu Taiquan hurried over to inquire, "Zero, was your journey smooth? Were you injured?" Zero cast a glance at him and replied, "No." Lu Taiquan expressed his gratitude towards Li Feng, saying, "Thank you, Brother Feng, for taking care of him." Li Feng dismissed the formality. No need for pleasantries. Rest for a moment. We have significant work to accomplish tonight. With that, Li Feng strode inside, instructing Li Yuan to procure some sustenance and distribute it among Wu Jun and the others. They consumed their provisions while supervising the ongoing work. The engineers had appointed a chief overseer. Li Feng approached him, asking, "How long will it take to complete the production of these materials?" The overseer assessed the factory's operations and responded, "At least 3 days, considering the boundary construction. It should take about a week to finalize." Li Feng nudda arit. "I shall grant you 1 week. Inform the team that once assembled, each individual will receive a standalone villa, enjoying the full protection of my squad." The overseer, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Thank you, Captain Li Feng. Now get to work." Li Feng concluded, finding a spot to sit. He swiftly finished his meal and took a brief respite, contemplating an expedition to the first treasure location that evening, likely an uncharted wild instance. Such instances would assist the team in leveling up rapidly. After finishing their meal, the team members had nearly rested and gathered around Li Feng. "Brother Feng, what are our plans for tonight? Are we heading into an instance? I heard from Xiao Wu that the mountain chicken is actually a green giant. Is that true? How did you manage to deal with him?" Upon hearing their queries, Li Feng remained silent, merely signaling to Wu Jun. Wu Jun produced the map acquired from the mountain chicken's office, unfurling it and affixing it to the wall. "This is the map we obtained from the mountain chicken's office. The captain mentioned there are treasures here that can enhance everyone's strength. Would you like to go? The team members eagerly raised their hands, exclaiming, yes. In this apocalyptic world, one could never predict when a more formidable monster might emerge. Enhancing one's strength had always been their aspiration. After Wu Jun's statement, Li Feng addressed the group. I wonder if anyone has checked the rankings recently. Our squad's position has slipped. There are 9 squads ahead of us, their overall strength surpassing ours. If we encounter them, we could very well face annihilation. None of us desire that, do we? Upon hearing Li Feng's words, everyone silently steeled themselves. The desire for strength grew ever stronger in these dire times. Observing their reactions, Li Feng continued, in light of this, let's rally our spirits. Tonight, I shall lead you to enhance your abilities. All right, we fully support you. We follow the captain. The team members shouted in unison. Li Feng, hands clasped behind his back, regarded them earnestly and nodded. Let us depart. With that, he cleared a path and exited the factory. Let the members of the Ting Ting team observe the production work here, while Ting Ting accompanies them in departing by vehicle. The entire personnel of the Li Feng team mobilizes, driving towards the first dungeon location under Wu Jun's guidance. This is a small village, appearing even more desolate compared to the urban landscape. Due to the presence of zombies, the villagers have long since fled. The archway at the village entrance is smeared with blood, rendering it particularly terrifying under the moonlight. Captain, why does this place feel so eerie? Wu Jun remarked while driving. Were it not for the presence of so many companions, he certainly would not dare to venture into such a place. Li Feng gazed out through the glass, remaining silent. In his previous life, he had heard of this village's name. It was rumored to harbor numerous treasures. However, at that time he lacked the strength, and those treasures were not his to claim, merely whispers of tales. This included 2 other locations encircled by the mountain chicken on the map, which had also yielded treasures. It was unexpected that in this life, the mountain chicken had discovered them, yet regrettably, it had not ventured forth to explore, leaving the spoils to himself. 2 off-road vehicles entered the village. Due to the poor lighting, the road conditions around them were virtually invisible, with only occasional bumps felt. Lu Taijian also sensed the ominous atmosphere and could not help but ask, Brother Feng, what could possibly be in such a small village? Shall we explore the other 2 locations instead? It's too late. We can't leave now, Wu Jun suddenly declared. The occupants of the vehicle tensed at his words. Li Tiantian patted Wu Jun's shoulder anxiously, saying, What are you talking about? Don't scare me. Li Yuanyuan timidly added, Yes. How could we be trapped? Wu Jun momentarily halted the vehicle, activating the high beams to illuminate the path ahead. Are you familiar with this jujube tree? Some nodded while others shook their heads. Isn't this the crooked neck tree we just passed upon entering the village? I remember it. What is the matter? Lu Taijian asked. Wu Yun responded. We have circled this tree 3 times, which means we have been going in circles. Yet the map indicates that this village is not large and does not feature any loops. As his words fell, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the group. The young women in the vehicle felt goosebumps rise, drawing closer together. What do you mean? Don't frighten me. This isn't funny at all. Wu Jun looked at them earnestly, stating, What I mean is, we have been going in circles. Lu Taijin gasped, Damn it. Is it a ghost wall? The eyes of the others turned to him, hoping he might have a solution. At that moment, Li Feng pushed the door open and stepped out of the vehicle. The others followed suit, disembarking as well. We have entered the dungeon. Everyone, remain vigilant, Li Feng declared, brandishing Thor's hammer. This peculiar dungeon was unlike any he had encountered before. The others quickly clustered around Li Feng, cautiously scanning their surroundings. There were no zombies, no aberrant beasts. Only a quiet village. A gentle breeze occasionally stirs, rustling the leaves upon the ground and producing a soft whispering sound. Hello, is anyone there? Lu Taekwon exclaimed, unable to endure the oppressive silence. The only response was an echo of his own voice. Xiao Wu, can you discern anything? Li Feng inquired from the side. Wu Jun had refrained from activating his eagle eye ability earlier due to the unsettling atmosphere, fearing he might glimpse something he ought not to. Now, with Li Feng's question, he reluctantly reactivated his ability, scanning the surroundings. After a brief survey, one location captured his attention. Captain, there's a courtyard in the second row ahead. and there are people inside. Additionally, there's a coffin, Wu Jun indicated towards the right front. Let us proceed, Li Feng gestured, moving forward. However, those behind hesitated, murmuring, a coffin? What is going on? Xiao Wu, are you certain? What kind of coffin is it? Is there someone inside? Is he the only one in the courtyard? They pressed for more information, eager for clarity. Chapter 80. The graveyard. Wu Jun casually remarked, if you wish to know, go and see for yourself. With that, he dashed towards Li Feng, keeping close by his side. Regardless of the location, being near Li Feng was a guarantee of safety. The others, observing this, could only furrow their brows and follow suit. Surrounding them were towering earthen brick walls, over 2 meters high. The entrance was fashioned from wood, with some doors having aged to the point where gaps were visible, allowing glimpses of the interior. Li Tiantian, unable to resist, peeked through a crack in the door towards the courtyard. A piercing scream erupted, halting the entire team. Li Tiantian pointed towards the yard, exclaiming, corpses! There are nothing but corpses. However, Ting brushed past her, dismissing the fear. What is there to be afraid of? Haven't we seen enough? Her words serve as a reminder for Li Tiantian. Indeed, they spent their days battling zombies. Were they not all the dead? Regaining her composure, Li Tiantian rejoined the group as they arrived at the house Wu Jun had mentioned. Lu Taixian kicked the door open, bellowing, who is holding a funeral in there? Or have all the villagers disappeared too? No sooner had he spoken than all eyes turned to the figure standing in the yard, causing a collective shudder. It was a child, appearing no older than 4 or 5, standing less than a meter tall, clutching a stack of paper money and tossing it into the fire. Upon hearing Lu Tieshuan's voice, the child turned around, beaming at Li Feng's team. Are you here to play with me? The words sent chills down their spines. In the dim courtyard, a brown wooden coffin lay in the center, beside which a fire pit flickered. The absurdity of a cheerful child inviting them to play was utterly unsettling. Unable to contain himself, Lu Taixian erupted with profanity. I'll play with your granddaddy. He charged forward, intent on shattering the eerie atmosphere with a punch. The child's grin widened, taking on a sinister quality, stretching from ear to ear, with eyes glowing a vivid red. Lu Taixian, startled by the child's appearance, froze, forgetting to strike. Suddenly, the back door slammed shut, causing the black coffin to tremble violently. With a swift motion, the coffin flipped over, pinning the child beneath it. The coffin thudded to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, extinguishing the flames in the fire pit. Darkness enveloped the surroundings. Ah! Li Yuanyuan screamed, lunging toward Li Tiantian, overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere. Taixian, smash the coffin, Li Feng commanded. Lu Taixian hesitated for a moment, steeling himself before striking the coffin with all his might. Yet, before his fist could make contact, the coffin exploded violently. Boom! Lu Taixian was thrown back by the shockwave. Zero swiftly drew his ancient black gold blade, shielding the others from the aftermath, while Ting summoned a gust of wind to disperse the smoke. As the haze cleared, a massive, pale-skinned infant emerged, its chubby arms and legs now appearing anything but endearing. Towering at a height equivalent to 2 stories, it loomed ominously. Sitting upon the ground, he carelessly tossed a corpse from the adjacent yard into his mouth, incessantly murmuring, play with me, play with me, play with me. Damn it! With a single command, Li Feng set everyone into motion. Faced with such an enormous infantile creature, hesitation was not an option. Such an eerie entity could only spell trouble. Bang! 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 Li Tiantian unleashed gunfire at the giant infant. Yet, the bullets merely sank into its soft flesh, provoking no response, but rather inciting its wrath. The giant's eyes glowed crimson as it rose and lumbered towards Li Tiantian. Lu Taixian emerged from the tremors, spitting out dust and cursing. Damn it! How dare you rattle me? Watch as I strike your backside. With that, he charged forward, entering a state of fury. Speed increased by 500, attack power surged by 500, and defense amplified by 500, while his arms grew robust. Take this, you brute! Lu Taixian shouted as he swung a mighty punch. The giant was knocked back several steps, collapsing to the ground. Zero also sprang into action. Whoosh! 2 daggers found their mark in the giant's neck, prompting it to howl in anguish. Zero leaped atop the giant's head, wielding the black gold ancient blade to strike downward. Clang, clang, clang. Despite several blows, the damage inflicted upon the giant was minimal. Zero descended and altered his attack angles, targeting various points on its body. Drawing from prior combat experience, he knew these creatures harbored vulnerabilities. Once identified, they could be easily vanquished. Thus, Zero diligently sought for weaknesses. Wu Jun observed the colossal infant, momentarily at a loss for any discernible weak points. Lu Taixian, too, had unleashed a barrage of attacks, sending the giant staggering backward, toppling nearby brick structures, yet failing to eliminate the threat. Ting frowned from the sidelines. Captain Li, what on earth is this creature? Why is it so formidable? Li Feng remained composed. It is a wraith composed of resentment. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against it. Ting quickly inquired, then how do we deal with it? We can't afford to prolong this battle indefinitely. Li Feng surveyed his surroundings, seeking a solution. Suddenly, he spotted something amidst the debris of the collapsed building. He called out to Lu Taixian, Iron Fist, strike the ground. Lu Taixian paused, replying, Brother Feng, what purpose does striking the ground serve? Just do it. With no choice, Lu Taixian leaped out of the giant's attack range and began to hammer the ground relentlessly. Thud, thud, thud. Each punch was more forceful than the last, causing the ground to tremble and dust from the fallen structures to rise. The earth was on the brink of collapse. Ting, use wind to provide team protection. Li Feng Wuzhe. Ting, understanding Li Feng's intent, conjured a gust of wind in her hands. Ha! Lu Taixian bellowed, delivering a powerful blow to the ground. The earth caved in, and everyone, including the giant infant, began to plummet downwards. Wind, Ting commanded, manipulating the air currents. Ensure that all members of Li Feng's team are gently supported and safely placed on the ground. Li Tian was startled by the scene surrounding her. Li Yuan, frightened, buried her face in Li Tian's embrace, unwilling to open her eyes. Lu Taixian, scratching his head in disbelief, exclaimed, My goodness, why are there so many corpses? This place resembles a mass grave. The bodies lay haphazardly, piled upon one another. The resentment of the giant infant emanated from these very corpses. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze towards the giant infant. Upon descending, he found himself encircled by the bodies. As his eyes opened to the sight of the dead, they reflected confusion, panic, and helplessness. Just then, the corpses began to stir. All at once, they opened their eyes and slowly rose to their feet. Li Yuan clutched tighter. The area surrounding Li Feng's team was entirely filled with corpses, enclosing them completely. After witnessing the unsettling sight, Lu Taixian breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Feng, this is your area of expertise. I'll leave it to you. As he spoke, he began to inquire with Li Yuan about food. Li Yuan shot him a glare. Eat? All you think about is eating. What time is it now? Can you not focus on anything else? Chapter 81. The nightmare comes to an end, Lu Taiquan remarked. It's merely a handful of corpses. Brother Feng can handle it alone. Just watch. All eyes turned to Li Feng. Even Zero sheathed his weapon. At that moment, the colossal infant rose to its feet and locked eyes with Li Feng. Li Feng gazed back at the giant and calmly declared, Your nightmare is about to conclude. With that, he snapped his fingers. The corpses in the underground cavern momentarily froze, their eyes glowing with a crimson light, awaiting Li Feng's command. The giant sensed the shift and roared at Li Feng, yet to Li Feng. It resembled a child throwing a tantrum over a lost toy. Li Feng raised his hand and gently gestured forward. Hundreds of corpses began to advance toward the giant. To everyone's astonishment, the massive infant was unnerved by the mere hundreds of smaller corpses, retreating repeatedly until it collided with the earthen wall behind it, halting its escape. With nowhere left to retreat, the giant began to weep, tears streaming down its cheeks, yet receiving no sympathy from anyone present. Li Feng's team regarded the giant with cold indifference as the corpses approached, gradually engulfing the creature. The mission in Mo Village was completed, granting 30,000 experience points, 3 intermediate healing potions, and 1 universal soul fragment. The world chat window was activated, and Li Feng's team simultaneously heard a voice in their minds. As the corpses consumed the giant, They transformed into blue orbs of light, entering Li Feng's body, accumulating tokens. Goodness, the tokens have finally arrived, Li Feng thought to himself. Lu Taekwon, standing nearby, inquired, Brother Feng, what were those blue orbs just now? Why did they all come to you? Li Feng elucidated. The world chat interface has been activated. By defeating zombies, one can earn tokens, which are the blue orbs you just witnessed. These are used for transactions on a global scale. There is also a feature for purchasing construction materials for the marketplace, but it has yet to be enabled, so I refrained from mentioning it to avoid unnecessary complications. The world chat interface? Lu Taekwon mused, intrigued. Observing his comrades, they were absorbed in exploring this new functionality. The transformation brought about by data integration allowed everyone to summon the chat interface in their minds, unveiling a multitude of features, such as adding friends, initiating trades, joining guilds, and inviting others to form parties. This is the world chat interface? Can everyone see it? How marvelous! How has such technology emerged? By the way, why is my name a number? In my opinion, it must be due to automatic obfuscation. True names only appear when two individuals add each other's friends. I see. By the way, where are you all? Could someone trade me some food? I'm starving. They observed various characters engaging in conversation within the world channel. The members of Li Feng's team spoke little. Judging by their conversations, it was evident that their circumstances were far from favorable. Engaging them in conversation could easily foster animosity, and it remained unclear whether they were allies or adversaries and what their true positions were. Lu Taekwon exited the chat interface, shaking his head with a sigh, remarking, "It increasingly resembles a game." Li Feng sheathed his MJ Ulner and surveyed the surroundings, stating, "Life is merely a game. However, we are players in a game where success is the only acceptable outcome." Everyone turned to Li Feng, grasping the gravity of his words. In the realm of games, one could resurrect after death. Yet here, death meant a final end. Let us depart. We must leave this instance, Li Feng declared, striding towards the vehicle, with the others hastily following suit. The peculiar nature of this instance left them eager to escape without delay. Ting-Ting summoned the wind, helping everyone ascend from the abyss. Once seated in the vehicle, they accelerated back along the path they had taken, emerging from the archway. Outside, dawn had broken. All gazed out the window, astonished. Have we truly been inside for so long? Why is it daylight? Quick, check the date. We've been trapped for 7 days. Lu Taekwon exclaimed, pointing at the date displayed in the car. Li Feng, however, remained silent. Such an instance, with its time flow differing from the outside world, suggested that, given the current pace, their safe zone must have been established by now. He instructed Wu Jun to drive directly to the factory to inquire about the engineer's progress. Upon arriving, they found a group of engineers in a heated argument. The lead engineer standing atop a table, vociferously proclaiming, "The shortage of materials is beyond our control. Yet I promised Captain Li Feng, we must complete the installation within 7 days. Don't you wish to reside in the villa? Don't you desire protection?" The gathered engineers fell silent. At that moment, Li Feng entered, striding purposefully towards the table, and the crowd parted to grant him passage, bowing their heads as he passed. "Captain," the lead engineer, upon recognizing Li Feng, quickly descended from the table, his face marked by shame. "Captain, we are missing a crucial material. What is lacking? I shall procure it for you," Li Feng interjected. "Nano high-tech windproof fabric," the engineer continued. "Captain Li, you are aware that the high-tech industry is currently at a standstill. Hongdu lacks suppliers for such materials." Li Feng turned to the nearby suppliers, who also lowered their heads. He then faced the lead engineer once more. "Very well, I understand. Please wait for a moment." After issuing instructions to his team to find a place to rest, he retreated to an adjacent office. In the World Channel, he posted, "Who has nano high-tech windproof fabric? Please message me privately." 41. Who is this person? What an unusual request. What is nano high-tech windproof fabric, and what is it used for? 61. What a lunatic. I don't even have food to eat. Who would want such a thing? By the way, someone please help me out with some food. I work like a mule if necessary. Such advanced materials are likely inaccessible to the average individual. I possess several steel knives. They are available for a modest price. Li Feng continuously browsed the chat interface, seeking the items he required. However, all he encountered were various weapons and equipment, devoid of the necessary building materials. Presumably, the majority of individuals are still preoccupied with basic sustenance, leaving little attention for construction matters. Autumn Rain sent a friend request. The request was accepted. The other party initiated the conversation. What do you need the nano windproof fabric for? Li Feng replied, that is of no concern to you. I require 100 units. Do you have them? Autumn Rain responded, I can provide not only 100, but even 1,000. However, you must disclose your purpose for using it. Otherwise, I will not sell. Faced with such insistence, Li Feng reluctantly stated, I am establishing a safe zone, and I need it as a transparent isolation material. Autumn Rain remarked, you have advanced to the stage of establishing a safe zone, so it seems you are not lacking in food and drink. Chapter 82. Exchanging supplies for advanced materials, Li Feng replied, indeed, the issue of sustenance has been resolved. Qiu Yu, brimming with excitement, shouted to his colleagues, we are saved. We are saved. Others gathered around, eager to observe the unfolding conversation. They were researchers from Gaoxin City, typically engaged in the development of advanced materials. However, since the onset of the apocalypse, these materials had become utterly useless. The team members found themselves confined within their laboratory, with survival supplies dwindling to a mere 2 weeks. As their resources neared depletion, they found themselves in a state of desperation. At that moment, the world unveiled a chat interface, allowing for trade with others, a glimmer of hope amidst their plight. Yet, the outcomes were disheartening. The items at their disposal were largely unsellable, as there was little demand. The most sought-after commodities were fresh water and food, while an array of weaponry followed. As for advanced materials, they proved far less valuable than a simple bottle of mineral water. Noticing the silence from the other side, Li Feng took the initiative. I can trade with tokens. Please, name your price. Seizing the opportunity, Qiu Yu declared, I do not want tokens. I require food. After a quick calculation of their numbers, he continued, I need 100 pieces of nano windproof fabric in exchange for 10 bottles of mineral water and 10 boxes of instant noodles. Once the message was sent, they were enveloped in a tense silence, fearing they might have overreached and that Li Feng would retract his offer. After all, no one was keen to barter their supplies with them. However, Li Feng remained oblivious to their anxiety. For him, 10 bottles of mineral water and 10 boxes of instant noodles were mere trifles. He called upon Li Yuan to gather the requested items and lay them on the ground, preparing for the exchange with Qiu Yu. At that moment, Qiu Yu sent a message. Would 5 bottles of mineral water suffice? Their trepidation was palpable. Seeing that Li Feng had not responded for some time, they began to doubt their initial request and lowered their price. Li Feng chuckled softly, no need. It remains 10 bottles of mineral water and 10 boxes of instant noodles. If you allow me to monopolize this material, I shall ensure your sustenance in the future. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Qiu Yu and his colleagues were elated. As researchers, they often sought benefactors to support their endeavors, as experimental materials demanded considerable funding. Their previous experiments had relied on external investment, and now, in these dire times, the prospect of someone providing food and water was nothing short of a blessing. Qiu Yu readily agreed. No problem. We promise to provide you with a nano windproof fabric. Li Feng promptly accepted the transaction, placing the 10 bottles of mineral water and 10 boxes of instant noodles on the table. Qiu Yu reciprocated by presenting the 100 pieces of nano windproof fabric. Once both parties confirmed their agreement, they each received their desired items. Elated by the newfound supplies of mineral water and instant noodles, Qiu Yu expressed his gratitude in a message. Thank you. I hope we can collaborate again in the future. Li Feng responded with a fist bump emoji and exited with the 100 pieces of nano windproof fabric in tow. As the engineers gathered around Li Feng, their eyes widened at the fabric in his hands. This is truly nano windproof material. Captain Li is incredible. Where did you procure this? To my knowledge, there isn't any in the entire Hongdu. One exclaimed. Indeed, we reached out to neighboring cities, and no one possesses such a thing. Li Feng handed the material to the project leader. Let us commence construction tonight. Understood, Captain Li. The project leader replied earnestly. He was confident that they could complete the protective measures within a single night, thereby preventing the external zombies from breaching their defenses. He then led the remaining engineers, issuing orders for all workers to drive to the borders of Hongdu. The members of Team Tingting, armed for protection, accompanied them, including several former members of Team Wang who had been reassigned after evaluation. Noticing the engineering team in action, Li Feng approached his own team, who had already finished their meals and were engaged in conversations with others across the globe. Captain Wu Jun quickly stood and called out upon seeing Li Feng, prompting the others to cease their discussions and turn their attention to him, awaiting instructions. Li Feng sat at the table, casually grabbing a bag of chips as he inquired, "How is everyone faring in the global chat interface? Any new discoveries?" Lu Taixian was the first to respond. "Brother Feng, there are numerous guilds here recruiting teams. They must be from other cities. Each city is progressing at different rates. Some Haven Tea even unlocked the first instance yet." Li Tiantian added, "This place is like a bazaar, selling all sorts of items, including women's clothing, children's wear, and even pets. By the way, Brother Feng, could you lend me a few tokens? I'd like to buy a pet dog." Li Yuan chimed in. "I want one too." At this moment, Wu Jun interjected. "Some are even selling coordinates, claiming there's a zombie king in the vicinity. They lack the strength to confront it." From their reports, Li Feng gathered a rough understanding of the situation. Based on the development pace of the cities, it appeared that Hongdu was progressing the fastest, while other teams were still struggling for survival. He had already begun establishing a safe zone, and the advantage of moving ahead was the potential to monopolize the market, set rules, and sell surplus items at elevated prices for profit. Rising from his seat, Li Feng gulped down some water and addressed the group. "Since everyone desires tokens, I'll grant you a half-day off. We'll clear out the zombies in the city by tomorrow morning. Zero will lead the team. Off you go." With that, Li Feng sought a place to rest, while Lu Taixian and Li Tiantian buzzed with excitement. "Let us go, Zero. Finally, we have a chance to hunt zombies." They cheered, surrounding Zero and urging her to guide them in cleansing the streets. The following morning, the factory gates were teeming with people, with Lu Taixian and others at the forefront, maintaining order. It turned out they were from Hongdu, expressing their gratitude after witnessing the eradication of the zombies in the city. "Captain Li, allow us to join your ranks. We are eager to contribute by tilling the land and farming. I am capable of any task, sweeping, cooking, and childcare. Nothing is beyond my ability. Captain Li, I have trained in free combat for 10 years. Let me be part of our team." They all voiced their requests earnestly. Li Feng emerged from within, and Lu Taiquan approached him, saying, "Brother Feng, these individuals wish to join our squad. They come to express their gratitude and seek an opportunity to work." To be candid, in his previous life, he had never reached such heights. Governing an entire city alone entailed an overwhelming array of responsibilities. In that past existence, he was merely a member of a team, never even rising to the rank of captain. Now, at his current status, he had ascended to the position of guild leader, commanding 2 squads under his authority. Chapter 83. Game Dungeon Tingting. Have your team members engage in basic training. We shall venture into the dungeon, though I am uncertain how long we shall be away. This area will be entrusted to them. Tingting nodded in agreement. "All right, no problem. I will make the arrangements." The engineering team returned, their faces alight with excitement yet weary. Upon seeing Li Feng, they hurried over, exclaiming, "Captain Li, we have completed the mission. Hongdu is now an independent safe zone. The zombies outside cannot breach it." Li Feng smiled and responded, "Excellent. Everyone should go to Tingting's team to collect their villas. Also, request the necessary supplies from them." He then turned to Yuan beside him. "Take some supplies to the warehouse for the city's residents." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan appeared reluctant. "Brother Feng, we worked so hard to gather these supplies. Must we share them?" Li Feng reassured her, "Just take a portion. The remainder should be left for them to learn how to gather and produce on their own." With a pout, Li Yuan reluctantly retrieved tons of supplies from her space and placed them in the factory's warehouse, guarded by Tingting's team. There should be no issues. After completing these tasks, Li Feng, along with Zero and Li Tiantian, drove towards the second location marked on the map. This was a map left by the mountain chicken, indicating there would be something unusual. Upon arrival, a faint yellow light appeared. Such a phenomenon signified the entrance to the dungeon. Li Feng turned back to Wu Jun and the others. Once we enter, everyone must exercise caution. I am uncertain what may arise in this dungeon. Wu Jun and the others nodded. Rest assured, Captain, we will take care of ourselves. Li Feng stepped into the light first. A whirlwind of motion ensued, and darkness enveloped him. 10 seconds later, he found himself in a meadow, surrounded by trees and stones, with the occasional wild chicken and porcupine passing by. What is this place? Li Feng stood up, shaking his head, only to find that his MJ, Ulner, was missing. Instead, he inexplicably held an axe. Task 1. Gather 10 pieces of wood. What on earth? Am I to gather firewood? Although perplexed, Li Feng complied with the task's demands. Grasping the axe, he approached the nearby trees. He spat on his hand to prevent slipping, then began chopping. 8, 8, 8, he shouted as he swung the axe. After 6 strikes, the tree fell and vanished. Task progress. Trees 10-2. Goodness, this has truly become a nurturing dungeon. No longer hesitating, Li Feng continued to seek out more trees to fell. After toppling 5 trees, he had gathered the required 10 pieces of wood. Task progress. Trees 10-10. Task completed. Earned 10 tokens. Gazing at the 210 tokens in his space, Li Feng mused, is this dungeon designed for earning tokens? Only 5 pieces of wood yielded 10 tokens. This is remarkably easy money. Task 2. Mine 10 stones. Indeed, trouble had arrived once more. Li Feng made his way toward a nearby pile of stones. At that moment, a wild boar with a crimson name charged at him. It collided with Li Feng, knocking him to the ground. Good heavens! It was truly a case of a tiger falling to the plains and being bullied by dogs. Upon entering this dungeon, he felt utterly weakened. If only he had Mjolnir by his side, he could have smashed it into a delectable roast. The boar glared menacingly at Li Feng, pawing the ground as if preparing for another assault. Hastily, Li Feng scrambled to his feet, aiming his axe at the creature. As it barreled toward him, he swiftly sidestepped and swung his axe 10. To his astonishment, a blood bar appeared above the boar's head. The crimson bar showed it had only 2/3 of its health remaining. Incredible. This was truly a game dungeon. Realization dawned upon Li Feng. Without waiting for the boar to turn, he lunged forward, delivering 2 swift strikes that felled the beast. Its corpse shimmered faintly with light. Li Feng approached to gather the spoils. Ribs 1, bone 1. Observing the items in his backpack, Li Feng was filled with mixed emotions. He never anticipated being ensnared in such a dungeon. These dungeons were notorious for wasting time. Some individuals had spent their entire lives here, striving to clear the challenges but never escaping. Most alarmingly, the monsters within were exceedingly formidable. If he were to perish, it would be the end for him. Furthermore, he would lose all the skills he had acquired outside, starting from scratch. Once he grasped the situation, Li Feng exhaled deeply. Since he was here, he might as well make himself comfortable. They could not leave until the dungeon was completed, so he would have to remain for the time being. However, it was somewhat reassuring that completing tasks within the dungeon could yield various rewards. Li Feng noticed he could access a series of interfaces, an inventory, a backpack, a status bar, and skills. His backpack contained the recently acquired ribs and bone alongside 10 branches. The status bar displayed hunger, thirst, health, and fatigue levels. The skills available were related to gathering speed and critical hit rates. Currently, he had no skill points to upgrade his abilities. There was also a map indicating his position within a forest. He had no idea where Wu Jun and the others were. Without the use of Eagle Eye again, he wondered if they might be feeling quite frustrated. "Hello, is anyone there?" Li Feng shouted, hoping for a response to clarify his current predicament. He was convinced that this dungeon was not occupied by just their team. Otherwise, subsequent tasks could not possibly unfold. After several calls, silence reigned. It seemed this place was indeed quite remote. Best to focus on completing the task, as indicated. Li Feng approached the nearby pile of stones and began to mine. Task progress. Stones 10-2. Each collection yielded 2 stones. After searching 5 more stone piles, the task was marked as complete. Upon completing the task, I was rewarded with 10 tokens. The next endeavor required the crafting of a stone axe, necessitating the collection of 20 stones and 20 pieces of wood. Observing the task prompt, I realized I needed to gather an additional 10 pieces of wood and stone. Thus, I resumed my efforts, chopping wood and excavating stones in close proximity. The crafting of the stone axe was successful. After a brief pause, I received my stone axe, which boasted an impressive attack power of 20. Holding it in hand, I found it significantly superior to the wooden axe. With the completion of the task, I earned an additional skill point. I gazed at this hard-won point and opened the skill menu, where I discovered enhancements for gathering wood, stone, and herbs, alongside basic attack capabilities. Without hesitation, I allocated the point to bolster my basic attack power. The speed of gathering was of lesser concern in encounters with formidable adversaries. Enhanced attack power would prove invaluable. My next task involved acquiring 10 strips of ribs. As I surveyed my surroundings, I spotted several wild boars roaming about. Surely, these were the creatures from which I needed to collect the rib strips. Armed with my stone axe, I approached the wild boars. Chapter 84. The Disappearance of Skills Whoosh. An arrow struck the wild boar before Feng, inflicting a damage of 30. The beast collapsed instantly. A woman emerged from the nearby thicket, completely disregarding Feng as she approached the boar to collect its ribs. Feng was taken aback. To his astonishment, there was an archer present, and she was a woman. "Who are you? Which team do you belong to?" Feng inquired hastily. The woman, having gathered her loot, cast a fleeting glance at him before turning to leave. "Hey, don't go," Feng called out, pursuing her while brandishing his stone axe. The woman swiftly pivoted, aiming her bow at Feng's head. He quickly raised both hands in a gesture of peace. "Don't be hasty. I mean no harm. I merely wish to inquire about this place." With a frosty tone, she replied, "Do not follow me." With that, she vanished into the nearby underbrush. Feng pushed through the foliage, but she had already disappeared from sight. He shook his head in frustration. After finally encountering a living person, she chose to ignore him. From her appearance, it seemed she had survived here for quite some time. Was she a native of this realm, or a member of a real-world team? The answer remained elusive. Feng resolved to continue hunting wild boars. Soon, he spotted another boar with a red name charging towards him. Without hesitation, he struck 20. The wild boar staggered from the blow. Seizing the opportunity, he swung again 20. The boar fell to the ground. Feng approached to gather its spoils. Ribs 1. After obtaining the ribs, Feng continued to slay more wild boars. In no time, he had collected 10 pieces of ribs. Quest completed. Earned 10 tokens. Quest 5. Craft a campfire. Campfire. With 10-0, Flint 2-0. As one quest concluded, another emerged, illustrating the clarity of this online game. Feng wielded his stone axe to gather wood, and his efficiency improved slightly. Soon, he had collected 10 pieces of wood. As for Flint, he would need to keep mining stone, relying on chance for success. Flint 2. Campfire crafted. Quest completed. Earned 1 skill point. Feng opened his skill panel and allocated the point to enhance his basic attack power. Quest 6. Cook 10 roasted meats. Following the quest prompt, Feng placed the campfire on the ground from his inventory. Flames flickered to life as he ignited a pile of wood, providing warmth against the chill. He placed the recently acquired ribs atop the fire. After a brief wait of 10 seconds, he received roasted meat 10. Quest completed. Earned 10 tokens. Quest 7. Build a shelter for the night. Notice, zombies will attack at night. Please complete the shelter promptly. Upon seeing the notification, Feng noticed the sky gradually darkening. Shelter, wood 50-0, stone 50-0. Seeing the materials required for shelter construction, Feng immediately set about gathering resources. He felled trees and mined stone, occasionally acquiring flint to craft another campfire for roasting meat. Wood 50-50, stone 50-50, constructing a house. The house is completed. Task completed. Skill points X2. Feng opened his skill panel and allocated the 2 points to basic attack. With the addition of the stone axe's power, he could now inflict a minimum of 30 damage with a single strike. Before him stood a wooden house of approximately 10 square meters. The night had fully descended, and a faint mist began to rise around him. Warning: zombies are about to emerge. Please remain concealed. Upon hearing this alert, Feng decisively entered the wooden house. In his current state, he was uncertain whether he could contend with the zombies. If he possessed a ranged weapon, perhaps he could attempt it. However, armed only with a stone axe, he deemed it too perilous. Taking refuge inside the wooden house felt significantly safer. At least no zombies could enter. Gurgle. Li Feng felt a pang of hunger. Glancing at his hunger meter, he discovered it had dwindled to 20. He needed to eat something promptly. He accessed his inventory and consumed half of the roasted meat he had prepared earlier. His hunger meter then returned to 100. Task 8. Collect 10 hemp. A new task was issued. Li Feng peered through the window to assess the situation outside. Just beyond the threshold of his wooden house, at least a dozen zombies were wandering about. With such numbers, he certainly could not prevail in combat. Venturing out to gather hemp was also unrealistic. He had no choice but to remain in place and wait. According to the game's mechanics, the cycle of day and night here would surely differ from the outside world. Li Feng patiently waited for approximately 10 minutes. Gradually, the sky began to brighten. The sun rose, and the zombies surrounding the wooden house vanished. Remarkably, a full day and night lasted only 10 days here. Li Feng pushed the door open and began gathering the hemp at his doorstep. Acquired hemp 10-1, acquired hemp 10-2, acquired hemp 10-3, acquired hemp 10-10, task completed. Skill points X1. Li Feng promptly allocated the skill point to basic attack and opened the crafting panel to explore the possibility of more advanced weapons. Refined blade. Silver or 20-0, flint 10-0, iron or 10-0, magic crystal 10-0, refined bow. Iron or 20-0, hemp 10-10, wood pith 5-0. Magic crystal 5-0. Seeing these two weapons stirred Li Feng's ambition. He decided to craft the bow first, allowing him to ambush the zombies. There was no alternative. He had to take a risk. Otherwise, venturing out at night would significantly hinder his efficiency. He wondered how long this instance had been ongoing and whether everyone started on equal footing. Time was of the essence. Li Feng examined the description of the magic crystal acquired by defeating zombies. What the predicament? This item could only be obtained by slaying zombies. In other words, to craft the refined bow, he would first need to kill zombies. This conundrum left Li Feng in a quandary. Was he truly expected to confront the zombies wielding only a stone axe? Just then, a noise emerged from the nearby underbrush. I warned against capturing rabbits. Now, it seemed he had lost his way. Iron Fist, it's not my fault. Look at my hunger level. I am on the brink of starvation. If I don't eat soon, I shall perish. It is Lu Taiquan and Wu Jun. Li Feng's heart leaped with joy as he called out from the dense foliage. Iron Fist, little Wu. They were momentarily taken aback upon hearing Li Feng's voice, but soon parted the grass to look over. Upon recognizing Li Feng, they were filled with immense joy and hurried past the underbrush to his side, seizing his arm. Brother Feng, we finally found you, exclaimed Wu Jun, his eyes brimming with excitement. Having arrived in this unfamiliar realm, they felt disoriented. The atmosphere was peculiar and entirely different from previous realms. They understood that they had to complete certain tasks on their own while managing their hunger and thirst, for otherwise, they could succumb at any moment. What about the others? Have you seen anyone else? Li Feng inquired, as the first priority in this scenario was to regroup the team members. A larger group would facilitate better planning. Lu Taiquan hesitated. I haven't seen anyone, Brother Feng. I was with little Wu when I woke up. Indeed, they had all been separated, so were bound to stay together. But there was a degree of randomness involved. Little Wu, can you still use your eagle eye? Wu Jun shook his head. It appeared that all who entered this realm had lost their abilities and were required to utilize the skills granted within this instance. Grasping this, Li Feng continued. What progress have you made on your tasks, and how many skill points have you accrued? At Li Feng's words, the two paused momentarily. Tasks? What tasks? We don't have any tasks. Chapter 85. United efforts against the undead. Li Feng furrowed his brow. Was he the only one burdened with mission requirements? Hadn't they been tasked with chopping wood, mining stones, or constructing shelters? The two shook their heads in unison. Goodness, it seemed this mission was solely his to undertake. Observing their pitiful expressions, Li Feng opened his inventory and placed a campfire upon the ground. The flickering flames emanated a gentle warmth, captivating Lu Taiquan and Wu Jun. Wow, Brother Feng is amazing. He can even create a campfire. Lu Taiquan exclaimed. I see. We can roast meat here, right? Li Feng gazed at them and said, You two wait here for a moment. I will gather some food for you. If there is nothing else, please help me collect some wood and stones from the surroundings. Lu Taekwon perked up. Chopping wood? Leave it to me. Wu Jun added, I'll go mine some stones. Though they had no specific tasks, the resources here could be gathered just as Li Feng did. Seeing them venture off to collect wood and stones, Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that his progress could indeed benefit from the assistance of others, making things considerably easier. He only needed to resolve their issues of sustenance. Li Feng set out to hunt wild boars and chickens. With a stone axe in hand, he dispatched them to procure ribs and chicken meat. Returning to the campfire, he placed the meat upon it to roast. Before long, he had acquired 20 pieces of roasted meat. Come, come, let us share this meat, he announced. Li Feng kept 5 pieces for himself, distributing the remaining 15 to the two. The duo, having completed their tasks, savored the roasted meat with gusto. Li Feng took stock of their collected resources: 50 pieces of wood, 5 pieces of wood pulp, 30 stones, and 20 iron ores. Remarkably, he now had the materials needed to craft a fine bow, lacking only 5 magic crystals. Quest 9. Craft any weapon. Upon seeing this new task, Li Feng nodded in agreement. This was precisely what he needed to focus on. Once the two had finished their meal, Li Feng addressed them. This dungeon is a new experience for me as well. I have discerned certain patterns, and I shall briefly explain them to you. The two licked their fingers and listened intently to Li Feng. Firstly, a full day and night here lasts for 20 minutes, meaning there is a day-night cycle every 10 minutes. Secondly, many zombies will emerge at night. Their strength remains uncertain, so we must be well prepared for battle. Thirdly, the dungeon will issue numerous quests, and upon completion, I will receive various rewards. Therefore, I need your assistance in fulfilling these tasks. Lastly, there may be indigenous inhabitants within the dungeon, making it difficult to distinguish friend from foe, so we must remain vigilant. After hearing Li Feng's words, Lu Taekwon nodded. No problem, Brother Feng. We will follow your lead. Wu Jun chimed in. When shall we seek out Yuan and the others? Li Feng glanced at him. Not yet. We must first focus on our development. We will discuss it after tonight. Lu Taekwon questioned. Why must we wait until after tonight? A faint smile graced Li Feng's lips as he replied. Tonight, the 3 of us shall vanquish the zombies and acquire magic crystals. With these, I can forge weapons, subsequently broadening our search radius and ensuring greater safety. The two nodded in agreement. To equip their team, Li Feng instructed Wu Jun and Lu Taekwon to mine iron ore, intending to craft 2 iron swords for them, enhancing their offensive capabilities. Meanwhile, he would gather hemp to create a set of hemp clothing, including a shirt, trousers, and a hat. Within 5 minutes, he had collected 100 strands of hemp. As darkness descended, Li Feng hastily summoned his companions back to the shelter. Lu Taekwon stood by the window, observing the zombies outside, and remarked, if I were out there, I could easily topple them alone. Li Feng utilized the time wisely, crafting 3 sets of clothing. Here, don these hemp garments. They will augment our defense. In my estimation, should we be attacked by zombies here, we won't mutate, but will merely lose health. Once our health is depleted, it's over. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, the two quickly donned their gear, seizing any opportunity to bolster their defenses. Li Feng then used the iron ore they had gathered to forge 3 iron swords, distributing 1 to each of them. I will venture out first, targeting isolated zombies for a coordinated assault. Is that clear? Li Feng stated at the door. With limited time under the cover of night, it was imperative to gather resources swiftly, lest the day be wasted. The two nodded in affirmation. Li Feng pushed the door open and was immediately fixated by a zombie. Hiss! It rasped, charging toward him. With a swift strike, Li Feng swung his sword, 50 damage. The zombie's health was merely reduced by 1/10. Remarkably, a single zombie possessed 500 health points. Defeating it alone would indeed prove arduous. Lu Taekwon and Wu Jun rushed out, attacking the zombie from behind. 30 damage each. In an instant, it had lost 1/5 of its health. Their presence significantly enhanced their offensive efficiency. Li Feng deftly evaded the zombie's attack and landed another blow. As the zombie lunged, it was struck again from both sides, leaving it unsure of whom to confront first. Its health dwindled to 3/5. Let us finish this quickly, Li Feng urged, charging toward the zombie. With a flurry of strikes, chop, 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 The zombie collapsed to the ground. They scavenged its remains, acquiring a magic crystal. After vanquishing the zombie, Lu Taekwon and Wu Jun were filled with exhilaration, realizing that these creatures were not invincible. Lu Taekwon examined the iron sword in his hand, exclaiming, "Wow, it even has durability, just like in a game. Since we can craft it from iron, or I'll just have the captain make 2 more later." Li Feng glanced at his own sword, noting that its durability had diminished to 90. At this rate, after slaying 10 zombies, the weapon would be rendered useless. Truly, was subpar game this was. However, now is not the time for complaints. Li Feng gestured towards the solitary zombie nearby with his head. The two exchanged knowing glances and stealthily approached the undead creature, following Li Feng. Now, with a swift motion, Li Feng struck with his knife. The pained zombie cried out and turned to face him, arms outstretched as it lunged forward. Yet, it was met with Lu Tietuan's blade from behind. The creature spun around, its grotesque visage intent on attacking Lu Taekwon. Just then, it was pierced by another thrust from Wu Jun. The zombie was on the verge of frenzy. As it resolved to take down one of its assailants, the 3 of them coordinated their attacks, slashing wildly, ultimately vanquishing the creature that had merely 500 health points. They obtained 1 magic crystal, yet still required 3 more. "Oh no, a horde of zombies is approaching," Wu Jun exclaimed, pointing towards the adjacent woods. Before them surged dozens of zombies, claws outstretched and ready to pounce. "We need to retreat back to the cabin," Li Feng shouted urgently. The group dashed towards the wooden shelter, taken aback by the sheer number of zombies their actions had attracted. If they had faced them one by one, the 3 of them would have held the advantage. However, confronted by such a multitude, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Once inside, they hastily shut the door. The zombies crashed against the cabin, their fingers scraping against the wood, producing a cacophonous scratching sound. Hissing and growling, they relentlessly battered the cabin, yet were unable to breach its defenses. It seemed to be a feature of the dungeon. As long as they remained within the cabin, the zombies could not mount an offensive. Chapter 86. Unlocking hidden quests. What should I do? There are so many zombies outside, making it impossible to escape. As nightfall approached, was I to wait another day? Just as Li Feng found himself in despair, he approached the wall and struck at the corner. 50. A zombie outside lost health. Is it possible to hit them? Li Feng swung his blade once more. 50. Incredible. I can exploit a glitch. Lu Taekwon and Wu Jun also noticed the situation and joined Li Feng, attacking together. 30. 30. 50. The trio became increasingly enthusiastic with each strike. This was far easier than battling zombies outside. Chop, 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 until suddenly his weapon felt light. Its durability had run out and vanished. All the zombies outside lay defeated. Li Feng stepped out to scavenge supplies from the corpses of dozens of zombies, acquiring 25 magic crystals. What a bounty! A direct gain of 25 magic crystals. This harvest was indeed substantial. As dawn gradually broke, the zombie bodies disappeared. Lu Taekwon and Wu Jun emerged from their own loot gathering, witnessing Li Feng crafting weapons. Crafting a superior bow materials required 20 iron or 20, 10 hemp fiber 10, 5 wood pulp 5, 5 magic crystals 27. The superior bow was successfully crafted. Quest completed. Acquired world map. Li Feng's backpack now contained a map. Upon opening it, he discovered the entire layout of this dungeon. His current location was identified as the Misty Forest. Not far ahead lay a primitive tribe, marked with a yellow exclamation point. According to game logic, such places were bound to harbor quests. It appeared that to escape, the locations marked by exclamation points on the map were crucial, and he must investigate them. "Brother Feng, do you have any leads?" Lu Taekwon inquired. Li Feng tucked away the map and responded, "Yes, there is a primitive tribe not far ahead. We must go and investigate. But before we do, let's gather some iron ore. I will forge iron knives for you." The two nodded in agreement and swiftly ran to the nearby mining area to collect the necessary materials. Meanwhile, Li Feng used his stone axe to hunt wild boars and chickens, obtaining ribs and meat. 5 minutes later, the two groups reconvened, having gathered a total of 100 pieces of iron ore. Li Feng immediately forged 5 iron knives, distributing 2 to each of his companions and keeping 1 for himself to avoid any delays during combat. due to weapon durability issues. Let us proceed to the tribe ahead. If the situation appears dire, we shall retreat immediately, Li Feng declared, and Lu Taiquan and Wu Jun voiced no objections. With a map guiding them, they quickly traversed the forest. Ahead, white smoke billowed into the air, suggesting that someone was cooking. Through the underbrush, they glimpsed a bustling scene in the clearing. Men and women were hard at work, some felling trees, others tending to livestock, while others forged weapons. Li Feng nodded at them and strode forward. Upon seeing Li Feng, the people inside paused momentarily before erupting into chaotic shouts. All the men armed themselves and surrounded Li Feng, demanding, "Who are you? Where did you come from? What is your purpose here? Speak." They eyed Li Feng warily. Noting that they could still communicate, Li Feng replied, "I mean no offense. We are travelers from afar who have lost our way and seek shelter for the night. Would that be permissible?" The men, unable to discern the truth of his words, parted to allow a path. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, approached through the crowd. Though frail in stature, his eyes sparkled with keen intelligence. "Are you saying that you are travelers?" he inquired. Li Feng nodded, "Indeed. We traversed the Maku Strait, passing through Jiji Village and Halley Academy." These names, recently seen on a map, were now employed by Li Feng. The old man paused abruptly. "You say you passed through Jiji Village?" "Indeed," Li Feng affirmed. "It is a place of exquisite scenery, where no one lacks for sustenance, and the people are exceedingly hospitable." This was a fabrication on Li Feng's part, yet the elder seemed genuinely concerned about Jiji Village. "Is that so? Splendid." He gestured to the others, "Disperse. I shall escort them to my quarters." The crowd promptly dispersed. The old man turned to Li Feng and his companions. "Follow me." They trailed behind him to his abode. Whereupon they noticed a prominent exclamation mark above. It appeared that a quest awaited them here. "You two wait outside. I have matters to discuss privately with this brave warrior." The elder instructed Lu Taixian and Wu Jun. They shrugged and stationed themselves at the entrance. Li Feng followed the elder into the room. The furnishings were exceedingly modest: a bed, a wooden cabinet, and a wooden table, with a louvered window facing the door. Though simple, the space was impeccably tidy. "To be frank, I require a favor. I hope the warrior will oblige me," the elder stated upon closing the door. Li Feng, sensing the impending quest, replied, "Speak, and I shall see it done." Though he was unaware of the task's nature, maintaining a favorable demeanor was crucial to seizing the opportunity. The elder continued, "My daughter has been in Jiji Village for 20 years, never to return. I fear for her safety. I wish for you to check on her. If all is well, please have her send me a handwritten letter. If there are any issues, kindly investigate the situation thoroughly so that I may find peace of mind." Upon hearing this, Li Feng remained silent, awaiting further elaboration. Following the conventions of online gaming, the next topic would surely pertain to rewards. As expected, the elder paused before continuing. "Should you succeed in this endeavor, I am willing to present you with the blue armor that my family has cherished for generations. I believe it will be of great assistance to you in these tumultuous times." A set of blue gear would indeed be advantageous for him at this novice stage. Li Feng immediately agreed, saying, "All right, no problem." The elder inquired, "What conditions do you have?" With a smile, Li Feng replied, "Before we set off, could you provide us with some provisions for the journey?" The elder chuckled, "That is certainly feasible. So, you have accepted?" Li Feng nodded in affirmation, prompting the elder's exclamation mark to transform into a question mark. "As long as the task is completed, a reward shall be granted." Task 10. Locate the village chief's granddaughter. Upon exiting the dwelling, Lu Taiquan hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, are you all right?" "Captain, what do you need us to do?" Li Feng regarded the two of them and stated, "There is nothing for you to do. Simply accompany the village chief to the canteen and gather some food for the journey. We are preparing to depart." "Food?" Lu Tietuan's eyes lit up at the mention of provisions. Let's go. This trivial task is best left to us," he urged. The two of them followed the village chief to the canteen to procure the food, while Li Feng meandered through the village, hoping to glean some useful information. Suddenly, he spotted an individual, the very woman who had hunted the wild boar before his eyes the previous day. Chapter 87. Reuniting with teammates, Li Feng approached and initiated a conversation. "Greetings. My name is Li Feng. It appears we meet again." The woman, seated on a wooden stump sharpening her hunting knife, glanced up at Li Feng, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Who are you? I did not recognize you." This response momentarily startled Li Feng. Could he have mistaken her identity? Surely not. The woman's distinctive appearance, her prominent nose, fair skin, and spirited eyes, left a lasting impression. "You must remember, yesterday or perhaps the afternoon prior, you seized my wild boar." In a swift motion, the woman pressed her hunting knife against Li Feng's throat, her expression stern. "Who do you claim stole your wild boar?" As onlookers began to gather, a well-built man stepped forward from the crowd, exclaiming, "Sister, stand down. He is a guest of grandfather." Only then did the woman lower her weapon. "What business does grandfather have with him?" The man whispered a few words into her ear. She immediately retorted, "I wish to go as well." The man's demeanor soured in an instant. "Sister, it is far too perilous there. What purpose would you serve? Such matters are best left to those below." Li Feng's heart sank upon hearing this. It seemed that the village of Jiji was far from ordinary. Had he hastily agreed to this venture? The woman sheathed her knife and glared at her brother defiantly. "I have declared my intent to join. No one shall stop me." With that, she seized Li Feng's arm and began to lead him away. "Hey, sister!" The man shouted after them, but received no reply. Li Feng broke free from her grasp, questioning, "Do you intend to accompany us to Jiji village?" "I did not consent to take you along." The woman brandished her hunting knife. "Then I shall kill you." Li Feng, undeterred, drew his exquisite bow. "You may certainly attempt it." The woman, however, paused, eyeing the bow and arrows in his possession. "You are an invader?" Li Feng furrowed his brow. "What do you mean by invader?" The woman sheathed her knife, scrutinizing Li Feng from head to toe before shaking her head. "Very well, you shall not live long anyway. I shall not lower myself to your level." With that, she turned to leave. In a swift motion, Li Feng loosed an arrow that struck the tree beside her. It grazed her ear as it flew past. The woman turned back, her brow knitted in irritation. "Do you seek death?" Li Feng aimed another arrow at her. "What do you mean by invader? Speak clearly, or I shall not hesitate to shoot you again." He sensed that this woman might possess vital information. Her demeanor lightened as she replied, "An invader is someone like you, suddenly intruding into our world, seeking various advantages from us, only to meet a grim fate." Upon hearing her description, Li Feng began to comprehend. It seemed he was not the first of the intruders. She had undoubtedly encountered many others who had entered this realm like him. Li Feng lowered his bow, adopting a tone of supplication. "Then do you know how to depart from here? Or rather, have you ever witnessed an intruder departing from this place?" The woman responded promptly, "No. So far, I have yet to hear of any intruder who has managed to leave here. They tend to perish for various reasons during their growth process. Unless what?" Li Feng inquired dataization. The woman smiled mysteriously. "I shall not disclose that." With that, she turned to leave. Li Feng's mind raced as he recalled his experiences while gaming. If an NPC found themselves in such a predicament, how would they respond? Increase the affection level. It must be that his favorability was insufficient, prompting her to withhold information. After pondering for a moment, Li Feng decisively stepped forward and produced a fine bow from his possession. "If you are willing to share this with me, I shall gift you this exquisite bow." He wagered, testing whether she would appreciate the weapon. The woman hesitated momentarily at the sight of the bow, and in the next instant, her face lit up with joy as she seized it. "You can only leave if you pay 1,000,000 gold coins to the time-space hunter." With that, she skipped away, clearly enamored with the bow. Triggered hidden quest. Pay 1,000,000 gold coins to the time-space hunter. Indeed, the key to exiting lay here. Fortunately, his extensive gaming experience had led him to this realization. With a newfound sense of direction, his goal became crystal clear: to obtain 1,000,000 gold coins in this realm. Gazing into his inventory, he was greeted by a balance of 0 gold coins. However, Li Feng remained undeterred. He had faith that he would achieve this goal sooner than expected. At that moment, Lu Taixian and Wu Jun emerged from the cafeteria, each burdened with large bags. "Brother Feng, let us depart. We need not worry about hunger anymore." Wu Jun whispered, "I also managed to snag a few fine kitchen knives, sufficient for our needs." Li Feng smiled at Wu Yun, impressed. "Very well, let us set off." He took the lead toward Jiji village, intending to inquire about the local trading practices. The immediate priority was to locate Li Tiantian and her companions, ensuring their safety from any unforeseen dangers. "Help! Is anyone there? Please, someone save us!" A familiar voice echoed. Li Feng and Wu Jun halted simultaneously, straining to identify the source. 11 o'clock, Li Feng shouted. The group swiftly made their way toward the 11 o'clock direction. Through the thicket, they glimpsed two beautiful women standing atop a pile of stones. It was indeed Li Tiantian and her friends. Surrounding the stone pile were several brown bears, their mouths agape, revealing sharp teeth. If captured, they would undoubtedly become the bear's dinner. Without hesitation, Li Feng drew the fine kitchen knife and hurled it with precision. Whoosh! It struck the bear in the belly. 200. The bear's health was reduced to a third. A howl echoed as the bear reared its head. Whoosh! Another strike followed. The brown bear collapsed instantly. With two swift strikes, it was vanquished. Nearby, two other brown bears, upon witnessing Li Feng's prowess, turned and fled. Li Feng made no attempt to pursue them. Instead, he hurried to the side of the stone mill, looking at Li Tiantian and the others. "Are you all right?" Upon seeing Li Feng, they were overjoyed, but in their excitement, one lost her footing and tumbled from the rock. Li Feng caught her just in time. Li Yuanyuan tearfully exclaimed, "Brother Feng, I thought I would never see you again." Sob, sob, sob. Li Tiantian rose, holding her forehead, feeling a wave of dizziness. "I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Wu Jun promptly stepped forward, retrieving an assortment of food from his backpack and offering it to Li Tiantian and the others. They eagerly accepted the provisions and began to eat. They had been here for 3 days without any knowledge of hunting, enduring hunger throughout, although they lacked a display of data to indicate their remaining hunger levels. The gnawing emptiness in their stomachs was unmistakable. As they ate, Li Feng inquired, "Have you seen Ting Ting and Zero?" The two shook their heads in unison. Chapter 88. The challenge of earning money. Li Feng continued to inquire, "Do you have any tasks at hand? Are you capable of crafting items?" The two individuals merely shook their heads in response. "Well, it seems my assumptions have been once again validated. The only ones capable of undertaking tasks and crafting items are either myself or the captains of each battle team." Once they finished their meal, Li Feng convened a small meeting. "I have discerned a way to exit this dungeon, but first, we must locate Ting Ting and Zero. Additionally, we need to explore how to engage and trade with others within this realm, as well as identify what items can be utilized for trading." Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Lu Taixian questioned, "Brother Feng, what purpose does trading with others serve? Isn't self-sufficiency sufficient?" Wu Jun interjected, "Could it be that the key to our exit lies in currency?" Li Feng cast an approving glance at Wu Jun. "Precisely. We need to gather 1 million gold coins. Only then can we leave this dungeon." The others suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. However, surrounded by forests, underbrush, stones, and wild beasts, with zombies roaming at night, where could they possibly find gold coins? Li Feng unfolded the map and pointed to Jiji Village. "We need to head to this location first to help the village chief retrieve his granddaughter. I will inquire about trade matters. He is sure to possess the knowledge." Lu Taixian nodded in agreement. "Then let us set off swiftly, with a clear objective." They marched forward with renewed vigor, occasionally gathering hemp and stones, hoping to contribute to the 1 million gold coins. As they approached Jiji Village, they discovered it to be a quaint settlement, much larger than they had anticipated. "Come and taste our freshly steamed buns, filled with savory meat, a sharp iron sword, essential for hunting, restorative potions to aid in your hunting endeavors without the need to return to town." The streets were alive with the shouts of various merchants. Li Feng entered a weapon shop and asked, "Owner, how much for this iron sword?" The proprietor glanced at Li Feng and his companions. 5 gold coins each. "How many would you like?" 5 gold coins for a single iron sword. However, for Li Feng, who had no income, this presented a promising opportunity to earn money. They simply needed to venture outside to collect iron ore, allowing them to craft these swords. In due time, they could undercut this owner and compete. The owner continued, "If you find the iron sword lacking, we also have other equipment. How about a premium blade? After discounts, it's only 1,000 gold coins." 1,000 gold coins. Li Feng's eyes sparkled with greed. Such equipment, though requiring more intricate materials, would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. He turned to Lu Taixian and the others. unable to conceal his excitement. He then addressed the owner. How about this? If I acquire a premium blade, would you be willing to buy it from me at a lower price? Upon hearing this, the owner's demeanor shifted immediately, scrutinizing Li Feng with a keen eye. Where did you procure a premium blade? Such items are exceedingly rare. Having previously encountered women from primitive tribes, Li Feng understood that these items were exclusive to invaders. He leaned closer to the boss and whispered mysteriously, "We are a specialized team dedicated to robbing intruders. We possess quite a few valuable items. Please consider." Upon hearing Li Feng's words, the boss glanced at Lu Taiquan and the others, recognizing them as a cohesive group. "Very well. If you have the goods, each item will cost 500 gold coins. Buitsins, Li Fem Kuntaret." The boss frowned slightly. "The maximum I can offer is 600, no more. 700. If that doesn't work, I shall set up my own stall beside you and sell it myself." Noticing Li Feng's unwavering expression, the boss ultimately relented. "All right, 700 it is. When can you deliver?" Li Feng pondered for a moment. "Tomorrow morning." "Good. I shall await your arrival," the boss replied before resuming his sales pitch. Li Feng departed with his companions. "We may be unaware of other matters, but there certainly is a knack to selling weapons," Li Feng remarked as he led them to a secluded area. "Li Tian Tian Inkirat. Brother Feng, where do you source these weapons?" Lu Taiquan, with an air of understanding, replied, "You are unaware, aren't you? Brother Feng can craft them himself." Li Tian Tian gasped in astonishment. "Really?" Li Feng nodded, "Provided there are materials available. A top-quality blade requires silver ore, flint, iron ore, and magic crystals. Now, let's split up. Taiquan, you'll gather flint. Wu Jun, you'll collect silver ore. Tian Tian, you will procure iron ore. I shall take care of the remaining magic crystals. Is there any objection?" The others unanimously replied, "No objections." Li Feng clapped his hands. "Excellent. Let us commence." Lu Taiquan led the group into the wilderness to begin their collection of resources. Meanwhile, Li Feng, armed with a fine kitchen knife, awaited the onset of nightfall. As dusk settled, he positioned himself to observe Lu Taiquan and his companions. Earlier, Lu Taiquan had informed them to remain cautious due to the presence of zombies at night, advising them to steer clear whenever possible. Li Feng, however, sought out the zombies deliberately, previously unaware of their strength. He had now discovered through testing that they possessed 500 health points. Given his attack power, he could eliminate one with just 2 strikes, making him more than capable of handling them. Suddenly, a zombie appeared ahead. Li Feng swiftly hurled a knife, 200 damage. The zombie's health was immediately reduced by half. Before it could advance 2 steps toward him, he struck again, and it collapsed to the ground. Li Feng retrieved the kitchen knife and proceeded to collect the magic crystal from the fallen creature. "Be careful," Wu Jun shouted loudly. Li Feng turned to see 2 zombies pursuing Li Yuanyuan. He dashed over, throwing a knife that struck the zombie in its chest, 200 damage. The zombie halted, fixing its gaze on Li Feng. Without hesitation, he launched another knife. In contrast to gaming, the most significant difference lay in the absence of delay in his actions. As long as his stamina remained robust, he could strike with greater efficiency. The movements of the zombies appeared somewhat mechanical in comparison. After being struck, one must endure a brief moment of recoil before resuming action. It is by leveraging this principle that Li Feng can nearly eliminate zombies without sustaining any harm. "Acquired 1 magic crystal," he remarked. Li Yuanyuan, who had fallen to the ground, was helped up by Li Feng. She shook her head and continued to scavenge for supplies. Under the cover of night, when others dared not venture out, they thoroughly cleared the area of zombies and gathered resources. As dawn approached, Lu Taiquan and the others began to feel hunger pangs and retrieve provisions from their backpacks. They also presented the collected supplies to Li Feng. Li Feng meticulously counted the resources: 60 silver ores, 40 flints, 40 iron ores, and 20 magic crystals. This bounty would allow for the crafting of up to 2 exquisite blades, which was more than sufficient. He accessed the crafting interface and initiated the process. Crafting exquisite blades. Materials consumed: 20 silver ores out of 60, 20 flints out of 40, 20 iron ores out of 40, and 20 magic crystals out of 20. The exquisite blades were successfully crafted. Li Feng gazed at the 2 exquisite blades that materialized in his backpack, overwhelmed with emotion. After a night of diligent effort, he had only amassed one for 100 gold coins. The distance to the coveted 1 million gold coins remained vast. He would need to devise further strategies.